city of Venice, and a fitting beginning for the 92nd edition of the Giro d'Italia and the 100th year of being for this great race. Hello everyone, I'm Phil Liggett. Welcome to this special extended video of the Giro d'Italia from World Cycling Productions. Alongside me, Paul Sherwen. The 22 teams here welcoming back into the fold Ivan Basso and none other than Lance Armstrong, tackling the Giro d'Italia for the very first time as he comes back into the sport. Paul, even the boys went for a row after this.
They certainly did. What a great place to start. It certainly is, I think, going to be a great battle over the next 3 weeks of bike racing. And of course, starting right here in the very heart of Venice with a team time trial, which I think everybody has got themselves very psyched up for.
Well, the race, as Paul has said, is over 21 stages, 3,500 the overall kilometrage of the event, 198 riders on the start line. Is Lance Armstrong. It's hard to imagine he's back in the sport, but he himself could never imagine a year ago he would be standing on the start line of the centenary edition of the Giro d'Italia. Now we're opening with a team time trial here. It's on the Lido di Venezia, which is an island just off Venice itself. Very flat, of course, as they race up and down what really is a grassed over sandbank. And the rides themselves will cover a total distance of 20.5 kilometres. And that the one team that has concentrated its whole Giro on this day is the Garmin Slipstream team.
Well, the team time trial, Phil, is all about preparation, knowing just exactly which riders you're going to put up onto the line and how you're going to ride in formation. Going out very early on, though, Team Columbia High Road looked to be performing very well.
Yes, this was the first team to go, an enviable position because they wanted to do a good time from the start, and they were certainly putting down the hammer here as they came up along the lead over the finish, stopping the clock 21 minutes and 47 seconds as they hit the line. First rider over the line, Mark Cavendish. Now, the winning team, of course, will crown the first rider of their team in the first wearer of the Maglia Rosa. This is Garmin out on course.
Well, they've got a lot of very big specialists. A new man on Garmin, Bradley Wiggins, 2 Olympic gold medals for him last year, and a man who was a specialist at the short, fast prologues. But here he's turning his hand to the team time trial, and he's become an integral part of this squad, of course, with the very experienced Christian van der Velde, who I think is looking a little bit further down, Phil, and thinking about the possibility of a high finish here at the Giro and, of course, at the Tour de France as well.
Well, the two American teams being engaged in a lot of friendly banter, or was it so friendly, as they've started sort of throwing one or two comments about each other and the way they're riding this team time trial. ISD here, Team Katusha plus 3 seconds, sitting in second place, ISD at the moment. It is a super course, but totally flat, and it really brings out the skills of the riders in the squad here. This is Slipstream coming home, still aiming at Columbia High Road's time. It's going to be very, very close here. 21:50 is the official time. Stop the clock for Team Columbia. And Garmin Slipstream, remember, have put all of their eggs into one basket for this race. It is going to be desperately close here, but it's gone by. And Garmin will not be the fastest team as they were a year ago when it was Christian van der Velde who took on the Maglia Rosa.
Well, they've slipped by 6 seconds slower than Team High Road there, Phil. I think that will be a big shock for them. You can see out on the course now, it's Team Astana. Hard to believe that this discipline that Lance Armstrong so loved, he's back now. There he is with the black helmet at the end of the line of Team Astana riders there in a Grand Tour after 3.5 years. It seems to have gone by in the blink of an eye.
And let's not forget that Lance is riding this event having coming back from a broken collarbone. That was his biggest fear of the season, and it happened in a race in Spain, and now he's having to make a comeback. So he really is battling the odds here, and maybe has opened the door there for a chance to ride not quite at the level we might expect. We'll see. LPR breaks here, which is also a top team on the race this year.
Well, this is ISD coming into the line. They're looking at the time here of Garmin Slipstream, who've slipped themselves into second place. Katusha are currently holding on to third. ISD, I have to say, for one of the smaller teams in the Giro d'Italia, Phil, this is a very fine performance.
Well, 5 riders. The clock stops with the 5th man here. They've brought most of the riders up the start straight. It's going to be quicker than Team Katusha, so they're going to slot in to that 3rd slot at the moment with 22:17. So that's a very good start for them.
Still a lot of big teams, I think, would like to get themselves the victory here. Just looking at the back, Team High Road, this is Mark Cavendish here in the area just to the side of the finishing line here, Phil, wondering whether or not his team have done enough to have the fastest time. They were actually one of the teams who started very early on and a long wait for them.
They started number 1, and the fact is that they're being held in the start area because the leading team is not allowed to leave the area, because they'll be the ones up on the podium if it becomes best time. And at the moment, it is very definitely staying that way. This is LPR Brakes coming in now, Danilo De Luca's boys, and they're coming in at 22.12 plus 22 seconds. This is beginning to look rather good for Team Columbia High Road.
Yes, but look at the average speed of this team time trial, Phil, 55 kilometres an hour. Now, Team Astana, in the days of Lance Armstrong, they were formidable at this discipline. They're going around the corner there. They've got themselves about 15 seconds to get to the finish line, but I'll tell you one thing, Phil, this is a long straight.
It's a long straight. It won't be enough time to get down here to the line, so Astana won't be knocking Team Columbia High Road off the top, but they are going to come in with a very, very good time here and bringing home what looks like all of their team together. The Astana boys now with their familiar leader in Lance Armstrong, although I think Levi Leipheimer is likely the man. As they go up to the line, 22 minutes, just over 22 minutes, and they've gone into 3rd place. That's a good performance.
Yes, but did you see who crossed the line in 1st place at the line of these riders? It was the man in the black helmet, the Live Strong helmet there. Armstrong, just like in days gone by, Phil, trying to assert his authority as the leader of this squad.
He just loves cycle racing. It's as pure and simple as that. He loves to be in the thick of it. He's highly competitive. But the win has gone to Team Columbia High Road here at 21.50. Garmin Slipstream is 2nd, and they'll be pretty upset about that, I think. They were hoping to win that today. Astana will be very happy with a 13-second deficit in 3rd place. But what it means, Paul, is that Mark Cavendish becomes the very first British cyclist to wear the Maglia Rosa.
That is really phenomenal. This young man, I think he knows how to rise to the big occasions, and he'll be the very first, I would say, Phil, once he gets down from that podium, to say thank you very much to Team Columbia High Road, because he's always the first man to praise his squad.
Well, Mark Cavendish, the dream continues for this young man. He's undeniably the fastest sprinter on the block right now. But more than that, I think, and he hasn't got to face up to Robbie McEwen in this year's Giro either, his arch rival in the sprints. He now pulls on the first leader's jersey. Of course, all 9 riders from Team Columbia High Road, because they were the fastest team, are at the top of the overall classification. Then follows all the men from the Garmin Slipstream team, and then follows all the men from Lance Armstrong's Astana team. Lance himself slotting in at 15th place overall. But there is the Maglia Rosa, and Mark Cavendish has added another notch to his bell.
Well, he certainly has. He's going to have a tough day out on the open road now, Phil, because with the Maglia Rosa on his shoulders, he's got to try and keep that Maglia Rosa within the squad. Maybe try to put it to one side, because, yes, that was probably an early goal, but now it's about winning stages.
Yes, and these early stages are allegedly for the sprinters. We move on to the 2nd day of the race. We go from Jesolo to Trieste, 156 kilometres. The Aqua Saponi team here, they get the first slot. Stefano Garzelli is the former winner of this race back in 2000. He heads up that team. Massive crowd, of course. This race immensely popular, and they're all seeming very happy with the return of Ivan Basso, himself a former winner. Franco Pelazzotti signing on. I wonder what he holds as we head out towards the hills in the 4th day of this race.
Well, this is the race route that the riders will face, and moving away from the Lido, leaving Venice behind them now. It's a very flat course on the first opening day. They pretty much circumnavigate the border around Venice and Trieste to finish right in the heart of Trieste, a very famous port town.
Well, these are the early days of the Giro, of course, now, and the sun is with us at the moment as we're mid down the country itself, which is shaped like a Wellington boot, as we know. The riders now getting to know one another. They're going to be alongside each other for the next 3 weeks. And Lance Armstrong, as I say, he's never ridden this race before. And who would have thought he would be coming back from his last victory in the Tour de France in 2005 to ride it now?
And I have to say that, Phil, over the early part of the season, I have to think that his form was absolutely formidable. He came back very competitive in the month of January. Looking down there, it really is, for us as Brits, very pleasant to see Mark Cavendish there wearing the Maglia Rosa. What a special occasion for him.
Well, the riders chasing sprint points out on course here. There was a breakaway very early on today, getting away after 9 kilometres. Leonardo Scarzelli of ISD. I haven't seen any pictures of him yet. But he's still out there as the riders are battling here and crossing swords for the small sprint bonus. This is Philippe Gilbert. Remember, Gilbert is the power to the arm of Cadel Evans, probably for the Tour de France. But here, he's free to race for himself.
And it's Pippo Pozzato coming across the line there. These riders, Phil, looking for their little time bonuses out on the open course. Philippe Gilbert really trying to open up the account of Team Silence Lotto this year. They have had a terrible season so far. This is the team from basically Belgium, but they have got the diversification of having riders like Cadel Evans on board. But this year they've had so much aggression from the Belgian press because they just don't seem to have performed.
Well, I just wonder if Mark Cavendish there, he's catching a little bit of a bump as he comes round that left-hand bend. He doesn't seem to be in trouble on these small climbs here. There's no major climbs today, just little ripples. Only one official climb out on the course, which came at 140 kilometres. There's the breakaway now, trying to get clear. Gilbert, Gasparotto, Pozzato. Pozzato, I think, will want to show himself, possibly early on today, as they run away to head round back towards that finish again. Scarzelli himself has been swept up. And we didn't get any pictures of him, I'm afraid, but he's back in the pack as far as we can work out. Just the peloton chasing.
Clever little move there by Pippo Pozzato. These riders realise that in the opening stages they've got a very good chance of getting themselves the lead in the Giro d'Italia. They're leading by 12 seconds over the front end of the main field. This, I have to say, Phil, is a very strong and dangerous move because Philippe Gilbert is regarded as a one-day classics rider, so too is Pippo Pozzato. And having Gasparotto up there as well is some serious firepower. If the main field wants to catch those men, they're really going to have to get organised.
Well, Cavendish is going to feel that this is one stage where he can gain a little bit more time and wear that pink jersey again tomorrow if he can win the sprint. Came to his first Giro d'Italia last year and certainly left his mark on this race. Pozzato just flickered the arm there to say come on through. Scarzelli, wearing his Champion of Italy flushes on his sleeves as well, as their three riders go over the top and 3 kilometres to go to the finish.
Yes, big organisation now. It looks like Danilo De Luca's squad, LPR, who've come to the front to try and sort out the front end of the main field. They realise the dangerousness of those three men. There they are. It's not very much more, Phil, than around about 5 seconds. Gilbert in the red jersey of Silence Lotto swinging over to try and see what's going on behind. Well, there it is. I think the Italians will now utter the words Gruppo Compacto.
Well, this is a route which is not really for the sprinters this year. We have a lot of great climbs on this route as we unwind over the 3 weeks. So it's one really that the likes of Pataki and Mark Cavendish will not want to throw away as they now start to go through. And it looks as though Cavendish has got himself in a good position. 7th wheel at the moment. I didn't catch sight of Pataki there, Paul, but he's got to be there. Well,
he has to be there because his team is at the front making the organisation. Now it's the turn of Garmin Slipstream to get themselves organised, and this could very well be for their man Tyler Farrar.
Absolutely, and a chance here for them to make amends for yesterday. They were disappointed in that team time trial. I think they were wrong to advertise the fact that they were building so much for that team time trial, as if the race ended after one day. It didn't work out for them, but nonetheless they're very much at the head of the first now. Columbia High Road are weaving their way through. Cavendish has got third wheel to the right of our picture and beginning to look very strong now as they start to go through. A Garmin Slipstream also have got their man through in Tyler Farrar. I'm still looking for Pataki here at the moment.
Well, Pataki will be looking for the victory. There's a big move there on the left-hand side of the road. A bit of confusion. These riders now starting to get themselves lined up for the final kilometre, looking to take one final bend in. This is a great finish for the sprinters here this afternoon. Cavendish is very well positioned there, Phil, in third place in the line, just behind his teammates.
That looks like a Saxo Bank rider who's made the move at the front there as they go round a short right-hand bender. They've split the field with this move completely in two halves. They might get a separate time here because I don't think it's been caused by a crash, which would mean they get the same time. But Columbia High Road have got themselves well organised. Pataki is right up there now. It looks like Pataki and Farrar are fighting for the back wheel of Mark Cavendish. 3 sprinters here are going for gold at the moment. Well inside the last kilometre as they line up towards the finish now. Pataki is looking sharp again.
Well, he certainly is, but he's marking his sprint this afternoon on the wheel of Mark Cavendish. It's still Columbia High Road at the front end of the main field, very much in control there. You can see Cavendish moving up into second position. I think he's much too far to the front there. No, he's actually in third. Pataki, Phil, is right on his wheel there in the white jersey.
Well, this is a big challenge here for the Italian now because everybody thinks he's no longer as quick as the old days and certainly not as quick as Mark Cavendish. And here comes the perfect Columbia High Road lead out because they really have the man we now call the Manx missile, and when they launch him, there are very few people can match him. But Pataki has gone first, and in fact Cavendish has taken his wheel here. He's going to have to come by him quickly. 25 metres to go. Well, that is a true sprint, and Pataki is going to be delighted with that, Paul, because Cav could not come off his wheel.
Well, I tell you one thing, Pataki did not have the lead-out train that he's had in the past here this afternoon. He had to do that sprint on his own, and he took the initiative when they came into that last bend, and he led the race as he likes to do from the front, and Cavendish had nothing to offer. Cavendish could not come off his wheel, and that's a great win by Alessandro Pataki, the man we used to call Ale Jet. Well, I think he's back too.
Well, that's also his 8th win of the year, so he's been slipping them in here. Now, depending on who you believed, did he have a clutch of stage wins in the Giro d'Italia a couple of years ago, or did he in fact have them disqualified for drug use elsewhere? He says he didn't, but the organisers tend to say he did, so it looks like he's now got a total of 21 stage wins. Well, he'll tell you it should be 26.
This is the move here, Phil. You see the big acceleration, a little slowing down there. Immediately you see Cavendish try to get across to the wheel of Alessandro Pataki. Pataki hugging the barriers there, making Cavendish have to come around on the left-hand side if he wants to, but you know, Pataki has got so much power. Once he gets the big turbo whistling, he really is a difficult man to beat. But to just put a cap on what you were saying there about the drug scandal surrounding Alessandro Pataki, it was in fact an asthma drug which was over the level of tolerance of the international governing bodies that had those victories stripped away from him. But I tell you one thing, this man has certainly still got the speed that he had many years ago.
Well, he's back for the first time since he was disqualified for stages 3, 7, 11, 18 and 21 in the Giro of 2007. A moment he doesn't like to talk about, and that's why I think right now he's totally delighted on 2 counts. 1, he is back in the Giro as a stage winner, and 2, he's just beaten Mark Cavendish in what to me looked like a very straight sprint. The big surprise, Paul, Ben Swift, the youngster. He's even younger than Mark Cavendish from Great Britain, who is now riding for Team Katusha, and that will please the boys.
And Tyler Farrar up there in 5th place as well. Looking a bit further down, you can see Sylvain Chavanel riding fairly well there in 14th place. But that was a great win by Alessandro Pataki, and I think we're going to see some great duels over the next couple of days. Although, as you said, Phil, this is not really a Giro d'Italia for the sprinters this year.
Well, if Cavendish follows the way of Robin McEwen of old, he won't see the finish this time around. He'll be pulled from the race, but we'll see. He's in the pink jersey by 14 seconds over Mark Renshaw. His lead-out man, by the way, Mark, in the sprints, Michael Rogers. He's a good long-term bet for Team Columbia High Road. He seems to be regaining his old form after injury and sickness. And the youngster there, Lofquist, well, he's right up there in 4th place as well. Time gap's nothing at the moment, just the bonus is causing the problems, I think.
Well, that will change very shortly because only a couple of days into the Giro d'Italia, Phil, this year we've got a mountaintop finish, and that will be the first serious sorting out. But for the moment, another day in the pink for Mark Cavendish, another day that he can enjoy out on the roads of the Giro.
So as he shows them how to spray the champagne, and what he might do, we move on to stage 3 now as we move away from Grado to Val d'Obbiadena. 198 kilometres, so the mileage is slowly going up here. Day 4, by the way, that gives us our taste of the mountains for the very first time. It's coming very early on in this year's Giro, and it won't be a day tomorrow for Mark Cavendish, but with a bit of luck, he could keep his Maglia Rosa today.
That's what he'll be banking on. That's what Team Columbia High Road will be banking on as well, as we see once again a fairly flat stage as the riders leave Trieste and the Mediterranean away behind them. Again, everybody wanting to see this man, number 21, Lance Armstrong, signing in.
Yes, Armstrong, the man, he's still pulling the crowds. His team bus is attracting everybody every morning at the start line. It is amazing, but I think the majority of the riders are pleased to see him back because it brings a new profile to his sport. Stefano Garzelli, head shave for the day. In fact, for the next 3 weeks, because he won't have a lot of time to go and visit the barbers.
I think one thing you mentioned there about Armstrong and his return, Phil, it has really been a global return for the sport of professional cycling, because not only has it been talked about massively in Europe, it's been talked about around the whole of the globe, and even in Africa, where I live, we've been talking a lot about the return of Lance Armstrong to the top of the sport. Can he win the Giro d'Italia? Well, I don't think this year because of that injury you mentioned, but also I think he's going to be very competitive when we go to the month of July and the Tour de France.
It looks like Alessandro Pataki's signature, doesn't it?
Yes, that was Alessandro Pataki, and he's putting it onto the Ciclamina jersey because that's the one I think that he would seriously like to have at the end of 3 weeks.
So as we now slowly move away, the sprinters might be thinking there's only 1/3 category climb on this day. If they can get over the top of that, they can cross swords again. Cav will not be happy, having lost out to Alessandro Pataki. Pataki, in the papers this morning, is very happy with what he achieved yesterday. Italian Air Force, and there's the Italian flag.
I wonder if they're there for Jet, Alessandro Petacchi here this afternoon, because he was certainly the fast man yesterday, proving to us why he's back at the top end of the sport. Now, how about that for a fancy bike for Mr. Armstrong?
Yes, they'll be sold out by this time tomorrow, I would think. There's Lance pedalling there, number 21. Having a nice little chat here with the new man on the block. I remember that when Lance announced his comeback, Mark Cavendish said, "I've got no heroes in the sport, but I'll consider it an honour if I ride in the same peloton as Lance," which I thought was pretty nice.
Oh, certainly, and I think Mark has got a lot of respect from Lance Armstrong, who says some very nice things about Mark Cavendish on his Twitter. There's a little crash there at the back. Just one of those, as the referees like to call Phil, shoot sans gravité, but that doesn't like sans gravité to me. That looks a little bit like Christian van der Velde on the ground.
And I don't like the way he sat there. In fact, that's Zabisky who's come up alongside him.
Well, that was a crazy crash. It was a simple crash just over to the right-hand side of the road, but it doesn't look to me as if Van der Velde is getting up from that one, Phil.
Well, this is, I have to say, a terribly sad sight, because surely Van der Velde's tour isn't ending right here now, but the riders have gone on, and he is holding himself extremely still. He is very tentative indeed. It looks to me, Paul, as though he could have fractured his pelvis here, the way he's sitting there, and I hope I'm totally wrong.
Well, it's hard to say, to make predictions from the air. Only the doctors can do that down on the ground, but he certainly, Phil, doesn't look to me like a man who's going to get up from an accident. And the worst crashes you can have as a professional athlete, Phil, are always the ones that are slow. I think there's a little problem a bit further up the road as well.
There's a further shunt here. Lopez Garcia, I think that is. And it's Ben Swift who's joined him here. It's actually the first time I've ever seen Ben Swift, the young English international, who's now pro this year. And it's David Lopez Garcia who's crashed with him. No panic from Swift. Now, what's happened now? We've stopped again here.
Well, I think the only reason for this must be that the road has got completely blocked by another accident out on the open road. You see, the Giro d'Italia is dangerous. I'm not sure what's going on here, but there's obviously been a serious pile-up there. There's a lot of riders got some big problems, and they're trying to get themselves going again.
Well, it looks to me as though the riders who are up and riding have sort of neutralised the race here to allow the peloton to regroup, because that is a tangled mess down there. But at least they're getting away. It doesn't look as though there's anybody hurt in this one. This isn't the crash which has involved Christian van der Velde, who we hear is not continuing, which is really, really sad. And what a difference a year makes. He was in the pink jersey, and now he's out of this race at such an early stage, the third day of the Giro d'Italia.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's going to put paid to his chances, I think, Phil, of the Tour de France, because he was looking at this race here to get himself fine-tuned for the Tour de France a little bit later on, to prove that he is a man who can finish on the top step of the podium. There's a little bit of a sortie going on here, and this is a group, I think, that probably formed because of that accident just a little bit further back.
I've just got that feeling they're not really hammering it home here, Paul. They're a little bit concerned about should they race or should they wait, is the attitude. There's Mark Cavendish, and I think he is behind just now. He's got one teammate with him there, trying to reorganise everything. There was a breakaway, by the way. Got away very early on, 5 riders after 5 kilometres. Again, no pictures. We've swept them up as we approach the last 5 kilometres of the day. Mauro Facci, who was in the breakaway, won the only climb at Combai, followed by Bjorn Schroeder of Milram and Yuri Krivtsov of AG2R, but they're all back in the fold now.
In the Ciclamina jersey there is Alessandro Petacchi, looking very comfortable now in that points leaders jersey, competition that in the past he's been the winner of, and he's got his teammates on the front. This is Team LPR, the team of Danilo De Luca. Very difficult for them because they're looking at two things out of the Giro d'Italia here, to try and get themselves stage victories forward at Alessandro Petacchi, but also to try and get themselves the big victory if they can for their man Danilo De Luca at D'Aquila.
Well, one would presume that today the affections are running the way of Petacchi, and Danilo De Luca perhaps making a play tomorrow when the mountains come with a mountain top finish, but we'll see. Certainly they've got themselves back in here. The peloton is largely all back up. We are hearing that Christian van der Velde has been put into the ambulance and has gone to hospital, so that is quite a serious injury. 15 seconds the gap.
The gap back to the group of the Maglia Rosa, so you can see at the front end of the main field they're not even concerned about the position of Mark Cavendish. He was caught out in a little bit of an accident there. He's trying to get himself back into the event here this afternoon, Phil, because what he's thinking about is keeping the Maglia Rosa on his shoulders for one more day, but to do that he has to stay in contact with the pack.
Well, as time runs out, the sprinters are going to have a go. 3.9 kilometres to go. This is a rough one for poor old Mark Cavendish here, because in 3-4 kilometres, if he gets on, he's going to have legs to get to the front.
But what you will notice as well is the referees, Phil, have pulled out all of the cars. They're making what they call in French a barrage. They're making sure that the gap between the main field and the Maglia Rosa group has got no cars in it at all, so Cavendish can't use the cars to get himself back into the main field. And with this slightly uphill finish here, I think he's going to have a hard time getting back on. In fact, I think he's given up, because there, 25 seconds, the run into the finish is uphill, so I think for Cav, it's day over.
But the sad thing is, it's going to be the jersey over too, because if he loses that time, then the jersey's going to pass on. A small time bonus again for the winner today. Cavendish winning his yellow jersey, sorry, his Maglia Rosa jersey when he won the team time trial for his team. Pataki got yesterday, and Pataki's the next likely candidate now, especially if he takes out this stage and gets himself a small bonus. And that is why the team now are riding for Pataki. They are well aware that Cavendish is dangling at the back and beginning to crack.
Well, Pataki's in about 5th or 6th position, not far away from the front end of that group as well. In the lime green jersey of Liquigas is Ivan Basso, followed by Pellizotti. And this is Life at the back, and you can see this is a very difficult run into the finish line. Danilo De Luca is in 2nd place. He'll be waiting to see whether or not Pataki has stayed at the front end of the main field. Look at Pataki there. This is the man. He's got the bit between the teeth. He's probably trying to taste whether or not he can get himself enough time bonus seconds, Phil, to get himself the jersey back, because he's made a massive leap up the overall standings this afternoon. And there is a move at 3 kilometres to go.
That looks like an attack by Bushirine there. He's just shot off the front. That's an opportunist move. He's only won a couple of stages, always time trials in this race. But this is a cheeky little move now by Bushirine as he tries to get clear of the field. A very definite attempt. He might have a chance here.
Well, I tell you what, you think about how difficult it is to bring the Tour de France into some of the small cities and villages around the countryside, but here in Italy they don't seem to care at all. Have you seen how narrow some of these roads are?
Oh, it's a wonderful country to go cycling in, not necessarily to ride a bike race in, but unfortunately every village they finish off is on top of a hill, and this looks like as though it could be a counter move as well by Visconti. Oh, it's still Bushirine, he's gone again.
Yeah, this is at the back end of the race, so it looks as if Mark Cavendish has given up the ghost here this afternoon. He'll take a back seat for a couple of days and hope that in between the mountain passes, he'll get himself a little bit more glory on individual stage victories from the Giro d'Italia. Marzio Bushirine, good move by him, trying to catch out the sprinters. He's won stages in the Giro in the past, but mainly in the individual time trial.
He's never won a road race in any event. As he now, there's a counter-attack. That is Visconti there, the team leader of the ISD squad. And he's trying to get up to Bushirine now. But Bushirine never really got away, did he? And he was just being kissed there by Visconti, and Visconti has now gone himself.
Straight over the top, trying to rattle the cage of all of the sprinters, and it's up to LPR on the front end of the main field. Visconti a long way down in the overall classification, 76th at the start of the day. And in fact, LPR, Phil, looking over their shoulders, looking for a little bit more firepower, and this well could bode well for this man Visconti. Let's not forget, formerly Italian national champion.
Indeed, he's through 1,400 metres here, as now they're going to have to make a very quick decision to snap him up otherwise. Now this is sad sight at the back. Our cameras are going back to see where the leader of the Giro d'Italia is, and Cavendish is out of this one, and certainly out of the pink jersey now. He's lost too much time. Visconti continuing his way up on these very narrow roads, but they're perfect to hide round the corner. Just coming up towards the kite now. Could be a win for this man.
Well, he's got to keep going. It's a very tricky, treacherous run into the finish. Ultimo kilometre, final kilometre for Visconti, but the main field is now starting to stretch out. If they want to pull him back into the fold before they get into the finishing straight, Phil, somebody has got to sacrifice themselves. Sitting at the front end in about 5th position there, you can see Pataki right on his wheel, Tyler Farrar. This could be the renaissance of the sprinting of Tyler Farrar this year, because I think this young man, he's got everything back together.
Well, Cavendish says he's not a pure sprinter, but Cavendish isn't here, so it doesn't really matter now. The Ciclamino jersey being worn by Pataki today, remember, because Mark Cavendish is wearing the Maglia Rosa. He looks ever so close. It's like a carrot attracting a donkey here, and as they start the run for the finish now, the man hitting the front wheel was Stefano Garzelli, but he's got on his back wheel Pataki, who refuses to open up. They feel they've got Visconti, but they're waiting for a reaction from the field, and it's beginning to come now, and Pataki was inviting them to go through himself. And it looks as though that we've got Gavazzi up there as well as Dario Cataldo of Quick Step. But now comes the big man, and this is an opportunity. He's not going to throw away, surely now. He got Cavendish yesterday. He's going 2 straight stages, but this time there will be a Maglia Rosa on the line.
Well, that was a dominant sprint, Phil, like the sprints of old. There was a bit of a crash just after the finish, and I think they were just trying to get themselves to the side of the road. I thought, in fact, Pataki had crashed into the barriers after the finish there, and I think he was actually just gulping for a little bit of air because that was a very difficult uphill finish.
He rode it very well. They tied it to perfection. How often do they do that? The sad sight is Cavendish is going to dangle his way in here and he's going to lose time. I think that the riders who come in now are going to be docked around about 45 seconds or something like that. There's a big group in split off here. Well, it hasn't really gone the way of Mark Cavendish so far. Beaten yesterday fair and square by Pataki. This time he couldn't even contest it with him. And this group coming in here very definitely has a separate time.
Well, I think you get a chance there. You can see the Maglia Rosa of Mark Cavendish. You get a chance to see just how difficult these slight inclines up into these beautiful little Italian villages are, and how much of an effect they can have on the main field.
Look at the clock, though. This is an amazing loss of time because he's lost all this in a couple of kilometres, coming in about 1:25 behind today. So Cavendish will say goodbye to the Maglia Rosa for this year's Giro. There he is, philosophical look on his face, beaten by things outside of his control, I suppose. And so now he's going to have to think of stage wins. He got a couple of stage wins last year, and of course now the press are expecting a lot more off him than that.
Let's just have a look at that sprint one more time there. You see Visconti getting pulled back into the fold, then all of a sudden the acceleration, the explosion of Alessandro Pataki, again hugging the barriers over to the left-hand side, forcing anybody else to try and come by him, and then at the last minute straight into the middle of the road, going across, getting himself the shortest distance across, looking back under his arms there to see is there any shadow coming forward. And look at that comeback there of Tyler Farrar, because Farrar is just coming onto the wheel of Alessandro Pataki. A good second place for the American rider.
Yes.
And there was a crash.
Dear me, they were looking to miss everybody there.
Well, what it was strangely enough, immediately after the finishing line, Phil, not more than 40 or 50 metres past the finishing line, the road actually went to the right. And I think that's what caught these riders out. Bear in mind, they're at full flight here, getting the victory salute underway, and no time for braking and getting out the parachutes.
Well, that finish there is going to put Farrar in the best young riders jersey for tomorrow, because he's moved up the overall classification now. Pataki will obviously be wearing the Maglia Rosa, and he'll also lead this race on points as well. There's the confirmation. There was a Gavazzi, the young sprinter, in third place there. Cataldo getting fourth. Happy days these. Alessandro Pataki has started his tour the way it means to go on. 2 stage wins in the opening 3 days, and the second one has given him the Maglia Rosa.
Well, I think everybody can now admit that Alessandro Pataki is back at the top end of the sport and back at the top end of the Giro d'Italia, because he now leads the Giro d'Italia overall by 8 seconds from Tyler Farrar, and looking very dangerous there, Phil, in third place, Mickey Rogers.
And what about Lance, up to 5th here at the moment? This man will not lie down, will he? And there is further down the list there too. Meanwhile, back on the podium, new bottle of champagne, new jersey for Alessandro Pataki. This couldn't have been a more perfect beginning for another man who seems to be on the comeback trail. Let's move on then to stage number 4. And the mountains are with us early as we go on to San Martino, and that's where we finish today. Virtually 100 miles flat, 162 kilometres. Did I say flat? Or wait till you get to the end.
No, that's what it's all about pretty much on this stage this afternoon. It is flat to begin with, yes, for the riders to get themselves warmed up, but it is. I wouldn't call it a mountaintop finish, but I call it a fairly serious hilltop finish.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a big sorting out, climbing up to around about 1,300 metres in altitude. And again, Phil, we're looking back to what happened yesterday. Christian van der Velde, who went back with that very nasty accident. It was one of those mundane crashes that happens on almost every day of a Grand Tour somewhere in the world. And for Christian van der Velde, it was confirmed overnight that he had in fact fractured his pelvis, and that's going to put him out of the sport for quite a while.
Well, we wish him well and determination to overcome again as we look at where we're going today now. We're not quite to the top of these pieces of granite. As you can see, the snow is still around us here, as is so often the case in the Giro d'Italia, held in the month of May and June. And the snow has taken a little time to clear in the Dolomites. But right now, the rider's thinking of a first challenge here now, and it's obviously not going to be a sprinter's day. The question is, will it give us a guidance as to what we can expect? Because this route, as we move down the leg and right over the Dolomites and the Italian Alps and back down again, is a very, very difficult last 10 days.
Well, you may well wonder, what are you doing in an area like this on a bike when it seems probably the sport that anybody should be practicing at the moment is skiing. 10 kilometres to go now for these two leaders.
Yeah, this is Bellotti here at the back here, and I think it's Davide Vignano from the Fuji team. They're the remnants of what was a breakaway of 5 riders that got away right out at the beginning today. They got away, funnily enough, at 9 kilometres from the start, and here we are 9 kilometres from the finish. And they've been under control. They've never been allowed to slip away too much. It could have, I think it's Jens Voigt. Is it Jens Voigt there with him? He was in the early morning breakaway. LPR clearly have a plan. The killer is in 3rd place here, Danilo De Luca, and now interest is switching from Pataki to Danilo.
Yes, I was going to say this is the kind of finish for a man like Danilo De Luca here this afternoon, and that's why they've moved team tactics across from Pataki. Pataki left up to his own devices on a day like today to basically pretty much just try and survive. He's got what he wants already out of the Giro d'Italia, Phil, and that's 2 stage victories. And of course the Maglia Rosa for a single day. But who will be in the Maglia Rosa this evening? Because I'm absolutely certain we're going to see a big sorting out in the overall classification. I would have to say that the big favourite to take the Maglia Rosa would have to be Mick Rogers, the Australian. He's riding at the front end of the main field there for Team Columbia High Road.
Well, it's a rest period now nursing Mark Cavendish, because there's nothing for him on this day or the next few days really. So he'll just he'll slip away now. They will start to concentrate on their other top riders. And at the moment, Thomas Lufsquist and also Michael Rogers are the most likely. Look at the face there as we see the riders come out. And Garzelli, nobody quite knows what to expect from this former winner of the Giro, because he's feeling a bit slighted by everybody just now.
But he's a good sprinter, and this kind of finish that he could find himself doing well on the run up towards the finish. That's 10 kilometres to go for, I have to say now, that the front end of the main field at the selection. They're looking for 1 minute and 41 seconds. Now, 1 minute and 41 seconds on the slope of a mountain like this after you've been in a breakaway for an awful long time, I have to say, I don't really think is quite enough.
Well, this is quite a nasty drag as we go up here, all the way up towards the summit, and these riders just holding tempo. They're chasing just 2 remnants of that breakaway, which was originally 6, as Sergio Martinez was in and out rather quickly this morning. It is Jens Voigt who's the last survivor, along with Francesco Bellotti.
He's a beast. He really is a beast. When you look at the face of Jens Voigt there, Phil, that he always wants to battle. It's as if he's battling not only himself, the bike, the mountain, the whole of the race is on his shoulders. And he is such a fun bike rider to watch in a breakaway like this.
Well, Bellotti has got most points in the King of the Mountains so far today. He won the climb of the Croc Dawn at 8.5 kilometres out. That's where the break really formed. Voigt went over the top of that in 3rd place and quickly onto the tail of Bellotti and De Bonis of Sedimenti. And then the breakaway formed and went. But now this is the one that takes us up to a height of 1,466 metres in a climb of almost 14 kilometres. And the finishing line is right on the top.
Well, that was Massimo Cordol on the front there. That was for Acqua Sapone, and he'll be thinking about trying to set something up for his man. And that's the man he's trying to set it up for in the red jersey there. The man who previously, as you mentioned, Phil, has been a winner of this race, Stefano Garzelli. The 2 leaders are starting to now lose huge chunks of time, but Jens Voigt will not give up. He knows he's still at the lead of the race in Testa della Corsa.
Well, we always say no matter how good a professional you are, you have to enjoy your cycling to suffer the pain. And I think that's personified in Jens Voigt. He just loves his bike racing, and he's never happier than when he's making other people suffer. And right now, he's just got the Barlow World rider with him. They will leave the sport at the end of this season. So these riders looking to impress for a new contract next year. There's confirmation of that climb at 13.7 kilometres. And as I say, it goes up to 1466 metres at the very top. And it looks now, if they're going to jump on them, they can't allow it to go on much longer.
Well, the average gradient is only 5.5% on this climb, but there are a couple of very nasty steep points, and it looks as if we're on one of those now where it kicks up to 10%.
It's quite a big peloton here, still holding out tempo. Danilo De Luca always looks like a sprinter the way he sits low on that bike. A lot of power in those legs though. The gap is still holding very nicely here. Looks like an Astana rider shot off there, just below our camera.
One Astana. There was a lot
There's
of
a few
Astana
there.
riders there. They were all powering up to the front over on the left-hand side. Lance Armstrong, just for your information, is still in this group at the moment. And just casting my mind back, Phil, I'd have to think this is one of his first mountaintop finishes for an awful long time.
Well, in his days of the Tour de France, he did pop over into Italy and ride some of the climbs of the Giro d'Italia, and always said, gee, I'd love to ride that race. But of course, he reckoned that the American public did not understand the Giro. They only understand him when he wins the Tour de France. There he is, number 21. And so he always felt obliged to ride the Tour de France and forsake the Giro d'Italia. But now, he can do what he likes. He's back and he's chosen the Giro.
I don't know if you just noticed the difference in the speed as we're now looking at just inside of 8 kilometres to go for these two leaders. The main field were really starting to pick it up. These guys are really very much on the survival ratings here, just trying to stay off the front end of the main field. They had a massive advantage at the start of the climb, but it's slowly but surely being whittled away by the peloton, and mainly by the work of Team LPR, the team mates of Danilo De Luca. Bellotti on the front in the red and white jersey of Barlow World, and Jens Voigt, that inimitable style of his. 21, there is Mr. Armstrong, with all his old mates up alongside him. That's Janez Brakovic just over to his right, number 22, not far away, Levi Leipheimer, Jaroslav Popovic, another former winner of the Giro here as well, Gilberto Simone, and a lot of people are very wary of the performances of Gilberto Simone in these mountaintop finishes.
Well, he's the man, the only man in the race who could catch up with Felice Gimondi with the number of podium finishes more than anybody else. And that's an attack by Jens Voigt here as we continue. A quick move. Voigt wouldn't let it go on too long. Bellotti straight after him, though. Straight after him. He hasn't locked on him.
Well, not quite. You know, Jens is a beast of a man, and you know what? He will give everything. He's now realising they're coming to the critical part. This is how the attack happened. It happened right at the front. It wasn't a surprise attack. This was what they call on force, with power, and he's opened up the gap. Now he's going to hope that he can find a little bit of extra energy in there somewhere, Phil, to survive off the front end of the main field, because Jens is now starting to realise there's the possibility of a stage victory here, still with 1 minute and 20 seconds advantage. There you can see Bellotti. He hasn't got anything left in those legs of his.
Well, Jens Voigt has one stage win under his belt in the Giro d'Italia. He'd like plenty more. Let's see what he can do one this time. He's now got the gap. He's had to go very early on, I think. It's still a long way to go, and the Barlow World rider might well recover, but the string on the front here now is becoming a fast tempo, and soon I think we'll see these riders start to crack up.
Well, Aqua Sapone have obviously got the bit between their teeth. They believe that their man Stefano Gazzalli can get himself the victory. I'm just looking down that line. There are an awful lot of Astana riders. A lot of people are starting to believe that Levi Leipheimer is in the right form here this afternoon, Phil, to get himself some foundations laid down for a victory in the Giro d'Italia. And if he's going to get it, he'll need the help of that man. It's easy to pick out Lance Armstrong, not because he's wearing number 21, but he has a slightly different coloured helmet to every other rider on the team, because although he's riding for Team Astana, he's not actually receiving any salary, and he's supported in his endeavour to represent the team by his Livestrong Foundation.
Well, you see, this is the first test of the Giro for him, and it looks to me as though he's coming through it with flying colours right now. He doesn't look under any pressure at all in that pack. And remember, he started the day in 5th place overall. The green jersey there, by the way, being worn by Mauro Facci, who was in the breakaway 2 days ago. We didn't see him, but he was there, and he got the primes of the day, and so he is on top. The same Bellotti, but that's nothing to do with it. That's the quick-step rider there. Green jersey, by the way, is the colour of the leader's jersey of the King of the Mountains in the Giro d'Italia.
Also, just alongside him, you may have noticed there Fabian Cancellara, who's having a very difficult time getting himself back into the sport this year, suffering not only from illness but also from injury after his participation in the Amgen Tour of California. Jens Voigt is at the lead of the bike race, and he is just trying to eat up these final kilometres and get himself a stage victory if he can. But there are so many big guys in that field behind Phil. He's going to have to do something very special to survive.
Just remind me, Paul, Lance Armstrong's birthday.
The 17th of September,
No,
1971.
it's the 18th, isn't it?
Well,
because Voigt is the 17th. I think he claims to be a day
that's
younger.
That's right. You're right. It's the 18th for Armstrong and the 17th for Jens Voigt. They're separated
so he's a
by
day younger than Lance. He's sitting on
24 years.
37 and a half years of age right now.
Well, there's the devil.
And looking like a youngster in the making here. 1 minute 20. He's still got a chance.
He's still got a chance.
Definitely got a chance.
He's got to just keep ticking away there and keeping those pedals rolling over. It's not too difficult to climb, but you know, when you've been in a breakaway for a long time like this, you've really got to dig deep into the reserves to keep yourself off the front end of a bike race. He's been in the saddle for just coming up to 4 hours of racing so far. It probably corresponds to another 15 minutes if he wants to get himself the stage win. That's all he needs to do.
Which, considering the terrain today, just over 4 hours for 100 miles of racing is a very fast ride indeed. The last 7 miles of it, of course, all uphill to the summit. We're now 6 kilometres from the top, about just under 5 miles to go. And Voigt on a bit of a false flat here. He's got himself a nice rhythm and quickly stepping it up. 5.9 kilometres to go.
Bit of respite for Jens Voigt. Just looking down there to see what's going on there. Still is Lance Armstrong. I think for the moment the revision has all been done correctly. Now he's sitting the examinations and he seems to be passing them with fairly flying colours.
Still no huge reaction here from the pack, and hardly committing suicide here to catch up with Voigt. If he comes back, it may not be because of a reaction from this field. It may just be by the fact he slows down. But I must say that well, you've got 2.5 weeks to race, don't forget, so you're not going to win the Tour today. So let's just play your cards and see what happens, is the attitude.
Well, this is at 10 kilometres to go, and this is the Gruppetto, and these are the riders who've been eliminated from the front end of the race. This is the group of the Maglia Rosa, and although I can't see the Maglia Rosa, it's on the shoulders of Alessandro Petacchi, and they're looking now for around about 10.5 minutes. This will be the group of all of the big sprinters, and all they're concerned about is getting to the end of the stage and coming out to fight again. There's Fabian Cancellara, using the Giro d'Italia if he can, Phil, to try and find himself some form.
Yeah, he's had a very poor year so far, ever since he had to abandon the Tour of California with sickness. It's not gone well for him at all. And the King of the Mountains leader there, Mauro Facci, he's losing that title today because the big point's on the finishing line and he's not there. Far right of our picture, Voigt is leading his way up the mountain, and the pack are in the middle and looking a little bit more angry right now as they start to lift the pace. They're probably sensing, if they don't react very quickly, this man Voigt will have his second ever stage win in the Giro.
Well, they're not eating rapidly into the advantage of Jens Voigt. It's come down from 1:30 to 1:25 now, hovering at 1 minute and 15. But yes, you're right. I think if you look at the faces here, this is Massimo Codol on the front in the red jersey of Aqua Saponi. This is a much more serious tempo making. They're realising there is a chance of a stage victory either for Garzelli or for Danilo De Luca, so that's why they're putting the pressure on at the front end of the main field. But to give their leaders a chance of victory, they've got to do one thing: pull the man at the front, Jens Voigt, back into the fold.
The killer haunting everybody here now, and a very apt title that, I must say. And this is Garzelli, 2 former winners of the Giro. The killer won in 2007, let's not forget. 2000 for Garzelli, who's also been runner-up and had a 6th place finish as well in history. Nice steady tempo riding. Thomas Lokvich is riding well to the front for Team Colombia, and that looks like Maurizio Soler who's gone there. And this is the man that made his name in the Tour de France and has tried to repeat those performances ever since. Look at his arms here. I don't know where he fell off. I don't think it was in this race, but he's all bandaged up there, Paul.
Well, this man is a great climber, and he could put paid to the move here by Jens Voigt. Voigt is at 5 kilometres to go with still around about the 1 minute advantage. Acceleration now coming from Team Columbia High Road, because if we were to stop the race right now, Phil, I think at my calculations, Mickey Rogers would take over the overall lead, because he started the day in 3rd place overall with just Petacchi and Tyler Farrar ahead of him. And there's Mick.
Where is he?
Just over to the left-hand side.
Yes. And Solar here has come back into the pack here, but he's made a good move. He's already on form. He finished 2nd overall in the Lombardia week in April, which is about 4 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks ago right now. And so he's got good legs, and I know Bar the World are pinning a lot of hopes on him doing well in this race today. We presume that Bellotti has gone back to the pack. We haven't seen him since Jens got away from him. They've got the 5k to go.
Voigt is still hoping to survive. Those accelerations and decelerations that may well be an advantage for Jens Voigt there, because every time the main field accelerates and slows down, they lose a little bit of their average speed, and now they're swelling across the main road there, Phil. I think it could well be advantage Jens Voigt. That's Mick Rogers over on the left-hand side having a little bit of a chat, wondering whether or not he's going to put the Maglia Rosa onto his shoulders at the end of the day. Jens Voigt here with Well, that's 38 seconds to Belotti, and still around about the 1 minute mark to the main field. So Jens Voigt could really create that little bit of a surprise here this afternoon.
And just beginning to tempt everybody to come out to play now. We've got Katusha on the move. They need these counter-attacks. It's the only way. And Ivan Basso and Pelazzotti are now whipping up their squad. Liquigas as well. This could make a very different bike race now, and we should see the time gap come down. We don't seem to get the time gaps quite as frequently as we do on the Tour de France and the Classics, but is that Soler come back?
Belotti.
That was Belotti.
back.
Absolutely, that's right. Yes.
So
he's now back in the fold.
So the race situation now is there's just one lone leader up at the front, and that is Jens Voigt, completely and utterly on his own. There's Francesco Belotti, and he's almost got it into reverse gear, going backwards there as everybody comes by him. He's been in the breakaway for an awful long time here this afternoon. Liquigas now have got the organisation at the front. Second position for Pelazzotti. Third position for Ivan Basso. Phil, just 35 seconds to Jens Voigt.
You've got to pull him back. Don't forget, Belotti's been out front for 145 kilometres. His teammate, breakaway partner at least, is still out front and closing in on the finish. And so this has been an awful long way for the Saxo Bank boy, Jens Voigt. There's Pelazzotti. And the last man in the string there is Ivan Basso. Michael Rogers is up here too, and I know his team are hoping that they'll see a turnaround here. The best ever finish by an Australian in the Tour of Italy is Phil Anderson, who finished 7th back in the 80s, 85 I think. Either way, that was a great result for him. So this is now Jens Voigt clearly beginning to struggle as he continues on his way. And I think he's not going to make it, Paul, because this does kick up a little bit before the finish.
Well, he's just got to keep going, Jens. He's got to battle with his body, and he knows that there will be attacks on the run in towards the finish, and he's probably got the information coming from his team management that there is an organised chase now coming from Ivan Basso's squad with the inside of 4 kilometres to go. But Jens will not give up. That group there, by the way, has actually shrunk massively over the last couple of kilometres. But there's still the presence of Mr. Lance Armstrong in that group. And I have to say, if he hadn't had the accident and broken his collarbone, I wouldn't have been surprised to see him in this group, Phil. But I have to say that having broken his collarbone, and just for your information, there's a 5-inch piece of metal in there with 12 screws. And I'll tell you what, they're probably hurting quite a bit here this afternoon.
Well, he just amazes me. He really does. Just to come back from his big layoff without the problems of the collarbone would have been exceptional to have ridden like this. But to come back from the collarbone as well, the top athletes can only have admiration for him, and certainly will gain respect for him today, because somewhere in this group has to be the winner of the Giro d'Italia in 2.5 weeks' time, because they can't afford to lose time on this climb. Big test for them all today. It looks as though Pelazzotti, Basso, Garzelli are all coming through it. Danilo De Luca tucked in there. Thomas Luckfist is here as well for Team Columbia. So too is Michael Rogers. And so too is number 21, Lance Armstrong. We're not sure yet who is leading this team because Leipheimer is the obvious choice. He is on top form.
Well, I would have to say that going down the road, it would have to be Leipheimer. Lance, I'm sure, cannot have the backing to get himself a victory after 3 weeks, especially after that very nasty accident where he smashed his collarbone. But he will try and ride himself back into form. 3 kilometres to go, 25 seconds for Jens Voigt, but this chasing group, Phil, now is starting to take the chase very seriously. They're stretching themselves out into a long line, and they're there at the 3 kilometre point too.
They can't not catch up, I don't think. 25 seconds, 3 kilometres, all uphill. Might have had a chance on the flat road, but this peloton now have got a good tempo going here, but it's the same riders at the front. Garzelli is watching, but not actually assisting in the chase. You see the black jersey of Case de Pan there. Well, they haven't got Alejandro Valverde here, their top boy. It's not the best team, in my opinion. It's just a team which is playing its parts as a top Pro Tour team. 20 seconds now. And if you noticed, all of our little signage here is in the English language, Paul, this year.
Well, that's all. Oh, Jens, I think he's cracked. That is, there they are. The main bunch are just around the corner. Voigt, all of a sudden, has completely and utterly hit the wall. He was giving everything he had, but it's just, I think, 2.5 kilometres too far, and he's back in the fold. It's a shame.
They don't even look at him. He went away right at the start of the day. After 9 kilometres, he's caught just on 2 kilometres from the line. That puts him in the lead for 158 kilometres, something like that, 153 kilometres. That's an awful long way to lead the race, but it's so typical of Voigt, and he's had a great day.
Well, Basso moving himself up into second place, which leads me to believe that the man they're working for is going to be Pelazzotti, but he is shadowed there by Stefano Garzelli and still the armada of Astana. There's Armstrong, number 22, over to the left-hand side, Janez Brakovic. A little bit further back there as well, it looked to me as if that was Andrei Zietz from Kazakhstan who was riding up to the front end of the main field. This Astana squad, Phil, it really is one of the greatest Grand Tour teams in the world.
They've got at least 5 of the team in there, Paul, and obviously Leipheimer is there as well. So their main man, perhaps, we'll see. 1:11 the gap, 24th in the overall classification for Basso, but now he's at the head of the race here and a chance to gain time because the sprinters have slipped away from the action today and want no part of this. Pataki is gone. There'll be a new leader in the block awaited when we get to the top of the road. It's a question of who it will be. Barlow World have got Felix Cardenas down there as well as Maurizio Soler. And there's the face of the Aqua Saponi rider. He really is a workhorse, isn't he, Garzelli? Because even on the sprinters stages, the last 2 days, he's been right in the same position, trying to work and see what would work out for him. Really aggressive bike rider.
He's looking for the opportunity. Mick Rogers there in about 7th or 8th position. He's the highest placed rider in this overall classification. However, unfortunately for Mick, I have to remind him that there is a little problem at the end of the stage because we're looking at time bonuses here, and that could completely and utterly change it depending on who gets the time bonuses in the sprint to the line at the top of this climb.
Inside 2 kilometres now to the end of the climb and the end of the day, the first big test for the riders in the Giro. A chance to see just who is here for the long-term prospect, and it's quite apparent there isn't anybody really we would have expected who's missed this split, that's for sure.
Leipheimer was up at the front end over on the right-hand side there, looking fairly comfortable, and he's got the support, as you said, Phil, of a lot of teammates there from Team Astana. I think they're going to be very dangerous in the last week of this bike race. There's Rogers and his boys. Rogers is 178. He's surrounded by teammates. Lovquist just in front of him.
This is Tola again coming up on the left. Nobody's looking at him. Now they are, and no reaction from Liquigas. In fact, it looked as though they were relying on Basso to pick that one up, but Maurizio Soler has made a big dig here. Now he's gone a bit of a way out. He's got about 1.5 kilometres to survive, but he's certainly taken his chance well. Well done to Maurizio Soler. Remember him on the road to Besançon, Paul?
Well, definitely. Briançon. He's got to take lots of risks here, and he knows that if he goes a long way out from the finish, the riders in the group behind will start to look at each other, not wanting to make the effort too early. They realise they've got to make an explosive effort if they want to win at the top of a climb like this. But for Maurizio Soler, the important thing is it's all or nothing. He doesn't care, I don't think, in this Giro d'Italia about riding high in the overall classification. What he wants to do is get individual glory, try and get individual mountain stages, and why not have a crack at the King of the Mountains too? For the moment, he's got about 5 seconds advantage, and he hasn't rattled the organisation of Liquigas.
No, he hasn't. In fact, Liquigas look totally unfazed by this attack. They've got just over 1 kilometre to bring him back if they can. I'm not sure, but they have a habit of gambling and just trying here, waiting. They're waiting for somebody else to come and take up the running because he stuck to his guns here. He's into that last kilometre. And Maurizio Soler, the Colombian rider, could be taking the flag for Barlow World here. Basically a South African setup, and they really need a boost right now.
They certainly do. That was a great move. He's caught them completely and utterly unawares, but that is a very big group behind Maurizio Soler. He's inside the final kilometre. He's looking for the little signs at the edge of the road that will say 500 metres to go, 400, 300. He's got to keep the pressure on. The gap is not very much. We're looking at 3 to 4 seconds. I couldn't quite see who was doing the tempo making at the front end of the main field, but it looks as it may well be Stefano Garzelli, and it is.
It's 2 Aqua Saponi riders have suddenly gone through. Garzelli deciding that this is a little bit too serious here. Liquigas have completely disappeared there for Basso, and I guess for Pelazzotti as well, but he's still away, and that is a well taken ride here by Maurizio Soler. Here's your right, Paul, coming up to 4.25 hours in the saddle as they come up to the top. There's still a chance here, but it is a slim one because he's now around that corner. Look at the back here as the riders start to crack up and all looking for help now, and nobody willing to make that final move. That's significant now. Lance Armstrong, has he sat up here and lost a couple of seconds? He might well have done. He's just into the red zone, Lance is, at the moment. And the rider we're going to see round the corner first will be Bowler World's favourite son, I think, because I know the people in South Africa who sponsor this team just love Maurizio, and they're going to be delighted. He's still got a real fighting chance as he starts to slip the gears up.
200 metres to go. He's round the final corner, but they're not very far behind him. It's Danilo De Luca who's accelerating to try and get onto his wheel.
Well, Danilo De Luca, the killer, has come up. Well, look at that. Poor old Maurizio Soler passed at 50 metres to go. Danilo De Luca has just won the 4th stage of the Giro. Significant perhaps when he went on to win the Giro a couple of years ago, he also started out by winning the 4th stage. 4.25 hours, he stopped the clock. Garzelli stuck to his guns, he's got second, and I think that was Pelazzotti rather than Basso who flew over the line in third.
It certainly was. Maurizio Soler just hanging on there to his 4th place. A great move by him, I have to say. This is Lance Armstrong coming in, and I'm not surprised, Phil, to see that Armstrong has had a little bit of a tailing off over the run-up towards the finish.
Well, there's the situation at the moment, and it looks as though De Luca's going to move himself right up the overall classification now. But we'll have to wait to see just who will pull on the Maglia Rosa, as the riders will face up to another tough day in the saddle on the 5th stage as they head up the climb of the Alpe de Sucy in the Alps here in Italy.
Yeah, these are one or two riders here who are just trying to pull themselves back to Soler. There you can see Soler going around the corner. At that point it looked very much as if he was going to get himself the victory, but look at this comeback by Danilo De Luca, bit between the teeth there, and all he was doing was aiming at the back wheel of Maurizio Soler, and at this point he's gone by and he's got himself the stage victory, just grappling by as well there, Garzelli. I have to say Danilo De Luca, Phil, is looking very, very invincible at the top of these mountain passes.
I have to say that's such a typical move by De Luca. When he really sees the finish line, he gets the bit between the teeth and he dives for it. And again, a prestigious win for him. He gets the stage, and as I say, he won the 4th stage when he won this race overall. So is that a little warning to the rest? Now we're waiting to see, because they're having to work on this one now, to see who is the next leader. One thing's for sure now, Cavendish and Pataki are out of the colours as the autobus comes in, which probably contains Pataki here, right on the front in that Ciclamino jersey as points leader, gently riding in. And look at the time gap, Paul. Those Maglia Rosas have gone for this tour for sure. Nearly 20 minutes there.
Not important for the sprinters though, because now we get into the big mountain passes. As far as they're concerned, these are just stages of survival, getting themselves to the finish and thinking about the flat days.
And look at this. Now that is a huge result for Team Columbia High Road, because Thomas Lövkvist has got his first ever race lead in the Giro, and he's another young man on the team, just 25 years of age. De Luca right up behind him there in 2nd place. So the next card has been played, and we have now our 3rd different leader of the Giro.
Well, this young man, he will also be the leader in the Best Young Riders classification, and he's going to be a difficult man to dislodge, I think, over the next couple of days. A bit sad for Mickey Rogers. He actually lost a couple of seconds on the run in towards the finish, and that lost him the Maglia Rosa.
All right, well, on we go, and the hills stay with us now. Hills, these are mountains now as we go on a long stage. Well, no, comparatively short stage, but a lasty long climb. The finish climb to the Alpe de Sucy is 25 kilometres, and it takes us up to 1,850 metres. So it is a very hard climb now. And De Luca, who showed he could sprint on the shallow climbs, see what he can do today.
Well, this is a different kind of climb, this Alpe de Sucy, and just to put it into perspective, it's exactly the same altitude as the Alpe d'Huez.
Just one climb along the way, but we're rubbing shoulders with the snow today. This is such a typical scene in the Giro d'Italia at some stage along the way. The Dolomites off to the left, the riders going into the Italian Alps here. And this is the 2nd classic climb here, the Passarola. 8.5 kilometres, the climb, just over 5 miles. Riders over the top. Now, as they charge down this, there's only one way home, and it's on to the Alpe de Sucy itself. Breakaway again of 7 riders getting clear early on today.
There's Lövkvist at the front.
Sorry, Paul.
He's riding very comfortably at the front. They're not overly concerned about this early breakaway. It is a nasty profile, the route today, though, because it really is a short stage, as you said, a very explosive stage, and then it's all uphill to the finish.
Yeah, well, breakaway containing nobody of note, in fact. The highest place was Visconti, who's 2 minutes and 49 back, and at one stage has been the leader on the road, but I think that's all being shut down now. The riders know this is showdown on the last climb, and that's where the time gaps will surely open. The other boys are the rabbits of the day. They just try to get there and survive.
Yeah, the main field pretty much all together now, just thinking about what's in store at the end of the day, and I think we'll see another major sorting out at the front end of the peloton. Pippo Pozzato, I don't think he's too concerned now about these kind of stages. He was hoping to get himself the Maglia Rosa in the early days, but now I think as far as he's concerned, he's got to have a little bit of a look, Phil, at the flatter stages and the possibility of a stage victory. 25 kilometres to go, and that's an indication that the majority of the rest of today's stage is uphill.
Yes, and that breakaway should get to the hill first. I'll give you a quick rundown of the names that start in the break. I'm not sure how many's left in it. Eros Capacci of Fuji, Francesco Gavazzi, the sprinter from Lampre, Daniela Pietripoli, LPR, Jose Serpa, man most likely to succeed there for Serramenti, Mauro Facci again, maybe he wants his King of the Mountains jersey back, Visconti and Thomas Voigtler are the riders who got away and heading towards that final climb.
They're actually starting the final climb here, Phil, and it looks very much to me as if these guys are hoping they're going to survive. But I think we'll have a bit of a showdown. This is Pietripoli from LPR. I don't think he'll do too much in this breakaway, because one of the reasons he's gone into this move is to be present in case they get caught later on by Danilo De Luca and the rest of his squad.
Yeah, I'd watch out for Serpa. He's on good form. Again, a win of the Tour de Langkawi at the start of the year, February. Got a chance, as he's now a very good climber. I think he'll try to make a move if he can. He had a little crash in the classics. As we start the climb here, as I say, it takes it up to 1,844 metres to be absolutely precise. And we're in the Alps, remember now, as we've rubbed shoulders with the Dolomites. And this is a tough couple of days, because it's followed by a visit to Austria tomorrow. And then we're going to have the riders facing a long stage tomorrow, nearly 250 kilometres.
A lot of excitement at the front end of the main field. Team Liquigas, I think, thinking about trying to sort it up. They realise that there's going to be a massive sort out on the final 25-kilometre ascension of this big mountain pass. And just looking at the front end of the main field, Phil, there's a lot of riders extremely nervous about this. They want to get to the Alpi at the front end of the pack, and I think today we're going to see a showdown by Team Liquigas, because this is a big armada.
Well, look at this now. Maybe Basso has also said he fancies his chances here. It's a test number 2, if you like, for the big men in this year's Giro after yesterday. De Luca came out tops then. Remember, he's only looking for less than 3/4 of a minute to steal the jersey away now from Lundqvist. Team Columbia having a good start, to say the least, of the Giro. The race lead with Cavendish, and now the race lead again with Lundqvist. And still no stage win to Poff, of course, from the team time trial.
Well, these guys just getting themselves into their own rhythm now. They know with 2.5 minutes advantage, that's not really a whole packet of time ahead of the main field, because the main field realises this is one of the strategic days of the Giro d'Italia, and there will be a big battle, I think, for supremacy. Lundqvist is the man currently in the overall leader's jersey. He's a very young rider on Team Columbia High Road. I do feel that the top man on that squad has got to be Mick Rogers. A little bit tailed off towards the run-in yesterday, but with that acceleration, it's not a surprise. He lost himself 5 or 6 seconds in the final 200 metres.
Well, they've left themselves a little bit of a chance here, I think. It's a very different climb, the Alps, of course, to the Dolomites. They're long, a little bit more shallow perhaps, and you could be watching a Tour de France stage, of course, in this section of the world. But it's interesting now, Paul, because this is Serpa here. This is the Fuji rider up at the front. This is Capacci, who's now setting the pace. Serpa's just behind him. They've got themselves a nice little rhythm. There were 7 of them at the start. I'm not sure if all 7 are still there.
Van Basso looking very concentrated. A big test for him here this afternoon. Is he going to be the leader of Team Liquigas, or is it going to be Pelazzotti? Pelazzotti, I think, is the man who's got the form. That's the leading group of riders, holding on to around about still a 2.5 minute advantage. Looks like somebody's having a bit of a hard time at the back of that group, though, Phil. Yeah. Pulling back. We're going to get a chance here to see just what the spread of the race is here this afternoon.
Well, there were 7 there, but one has just unhitched as the hill begins to bite a little bit. Still quite a long way down the slopes before we pick up the peloton. They're saying it's 2:25. It's a nice little lead. I can't believe, just like yesterday, though, it's going to survive. They're going to come right back up onto them here. The man being dropped is Gavazzi. I would think that's to be expected. He's more of a sprinter.
He certainly is. He's a man who's got a very good turn of speed when it comes to the flat stages, but he will be having the sprinter's allergy to the mountains here this afternoon. And just looking at that group disappearing up the road in front of him, all he can think about now, Phil, is a question of survival and staying off the front end of the main field for as long as possible. Because this is, I tell you, this is a beast of a climb at 25 kilometres of ascension.
Yeah, a lot of work being done here. This is Capacci on the front for the Fuji team. Good tempo riding. Number 91 there's Visconti. He's been very active. It's hard to think, we're only on day 5 of the Giro, and by the end of this day we will only covered 670 kilometres, so this race has hardly begun. And we're seeing a lot of evidence that Basso is trying to establish a situation in this race. De Luca also. Haven't seen quite so much of Astana, but they haven't missed a trick either, so Leipheimer is still very much in with a chance. As is this stage, so too is Lance Armstrong, let's face it.
I have to say that I think a lot of riders, the men thinking about winning this bike race after 3 weeks, Phil, they've got to understand that the important thing is that the final week of racing, yes, you can lose the Giro d'Italia in the first week of the race, but it's in the final week of the race that you come up with a victory, and that's what you have to bear in mind. You can't use all of your ammunition in the first 10 days.
Now remember that De Luca is going to follow Lovekist everywhere here today, because an Italian loves to lead the Giro. The gap is a mere 2 seconds. If they don't score bonuses, that's real time, of course. That would make a big difference. So they're going to watch each other. There's De Luca wearing the King of the Mountains jersey. It's a lead which in fact is his. He got the lead yesterday. So he's the just leader of the King of the Mountains, not borrowed. Lovequist has also got the white jersey as top young rider, but he's not wearing it, of course. He's in the Maglia Rosa. And the points still being headed up by Pataki.
Armstrong down there as well, number 21 for Team Astana. Second mountain top finish in the last 3.5 years, and I think he's riding himself into form in the Giro d'Italia, although the number one man on the squad is obviously got to be Levi Leipheimer. Mark Cavendish, a former leader of the race. I don't like stages like this, although the Isle of Man, where he comes from, he's used to going uphill because there's not an awful lot of flat on the Isle of Man. You look at his place in the overall standings, 114th. But that's not important for a sprinter. What's important for a sprinter is trying to get victory on the individual flat stages. Time for them is not important.
He lost 19 minutes of that yesterday, and he'll probably lose a little more today. But nonetheless, he's developing. He's thinking long term. He wants to finish a major tour and not give up partly way through. I can't see him going to the finish in this one, but we'll see. But basically, I think he's got his eye on the Tour de France this year and making it to Paris. There's De Luca, haunting everybody.
Looking over his shoulder to see where is Thomas Lovequist and thinking, that is my jersey, that's the jersey I want, and he's only 2 seconds away from it. And I think that will be in the back of his mind this afternoon. He doesn't have to do, as the French would say, a grande numero here this afternoon. All he has to think about are the time bonuses at the top of this stage, and to get the time bonuses he has to sprint for the top 3 places, and to do that he and his team need to pull back this breakaway.
Well, there's still Eros Kopecky on the front for the Fuji boys. They seem to be leaving him. He's a tall man. He reminds me of Eros Poli, actually, long since retired. Once went over the top of Mont Ventoux, and he's no climber. But just looking at this little group now, they're still just lacking Gavazzi, who has dropped out of the caravan now. They brought the cars forward, so he's heading back to this group. There's the little man who dashes around the mountain looking for his chance, thinking all the time. 2 seconds separates him from that pink jersey of Thomas Lovequist. Columbia have got a good few riders up here to look after their young charge as well, including, of course, Michael Rogers.
Yes, Mick Rogers, I think, is looking to ride himself back to the top end of the sport. He's had a very hard time over the last couple of years. He had to retire from the Tour de France after breaking his collarbone, and after that suffered mononucleosis or glandular fever, which really put pay to staying consistently in form. But I think now this year, Phil, he can finally put all of that behind him.
Same old suspects setting the pace here, and always Basso never far from the front, but never actually on it. Just using his team. Pelazzotti is also there. Could be a little bit of a dispute in that team. Pelazzotti himself is saying he's got good form, and therefore may not take the leadership passing too much to Basso. It's a story which might unfold in the next couple of weeks when the route really does take a turn for the worst if you're not a climber.
I think for a man like Ivan Basso coming back from a 2-year suspension, it's also a little bit of the unknown for him, Phil, because he's got to figure out how his body's going to react. It's fine riding a one-day race or even a a stage race of 5 or 6 days, but your body reacts completely differently to the big Grand Tours. Alessandro Patacchi over on the right-hand side. I don't think he's too worried about the sprint at the end of today's stage.
No, I don't think he is. He just wants to get through these stages. They're not of any interest to him whatsoever. It's a chance for the climbers to pick a few points for that jersey as well at the top of the climb. This is the second mountain top finish in 2 days, but this is by far the harder of the two. Taking us for the last 25 kilometres uphill. Steady at first, as you can see. They're just tempo riding, waiting to see if there's anybody going to fail in that breakaway up front before they put the hammer down. Cancellara, I don't think he's enjoying this race. He's not showing any signs of finding his form yet. And just slipping away again on the top of this climb.
Well, for Cancellara, as you said, Phil, he's trying to find some form. This looks like Jose Serpa, and as you said, he's a man who's got great form, and he's a very good climber. The lead of the race back to the main field is at 2 minutes and 18 seconds, and stuck in no man's land is Gavazzi, and he's rapidly going back to the main pack.
Just to remind you the names again: Capecchi of Fuji, Gavazzi is gone, Pietropoli of LPR, Serpa Seramenti, Falchi, Quickstep, Visconti ISD, and Thomas Voigtler, the little imp himself from B-Box Bouygues Telecom.
Well, he's trying to get a name for himself in the Giro d'Italia. The man who made his name in the Tour de France, Thomas Voigtler, who got himself off the front end of the main field one day and then led the race for 10 successive days until the yellow jersey was ripped off his shoulders by a certain Lance Armstrong. But it really did endear him to the French crowd that season.
There's Thomas at the back. Familiar riding style, always with his zip fully undone on his jersey. And wouldn't surprise me in the least if he doesn't try a little attack shortly. There's the list of names for you of the 6 survivors at the front. It's been a long breakaway this as well. The only climb of the day was taken out before the break went. It was just about to go on the first climb. Carlos Jose Ochoa got the climb for Sedimenti. Voigtler went over in second, Capecchi in third, and then the break went. And the winner of the climb decided not to go with it.
Serpa looking very concentrated there. Voigtler just happy, I think, to be sitting on the back of this group, realising that there is going to be a showdown later up the mountain, because I think we'll see once again a big battle for dominance and Maglia Rosa. 52 seconds back to Gavazzi. He's not really a factor in this race anymore this afternoon. I think the factor today, Phil, is going to be Team Liquigas, because they seem to be the team who are very happy to assume the control at the front end of the main field and to dominate.
That's a good point. Basso, with a point to prove, of course, served his suspension for blood doping. Remember when he won his Giro d'Italia, he was a street ahead of everybody else, but it wasn't. There was no accusations at that time, so he kept his victory in that event. But Patacchi now just hanging on to anybody that comes up to him, I think, and just uses their back wheels to try and drag him up towards the summit.
Very difficult for Patacchi, because a lot of the other riders on the squad now will have to be dedicated to Danilo De Luca, and that puts the onus on Alessandro Patacchi as having to survive for himself, and that's exactly what he's doing. But that's what the sprinters do. They get themselves together in the big mountain passes, work as a solid group in the gruppetto, just to make sure that they stay within the elimination times. The elimination times on the flat stages can be as low as just 5% of the winners at finishing time. But on these big mountain stages, it creeps up to between 12 and 15%.
Well, the one rider that I've only just realised, Paul, we've hardly seen anything of, apart from his signing in one morning, is Damiano Cunego. The Lamprey boy, he hasn't lost any time yet as we go under 20k to go, but he's not clearly going that well, because he's not featuring in any of the attacking moves here at all. Former winner of the race in 2005 or 6, I can't remember now.
It was a number of years ago, and in fact the difficult thing
2004.
that he had was he in fact also had a glandular fever, which took his form away for a number of seasons, and he fought his way back up to the top end of the sport. I think, like a lot of riders, they're not going to be aggressive over the first few days of a race like this, because they realise this is a race that's really stacked up at the end. The final week of racing is absolutely atrocious if you're a non-climber, with a lot of big mountain passes and, of course, a very testing individual time trial running to the finish line in Rome.
Well, Team Milram also cracking big time here, and you saw the average speed there, which I think is very commendable today. Considering the terrain over the last 25 kilometres, 43 kilometres now, about 27 miles an hour. A very nice castle here, Chateau Castilla, looking down on the Alps itself as we head up towards the summit now.
A lot of these castles were built in the old days really to keep a very close eye on the valleys that lead into this part of Italy from the other countries surrounding it. They were there to dominate and control the passage of people in and out of the country.
Now, one car's gone by. I don't think this is the first sign of the kill, or is it? Well, it's down to 113, and that is on Gavazzi. So he hasn't been picked up by the field yet, so these boys are still holding tempo. Inside 20k to go, probably around 19 at the moment. It's a long way, and I can't see them holding off what is a leader around 2 minutes.
Well, the main field I don't think have completely started to race in earnest. Yes, they've got a tempo set at the front end of the main field, and they'll just slowly but surely eat into that advantage. Lamprey team car has pulled off to one side there. They've gone inside of 2 minutes, so it is starting to go to the advantage of the front end of the main field. I wonder whether Ivan Bass has got the form that he had of a number of years ago, or if he's just trying to ride himself into some condition here as well. It is so very difficult, as I said earlier, Phil. Carlos Sastre. Now, he's a man also who we haven't actually talked about since the start of the Giro d'Italia.
Right.
And he has said that he hasn't come here to play. He actually is looking to try and get himself a victory.
But that guy is such a team technician. He knows exactly where to place himself all of the time. He's not. You don't see him as a final winner, yet he won the Tour de France. But at podium places, they come at him like confetti because he reads a bike race and he doesn't make many mistakes over a 3-week tour. And so, safe bet, you follow him, you're going to do something, that's for sure. But right now, just looking down there, we've mentioned 1 or 2 names we haven't seen at all in this opening few days. Incidentally, we've only lost 3 riders since the start, and sadly, one of those is Christian van der Velde from that crash. He's watching this from his hospital bed right now.
He certainly is. Carlos Sastre got his team up all around him to look after him. The team really is only here for one reason, Phil, I would have to say, and that would have to be just for Carlos Sastre. Well, Thomas Voeckler is not enjoying the climb here this afternoon either.
No, in fact, when we saw his face a little bit earlier, I thought, well, perhaps he isn't planning an attack because he doesn't look too good. But he's trying to sprint back onto the back of the group here. Maybe he's just been back to his car and rejoined the pictures. I don't know, but he's come back pretty easily there, Paul.
He's got himself back up, but he's a very strange climber as well, and that's how he survived when he had the yellow jersey in the Tour de France. He would get dropped on a number of occasions from the main field, then he would accelerate and sprint back into contact with the peloton, and then slow up again. But his weak point, I have to say, is his climbing. Team Liquigas still very happy to do all of the pacemaking at the front, and that's for 2 reasons. One is for Franco Pellizotti. Well, I think the answer is there, Phil. Looking at that face, that's not the face of a man who's having an easy time for Thomas Voeckler. Short stage, just 2.5 hours in the saddle so far, and we're inside of 20 kilometres to go.
Well, as you say, it's only 125 kilometre stage, so it's quite a late start for the riders. They almost got lunch in before they rocked away. But Voeckler there, it's hard to believe that come this July, it'll be 5 years since his great escapade in the Tour de France of 2004, where he fought all the way to the line before he finally conceded the yellow jersey to Lance Armstrong.
Armstrong was very complimentary about the performance of that young man from France, and ever since then he's been able to put that behind him and fight his way back to have a number of good professional victories. Still Liquigas in complete control. In 5th position there, though, is Danilo De Killer. De Luca, he's thinking about that Maglia Rosa at the end of the day, Phil. I'm absolutely certain. He knows that if he can get himself a top 3 finish on the stage, he'll get the pink jersey.
Well, still, it's the in-fight here. Oh dear, Garcia de Pena, who was the actual day 1 leader in the King of the Mountains, well, day 2 in effect, has now retired. So he's dropped away after winning that first climb on day 2. And now he's out of the Tour rather quickly. So I don't know what's happened there, but I would suspect he's not well. Just looking though at the way these riders are climbing, all the men in the overall are all together here, and the split, don't forget, by a blanket. 2 seconds to De Luca, handful of seconds to the rest of the field. There could well be a change here if it was just a sprint finish to the top. Those few seconds could be reversed. All the bonuses will be gone if they don't bring back the leaders, but I'm not so sure. There's some good riding being done by what is a very strong Liquigas team this year.
Well, just at the back of the group, I'm not sure what's going on here, but I could just notice David Lopez going backwards. This is Kirienka. That was a mechanical problem, I think. Very often happens on a climb like this. What you see happen is a rider starts chasing his gears and the gears get jammed. So a bit of problem at the back there for Case Depart. Look at the face of Thomas Voeckler. He's not really, Phil, having a nice day out.
No, No, he's in trouble here, and he's seeing double right now, I would suspect. And he's got a long way still to go up the climb. 19 kilometres an hour for the chasing pack, so they're clearly coming at a lot quicker than the leaders, who are managing 18.
That's Gavazzi there, just getting caught by the front end of the main field. And you see a great team player there. The first thing he thought about as he came to the front end of the main field was if he had an extra drink, he was going to pass it on to one of his team leaders, and that could very well have been Damiano Cunego.
Now, I'm not sure whether he's dropping back to his team car there. He's dropping off the breakaway and deciding he's just going to pedal up here and save his energy. Well, no, there he comes back again. Yeah, as he pedals back onto the group. I don't think there's any particular passengers here, but on the other hand, as they look straight ahead, that's where they're headed to today, and it's still a long way to go.
Having a hard time getting used to Giovanni Visconti in that new jersey of that new team of his, ISD. And so used to seeing him formerly ride in the Quick-Step jersey. It almost resembles the Rock Racing jersey, this one of ISD.
It does, colourful. Yeah. And in fairness, Visconti has been the leader of this race on the road today. That would have been something to celebrate. He's led before, of course, in the past, but on this occasion it would have been nice in the Centennial Tour. It's 100 years since the first edition. It's not the 100th Giro, it's the 92nd Giro d'Italia. We've had the 100th Milan-San Remo this year, though. The forerunner of these great Italian races, both organised by the same organisation. And Liquigas continuing to set tempo, clearly riding to orders here as they keep the pressure on at the front. And they've got two leaders at the moment until somebody stands out, Pelazzotti and Ivan Basso. This is the race at the back.
Andrei Grivko is the rider at the back, again a rider from ISD. Just to put it into perspective, this final climb of the day, the length of time that the riders will be going uphill is around about 1 hour and 10 minutes. Ouch.
Yeah, it's a good point. You mustn't think of it like that, Paul. You'll get upset. Just a little drink required here.
Gabriele Bossiso, one of the sprinters on Team LPR, but he today is working for the team leader, Danilo De Luca, and that's why he's gone back to the team car to pick up the final bottles before the real assault of the climb. It really does look a little bit like Switzerland here as we start to get up into the high Alps.
Well, that might make Beukler feel a little bit better, because it was in 2004 when he held the yellow jersey in the Tour de France for 10 days. He battled through the Alps as well before Lance finally swatted him and brushed him away and took over the race lead. There's the little official logo of the Giro this year, done very nicely in the field as the peloton goes by. Still a very big peloton, that, when you see it from the helicopter, which means that the pace hasn't quite gone on, or the hill hasn't quite got steep enough to crack them just yet. Good steady tempo riding being done by the boys from Liquigas. It'd be nice if we got a time check right now.
Well, we're waiting for a time check. This is the lead of the race. It has come inside of the 2 minutes. I think next time we get a time check, we'll be looking at around about 1 minute and 30 seconds. Onto the flatter part of this climb, the easier gradient of the climb, and all of a sudden you can see Thomas Voeckler has recovered and decided to come back to the front end of the main field to help everybody else. Jose Serpa on the far side. In fact, that's not Serpa, that's one of the teammates. In fact, that is Carlos Ochoa. You see that Serramenti have managed to put 2 riders into this leading group, and I think going to be a dangerous team when we come up to the big mountain passes. Ochoa is the front place rider, and Serpa just a little bit further back.
Well, in fairness, the Serramenti team, or the to give it its full name, the Di Giovanni Serramenti team, has become much more integrated as an all-round squad in all of the events this year. They've put on board David Rebellin and got Scarponi. They've rescued him out of the doldrums of the doping candidates of the years gone by, and he's on the team as well. He rode very strongly in the Milan-San Remo. There's a little chat going on here between Liquigas now, just asking any progress being made on these leaders, because Liquigas clearly riding to a plan, and it can only be to launch Pelazzotti and or Basso towards the finish and see if they can steal the day, and maybe a Maglia Rosa. 91 in the breakaway is Visconti from the ISD team. They're also quite like the Team Columbia High Road teams. It's just slightly stronger colouring.
A little bit confusing there is Franco Pelazzotti, for many years regarded as the future of Italian cycling. He's still yet to confirm that, although he has finished in the top 10 in the Giro d'Italia. I was actually hoping before, Phil, that when you mentioned the team at Serramenti, you were going to give them their full title.
No.
It's Serramenti, PVC, Di Giovanni, Androni Giacottoli. Now try saying that in full sprint.
Well, if we said that, the tour would be over. We've got no chance, have we? But Visconti, you may remember, he's up in the breakaway again. He's been the leader on the road. He had a magical tour last year when he did lead in his pink jersey. He got 8 pink jerseys in all before he fell away from the action. And so probably because he's tasted it once, he thought he might be able to do it again. Today was a good day to go on the attack. He got the time, but at 15 kilometres to go, he's now out of the pink jersey again, and the battle returns to the peloton, split by seconds at the head of the field.
Again, a lot of riders here for Team Astana. The man with the black helmet and black overshoes, Lance Armstrong, wears number 21. Given the mantle of leader of the team numerically, but I do believe the leader of that team is going to be Levi Leipheimer a little bit later on. Leipheimer has already had great success out of the 2009 season, and I think is ideally prepared for the Giro d'Italia this year, and of course for the Tour de France.
I see 2 Rabobank riders down there, Paul, and that'll be Maurizio Ardila, who won the Tour of Britain a few years ago, and I have to say not done anything since. And also Denis Menchov, the Russian rider on Rabobank, another man we haven't mentioned, but so far he hasn't missed a move either. 59 seconds, so they're actually coming up quite quickly. There's Pelazzotti at the back of the line, indicating a protected rider, not doing any of the pacemaking. So he's one that might make a move towards the finish.
There's Gilberto Simoni just eating, drinking over to the right-hand side as well. He's a man who will be dangerous at the top of a climb like this. And he's actually had rather an interesting participation in different sides of the sport. He rode a lot of cyclocross during the winter season, but he's also this year participated in some mountain biking events as well. I think coming towards the end of his career, Phil, he still is very much enjoying his bike riding.
Well, as I said earlier, he's had 7 podium finishes in the top 3 in the Giro d'Italia. The only man ahead of him is Felice Gimondi, who's had 9. Time's running out for poor old Gilberto, but maybe. He's not the great time trialist, but he is an absolutely magical climber. He's small, he's light, and he can dash up these mountains like a scalded cat. But we'll see. He hasn't actually done that much yet. But you never know at this stage whether it's unfitness or age catching up, do you?
Or whether he just is biding his time to see how people are going to react to the last week of the race. Just looking over to the left-hand side, that's the front end of the race, and that's on the right-hand side, the race route here this afternoon. It's a zigzag little winding road of 25 kilometres to get up to the Alpe di Susi.
Fast tempo climbing at the moment, none of the lung-bursting nose to the front wheel climbs. They're still lying ahead on this course, and the last 10 days they'll have their first share of those. But right now it's keeping the revs high. There's a chance to look down the valley there from his rather nice De Rosa bicycle, and he probably won't see anything, but he might if they're tucked in under the ridges there.
Pietro Pioli, and he's keeping the tempo nice and high, but he will keep in the back of his mind, Phil, the thought that he is a member of Team LPR, and what he's going to have to do a little later on the climb is turn around from being an attacking rider in the breakaway to a defensive rider for Danilo De Luca. As we pull back like that, we're now inside of the 1 minute distance between the front end of the main field and the peloton. And that peloton is now slowly starting to reduce in numbers under the pressure of Team Liquigas. And this is what makes you realise it's very, very tough being a Team Domestique when you have to bang your head against the wall like this for kilometre after kilometre for your leader.
And the other Team Domestiques who are in the pack and they're under pressure, they simply drop off because they know they're safe for the day. They know they'll be called upon later on by the leaders. So why waste the energy to hold a position that they know at the end of the day isn't going to mean a lot to the team? I know that amateur cyclists will say, when they ride a big tour like this, they count the position they finish. But for the professional, it really doesn't matter. They're in the race to do a job for their team leaders. And if this isn't the day to help out, there's no point in suffering by holding wheels. So drop off, ride home, live to fight another day.
I just noticed there, right in the middle of the pack, over to the left-hand side of the long line, you can see the black helmet of Lance Armstrong, just moved to the front there by his mate, Chechu Rubiera. A rider who, at the end of last season, had actually decided to retire from the sport. Then all of a sudden he heard that Lance was going to make a comeback, so he said, all right then, well, I think I'll do one more year. And he seems to be very much enjoying his season.
Well, I think a lot of people have been revitalised by the return of Armstrong because he got quite a welcome at the start in Venice. All the riders willing to shake his hand and say welcome back to the peloton. Just when we thought we'd seen the last of you, here you are again. Of course, they've never seen him in the Giro peloton before. Just over 13 kilometres to go. Visibly now that peloton has accelerated here, and you're right, it's going down in numbers. We're getting down into time trial mode here as Liggett have clearly put their cards on the table. Face up, we're out to win the day.
They know how important this mountaintop finish is. It is a very long mountaintop finish up to the summit of Alpo de Hussey. 25 kilometres, but up to 1,850 metres in altitude. There's Thomas Lovquist. He is the leader of the Maglia Rosa competition, but also the best young rider from Team Columbia High Road. Ochoa on the front now in this leading group of riders, starting to pacemake his teammate there, Jose Serpa. Thomas Vogler, despite being in difficulty on a number of occasions, Phil, is still there and still present in this leading breakaway.
That's right, you mentioned Ochoa, Paul. I didn't think he'd made the split actually, because he wasn't in my original list, but there he is. So obviously he did make the split over the top of that first climb and jump in with the group.
Mr. Armstrong has changed helmets there over on the right hand side. In fact, he's come to the front to act as a team domestique, because you may well just have noticed locked behind him was Levi Leipheimer. This is a good stage for Levi Leipheimer to try and move up high in the overall classification as well, because he's still up in the top 10. Well, that's what happens when your job has been done for the day, Phil. You just lights out, no sound, and you have to get to the finish still.
I know, my heart's in my mouth when you see them coming towards Alpe d'Huez, the domestiques, working flat out to launch people like Armstrong at the mountain itself. They are riding at 100% effort, and they've still got to get up that mountain to finish within the time. And I never fail to be mesmerised by that. There's Simoni, still looking quite cool. He's only lost just over a minute at the moment. Remember, the gap officially is 2 seconds between first and second. Even Armstrong, with a good sprint up here today, could be the next man in the Maglia Rosa, and that would be something to write home.
It certainly would. That was Silvestro Smid, by the way, of Team Liquigas, who'd done his job for the day. And Thomas Vogler, you see, he's not very good when it comes to the steeper gradients of the climb. He's just dropped to the back of this group, but as soon as the gradient starts to ease off, he comes to the front and does his share of the pacemaking, just to maybe hold on that little bit longer. But I think at around about 45 seconds now, Phil, the writing is pretty much on the wall. These guys are eventually going to be back in the main field.
A little bit of a feed at the mountain. I'm not sure that's allowed, is it,
It's
at
a
this
bit
stage
tricky.
of the race? But might be a penalty for that, taking on drinks so near the end of the stage on the climb. But nonetheless, you mentioned Sylvester Schmidt there, Paul. He's never won a race, but he calls himself a super domestique, and I think he's always found his way around the big teams, the Polish man. He's been around about 5 or 6 years. Never won a race, but it's never been his job to win a race.
Well, many riders have paid an awful lot of money to be team helpers, team domestiques, and not have any of their own ambition, but just to ride on the front end of the main field. Take, for example, one of the team managers of Team Astana, Sean Yates. He really was a man that could ride on the front end of a main field for 40 or 50 or 60 kilometres at 50 kilometres an hour, and he was worth 2 or 3 teammates. That's why he made an awful lot of money out of the sport of professional cycling. The only time he really felt that he needed to have his own ambition was one day a year, and that was for Paris-Roubaix, a race which he absolutely loved.
Yeah, well, a tough race for a tough man, and certainly tough roads, there's no question about that. Still an empty road there, but I don't think it's as empty as we think. I think they could be in that gap already. As we're looking here at the ISD rider Visconti, he was with Quick Step, as Paul said.
I think that little wave of the hand there, Phil, is
He's
an
going.
indication
Oh, well.
that's why, because they knew Thomas Vogler knew the writing was on the wall a lot quicker than anybody else, and he quickly scarpered back to the main field. And so for this early morning breakaway, the glory is now completely and utterly over. Now, Phil, what happens is the race will start to try and figure out how we're going to get the stage victory, and the winner of the stage, as you said earlier, could very, very easily be the new leader of this bike race. So close are the top 6 or 7 riders in the overall standings.
Well, it's more the early afternoon breakaway today. I think we got lunch before the start, but even so, they're all together, and now the way is clear for the attacks. They brought them back quite early on the climb, really. And now, oh, well, here we go. This is Barlow World having a go straight away, and I think that was to be expected now, as it's a free-for-all, and they're all trying to hit out at Liquigas.
Well, everybody's seen the work that's been done by Liquigas, and this is a very annoying thing when you've been sitting on the front end of the main field. The attack happened from about 10th or 12th position.
It might be Schuler who's gone again here, the rider who's away a couple of days early. It's not Mauricio Soler, that's for sure.
He's a man who knows exactly how to ride well in the climbs, and he's going to rattle the cage of Team Liquigas. In fact, it's Jean-Paul Schuler, as you said. They may well not be too concerned about him because he's outside the top 100 in the overall classification, Phil, almost a quarter of an hour behind.
Well, at this moment in the Giro, Barlow want wins of stages. Robbie Hunter hasn't done at all well in the sprints so far, and he won't be doing well today. This is not his style. Though, in fairness, Robbie can be a very strong rider in the mountains, evidence when he rode alongside Floyd Landis back in the year Floyd won the race and then was disqualified in the Tour de France. Dries Devrens, he's having a very good season. He's been in front of our cameras a lot this year, deciding maybe chance. Now that could be a good leg up there for Schuler if he gets up there.
That's the important thing, but you see they haven't even disorganised Team Liquigas at the front. They've got their own tactics and they just let all these guys ride off the front. It's almost like swatting flies or swatting mosquitoes. It's annoying to see these small little attacks come off the front end of the main field, but as a squad that's on a mission, you've got to remain concentrated on the job at hand, and I think that's what Liquigas will continue to do for the next 3 or 4 kilometres. Another rider from Liquigas there, you see, job done, slipping backwards out of the main field. When your job is done for the day, all you've got to still, Phil, try and drag your body up to the top of the mountain.
And it gets very, very steep. There is talk in the peloton today, Paul, that De Luca has fitted a 39.27 bottom gear. So this must be quite some finish.
It certainly is. De Luca, like a lot of the other riders, has been out to see this. This is what the climb is like here this afternoon. It's almost 25 kilometres in length. There's 1,500 metres of climbing. The average grade is 6%. The steepest part, though, is 11.
Yeah, which doesn't really demand the gear like De Luca is reported to have fitted for 39.27. But if you can pedal those gears a la Lance Armstrong, then you're saving energy as well. You might get a chance later when he comes up the top.
Schuler, the man who started that little move off the front, wasn't able to stay with the Belgian rider there. In fact, he's been dispatched and he's slipping back to the front end of the main field.
Well, there aren't many great Belgian climbers, not since the days of Lucien Van Imp, who set the record of King of the Mountains in the Tour de France. But here we have now Devrens just trying to pedal away, keep a nice tempo. The peloton themselves are now under extreme pressure.
This is a group going off the back end of the main field, and this is what's waiting for them at the top of the climb. The Tifosi, the Italian fans, have turned out in their numbers here because they're looking to see whether or not they're going to see an Italian take over the mantle of leadership at the top end of the main field. Nice to see there Chris Horner up at the front on the left-hand side. And I have to say this is an extremely strong and solid Astana squad, and I have a feeling this year that Levi Leipheimer has got the makings of winning this bike race overall.
Well, he's riding, if I may say so, a typical Leipheimer race at the moment. Not missing a move, not being seen, just watching everybody else. It's still a long way to go. Winner of the Tour of California, of course, and riding extremely well in Europe too. And who knows, this might be his target of the year as Astana go to the Tour de France with Alberto Contador. Of course, Lance Armstrong and probably Leipheimer. Goodness knows who's going to be the leader of that team. And I bet they'll start the Tour de France, Paul, saying it's open house. We'll let the road decide who the leader is.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how they discuss it in public, but I think what I'd prefer to hear is what they're saying in the locked-up rooms before the team meetings at the end of every day. Although Armstrong, he will find out, I think, Phil, in the last week of this bike race, whether or not he's going to be a serious contender for the Tour de France later in the year. Just 23 kilometres an hour. It gives you an idea of just how steep this climb is. And still, it's Liquigas on the front, but they're starting to pop off one by one. Just now down to 3 men, and De Luca looking very nervous, looking over his shoulders, waiting for the moment when he can launch what he likes to be known as his killer attacks.
There's the Astana boys packing the ranks as a team. The man in black on the far side, Armstrong, still looking extremely good. Just when he feels the tempo dropping, he gets out of the saddle, accelerates a little bit, doesn't look to be under pressure. He eased off on the climb yesterday when he was right there, cost him a few seconds. I don't think he's worrying too much about that at this stage. But Lance just doesn't know how his body is going to react as we go in towards the second week of this year's Giro.
Moving up into second place, it's Ivan Basso. He knows that very shortly. I think today, Phil, Ivan Basso is going to have to sacrifice himself for Pellizotti. That was Horner just off the far side. There's the leader. There's Leipheimer. They're all moving to the front. I'm looking to see where Lance Armstrong is. Aqua Sapone will be thinking about their man Stefano Garzelli.
Yeah.
He could create the big surprise and take the victory away from everybody here this afternoon. That's Horner on the far side with his jersey open. He really, I think, was a great loss to Silence Lotto, losing Chris Horner, because he was a real ally for Cadel Evans' quest to try and win the Tour de France.
And just taking a drink down there, I was just wondering where he was, is Damiano Cunego. So he's in the pack, observing as well, but not exactly projecting himself at all at the moment. This is still a big field. Menchoff, the little rider on Rabobank, just passed through our picture there. That's the small rider, Maurizio Ardila. Astana got at least 4 riders, possibly 5 riders in this final move.
Well, there were 4 there, and sitting up at the front is Chris Horner, so that makes 5 quite comfortably. Horner, he's a strong character. He's been around for an awful long time. Tasted European racing very early on when he came across to ride for the Française des Jeux. Couldn't hack the European lifestyle, so went back to the United States and became an incredibly dominant feature in the US racing circuit. Then all of a sudden, towards the latter part of his career, he decided to come back to Europe, and he's absolutely and utterly flourished.
Horner is a marvellous character and one that's well respected. There was rumours at some stage he wasn't getting on with Lance Armstrong, yet here he is back on the same team as Lance, and seemingly one of the strong. He's very much a super domestique, because he's a top 10 finisher if he gets his own way, as he's proven with his rides in the Tour de France. 15th in the Tour in 2007. Sadly broke his, I think it was his arm or his collarbone in the Elk Grove race in August last year, and so he's always seemed to be fighting back from some problems. But I really think that the Silence Lotto team made something of a mistake, allowing him to pass from them back to Astana this year.
And there's Brakovic, a rider who I think is a man who could be a great 3-week Tour contender in a couple of years' time, never far away from Lance Armstrong. He wears number 22. Just to finish off on the relationship between Lance Armstrong and Chris Horner, Phil, if you are an adept of Twitter.com, you can go there and see all the funny remarks that Lance has got to make about his redneck man, Chris Horner.
Well, he'll rely on him today, because Horner's keeping an eye on life at the front, and he's got all of his team leaders just behind him in the pack. Quite a few guys being forced to dance on those old pedals now, aren't there, because the hill keeps kicking a little bit, then it shallows out. But there's no change of the pacemakers at the front, and De Luca is sitting in the slipstream watching and waiting. Haven't seen a lot of Lovequist, but he's there.
I also noticed the rider in the black jersey of Cervelo Test Team, Carlos Sastre, just sitting in the pack, waiting to make his move. If you cast your mind back almost 12 months to the Tour de France, we hardly ever saw Carlos Sastre go to the front end of the Tour de France until, of course, we hit a certain climb called the Alpe d'Huez, and then he dynamited the race and wrenched the overall lead away from Cadel Evans, and it was pretty much game over all the way to the finish. And I wonder if that's the tactic that he's going to adopt here in the Giro d'Italia, if he's actually gone into his race book and put a cross on one of the big tough stages.
No, I'm sure he's such a nice guy. He's not aggressive in his speech, he's not aggressive in his nature, and frankly he's not really aggressive in his stage racing either, but he doesn't miss moves and he makes his play when he thinks he can make it count. Alpe d'Huez it was on the Tour de France, he made it count, he won the Tour. So he's watching to see how the Giro unfolds. It's a long way to go, and he knows there are big testing moments ahead. And in fairness, he's not really shown any great form, just steady and consistent. He had a good Liège-Bastogne-Liège, but he didn't do anything in the result, but he watched and he finished with the leaders.
Very impressive to note there that still in contact with this group was the rider from Garmin Slipstream, and that was Bradley Wiggins. And Wiggins, much better renowned as an individual time trialist or a track rider on the Pursuit, but he's still in contact here. Mr. Lance Armstrong, still 6th overall in the classification.
He's dropped to the back of the group here. He's got Chechu alongside him, Ribiera. He looks to me, Paul, as though he might be feeling a little bit of pressure here, Lance.
He's got a lot of testing to do on his body, Phil. It's a long time to have away from this top end of the sport, and the one thing that Lance probably missed because of that accident he had where he broke his collarbone was the top end training, the kind of top end that you can only really get from top competition, where you have to push the engine up to its maximum number of revolutions, and revolutions in professional cycling is heartbeats per minute. And Lance Armstrong at the top of his career could get his heartbeat up to over 200 beats a minute in an individual time trial.
Well, just at the moment, I think Lance has found himself in a spot of bother here. He's got his teammates around him. He's got 2 more up front, so that makes 6 Astanas and a little bit of a gap forming here. This is not a good sign. Leipheimer will need to make sure he doesn't slip away with that group. This is a Garzelli again, never far from the front, trying a tentative. Maybe somebody's told them that in the little earpieces that Armstrong is in trouble.
I'm not sure that's a tentative, actually. I think that's a tentative in reverse gear by Stefano Garzelli, because he looked to me, Phil, as if he was going backwards there, and that's all because of this pacemaking by initially all of Team Liquigas, but it's now down to one man who's doing the pacemaking, and that's Ivan Basso. There is Ivan Leipheimer in about 6th position, looking very comfortably at the front end of the main field, and alongside him he's got his teammate to look after him, and that's Chris Horner.
Yep. You're right, in fact he is in trouble there, Garzelli, so the pressure's gone on. Lance here, determined. Look, this is the man who won the Tour de France 7 times, apparently with such ease from watching television pictures, but that's a very different face. This is a man who's coming back now, and he's going to take a little while to settle in.
That's David Navarro, the smaller rider, over on the right-hand side, and never far away from him, the old mate, Chechu Rubiera, but this is not a good day for Stefano Garzelli, former winner of this race. He was so aggressive over the first few days. Maybe he used too much ammunition, Phil, because as I remember Barry Hoban, the great British sprinter from the Tour de France, who won himself 8 stages in the Tour, said to me one time, in a big bike race, a 3-week bike race, you've got to be very careful how many times you dip into the energy levels, because if you use too much energy at the first part of a bike race like this, you won't see the finish. There's Brad Wiggins.
Well, Wiggins is still doing that. His ambition now is to move away from the track where he got a gold, silver and bronze in the Olympic Games last year in Beijing, to go with the ones he won 4 years prior to that. And he's been honoured by the Queen for his services to track cycling, but his real ambition now is to become a road racing cyclist, as is so often the case with the pursuiters on the track. And now he's trying to make sure he can turn in a performance here. I think like all of the Garmin, they were disappointed they didn't quite close that gap down in the team time trial, but it wasn't to be. Damiano Cunego, he's got his name on the screen.
Finally, but he's got his name off the back of that group as well. He's under a little bit of difficulty there. That's him, wears number 101 for Team Lamprey, trying to keep the tempo nice and high to try and stay in contact with what is becoming a very select group of bike riders, and we're still an awful long way from the top of this climb. Bear in mind, we've probably been climbing now, Phil, for around about 45 minutes.
And it is not steep, but it is a very fast tempo climbing it, and that's making the difference. Some of these riders, even climbers, climb at different speeds, and this is a really ripper as they're coming up here, and it's hurting a lot of riders. Cunego, don't forget, won this race in 2004. He was 4th in 2006 and 5th in 2007. He didn't ride last year, if I remember rightly, but just looking down at the group here now, these riders are just wanting this race to finish.
Chechu Rubiera is the man on the front. Alongside him, Lance Armstrong. He's pacing his leader back into the bike race, making sure that he doesn't lose too much time. Lance, of course, don't forget, coming back from a very nasty injury where he broke his collarbone, or should I say smashed his collarbone in the Castilla-Leon race. This is the heads of state. That's Felix Cardenas in the red jersey there from Team Bala World, and just behind him Juan Mauricio Soler, who this year seems to be making some kind of a comeback to the top end of the sport after being dogged for a number of years, Phil, by some serious injuries.
Well, Cardenas, King of the Mountains in the Tour of Spain a couple of years ago, so he won't be finding this too difficult, although they're all holding tempo and just hoping they survive. This little group here, Levi is sitting perfectly just now, watching everybody. The pink jersey of Thomas Lundqvist, this young man from Scandinavia. There have been a few stars from Scandinavia over the years, particularly in the Giro d'Italia. Sven-Åke Nielsen comes to mind, and Costa Pettersson. But this young man is the next in line, and doesn't look to be under any pressure just now. But 2 seconds is nothing, and Danilo De Luca is haunting him.
Well, he certainly is haunting him. Again, a lot of riders under pressure at the back end of the race, just trying to stay in contact. This is a bit of a surprise because that was Marzio Brusegin going off the back. Now, that's an indication just how much of the pressure is on in this climb here. Brusegin, formerly a rider who's finished in the top 10. He's won the individual time trials. I think on one occasion he finished in 3rd place, and that was just 12 months ago.
That's absolutely right, and did it by virtue of his good time trials and his ability to hang on in the mountains. Well, he's not got that problem just now. There's the service car beginning to eat through, so they're starting to go around the riders who are being left now to get home as best they can. Life is not so hot at the back end of the race. That little group is probably 25, maybe 30 riders now in this group.
Yes, but still solidly sitting there in fourth place is Danilo De Luca, thinking about that time bonus at the end. He's got the acceleration to get himself the stage victory. I'm very impressed by Lofquist though, Phil, because this young man has got the mantle of the Maglia Rosa on his shoulders for the first time in his career, and he's handling it like a man with great experience. But I think that's the important thing to remember about Columbia Team High Road. It's a team of riders who support each other, and they feed off their own success.
Well, they've had a great opening week. 2 different riders in pink. Team time trial stage win. But in fairness, the wrong man is in pink, I think. I think it's Michael Rogers who is the long-term project. But right now, they're doing nothing particular. They're not taking a position of a team leader because they're not setting the pace here. They're allowing the Lofquist just to follow the work being done by Liquigas, and they're keeping the noses clean. It's life with Lance here, and I think that's about shows the size of the quality of this man and his reputation when they give him 3 teammates to escort on the upper slopes now of the Alpe d'Hussey. Now it's being left here for just one rider before we get to Pelazzotti. Now, does this mean, Paul, that Pelazzotti's the team leader or Basso?
I have to say Pelazzotti is the team leader here. I think they had that discussion this morning. Ivan Basso, he's 11th overall. He's lost a little bit of time. He's 53 seconds down in the overall standings. Pelazzotti, I think, Phil, is the man who's got the form. He's not been away from the sport for 2 years like Ivan Basso, and he's a lot more solid when it comes to the Giro d'Italia. Damiano Cunego, on the other hand, is not having a great time. He started the day in the top 10 in the overall standings, and he really is suffering here to try and keep himself at the top end of the Giro.
I don't know if you saw his back sprocket there, Paul, but he's riding a 27 as well. That was a huge sprocket, and he's in it. So this, it's hard to know just how steep the climb is from a helicopter. It looks like a flat road just now. But this is hard now.
It also looks as if Carlos Sastre is having a hard time there in the black jersey, and he's under a little bit of bother, and that's because of the acceleration that's coming here. It's a bit of a surprise for me to see that, that's another surprise too, because that looks to me as if
it's Pelazzotti. That was Pelazzotti. And well, where was he? Coming off the back?
Coming off the back of the group, but there's a lot of pressure there, and after all of the work that's been done by his team, that surprises me. This is amazing to see Armstrong coming back to the Giro d'Italia, coming back to the 3-week Grand Tours, is in a spot of bother.
Well, first week of any major tour, people worry. Form comes, form goes. It's what happens in the second and third week that counts. Simone, also a climber of absolute note, is having to hold that gap now. And the man doing all of the pain is this rider, Ivan Basso. Very, very popular man in Italy, even when he was found to have to serve a suspension for apparently blood doping.
Armstrong's lost himself around about 1 1/4 minutes, but let's bear in mind this is a man coming back to the sport, and not only now after 3.5 years out of the sport, but Phil also after a very nasty injury. All he's got to do on a day like this is survive and make sure he doesn't panic, don't get too far into the red zone, and ride himself into form later in this 3-week event, because he will be counted upon by Levi Leipheimer, I think, in his quest to try and win the Giro. But this is a brilliant performance by Ivan Basso, not even asking anybody to come to the front and help, and he's put riders like Gilberto Simoni, riders like Carlos Sastre, riders like his own teammate Franco Pelazzotti into serious difficulty.
Yes, Basso, who has always played second to Lance Armstrong in the Tour de France and could never beat him, is now causing a bit of pain to the American, who is just about holding at the groups in front in sight right now. But Basso, just behind him is the killer, Danilo De Luca. Lofquist is doing nothing. Menchov is there now on the shoulder of Lofquist.
Also David Arroyo, the rider from Case d'Epargne, he was the rider just at the back there. You can see he's managed to get onto the wheel of Carlos Sastre, who, although he was in difficulty, has seen the danger of this group and has ridden himself back up to the front.
See, that's the cleverness of Sastre. He just fills the gaps and just, you don't know he's there. He's haunting in the background. We've lost a lot of big names now from this group.
But we haven't lost Levi Leipheimer or Chris Horner. Horner was just sitting on the back of that group there, so Levi Leipheimer will be happy in the fact that he's got a teammate up alongside him a little bit later on. And Menchov, the man there in orange for Team Rabobank, is looking very solid.
7 riders are here in this group now as they come into the last 3 kilometres of the day. They have simply whittled it down, and it has all been done by Team Liquigas. We thought that Basso was helping Pelazzotti launch the victory, but the speed of Basso has got rid of Pelazzotti, his teammate, and Cunego is still dangling there.
Well, Armstrong, although he's in difficulty and he's losing himself around about 1 1/4 minutes, so he doesn't seem to be too concerned. And I wonder, Phil, if he's riding these mountain stages within himself, because he's in a little bit of an unknown. He doesn't know how his body's going to react after 3 weeks of bike racing. And maybe he's just controlling the effort that he's putting himself through and thinking a little bit further down the road, and especially to the month of July.
As you look here at the group, 101 is... I couldn't quite read what he said on that man's chest, but it's in English because that's an American. And Basso here wanted help there too. He looked over earlier and De Luca did not come through at all. Neither did Menchov, nor Sastra, nor Leipheimer. So they're just letting the Italian ride on the front here. This is the 3 kilometre gap again, and that's the gap to the next group on the road.
Alto de Susi, it says on the back of that man's
we're going the right way then.
And he's definitely going the right way, heading himself up towards the top. Lance Armstrong riding himself, and bear in mind, just to put that into perspective, Phil, Armstrong is probably riding in the top 15 riders on the road. And that's not a bad performance when you think about the names of the men who are riding this bike race behind him on the road today.
And didn't start recovering from a broken collarbone either. In fact, Cunego said he thought his form was excellent. And he's going to be a little bit confused by this because he himself was not expecting to follow up the groups. He was expecting to ride well. There he is on the right of our picture, coming through on the rails. Meanwhile, at the head of the race is Ivan Basso, followed by Danilo De Luca, Denny Menchov, Levi Leipheimer, Chris Horner. And right on the back, Paul, and dangling is the Maglia Rosa now.
Yes, I'm a bit surprised to see that one man who seems to be missing from that group, who I would have expected to be here, is Michael Rogers, because Michael Rogers, a couple of days ago, I was tipping to get himself the Maglia Rosa. And in fact, Lovquist is in difficulty. He's really hanging on there to try and stay at the back end of that group, but I think it may well be 1 kilometre too far. Oh, he's back. He's back.
He's holding. The old elastic is going in and out, but not snapping. And he's learning to suffer now, because he suddenly realised too that he'll know that Michael Rogers is not here either. All of a sudden the pressure of the team is on his shoulders here, and just looking at Horner there, look across and stare into the eyes. I think it was Horner, I think it was Leipheimer. Look into the eyes of Lockfitz. I don't see Horner at the moment now. Where's he gone? Oh, he's right there, just behind Leipheimer.
Yep, the two riders from Astana looking comfortably. They know they've got this young rider under pressure now, but I'm not sure that any of them have got the legs to attack for the moment because of the pressure which was put on the front end of this race by Ivan Basso, who finally is getting some assistance from someone else, and this time it's Danilo De Luca di Chila.
Into the last 2 kilometres of an interminable climb here of the Alpe de Suzy. It was 25 kilometres from the bottom to the top. They've done 23, and we've got it down to 7 riders in front. The killer goes up now to accelerate just that little bit. Surely he's not going to hurt Basso now, who's done all of the work on this climb.
Further down, we're looking at around about 1.5 minutes. This is the group of Lance Armstrong. He's got teammates around him, Chechu Ribiera on the front. But this is the front end of the Giro d'Italia now, and I have to say Ivan Basso has got the bit between the teeth. He's got the power in those legs. He knows that this mountaintop finish is all about time. He probably is not concerned about the stage victory here this afternoon, but putting himself up at the top end of the border. Carlos Sastra is also sitting at the back end of that group. Watch out for him, Phil, when it comes down to the sprint towards the end, because he may well be thinking about a stage victory.
Well, although we're concentrating on the leaders here, Michael Rogers is riding approximately 25 seconds behind this group, and he's got a couple of riders with him. Lawrence Ten Dam of Rabobank is one of them, and whether he'll come back, though, I doubt it with the tempo being maintained at this speed. There's Cunego, who I would think on the road is behind Rogers, but I'm not too sure. But as we're watching the Giro d'Italia in Italy, I'll go with the fact he's behind Rogers.
Armstrong concentrating now, trying to get himself back into the psyche of a Grand Tour rider. I think he's really enjoyed his return to the sport this year. We've seen him much more approachable to the crowd, and much more approachable to the press at races like the Tour Down Under and of course the Amgen Tour of California. Denny Menchov on the far side using a massive gear compared to the gear being used by this man Danilo De Luca. He's put small gears on here this afternoon for this very long climb, turning over at a very high cadence.
I'm Just wondering whether Cunego is trying to get back into the action here. He hasn't blown to the world. Lance is looking a bit tired right now. He's just sitting there behind Chechu, but he's losing a little bit of time. I think to be expected. Very often you lose time in these first climbs, and maybe in a week's time he'll be a different rider. But then, of course, if you've lost big time, you've also lost the Tour.
I'll tell you one thing, Phil, he looks to have recovered a fraction there. Just that little glimpse at Lance Armstrong, his pedalling action was that little bit more fluid. I think he's riding within himself on these mountains because he doesn't want to push himself right to the red zone at this level of the sport, especially not knowing how his body's going to react, having been away from this kind of punishment for 3.5 years.
Well, this stage was only 125 kilometres, but in all honesty, it feels as though we've been cycling the whole day today. It's been a hard slog as they come up towards the top of the Alpe d'Hussey.
I just saw Mick Rogers just coming round the corner there. Mick Rogers was probably 5 or 6 seconds off the back end of that group, and he's obviously ridden well within himself, Phil, and he's riding himself back up to that lead group.
Well, he's pulled back about 18-20 seconds then, if that was Mick Rogers coming back. The pink jersey's also recovered, so clearly they have slowed a little bit at the front, because they're thinking now the finish. Small bonuses, remember. If the bonuses fall in the right order, there will be a change. Tries to get back on terms. That's Lawrence Ten Dam sitting on his back wheel, and a rider from, I think, Case Depon as well. Well, that would be a turn up for the book, wouldn't it, if they could just land that and snatch it from under the leaders' noses.
Well, that would be David Arroyo, who's coming back there as well for Case Depania, the rider in the black and red jersey. They're inside of 600 metres to go. Well, Mickey Rogers has saved himself today.
Well, that is a fine piece of riding. And now they're starting to think about a sprint finish. I know I'd like to win, I'll make no bones about it. I'd love to see Chris Horner win today.
Well, he would deserve to get the victory, and if he's got any chance at all, he will. Look at that Carlos Sastre moving over on the right-hand side.
He's such a crafty rider. Look at that. He's waited and waited and waited. He's watched the infighting, and now he rides for his new team, Cervelo Test Team. That is a huge acceleration. It's not quite Alpe d'Huez, but who's that? Menchoff's gone over the top of him, and Denny Menchoff is ripping away here now. He's caught the killer on one leg as well. Well, this will be a turn up from the buck. This is the first time Denny Menchoff has been to the front of the race since we left Venice, and he's going to take a stage win with it as he comes up towards the line. Unless De Luca can get on turns, but I think that gap is opening here. There will be a time finish, and the Russian rider on Rabobank, Denny Menchoff, has thrown a real spanner in the works here. But Danilo De Luca has got a bonus, and I think that will assure him now of the next Maglia Rosa. Second for De Luca, a win for Menchoff.
Well, I don't think he needed the time bonus there, Phil, because there's a gap between him and the Maglia Rosa as well as they came up to the finishing line. What an acceleration. In fact, Carlos Sastre, the man who made that big move to try and get himself the stage victory, has lost himself for 15 to 20 seconds because of that final acceleration in the last 500 metres. And so too did Mickey Rogers get slightly tailed off.
I say he's lost at least 20 seconds, Mick Rogers, as he comes up towards the line, Paul, because it's not even him. They were unhitched there as they came in. He's just finished. But we'll wait to see what the time gaps are. But I think he's probably lost a good 20 seconds there.
Yeah, very easily. This is Maurizio Soler coming up with Gilberto Simoni. He's a man who is riding a lot better than he has over the last 12 months, I would have to say.
Well, that was a terrific turn-up for the book, as we've now seen Denny Menchoff let all the infighting of the Italian teams, let them get on with it and then finish it off. I thought that was the move that would have done it. Sastre tried to steal it for Cervelo. A stage win at this stage of the race would have been a great result for that team, but just look at the speed of Menchoff coming up on the left.
Very powerful Denny Menchoff. The size of the gear that he's using really is unbelievable. Look at Danilo De Luca just behind him there though, Phil. He's using a much smaller gear, but he's trying to get himself into the slipstream of the Russian, but it's obviously not going to happen on this occasion.
Well, I reckon he rode this climb, De Luca, and he's racing here to Maglia Rosa now. It's no stranger to the Maglia Rosa, of course, but he's finally got it at the second attempt, and Lockvist has lost a little bit of time. It'll still only be seconds when we get down to the GC, but Menchoff will get a separate time all round there, because that is one big sprint for him, and he never slowed at all, did he?
No, he went all the way to the line there to get himself a stage victory. and that adds to his stage victory that he got himself in the Vuelta a España. 2 seconds back to Danilo De Luca, 5 seconds to Lofquist, 5 seconds to Basso, and Leipheimer right in there with Chris Horner.
But Lofquist has taken himself a small bonus, so the disaster won't be so big here. Menchoff, though, gets to him. Mike Rogers comes in 9th place. In the end, he lost 22 seconds. He was right there when the sprint started. So that shows you how they really opened up the gaps. But it was a long climb, this, the end of a tiring, even if it was a very short day of racing for these boys. Menchoff, twice a winner of the Vuelta a España, once of the disqualification of Roberto Heras.
Well, Lance Armstrong, Phil, has lost himself just a little bit of time as well. Look at that, over 2¼ minutes. I don't think that's a major disaster for Armstrong, because as I said, and I've said on a number of occasions, I think what Armstrong is trying to do here is ride himself back into form for the month of July and test himself in these big mountain passes. Damiano Cunego, however, came here to be competitive, and 2½ minutes is not that.
No, that's a bit of a disaster, I think, in this opening week for Cunego. I don't think he'll recover from that. He's not going to win the Giro now. Neither is Lance Armstrong, of course, but as you say, don't think we really expected him to be a podium after the problems he's had, and he's got 2 teammates right up now in Leipheimer and Chris Horner. They rode well today. There's the gap, virtually 3 minutes behind for Lance Armstrong today. He's suffered. He knows now he's back in the big time, though. Denny Menchoff gets the champagne, all smiles. He's a character who doesn't really disclose how he thinks or what he does. He's the quiet man of world cycling. A bit like a silent assassin, but you see, when he unleashes his sprint, he goes. There's the gap, so a 2-second deficit converted into a 5-second advantage for De Luca. Mike Rogers, though, is into 3rd, Leipheimer's 4th, Menchoff is up to 5th, Basso, Sastre, Horner completing the top 8 at 1 minute and 17 seconds. Now this really is shaping up to be quite a leaderboard.
It certainly is, but Phil, let's not forget, looming on the horizon is a very important, very long individual time trial.
Well, looming on the horizon tomorrow, it gets even worse. The second longest stage at 248 kilometres. De Luca is still the leader in the green jersey. Well, he gets 25 points here, so I think this is the situation. No, they're saying it's the overall, aren't they? Well, De Luca there, 2nd place. He got 25 points total now. So he's still got the points. He's still got he's just got the Maglia Rosa. Are they going to show us any more? No, they're going to show us Danilo, though, on the podium here at the end of the 5th stage of the race. De Luca will also come up for the King of the Mountains, because his 2nd place today will have kept him in that. We won't show you that one, we'll save that for later on. Lofquist keeps his Young Riders Award as we head now into Austria with this intercontinental Giro this year. We head to Meyerhofen at 248 kilometres, a couple of hills along the way.
A long day in the saddle for these riders as they make their way through some of these magnificent valleys. They will fortunately see most of the high mountains behind them on this stage, but it doesn't mean that the high mountains are finished in the Giro d'Italia for this year.
On the contrary, they were little hors d'oeuvres, but they certainly have shaped the classification into what would be a very respectable final result now when we get down to the finish. Not Milan this time, by the way. The race finishes in Rome. We do visit Milan, though, and we'll celebrate on the usual circuit there en route. Out into the action of the day. Michele Scarponi went out in the action right from the gun today with Vasily Kirienka and AG2R's Guillaume Bonifant, who was only just brought into the race at the last minute for AG2R. And now it looks as though we've got Scarponi still here. I'm not sure where the Bonifant is.
I think one of the reasons that Scarponi, Phil, has gone out on the attack on a day like this is the fact that he lost time yesterday. He was expecting to stay in contact with that leading group of riders, and this, I think, is a little bit of a revenge move as far as Scarponi is concerned, because he's blown his way, he's blown any chances at all of a high finish in the overall classification with his counter performance yesterday. The 10 victories since he became a professional, and in 2009 he was the winner of Tirreno Adriatico.
Yes, and good luck to him. This is Kirienka here, who's also riding pretty well today. I'm not too sure who Case Depon are really riding for this year. They haven't got the top boys. Arroyo is wearing the 1 on his number, 51. Kirienka here. There's his Palmares for you there. Also second on the first climb. And we're into Austrian roads here just now.
Very nice smooth surface roads, high mountain passes, wearing the green jersey as King of the Mountains Well, second place in the King of the Mountains competition there, Denny Menchoff. That's a mantle which is owned by Danilo De Luca at the moment, alongside his Maglia Rosa.
Yes, Aquasaponi again driving at the front. Very different tactics in Italy, I have to say, Paul, because there's no reason for Aquasaponi to be driving on the front, even though they have a strong man in Garzelli.
Well, Garzelli hoping to try and get himself a stage victory out of this year's Giro d'Italia if he can, but I think one of the other reasons is you have to understand in Italy that you have to try and get as much television time as possible. There's Danilo De Luca.
Yeah.
Ivan Basso.
He looks a bit calmer today.
He certainly does. I was very impressed by his performance of yesterday, and not too far away from him, just behind there, Chris Horner and Levi Leipheimer.
It's a nice little group, this. Plenty of them here. And John Lee Augustin is also up here. Remember, he was the rider on Baller World who spectacularly left the road as he approached down into the finish, down the bottom of the Col de Bonnet del Restafond, and he didn't make the top bend. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. He made a big name for himself, though, I will say that for him.
Well, he did make image of the sport around the world, I think, Phil, because of that scrambling back up the Col de la Bonnette. Very dramatic as it was, and I don't know the story as to whether or not he actually recovered his bicycle, which slipped a lot further down the slope.
Yes, he said the mechanic went down for it. Well, that's the mechanic's job, really, isn't it? He must have been a mountaineer, though, I must say. Back here in the Giro, celebrating 100 years of being, and we've got five leaders of the... four different leaders in the first 5 days of racing. Cavendish has held the lead for 2, Pataki took it for 1, Lockfitz for 1, and now Danilo De Luca. And De Luca has said at his press conference he's got great form and he's not planning on losing this jersey. Well, we'll see.
Now, I have a feeling Danilo De Luca is going to be challenged, though, when we go to the individual time trial, because breathing down his neck, he's got Mick Rogers, he's got Levi Leipheimer, and a lot of those riders realise a 60-kilometre time trial can completely and utterly turn the overall standings upside down.
Well, this is the drag of the Hochrimmel climb, which is the second and the last climb of the day, and these two boys have got clear on this because the rest of the break we haven't seen hardly anything of. So Bonnie Fond, Oscar Gate from ISD, and Cloistergard of Saxo Bank, we haven't seen them, but they've dropped away from these two.
Well, the gaps are starting to look rather serious. It's a little bit further back to that second group that was fractured off this one, but it's almost 4.5 minutes back to the main field, or the group of the Maglia Rosa. These two riders, Phil, are not really of concern to the overall race, and they may well be given the chance for the breakaway to succeed on a day like this.
Well, Scarponi started the day 6 minutes and 19 seconds off the Maglia Rosa, and that's not his intention today. A win would go down very nice for him, though.
It certainly would. Scarponi, I think, would like to try and get himself that revenge from not performing as he would have expected to yesterday. Stefano Garzelli, he is always at the front end of this race, and he's, I think, a man who should certainly go out of this race with a stage victory if he can. He's lost a bit of time in the mountains, 40th overall now at 6 minutes and 41 seconds. The time gaps, even though we haven't got to the end of the first week of the Giro d'Italia, are starting to widen.
There's been a lot of cut and thrust racing. There's been good racing, but this is a difficult part of the Tour just now, because this race today, second longest at 248. We've had 2 mountain days before, and tomorrow, I must remind the riders, it's a massive 244 kilometres. So in 2 days they'll have covered just under 300 kilometres, and this coming after those 2 mountaintop finishes. And tomorrow, having started in Austria, we pop through Switzerland and get back into Italy.
Massimo Codol, the big rider on the front there for Aquasaponi. There is Ivan Basso and Danilo De Luca. A little bit further back, Chris Horner looking very solid. On the far side, the Astana rider with the dark glasses is Jaroslav Popovic. He too seems to have been somewhat rejuvenated over the last season. Another loss, Phil, I have to say as well, for Team Silence Lotto, because he was a man who used to ride alongside Cadel Evans. And Team Astana really have managed to pull away a lot of the hierarchy of Cadel Evans's Tour de France squad.
And rumours rife today, by the way, Paul, that Astana are saying they haven't been paid. That's the riders for quite some time, and so it's beginning to sound a little bit ugly at the moment. The sponsors from Kazakhstan have not been sending the checks over, and the UCI are getting involved. So that could develop during this next couple of weeks, I think. But somebody just shot off the front there.
Garzelli, obviously looking to try and get himself some glory out of the Giro d'Italia. Just to explain the rules and regulations concerning professional bike races and bike racing teams, In fact, a team has to lodge at least 3 months' salary guarantee with the UCI, and that's what hasn't happened over the last couple of months, and that has not been lodged by Astana. Scarponi is the leader of the race here at the moment, with Kirienka. They've got themselves around about a 4.5 minute advantage over the front end of the main field, but with that reaction starting to come, I think that gap will start to turn in the opposite direction.
Well, Menchov is now the shadow, along with Lokvitz and Michael Rogers, of De Luca. De Luca's been in the pink jersey on numerous other occasions, so he's not going to worry over much. Scarponi here, ever thankful to the team for giving him it's a Colombian team, ever thankful for them giving him a place after his doping scandals, which he's always denied, but they all do. 48 seconds is the difference in the gap here.
To the chasing group. That's the remnants of that early morning breakaway, and it's a lot further back to the front end of the main field, because the last time check I heard was 4.5 minutes.
Well, I take my hat off to Garzelli. He certainly rides a difficult tour, I must say that. He's always giving himself full commitment here. One day it'll work. He's won stages in the past, apart from winning the race itself back in 2000. So he gets his results with consistency and persistency, I think.
Certainly persistency. He will always look for a move. He's not scared of a long breakaway at all like this, and this is certainly lining up to be a fairly long move if he wants to ride across a gap of about 4.5 minutes. But he feels that he can do it, and he feels he's got the confidence to do it. And the reason he's making the move there, I think, is because he's hoping that there will be no response coming from the main field.
Well, I make the count of pink jerseys for De Luca, including the one he's got today, around about 18 leaders' jerseys in the Giro d'Italia over the past. Now, what's this, a discussion here? Scarponi gets a drink. He's doing a lot of work here with Kirienka.
Well, I think Kirienka, coming from a time trialling background, Phil, is not very comfortable on the slopes, but he's certainly a good man to have with you once we get over the top of this mountain, and he's probably got the firepower to help Scarponi on the flatter part of this course a little bit later on.
Well, Kirienka, best remembered, in fact largely remembered, he won the 19th stage of the Giro last year, so he's on the move again now. See if he can add to his collection. It's the only big race he's ever won apart from the internal championships. He's, as you say, Paul, he's a great time trialist, but we mustn't forget he also rode well in the World Championships. He's a world points champion on the track, which says a lot for the variability of the rider.
A lot of riders who've come from the longer distance track races, once they've got to a certain point in their career, feel very comfortable moving across to road racing, and normally to great success as well, especially from the individual or team pursuit, and of course races like the points race. Confirmation of the two leaders' names there. Scarponi we're looking at on the front here. He's looking to try and give a little bit of glory to his team, Team Seramente PVC Dicky Giovanni. Quite a name, that.
It is, and as I say, he's grateful for the team. He was suspended for being connected with Operation Puerto by the Italians, and it wasn't a general suspension, but it became a general suspension. He only got off the suspension in August last year, and then nobody wanted him, and so he was rather grateful to find his place here. He was with Liberty Seguros and all the shadiness that was attached to that team towards the end of its period.
Here's the confirmation of those time gaps. It's 50 seconds back to the chasing group, and it is 4 minutes and 40 seconds back to the main field of the Maglia Rosa, with Stefano Garzelli locked in there at around about 3.5.
Well, here comes Stefano. He's free to fly, and he's got himself a nice little rhythm now. Just a little check to see how life is. He carries number one because they've listed the teams on the start list in alphabetical order, and if you ride for Aqua, then you get an A. So he gets number one. I'm not sure I'd want number one, but it's fitting because he's a past winner of the Tour.
Certainly an aggressive rider too, as he now here tries to ride himself across a 4.5 minute gap. I think that's rather a big ask. That is the front end of the main field. Not really firing in earnest yet, Phil. I think they're holding on to what they know is going to be a very difficult Giro over the next few stages, and you cannot race every individual kilometre.
There's the peloton, thinned out a little bit, but by and large plenty of people on hand here. Again, holding riders nicely. There's nobody dropping out of the Tour this year, as of yesterday, we had 194 men on the start. No messages today to say anybody's retired. And that means we've only lost 4 riders in this opening week, which I think is pretty good.
Pretty phenomenal. There's the main field locked together in friendship on a day like today. Not concerned too much about the men up the road, because most of these riders up the road have already lost themselves some pretty big chunks of time. Danilo De Luca enjoying his first day in the Maglia Rossa and wondering whether or not he'll be able to defend it in the individual time trial. David Navarro, from Team Astana, riding in front of Chris Horner. It's 4 minutes and 14 seconds, and Kirienka looks like he's having a little bit of difficulty there, staying with Scarponi.
Garzelli's he's not really pulled away. He's less than a minute in front of the group, and it looks like Kirienka, this is hurting. Scarponi, is he going to push on? No, he's still there. But Scarponi looking very strong. You remember him in Milan-San Remo, Paul, the work he did towards the end of Milan-San Remo. He was very, very strong over the little climbs.
Certainly a big, strong bike rider. Garzelli trying to ride himself across that gap, and of course getting himself and Team Aqua Saponi a fair chunk of TV time, and that's what's extremely important. You may well call this an economical breakaway, but it's important when you're a sponsor. I was reading just recently the amount of sponsorship that people get from a breakaway like this. If you're in a breakaway for 4 or 5 hours on live TV, you can pay that back into financial terms of around about $500,000.
Yes, and I've always said it, but cycling is a very cheap investment for major sponsors for what they will put into other sports such as tennis or golf, where the name frankly just gets lost in the mix many times. And here in cycling, no, it doesn't. It gets a lot of publicity. 1 kilometre to the summit here of the Hochrimmel climb. And has he gone? He's nearly gone. He's hanging on. This will be a long 1,000 metres for him, but he's still there at the moment. I mean, if you can just keep Scarponi in sight over the top, then you might get together on the descent.
We could very easily afford to lose around about 30 seconds over the final kilometre and still make a comeback on the descent. Starting to pick it up in the main field as they get that little bit closer to the summit, but this is not really a chase. I think Kirienka here, Phil, is going to say thank you very much once this climb is over, because he certainly hasn't enjoyed this last couple of kilometres.
Yeah, well, look at this now. He's eased off the pressure a little bit here and taking a drink. He needs the Case de Pan rider. He doesn't want to rush away. There's still a way to go down to the finish. And what a beautiful scene that is too. Remember, we are in Switzerland now, looking back towards Italy. Tomorrow we'll go Austria, Switzerland, Italy. And these roads are beautiful. This is a lovely country, Austria, and Scarponi's enjoying every bit of it.
Well, I'm not sure that he's enjoying every bit of it. It's pretty painful on the slopes of this mountain. He will enjoy it a lot more when we go over the top. He's riding sensibly, and as you said, Phil, he realises as a seasoned professional bike rider he needs to have Kirienka with him, and that's why I don't think he's putting the hammer down too much. He will wait for this rider once they go over the summit of the climb, because the power of Kirienka on the flatlands could well give these guys a chance of surviving. 500 metres to go to the top of the climb. I think once he gets himself the maximum points over this summit, he will wait for the other rider.
Certainly. The other rider might even come back if he keeps it. He's Garzelli, but remember, he's not third on the climb here at the moment. We've still got the other riders in between. I'm not sure whether they're all together because they're not telling us, but there is definitely a group in between.
Concentration on Scarponi's face, just waiting and willing this climb to end. And after that, once he's gone over the summit, he knows that there's still a fair way to go to the finish.
You can tell from looking down here, we're going through at the top here. We've got 45 kilometres to go to the finish once we're over the top of the climb. The peloton is still very big there. They're not pushing it on the climb. They're saving their energy because it's not just today, it's tomorrow as well. Equally long and quite hilly, but not mountainous by the standards of what we expect. Scarponi continued. What was that on his leg there, Paul? He's got a bit of tendonitis.
Yes, that's one of those warming plasters, a strap, because obviously he had a pretty hard day yesterday. He wouldn't have been expected to lose too much time on a mountain stage like that, and I think that is obviously because of a fraction of tendonitis starting to come in. It's amazing how many of these soigneurs can come up with some quite clever ways of trying to prevent the tendonitis really becoming even more aggravated.
1 kilometre for Garzelli, but as I say, there is a group in between. We've run out of cameras. We'll see the riders, I'm sure, go over the summit. I'm not saying what he is, but that's his overall 6:41, and that's a long gap.
A good ride, I would say.
Yeah.
In fact, he's probably maybe only looking at around about 2.5 minutes to Scarponi. A big crowd at the top of the climb. Scarponi just keeps looking over his shoulder to see the position of Kirienka, and knowing that it's about 45 kilometers still to go to the finish over the summit of this climb, Phil, I do feel he will be a sensible, serious professional bike rider and wait for the Belarusian.
Absolutely. It's not all downhill to the finish at all, although it is a little bit flatter than we've had so far today. So Scarponi is the first over the first category Hockremel climb. And Kirienka right behind him, really, so he's done well to keep him that close. And there'll be no attempt to leave him behind. They'll get back together now as they start the way down. Will we see who goes over in third place? Maybe not. We've gone back up to the leader.
Well, that would give us a chance to see just exactly what the official time gaps are, and just exactly how much of the 4.5 minute gap this man has eaten into. Stefano Garzelli, he's inside the final kilometre, so I would put him, Phil, probably at around about the 2 to 2.5 minute mark, and he'll be looking around those corners to see whether or not he's going to pull up the remnants of the early morning breakaway.
Well, he's coming up here now to 500 metres. As we swinge up, this is actually Guillaume Bonnefond who is coming over the top, AG2R. A late call-up to the race. It's funny how the boys who get late call-ups often excel. He's been in other breaks so far this week as well. Gone over the top in third place. And is that the ISD rider coming through? Yes, I think it is. So that'll be Oscar Gate, who's gone over in fourth. The one man we're missing then is Kasper Klostergaard of Saxo Bank. And he, I think, must be just ahead of Garzelli.
Looking very comfortable, Stefano Garzelli. It's a tall ask, as I said, Phil, on a race like this to ride across a 4.5 minute gap, but he's obviously not too concerned and feels that he's got the form in his legs here this afternoon, and he's looking so far at 1.5 minutes since Scarponi rode over the top of that climb, and just around the corner he should very shortly be seeing the banner over the top, and if it stops at 2 to 2:15, I'd have to say this man has done a pretty impressive ride.
Well, if there's an easy way and a hard way, Garzelli takes the hard way. That's the way it is. He is a real workhorse here, and he's getting on with the job in hand. He did look over his shoulder there. As far as I can see, there's nobody behind him as he moves up. We don't know if Kasper Klostergaard is in front of him or not, because our camera hasn't gone back up to the summit. He could do with picking up with one or two of those riders now, although I think they're probably too weak to be of much use, quite honestly, because remember, we've now done 203 kilometres of the day. There he is, just in front. He's going to pick him up.
Yep, and as I guessed, it's looking at around about the 2.5 minute mark for this man. So he's lost 2 minutes off the advantage of Scarponi.
So Klostergaard just hangs on there. I've lost track of how many rides we've had over the top. 5, I think, and this will be the 6th place finisher now, Garzelli. And next will be the peloton. 2:39, Paul, was the gap on the leader.
Well, that's an impressive ride, but he's now got to try and eat away at that 2.5 minute disadvantage that he's got and pull that back before the finish. Looking at the main field there, Phil, I would say there is no chase in earnest here this afternoon, and it may be one of those days where the peloton has decided we'll have a day off.
Actually, that looked like the customs post just over the finishing line, so in fact we just entered Austrian roads. If that was, it looked like it could have been. Very often they put the post there, but we're already on the foreign soil, but we'll see. Anyway, it doesn't matter, it's all Europe these days. This is Murray Sardia on the front now.
Easy to recognise the star because of the size of that man, a Colombian rider who was extremely good at going uphill.
And I think it's 10 down, the rider on the right, the tall, lanky Dutchman there.
And the green jersey on the shoulders of Denny Menshoff.
He hasn't exactly got a huge team around him, has he?
No, he hasn't.
That's the other problem with Rabobank. They too have been wanting some good results because they have had a little bit of a lacklustre situation. Having said that, they're one of the great sponsors of the world of professional cycling. Out of Holland, of course, but looking after all levels of the family tree, from the youngsters through to the Rabobank Continental, and the real talented boys get through to ride in this team, which is what they all want.
And not to forget, they have a very good women's squad, and of course they seriously support mountain biking and the track side of the sport. Just noticing Jaroslav Popovic riding at the front end of the main field. It's amazing to see the Longhorn of Texas, and I wonder who he's supporting.
Well, I don't know, but his name on the jersey might be a clue. He's in here as far as we know. Oh, it is the customs post. As all breathe in, boys. Passports? No, right?
It's Europe. You don't have to worry too much anymore.
No. So we're on Austrian roads now, heading to Meerhofen, and we've got the last 40 kilometres or so in Austria for the finish.
Phil, I was just looking at Jaroslav Popovic at the front end of that group, looking after Levi Leipheimer. He had a hard time when he was riding for Silence Lotto, never really seemed to be comfortable or happy with the squad, even though he moved across to that squad for financial reasons. He seems a lot better and a lot more consistent now that he's come back. I would have to say come back home, because he's come back into the same formation that he was with Team Discovery Channel, where, let's not forget, he was the winner of the best young rider at the Tour de France.
Yes, absolutely right. There's the latest gaps for you. So Garzelli's got about a minute and a half over the Maglia Rosa, so it's not very much. And the hills basically are behind now, are down the valleys, past these lovely areas of seas or dams in Austria, as we make our way down to Meerhofen. On this, the second longest day, and you see the dams are low, Paul. There's not a lot of rain around.
No, it's been a major problem, I think, in Europe over the last couple of seasons because there hasn't been really quite as much snow, and these dams and these water reservoirs are actually stocked by the melting snows that normally happen in the early part of spring, and that could be a problem for the future.
Well, it looks to me as though life is closing in here on Garzelli. They're calling it a pack now. We're back with the two leaders. This is Kirienka now settling back in again. He'd be much more a help on the flat roads, that's for sure. But he's not a great climber. And here's the chase being whipped up behind now, and it looks to me as though it's time to go out and get Stefano.
Well, this is one of the reasons why I said it was important for the man at the front there, Scarponi, Phil, to wait for Kirienka, because it's on this flat part that he can be a big advantage.
So we've just got Klostergaard, I presume, and Garzelli in front, plus the two leaders. So 4 riders in front, we presume. Don't forget, we're always in the hands of where our Italian hosts take us with the pictures, and very often it can be a little bit of a working out job. But just looking there now, I think that's a situation.
I think we've got a situation, Phil, where there are only 2 survivors here, because that is Scarponi, that is Kirienka. Kirienka, it looks to me as if he's actually finally popped. In fact, he has. His lights have gone out.
I'm feeling pain with him here, Paul. Oh, back. You're the man with the bad back, not me.
That would be me.
Looks as though he's in big trouble here now.
Kirienka's got the big problem that all professional bike riders end up having over the years, and that's a big problem with the lower part of the back.
And the legs.
I think he's got a cramp as well here.
Stretch it all out. Come on. It's been a great ride today, Vasily. Don't lose it now. The peloton looks a bit thinner down there right now.
And it looks a very angry peloton as well. They're looking at the length of that line there, Phil. I say we're still looking at around about a 50-second gap from the lone leader now, because it is Michele Scarponi just on his own and the front end of the main field, who are riding in a very angry mood.
Isn't it amazing? You cross the borders from one country to the next, and there you have a totally different country in appearance as well. The roads here in Austria are beautiful, narrow, twist and turn. The houses look neat and clean. Not the Italian houses aren't neat and clean, but the layouts are different.
Different culture, different buildings, a completely different lifestyle decided by the line on a map. Scarponi now has got himself 8.8 kilometres to go. Alan Davis has got himself over the big mountain climbs, Phil, and that is probably why we've got Team Quickstep and Katusha coming to the front, because there are some fast finishers in this group.
Ben Swift is still here, as far as I know, for Katusha, and this wasn't a day, I think, that they would likely have thought would be a race for the sprinters, but if they've got the chance, why not go for it? Scarponi, who went away right from the outset today, has had an awful long day in front. He's lost all of his friends now. They're all heading back or in the peloton, and so the sprinters might be getting their tails up.
Well, they're starting to see this as the possibility of a chance. Alan Davis, I think, will be team sprinter on Team Quickstep. He's had a great start to the season. The overall winner of the Tour Down Under very early on in the month of January, and I think very happily supported by his team. In other races he would have to turn around and be the lead-out man for Tom Boonen, but here he can ride for his own account, and if this group comes back together, Phil, I don't think Alan Davis will be too far away from the win.
Well, knowing Alan, who was connected when he was part of Liberty Seguros with the Operation Puerto, Nobody felt it was a case. It was a rumour, innuendo. He became persona non grata. Even the Australian Cycling Federation took his side. And I can tell you, they are so anti-drugs in the Australian Cycling Federation. They obviously believe that Alan had no involvement in Puerto. So I'm very happy that Quick-Step took him on board midway through last season, and he's back in the big time.
Scarponi. The last official time check we had was hovering around the 1 minute mark for this man. He's got rid of Kirienka. He's all on his own. He's still got the team cars behind him, the yellow neutral service vehicle and his own team car, the team of Case d'Epargne. Looking back down that gap, Phil, I would say it could possibly beat 45 seconds advantage he's holding on to. He's inside of the last 10 kilometres to go. The distance between Scarponi and Kirienka is 11 seconds, but what's more important is the distance back to the group of the Maglia Rosa, and I estimate that to be a 45-second gap.
So is that to Scarponi?
To Scarponi.
Well, it's going to be tough for him to hold him off then. Kirienka's got no chance. He's going to get swept up, and there's a lot of sprinters now believe they've all got chances here. Bergstall is where we're just coming out of, and it's 1 minute 13 across the board.
It's doable.
It's tight.
It is doable, I think, at 1 minute and 13. Just looking from the helicopter, I'd estimated it to be around about the 45-second mark. Now, that was going to be tight. The extra 30 seconds may well be a big advantage. The Astana rider over on the left-hand side with the dark glasses, that's Jaroslav Popovic. He's riding at the front, not for himself this afternoon, not for any personal ambition, but to make sure he keeps his mate out of danger, and that would be Levi Leipheimer. And Phil, did you get the number of that train?
I'd love to, because isn't that cute? That's really superb. That'll go down well in my model railway layout now. It's in steam as well.
Well, Kirienka, Phil, seems to have recovered. He went through a moment where he had an extremely bad back. He was starting to get himself a little bit of cramp, but he seems to have got his rhythm back now because he's pegged in there at that 12-second deficit.
Well, you're right about one thing. The Quick-Step boys have got faith in Alan Davis today. If they can pull him back 6 kilometres to go. He just caught a glimpse through his right eye there. As he continues to race now on this beautiful valley road. The hills are all around here, but the sound of music is far away because he's now racing flat roads to the finish. 5.8 kilometres to go. Scarponi surely could not have believed he will be in with the remotest chance of victory, breaking away so far down the course. Kirienka's still there.
Well, I tell you one thing, Phil. So many people ask me the question, why do guys go in a breakaway? Well, the reason is that they always hope in the back of their mind that they are going to survive. And it looked to me as if Kirienka was just about going to get back there. The big sprinters have made it over the mountains this afternoon because there is the man himself, Alessandro Petacchi.
Living in dreams. Kirienka was puffing more on the steam engine just there, so I'm not sure he's going to make it now. I tell you what, also up there is Edward Boysen-Hagen too, the other young Scandinavian rider on Team Columbia. Oh, that's a fast line now.
It certainly is, and Robbie Hunter was positioning himself up in the top 10. They're not too far away from Meerhofen, and that big long line would indicate to me that the sprinters now are starting to feel they've got a very good chance. There's actually a split in the main field as well, Phil, because there you might have just noticed that the yellow service vehicle came in behind the peloton, so there have been one or two riders dropped out of the back. 3 kilometres to go. This man has only now got to survive for around about 4 minutes, and he's going to wonder whether or not the speed of the main field at 60 kilometres an hour is going to wipe him away.
I'll tell you what, that's a little bit narrow to come through there, because I don't know whether they're planning for a bunch of about 70 or 80 riders here. Now, I did say earlier 194 started the day. Ooh,
tight.
A tight one there, but he straightened up nicely. Kirienka is in the gun sights now at 24 seconds. It's possible. But I'm not sure whether they're going to see Scarponi before the finish at 1:08.
Well, he's still locked in at that 1:08 margin, and they're not really eating into his advantage very rapidly at all. And as they get closer to the finish, they'll start to lose the morale when they see that they're not eating into his lead, and that's when they may well start to slow down and offer the pacemaking to one of the other teams. Katusha still feel that they've got a chance. They've got men at the front, so too of Team Quick-Step. Poor old Alan Davis must be wondering to himself whether or not he's going to get the opportunity to have a crack at victory this afternoon.
Well, they're really working now for the Quick-Step boys, for Alan Davis, who I can't see, but I'm sure he's tucked in nicely there. They've gone under 5 kilometres to go, 68 seconds to the leader. They need more help. Nobody's actually helping Rabobank. Jens Voigt's creeping up on the left. He'll be going to attack by himself, though. So they need more help.
if all of the teams of the sprinters, Phil, get themselves to the front, that's actually a very small group there. There's obviously been a serious split somewhere, and I wonder who's been caught out behind. If all of the teams of the sprinters get together and work extremely well in one solid block, they can still pull this man back. But the closer he gets to the finish with that minute advantage, the more chances he has of survival.
He's still looking good. Another kilometre ticked off. 4 kilometres to go. That's less than 2.5 miles to the finish, and he's got a minute's lead. Surely that is enough now. It's kicked up a little bit, this road. It's starting to drag up towards the line now for Michele Scarponi. He hasn't won a race, by the way, for 26 months. He won a stage of the Coppi Bartoli in 2007, which he also went to win overall. And that's the last time he was winning before the axe fell on his head.
Right. Still at the front, it's Quick-Step doing the majority, the bulk of the pacemaking. This is the group of the Maglia Rosa. The men who are in the top 10 positions in the overall standings are not too concerned now, because they know that this is a chance for the sprinters teams to get a little bit of glory out of the Giro d'Italia. Now, this is a very tight little town, and squeeze yourself around that one, my son.
Well, I'm convinced now that they weren't expecting a big group sprint, but they're going to get one, because the race for second place, I don't think Kirienka can possibly survive. 36 seconds between the two leaders on the road. Well, wouldn't it be nice if Kirienka did manage to survive at the way he's ridden today? Good tempo pacemaking again now, but once more they're trying to bring Pataki into the fray. Points in the bag for that pink jersey, or Ciclamino jersey as they call it here. Basso has forced his way through to the front as well. This has got an interesting combination.
Yeah, but there's a little bit of a problem here, because that group was being led by a lot of riders from Astana, so I wonder who's missed out on that split.
Well, the word is that Armstrong is off the back, Paul. He's in the second half of the split, but I can't believe Leipheimer is, but we haven't seen him.
Well, I doubt it, because Popovic and Horner were at the front of that group of the Maglia Rosa, and they wouldn't be there if Levi Leipheimer wasn't in there, keeping himself up in the top 10 in the overall standings. That is Kirienka, hoping to survive now. You can hear the whistles. That's a warning of this little corner.
Yeah, well, our motorbike's in the way here. He needs to accelerate out of this now, otherwise he's going to take this group across to Kirienka. He's started to move clear now, as the people in this beautiful town of Meerhofen here in Austria are welcoming the Giro d'Italia, I think for the first time actually, as they come through the streets. The American flag is flying. Better wait another minute or so, because that's what they're saying Armstrong is losing today in the second group. There is a split on, and nobody's going to come back at these sort of speeds.
No, big pressure on the front now. You see the indication there from the rider who is setting the pacemaking, just showing them that there's a little turn coming up to the left-hand side. Scarponi has 43 seconds advantage over Kirienka, but his big concern, Phil, is his advantage over the Gruppo Maglia Rosa, and it still seems to be pretty much locked in at that 1 minute mark. I don't think Kirienka is going to survive, but here, at 2 kilometres to go, I don't think they're going to see Scarponi again.
No, that's virtually a kilometre's lead there. I take my hat off to Kirienka. He's not given up, and this is a good run into the finish to dangle off the front and still be out of sight of the peloton, so you've got a chance if you can do it. There's the gap, 43, and then we're looking at about 19 seconds, that's all, up to these riders in the LPR here, trying to drag Pataki in to take the bridegroom's spot today. Good points if he does.
Levi Leipheimer was there. I just caught a glimpse of Jaroslav Popovic there. You can see on the right-hand side of the pack, you can see the two Astana jerseys, and the second one is Levi Leipheimer, again being shepherded to the front end of the field by Jaroslav Popovic. Pataki is in the middle there in the Ciclamino jersey. He's not going to get the stage victory here this afternoon, but if you want to win the points classification, you have to keep pegging away every day. That's the first rider they're going to pull up, Kirienka. He's only got about 10 seconds in front of the main field now.
No, this is one of those days when they're bonus points, I think, if you're a sprinter, because the way the race has come together, he now has a chance of sweeping up for second place. Big points on offer, 20 points for second place. Liquigas have come forward again with their man Ivan Basso. The green jersey is there, being worn by Denny Menchov, the rider who is challenging for the Maglia Rosa. The Maglia Rosa itself, Danilo De Luca, is there. The gap has opened to almost a minute over Kirienka. So in fact, Paul, that peloton is not even approaching catching this man.
Now they're locked in. They've been locked in all of that time. This should be the Flamme Rouge, the red kite. 1 kilometre to go. In Italian, the ultimo chilometro for Michele Scarponi. Had a terrible day in the mountains yesterday, lost any chance of a high finish in the overall classification, and he's bounced back today with a stage victory for him and his team.
Well, during the Tour of Spain this year, Scarponi will turn 30. All his troubles are behind him, and he's now racing to a victory in the Giro d'Italia.
Just a quick glimpse there, Phil, of the Armstrong group there, as Kirienko's just been pulled back into the main field. So his day off the front end of the Giro d'Italia coming to a close, while this man is about to celebrate in victory.
And when you're Italian and you're about to get your first ever victory, then the page really has turned in the book and life is good again. The epilogue to a shadow of dope as he's had, and he's now back racing and he's paid his penalty, and here comes the result. It is a win here for him, a first ever stage victory. He's never remotely looked like winning a stage in the past, but he's got one now. Wise man, just making sure nobody's creeping through the motorbikes, but they would have known. And it's going to be a roaring sprint for second place down a finishing straight like this, Paul. Did I say straight? As we line up for the finish. So a great win, Scarponi, his first win for 26 months. And yet another win for the Serra Piramenti, Scott.
Just looking at the finishing line there, what you mentioned before, as Scarponi gets the victory that he was looking for. A long day in the saddle too. 5 hours and 50 minutes almost.
Yeah.
I don't think the race organisers were expecting a big bunch sprint.
Now, where is this?
This is the Armstrong group.
Oh, this is the Armstrong. Okay, well, that's losing. Well, the clock's still counting, but our cameras are all over the place. They've found the leaders, and that's Boyson Hagen, who's just shot out the front here. And that is the man who, and I think they split the field here in the sprint finish for the line, but Boyson Hagen is getting some result here. He's a rider of the future for sure. He crosses the line in second place. It was Alan Davies he got the better of. Because it wasn't really a pure sprinter's finish, was it? Man that took it. And Pozzato, I think he went across there in fourth place. Well, we just about found those pictures for you before they crossed the line.
Just a little bit tricky. This is the group of Lance Armstrong in the outskirts of town. That split must have happened on the run in towards the finish. I don't think he'd be too concerned about that. I think what he's concerned about is finding his legs and knowing the fact that his teammate Levi Leipheimer was comfortably ensconced in the leading group of riders.
Yeah, these have been 3 tough days, I think, for Lance Armstrong. He's cracked on all 3 and lost time, so he'll reshape his ambitions, and one of those, of course, will be to help Leipheimer climb onto the podium now, as he did in the Tour of Gila, where Leipheimer won that. There's a raw face from Lance Armstrong. Doesn't look too distressed, does he? That's a professional for you. Happy to say, job done. Around about 1 minute 20 seconds he conceded. This man caused all the pain of the day, and hats off to him. It's a hard way to win a stage of any bike race, but when you do it, then the rewards are massive.
Well, this is why you go in the breakaway, and on this occasion it has paid, and probably because of the 2 difficult days that went before, the breakaway survived on this occasion. Hats off to this man though, because he held off the main field and conserved nearly all of the minutes advantage he had over them, even though there were a number of riders from sprinters teams chasing to try and pull him back into the fold. On this occasion, the escapees had the survival.
I'll tell you what, it's not the time to remind Scarponi that tomorrow it's 244 kilometres. There's the result. Boyson Hagen it was, second, Davis third, Pozzato fourth. Matthew Goss coming in well, another Australian there, rides for Team Saxo Bank with a great fifth. Philippe Gilbert, his sort of finish, not a real sprinter's finish, he got sixth. Enrico Gasparotto got seventh. There is the quick look further down. Danilo Duke lost 36 seconds, but I don't think to anybody of importance. Chris Horner the same time, so they did split the field on the running.
Yes, but the victory here going to one of the smaller teams, one of the wildcard teams in the Giro d'Italia, Serramenti Dicky Giovanni. And I think for the man who was expecting to ride high in the overall classification, it's a nice little bit of sweet revenge. Not much change in the overall classification. I
think they all finished around Deluca. Lundqvist still got looking for 5 seconds. Rogers hold third. Luke Leipheimer's fourth. Menchoff fifth. Basso is sixth. Sastre seventh. What a top 10. A little bit further down, Pelazzotti at 1:27 at the moment. Popovic at 2:30. And Kevin Sealdryers, he's probably second in the Young Riders competition, sitting in 15th place at 2:49. Felix Cardenas of Barlow World in 16th place. Roriger, he's one of the Austrian riders in the race, also there. We never saw much of him today. In the pink in Austria, Danilo De Luca, and he looks very, very confident just now. I don't think he was in any bother at all today.
No, I don't think he was troubled at all. What he's thinking forward to now, Phil, is the longer individual time trial test, because his lead then I think will start to come under pressure. But in the mountains, he is riding superbly.
So we move on to stage 7 now in the Giro d'Italia, and the riders facing up to another long day, 244 kilometres. We say goodbye to Innsbruck, which is probably one of the most famous cities in Austria, pass through Switzerland and head to Chiavenna.
Well, the riders are happily moving and leaving different countries of Europe behind them and getting back to the Italian pasta probably for this afternoon's dinner.
Yes, 7 days of racing have gone by, in which the riders have now completed just on 1,000 kilometres of racing. Remember, the total distance is just short of 3,500. Now, this is Austria, Paul.
Definitely, and the brass band are just letting the riders know what they're leaving behind. A little bit of culture at the Firma di Partenza, the signing on at the start.
This happens every day, by the way. The race leader lets go of the pink balloons, and the race leader is none other than Danilo De Luca at the moment.
Thomas Love signing in there, or signing somebody's jersey. Lance Armstrong looking very comfortable despite having lost a little bit of time. But despite having lost time for over the last couple of days, Armstrong is still pretty high up in the overall classification for a man on a comeback.
And since leaving the beautiful city of Venice, we've only lost those 4 riders. As I say, sadly, one of them, Christian van der Velde. There's a soft landing for somebody. And now the situation here as we catch up with the action. Breakaway again, getting clear. And is that the funicular? No, it's just a normal, very narrow gauge railway here in Austria. But we have got a breakaway trying to get clear of the field. 2-1-4 there, Vladimir Isajev from the Jacobo team, which is the first time we've mentioned that team. It's a wildcard team in the race. Sergei Klimov is here for Katusha. Quickstep have got Mauro Facci again on the attack. And ISD have got Bartosz Hugatsky, another new rider on the block as far as I'm concerned at least.
Well, the weather changing very dramatically all of a sudden, and I'm not surprised, Phil, because as we go through the customs post here, we are heading through into Switzerland before going back into Italy. And unfortunately, in the mountains, the weather can change in the drop of a hat, and it is extremely cold over the mountain peaks.
Well, at this time of the year in the Giro d'Italia, you expect to get bad weather as well as nice weather. Remember when Andy Hampson won this race in '88? I think he was more like a snowman on occasions there. It was a very bitterly cold tour in places in the Dolomites, but today the weather really has turned against the riders because, in all honesty, it's taken a week to find anything but sunshine.
Well, a tricky descent in conditions like this, and you certainly don't want to take too many risks, and that's why there's that little bit of picture breakup. We're very lucky, I have to say, on a day like this in actually getting any pictures at all, because the pictures on today, for example, are not actually being brought by helicopter. They're being brought by fixed-wing aeroplane, which is flying above the cloud banks.
And hopefully above the mountains as well, which he's probably sitting at around 10,000 feet just now. I've got one rider clear here, but I think it's the Katusha rider, I'm not sure. Klimov if it is.
Well, this is the leading breakaway here, and the man chasing, I think, a little bit further back was Andrei Grivko, and he's trying to reintegrate this leading group of 5 riders, and it's only 40 seconds back to the group of the Maglia Rosa.
Garmin Slipstream had a good start to the day. The only small climb of the day was won by the sprinter Tyler Ferrar. Kinziato was second, and Pelazzotti was over there in third place, keeping an eye on life, but they all went back into the pack. Ooh, that was a nasty kick there.
It certainly was. Very tricky coming into town here this afternoon. This is the front end of the race. Grivko is chasing at around about 30 seconds, trying to get himself back into this group. There you can see the big rider in the group there from Team Columbia High Road, and that's the front end of the main field. I think a little bit happier now that the weather is starting to improve. Grivko looking for 30 seconds and 35 seconds back to the main field. We're in the streets of the finishing town.
Yes, and that's time to remind you, the breakaway in fact had a lead at one stage, a maximum lead of 9 minutes and 14 seconds. Then the rain came down and the peloton came back, or that's what it appears just now. Half a minute to Grivko, and then the peloton just behind him. So this is all going to come together here.
Well, it may well not do so at 3.8 kilometres to go. These guys have got to keep working if they want to survive. Looking over the shoulders, Phil, they can almost see Grivko and almost see the black shadow of the main field. Pulling back from the helicopter here, they're going to put the yellow neutral service vehicle back inside there, so that would indicate to me that the race referees actually think the gap, having come down, is going to start to stretch out again.
Yes, a chance here at the end of a long day. 492 kilometres covered in 2 days of racing. We visited Austria and Switzerland, in between going in and out of Italy, of course. We're coming back home now for the race. He's just nosed a little bit ahead there, but the Maglia Rosa group of 43 seconds, hinting now there'll be no change overall here, but will the sprinters get back on terms to use the day? That's the 3 kilometre banner.
3 kilometres to go. These riders are still, there's no passengers in this group, Phil. They realise this is a critical moment of the race, because if you start to play those cat and mouse moves at a time like this, you realise the main field can very quickly shut you down.
This little breakaway, still working together, desperate moments. They've still got the yellow car in of neutral service, so they've got a chance.
That's an indication that the race referees believe that they have a chance. This is Grivko in 6th position on the road. He's still looking for half a minute to try and pull himself back to these riders.
This is a little group here, Paul, of Vigano of Fuji, Pavel Brut of Team Katusha. I've seen Hunter in there, and I'm pretty sure that is Boyson Hagen, who got second yesterday, who's driving through at the front. And they must have got away from the front of the bunch here, because this is all there are.
Well, I tell you what, Robbie Hunter in the red and white jersey there must be fancying his chances here, because he's probably the fastest man in this group. And with 43 seconds over the front end of the main field, that's Hunter just tightening his shoes there, realising at 2 kilometres to go, this is the possibility for him for a stage victory.
Well, I think Grivko is a misleader there, because this is a group which could reshape the day at just inside 2 kilometres to go. Now, is this the one for Robbie Hunter? Remember, he became the first South African to win a stage of the Tour de France. Now, is he going to get himself a stage of the Giro d'Italia? He speaks fluent Italian, he lives here, he also has a small holding, I think, in Switzerland as well, because he has a Swiss wife, but basically he has a home here in Italy.
Well, that would make him one of the very rare riders, Phil, to win a stage in each of the Grand Tours. He's already got a stage victory in the Tour of Spain as well, and he just needs one here to make it a job lot. 1.6 kilometres to go.
Nobody making the move. They're lining themselves up for the sprint here now. This is the head of the race as far as I am aware. So as we're lining up for the finish, Hunter inviting them to chase here. Pavel Brut, is he going to have a go? He is the rider on Team Katusha.
Yeah, he's a man who comes from a track background as well. He doesn't let moves like that sneak off the front. Now he's over on the right-hand side. He's decided he's going to make the move, but not. It was a dummy attack, because right on his wheel was Bosenhazen.
Yes, and he's now taken the second wheel. As we come into, we're looking for the kilometre. It must be just down the corner here. And watch out for the Fuji riders sitting there at the back of the race, because that is David Vigano.
Last kilometre, ultimo kilometro. They'll go under the Flamme Rouge now. They're not going to get caught. The winner of today's stage is going to come from this group here this afternoon. Sitting on the back there, the Katusha rider.
This is going to be a slow motion. They can't afford to do much of this. The peloton is about half a minute behind. Those lead motorbikes are coming through. They could well be in their sights here if they just wait any longer than this, as now Boyson Hagen has found himself in the hot seat, not where he wants to be, because if you're going to start the sprint, and somebody has gone up the inside, and Hunter here trying to marshal everybody, I think may have left himself at the back of the race, because that's the Fuji rider Vigano who's now trying to taste down who I think is Pavel Brut, who's made the move.
Brut is the one who's made the move in second position on the road. Grivko about to get caught there by the front end of the main field, but that's 30 seconds behind this group. Still survival at the front end, and now we're starting to see whether or not it's going to come all back together. The Fuji rider, Phil, I think is about to get pulled back into the fold.
Well, as they line up for the finish now, they're more or less all together. Hunter is having to work overtime before he starts his sprint, tagged on to the back end of this tail. A little chance of a breather, and Boyson Hagen, who got second yesterday, remember, best of the rest, is now going for gold here. He's 2 days away from his 22nd birthday, so it's coming early, because they're not going to catch him. And that is the first stage win for Columbia High Road, and it's well taken. And Hunter has just pulled something out of the hat. He's got second place. He'll be fuming with that.
He'll be fuming, but he was a long way behind the rider from Team Columbia High Road, Phil. This is the front end of the main field. They've pulled Grivko back into the fold. Remnants of a breakaway just coming across the front end of the main field. But I tell you what, this has been a long, hard day in the saddle.
Well, in fact, that's Grivko just snuck it, just held them off there, Paul, and it's that Matthew Goss of Saxo Bank, who started to sprint well this last couple of days and get some good results.
I just noticed in the middle of that pack, Mark Cavendish sitting up and celebrating because he knows that his teammate, winner of Wevelgem this year as well, has got himself the victory. Look at this power of this young man. Yeah. Remember this name, Bosenhagen, because you will be hearing that name, I reckon, for the next 10 years in the sport of professional cycling. He was a star in the under-23 level of the sport, and he's already making a big name for himself in the professional rankings.
Well, we saw him win a stage of the Tour of Ireland a couple of years ago, beating the big-name professionals there, and he's steadily but surely making tremendous progress here. A real talent, and Columbia High Road have got the tag on him for the moment. As he gets the victory there, as I say, in 2 days' time, he'll be 22. Poor old man, as he crosses the line.
Hard to believe. Easy victory for him, massive acceleration, and he's obviously not too concerned about the weather conditions. But, Phil, as we look at the standings on the stage, Bosenhagen getting himself the victory ahead of Hunter and Pavel Brut. 40 seconds back to the front end of the main field. This really hasn't done anything at all to change the overall classification.
No, Ben Swift continues to sprint well for Katusha as well, in 10th place. Robert Foster of Germany for Milram in 9th position. I haven't seen too much of him yet. Meanwhile, the autobus arrives and everybody anxious for the showers now. They've been washed out down there on the course. Not too far away either, a minute 19 as they hit the line. Nobody in any hurry, but this man is. 2 days now, a win and a second place. He's beginning to enjoy the Giro d'Italia, is Edward Boysenhagen. He won't be in pink tonight. That will stay with Danilo De Luca. And this is the first time that none of the leaders' jerseys in any of the competitions have changed shoulders since this race began. Everybody keeps their situation. 5 seconds to Lockvist. De Luca continues to lead this race on points. The king of the mountains, while Lockvist holds on to young rider.
De Luca looking very comfortable getting onto the podium at the end of every day. The Maglia Rosa suits him quite well, and to boot, he's got his Maglia Rosa glasses.
It doesn't get any easier as we now head to Bergamo. 209 kilometres today, couple of hills along the way, which might cause a bit of a problem, and 193 riders still in the Giro d'Italia.
Well, they go through some very pretty parts of the world before they finish in what I have to say really is pretty much a hotbed of Italian cycling, the town of Bergamo. A lot of bike riders come from that part of the world.
Well, Columbia High Road have no complaints about the way the first week has gone. In the Giro d'Italia, we've now done 1,160 kilometres of the planned 3,466, if you want to be absolutely right. As we skirt round the lake here, we've got 2 climbs. Early on, the Colla del Gallo is a 6.3 kilometre, 7% climb, and 1 or 2 tricky roads out there today as well. Down into Bergamo. This will be a big test of the organisation to bring the riders into this city.
It certainly will, because it's actually a very tricky run into the finish. The last 4 or 5 kilometres, there really are an awful lot of twists and turns.
Well, as we join the action here, it looks as though we've got, is that Lance Armstrong there?
Armstrong here actually riding in the role of a domestique or helper for his team, and he's come to the front end to test himself out, but also to work for the squad. I have to say, the way he was riding there, Phil, it was an extremely aggressive stance.
Well, it's good to see Astana have a lead in the team race here, so there's plenty in it for them. And there's been a crash there, and I can't see any team colours from this position at the moment, but thank heavens that safety netting was there.
Well, the whole race organisers, Phil, they must have had a feeling that was going to be a very dangerous crash there. And well, that's probably why.
Well, I'm hoping we're not panning down to find somebody down there, Paul. I think we might be. Because these are the emergency vehicles and the riders themselves. Somebody is down there.
Well, there's a Rabobank team car there. These are riders who've been dropped on the climb just a little bit earlier on.
My goodness me, we've now got the rescue team going down here with block and tackle and to lower themselves down. So somebody has gone over that barrier, and I think you're right, it must be a Rabobank rider. Well, we have seen this in the past in the Tours, of course. Johan Brunel himself finished up down there once and climbed back out and got on his bike, but whoever's down there at the moment, I just will have to wait and see.
Well, I tell you what, I'm pretty amazed at the level of the rescue operation they've been managed to mount so quickly there. That's where the race went round. You can see the corner there. Whoever it is, Phil, you've got to cross your fingers, I think.
Well, we're not getting any feedback at all from Radio Tour. We can hear voices, but we can't hear what they're saying. Meanwhile, the race has gone on. We'll update you on that as fast as we can. But these are the riders now at the head of the race here.
Phil, this is a small breakaway group, and a very dangerous breakaway group, because number 24 there is Levi Leipheimer. This is a group of 4-5 riders. Now, this is something that I don't think anybody would have expected on the road into Bergamo. There is the leader of the race, Danilo De Luca, and the attack off the front has come from Leipheimer.
And the white jersey alongside De Luca is being worn by the best young rider at the moment, which is Thomas Lockfitz. There's massive crowds out here. And this race, well, it's taking a bit of working out, I'll be honest, right now, as we're seeing them go over this climb, which is the second climb of the day.
Well, that looked like Danilo De Luca trying to get himself, Damiano Cunego trying to get himself across the gap at around about 25 seconds. But I think there will be some serious alarm bells ringing here, because Levi Leipheimer was hovering around in the top 10 in the overall classification, and many people probably thought, just thinking about the upcoming individual time trial. But I tell you one thing, Lance Armstrong, when he was a young professional cyclist, used to live not too far away from here. Bergamo to Como is not too far as the crow flies, and Armstrong may well have known this route quite intimately, which is why all of a sudden, on a day when I didn't expect anything to happen, we've seen this very interesting move by Leipheimer.
Well, Paul, as you're speaking now, I'm hearing that in fact the rider who crashed is Pedro Herrillo, who rides for Rabobank. And he's fallen over 50 metres, which is the best part of 180 feet down there. No update at the moment.
Well, I have to say, I know that one great thing about the organisation here is they know how to look after people, and they will get him out of that ravine as quickly as possible and off to hospital, probably by helicopter. So fingers crossed for Pedro Herrillo.
Absolutely. A great bike rider, one of the world's best domestics, and let's face it too, he's going to be sadly missed as far as the competition goes and as far as Denny Menchoff goes, because Menchoff is right up overall. Anyway, back with the action at the moment as we keep an eye on what is happening further back along the roads. This race is under all sorts of pressure right now.
Well, this is Mick Rogers over on the left-hand side of the road, and Mick Rogers is no stranger to living in Italy either, so there's a serious amount of racing going on here this afternoon. The lead of the race is 38 seconds ahead of the Maglia Rosa. Now, this all happened, Phil, on this little small climb on the run down towards the finish. Mick Rogers today is trying to turn the Giro d'Italia upside down.
Well, Team Columbia, dare I say it, are on a high, because they don't seem to be able to do anything wrong at the moment, and it's a good chance for Mick now to try and upset the apple cart of Danilo De Luca. LPR are under pressure now. All the helpers have got to the front in pursuit of Mick Rogers. Comes from Canberra in Australia, in the ACT, Australia Capital Territory. They've even thrown in a few cobblestones here, and thank heavens there's not a big bunch going through that archway.
Well, Mick Rogers taking a chance here, an advantage, and this I think is going to be the nature of the Giro over the next couple of days, because nobody wants to wait for the strategic points, and I have to say that Mick Rogers really has made a very clever, brave move there. This will put a lot of pressure onto the shoulders of LPR and, of course, onto the shoulders of Danilo De Luca, and that's why you can see Team Liquigas sitting back and not doing the pacemaking now. They want to weaken the team of De Luca and allow his team to do all of the pacemaking.
Absolutely right too. That's the way it is if you're leading the Tour, of course. Rogers has taken the initiative here, and the Tifosi, they just love their sport, are cheering on anybody who comes through in the lead as best they can. Rogers is through the archway. It's not a big gap, is it? Because these boys are also through now. Garzelli is again at the front, and it looks as though one of Astana riders trying to push off the front there.
It looks like Popovic. I think that group that we saw a little earlier that contained Levi Leipheimer has been pulled back into the fold, but straight over the top of that.
Apart from what we're seeing now.
Yep, this is Popovic now.
Yep.
They're throwing everything today at Danilo De Luca. This is a very tricky run into the finish in Bergamo, and that's why we're seeing all of these riders just throwing caution to the wind here this afternoon. As I said earlier, Phil, a lot of riders in Italian cycling hail from the streets of Bergamo.
Well, don't forget, it's our third successive day over 200 kilometres, and they've not been easy roads. They've been well raced by the race. It's been a very good race so far, I have to say. And so this is when you've got to try and hit the man and weaken him before the obvious climbs and the obvious places to attack, because sometimes they're neutralised there.
Mick Rogers is back in the main field. It looks as if there's another rider starting to go clear, and that was Sivtsov. And now Danilo De Luca has decided the only way to defend now, Phil, on these very narrow streets is to go on the attack.
Well, the killer instinct, should we call it now, because this boy's dancing in front of his home people, and he's wearing the Maglia Rosa, and he tells everybody every day he's feeling great. So now we're going to find out.
They can't let a rider like Popovic get too far off the front end. In fact, there's been a replacement here because Mick Rogers looks as if he's been pulled back into the main field, and that is Sivtsov. Alongside Danilo De Luca, it's Jaroslav Popovic, and Popovic goes again!
Another grit of the teeth, and another kick there by Popo. He is a different rider. Now he's come back from Silence Lotto to his home base of the American team. Well, it really is an American team with the way it's set up, Astana. And I take my hat off to Danilo now because he's having to do it for himself, and he is chasing Sivtsov now.
Well, this has been a great day for Team High Road. They've been on the attack all of the time, trying to see what they can do on a day like this. And it's put a lot of pressure on the front end of the main field because on a day when the sprinters may well have thought that they had a little bit of a chance of success, they've been completely and utterly ripped to pieces because that, Phil, is not the full main peloton.
Well, I hardly would imagine it would be after the way they've been attacking and counter-attacking, but Sivtsov is now looking to give Team Columbia High Road their second win in as many days, and I don't think they're going to nail him back.
Well, it would be their third victory as well, because let's not forget, it seems like an awful long time ago they were the winners of the opening stage, the team time trial in Venice. Seems an awful long way from Bergamo right now.
It does indeed. And still we've got the two Liquigas boys there, Pelosotti and Basso at the head. That's a very small group that's gone through there. It's been a tough day. We're hearing that Pedro Oria has been airlifted to hospital. In a way, I suppose that's good news after what we saw there, but we wish him well, that's for sure. And 2 kilometres to go at the moment.
Well, I wonder if any of the big names have missed out because there has been a serious split at the front end of the main field. I think everybody pretty much knew how the race was going to be around the heart of Bergamo, an old medieval city. 2 kilometres to go now for the group of the Maglia Rosa. Danilo De Luca is definitely in there, but he didn't seem to have an awful lot of teammates and certainly not too many friends in the group as he charges away around Bergamo here. 22 seconds from the lead of the race to the Maglia Rosa, but I have a feeling, as you said, Phil, they're not going to see Sivtsov again because that young man, I think, is a kid with a great future.
Well, I must say this is stunning, this route at the moment, but it's far too difficult for a working group to pull back a single man as he gets on with the race by himself here. Sivtsov, he came to fame last year when he won the Tour of Georgia in the USA. He was the secret weapon then, as we referred to him, of Team Columbia High Road, and that's the way as he goes under 1 kilometre to go. Again, Paul, another area where you didn't really want a bunch sprint, eh?
Yes, I'm a little bit concerned about how narrow some of these run-ins have been towards the finish in the Giro d'Italia. I know the Giro regards itself as being a little smaller than the Tour de France, but some of these roads, to me, are actually bordering on dangerous, especially at the moment weather's good. But if it was raining today, and if you were looking at a bunch sprint coming into town like this, it would be mayhem.
As it was, of course, the other day. But now it looks as though the field is lining up for the sprint here. This might clip the wings of the likes of Pataki here. But here he comes up towards the line, and this is going to be 2 days out of 2. There's the bunch up the high street. They're massive for second place now. We're almost going through a shopping precinct here as he swings round to the right. And now he lines up in what is a perfect sprinter's finishing row, but it's all too late because Sivtsov is going to give Team Columbia High Road another brilliant day out as we go into the second week of the Giro d'Italia. It'll be an interesting sprint for second place, but that's what it will be now as he salutes the crowd. Win number 2 in a row for Team Columbia High Road.
Well, you mentioned Pataki. I'm not sure Pataki's going to be there, Phil, because I think a lot of the sprinters have been caught out by the aggressive nature of the run into town. Team Columbia High Road are all over the front end of the main field leading this out.
Well, the man about to lead out, he's had a second and a first. He's going for another second now, and that's Boyson Hagen almost toying with them here. Is his tail up or what? He took that at a canter. And so Boyson Hagen gets the second place. De Luca was in there. He gets a small bonus. So all is not lost. And I think the other rider, Paul, was Michael Rogers. So they've had 3 in the first 4 today.
Well, I think Team Columbia High Road, as well as Team Astana, had a little bit of a plan on their minds this afternoon. They knew how tricky this race route was, and they knew it was a chance to create the surprise. They didn't surprise Danilo De Luca, but I'll tell you one thing, they seriously put him under pressure.
Well, there's a view of Bergamo from the helicopter and the massive people down there watching the 100th Giro d'Italia, and they've just been treated to 3 riders from the same team snatching a place in the top 4 on the day, with Boysenhagen in second and Rogers in third. There's another look at Konstantin Sivtsov.
It's hard to remember what his name is, because if you look at any of the books,
misspelt,
it's completely misspelt in every book that you might pick up, whether it's French, whether it's Flemish, or even in English. It's so many different names because of the translation of the Cyrillics.
Yes, absolutely right. He's from Belarus, or Belarusia, and that was a great result for him. Just checking on his heart there, Paul, make sure it's still going.
I think it is. It's probably going quite fast.
And you see, they spell it with a U, all the books spell it with a V, Sivtsov or Susu. Boysenhagen second, 21 seconds later, so he's pulling away all the time. De Luca, Rogers, Pelazzotti, interestingly enough, too. Cunego getting on the board, and Joaquin Rodriguez for Serra getting into 8th place. Royiger of Milram, the Austrian, he's finishing in 10th there. Popovic 13th, Scarponi completing there the top 15. There were time gaps, but important bonus today for Danilo De Luca. Basso at 21 seconds, always up near the front too. Best young rider Lofkis keeps that leader's white jersey. We'll check on the overall, but I think we'll see that De Luca has moved ahead a little bit with that 3rd place today.
But I think what you'll notice there, Phil, reading through those top 20 places, there weren't too many sprinters up on the stage today, on a stage which looked theoretically on the face of it a flat day. And yes, De Luca has extended his lead in the overall classification.
Gone out to 13 seconds. Nothing in it, is it, after a full week of racing? Look at this, a minute covering the first 5 riders. Leipheimer holding on to 4th. Menchov is in 5th. Pelazzotti is 9th. Popovic is riding a terrific tour in 12th. Simoni we hardly see, yet he sits there just 2 minutes 9 seconds off the pace. Kevin Sealdryers holds on to 2nd place in the white jersey competition. As we continue to look at the top 22, Cunego just squeezing in there. They'd have probably only shown the top 20 if it hadn't been an Italian in 22nd, who knows. There's the killer, things are good. He's even showing us now he can take risks and snatch win bonuses in the sprints.
Well, he is an aggressive rider. He's a rider for not necessarily all seasons, but definitely all terrains.
Onward we go, stage 19. We're heading into Milan now, and we're using the circuit the riders normally use on the final day of the Giro d'Italia. It's a ride scheduled to be 165 kilometres, 190 riders still survive, and Pedro Herrera is seriously injured in hospital. He's been put into an induced coma, but hopefully the news will get better as this race goes on. But there's the pictures for you to see, and I agree with you 100%, Paul. Terrific that they had this sort of equipment here on the race so fast.
Mounting a rescue operation like that is not an easy thing to do, and these guys obviously had it in the back of their minds that they needed to be ready for all kinds of circumstances.
Yeah.
And hats off to the organisation of the Giro, Phil, for pulling this off this quickly. And as you said, we hope that everything goes well with Pedro Herrera. I think the only reason they've put him into an induced coma is to allow him to recover slowly over a period of time.
Well, let's hope so here. Lance Armstrong there on the front row. Now, rumour is circulating the riders are refusing to race here. We're going to find out now, aren't we? Because they're saying the circuit, and in fact De Luca is telling the public what's going on.
He was talking to the public and trying to explain to them that they wanted to come out and ride the course, but they were a little bit concerned about the safety of the course here this afternoon. They're saying that there's a lot of parked cars, there's a lot of very dangerous corners. And I think what the riders have decided to do here, Phil, is have a neutralised race, but then to sprint it out at the end.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, we're scheduled to do 15 11.4 kilometre laps here, and the riders have not raced thus far because they're saying the course is dangerous. Now, I'm not sure the riders are right, because as you can see, the course isn't dangerous at all, and it's the same circuit which has been used all the time to finish the Giro in the past in Milan. And the organisers are not very happy. They're saying the riders has formed ringleaders who have persuaded the other riders not to race, but it looks as though they've started to race now, which is good. But you see, it's coming on the back of that crash yesterday of Pedro Herrera, and the riders are going to feel a little bit twitchy. There's the neutraliser on the other side. See, I don't quite know what's going on here, Paul.
Well, we're inside
half the race is raced, half hasn't by the look of it.
Yeah, we're inside of a couple of kilometres to go. It's been decided by the race organisation that there won't be any times here, but this is the front split. This is the split now of the sprinters, and these men are going to sprint out the glory of the stage victory here this afternoon. I noticed Mick Rogers wasn't too far away from the front. Tyler Farrar was there, also Alessandro Petacchi. So this is the sprint for the stage victory, but this will not count in the overall classification of the Giro d'Italia this afternoon. There's Petacchi riding right up at the front in the Ciclamina jersey, making himself very solid in that points classification.
Well, the start was in the famous Piazza Duomo. We're now 1 kilometre to go to finish in the Corso Venezia. That's rather fitting, really. Road to Venice, as they now, and in this group, dare I tell you, Petacchi is here, and so too is Cavendish, and you can see Cavendish, little bit of a bump there. Oh dear me, there's a second one, just in case the first one didn't work. And now it looks as though we're lining up for the finish here. Petacchi is going to find himself in the hot seat here. Well, as Paul has said, there's no time gains here. The overall will stay the same. But there would be a prestigious victory if it were to come for Petacchi or even for Tyler Farrar, who is right in the thick of things.
Well, I can't believe that Petacchi thinks he's going to ride away from the front of this group. In fact, he swung off, and he obviously realises today that he's not going to get himself the victory. But it is Team Columbia High Road, and there is a Manchman.
It must be a foregone conclusion now. The missile is launched, and this will be his first win of this year in the Giro. He got 2 last year. And dare I remind you, Columbia have just won the last 3 stages of the Giro d'Italia. They just can't go wrong. So that's victory then for Mark Cavendish, his first win in this year's Giro d'Italia, and he'll be happy even if it was a sort of neutralised race day.
Well, you know, Phil, a professional bike rider, and I just watched the acceleration of Mark Cavendish here. As a professional, a win is a win. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. It's making sure you get your wheel across the line in first place. He's got such incredible acceleration, Mark Cavendish, that even if you're in his slipstream, there's no way you can catapult out. Still right up there. I think getting 3rd place there was Tyler Farrar. So the American is starting to develop into a pretty serious sprinter too.
He is, and it was a sort of day off today. Well, it is a day off tomorrow because it's the first rest day of the Tour, as the riders take a break, and then they will reopen with a massive stage, the longest stage of the Giro at 262 kilometres, and it's not entirely flat by any manner of means. So this is a very tough Giro at the moment, and I'm wondering if that's what really prompted this race today, and not just the safety of the course. Although there was a rumour too that many riders in the race wanted a Rabobank rider to win today in memory of the crash yesterday to Pedro Orillo. And well, it wasn't to be. Cav's the sprinter. Cav got the win.
And that's the rest of the peloton of the Giro d'Italia. It says 2 minutes and 15 seconds, Phil, but that's not important on a day like today because it will not be counting. There you can see Cavendish getting himself the win ahead of Davis and Tyler Farrar and Matty Goss. With Alessandro Petacchi, they're saying he was 5th, but I don't think he was. I think that may well be a mistake.
I can't understand why he rode like he did. Maybe he didn't want to win because he thought the race was not a proper race today. But Cav didn't think that way. He won. And as we look down the whole list here, Mark Renshaw usually leads out Mark Cavendish, and he faded away to 18th on the line. Ian Stannard, another British rider in the race. Incidentally, this has got a record number of British riders in the race, which is a good sign for British cycling, I have to say. Steady on, Cav. I know it's a day off tomorrow.
Especially mentioning that's the Castillo, by the way, down there, the big castle in the middle of Milano. De Luca with 13 seconds and 44 seconds over Mick Rogers is starting to enjoy his Maglia Rosa at the top of the leaderboard. I have to say, though, looking pretty dangerous there. Chris Horner in 8th, Popovic in 12th. I think Team Astana have still got a lot of cards they can play in this race.
We've now done 1,500 kilometres, and the riders, I think we can say, have earned their day off before we resume on the road from Cuneo. Well, we all know Cuneo, Paul. It was a rest day in the Tour de France, and it nestles in the mountains right at the bottom. And then we raced to Pinerolo, a massive distance if we go back into the heart of Italy, really, at 262 kilometres.
A long, hard day in the saddle. It's very difficult to get here from France, and in fact, when the Tour de France came into Cuneo, they had to come over some pretty high mountain peaks to get there.
It's the high spot of the day today as well, as we search the climb of the Col du Sestriere, which is a ski station in Italy. We top out at 2,035 metres. It's the Cimo copy because it's the high spot of this year's Giro d'Italia.
It's going to be a little bit of a sort out once again. And the riders now starting to get really thick into the action of the Giro d'Italia. There you can just see the border of France there, as the riders almost get to France and then take a left turn to go into Sestriere and over the top of that very famous ski resort.
I must say, on the original schedule, they were scheduled to go into France and go over the Col d'Izoard amongst other climbs, but they seem to have changed their minds and they're staying here as we head to Pinerolo for the big finish today. This is going to be a tough day because of the distance, as we now see the number one here, Stefano Garzelli, in the lead now. He's wearing the green jersey as leader of the King of the Mountains, but in fact he's not the leader at the moment. But I'll tell you what, if he keeps this up, he will be by the end of the day.
It's like Maurizio Soler in second position as well. I'm looking for a long breakaway on a day like this.
The riders here now are going to just watch each other and try and control things, because these seconds at the drop of a hat could become minutes today on roads like this. And Sestriere is a hard, tough climb, the Cima Coppi. Then it's not the last climb of the day, because the real climb of the day, maybe not quite as hard, the Pra Martino, but it comes at strategically the place to attack, 15 kilometres from the finish. In the old days, well, not in the old days, in races gone by, we finished here, of course, at Sestriere.
Well, there have been great winners at Sestriere, only to mention a couple of names. Bjarne Riis won a stage of the Tour de France here on his way to taking the overall victory, and so did a certain Lance Armstrong. This is the man who's looking to build a lead in the King of the Mountains classification. He's now got the green jersey on his shoulders as Stefano Garzelli, and he realises on a big long day like this, it's a very strange competition, the King of the Mountains competition in Italy, because the points are very heavily loaded to some of the smaller climbs, and I've never quite understood why they don't have a similar type classification to the one they have at the Tour de France. But if you know the rules and you can play by them, well, you've got a very good chance of getting yourself the lead.
Well, the thick end of 7 hours today. Garzelli's got away on his own here, and I think personally he's gone to consolidate a proper lead in the King of the Mountains and pull that green jersey on for himself. At the moment it's owned by Danilo De Luca, but of course he's in the Maglia Rosa. Lockfist is still best young jersey in white, and Pataki, as we've seen, holds on to the Ciclamino.
Well, this is Giovanni Visconti there, joined there by his teammates with him as well, and that looked very much to me like Andre Grivko, and there's a man that we would normally see in the Tour of California.
He's training. He's getting ready for the Tour de France.
It looks like a 12-point rack he's got on there.
Well, you've got to be careful. You could get shot up here, because the Italians are great hunters.
So look at that for a gap. 6 minutes and 23 seconds for Stefano Garzelli. He's looking this afternoon, I think, Phil, to try and get himself that stage victory that his supporter wants him to get.
Well, he's been away for an awful long time, Paul. Over the Mon Sensisio, we saw him go over the top there. It was Soler in second place. I don't think we saw it, but Armstrong went over that climb in third place today. Now we're heading towards Sestriere. We'll see what happens. There's the height for you, as I said, 2,035 metres. And then it's 11 kilometres in length, which is the best part of 7 miles, with similar gradients to the climb we had up the Alp the other day, on day 5 of the race.
2,035 metres, the maximum altitude. You can see the pacemaking being done at the front, and it's LPR, and that's the team of the overall leader, Danilo De Luca. I wonder what De Luca's thinking about with the big, long individual time trial starting to loom up on the horizon, because it's certainly not to his strength. And a 60-kilometre individual time trial can create massive time checks.
Very, very hilly indeed. A lot of riders are frightened of that time trial. That's 2 days away. Astana still leading in the team. Visconti, Andrei Grivko. Looks as though he's in a different world, this guy. I'm not sure he knows where he's riding at the moment, just getting on with it.
Yep. And strangely enough, that flag there, which you may not have recognised, was the Basque flag. And I'm not sure what they're doing up here.
I didn't recognise it, actually. I thought it was a pirate flag. 67 kilometres to go now, up to the finish. It's still, unfortunately, a long, tough ride to the top. I hit the snow line on Sestriere, dive off the top, and head to Pra Martino, which will take us over towards the finish. Once we're over the top of that, it's 15 kilometres down to the finishing line. I think these are the police in a ski instruction team watching the race go by before they get on with the job in hand. Well, that's a nice picture. And there's still the pink jersey sitting there. Third wheel. He's riding a typical De Luca race. It's up to the others to attack him. They're not worried about Garzelli on the top left of our picture, simply because He's too far behind overall. He's hunting points for the King of the Mountains.
Well, the race situation in front of you there, top left-hand corner, Garzelli, the two chasers, Visconti and Grivko. Another group of riders down to the bottom left starting to form off the front. And of course the main field of the Maglia Rosa down the bottom right-hand corner. And that main field, Phil, is starting to take this climb a little bit more seriously, because they are stretched out into a big long line there with still De Luca very comfortably sitting in third position behind his men.
You know, Paul, this has been a wonderfully aggressive Giro this year, but there's no one man standing out, is there? I mean, De Luca's not a demonstrative leader. He's just making sure and keeping an eye on things. This man has been without doubt the most aggressive rider of the Tour, but really he's got nothing to show for it yet.
Not yet, but what he's hoping today is to get himself a massive lead in the King of the Mountains classification and hopefully walk away with that. A little bit of art at the side of the road.
A little bit. There's a lot of it.
And
And there's Lance Armstrong, look, in his yellow jersey. American flag in the middle there. I wonder what he's saying. Why is he wearing a crash helmet?
Well, why are they wearing crash helmets? Well, you've got to love the Tifosi.
I don't think if I was Garzelli I'd want that.
Well, you've got to have some fun, I think, when you come out to watch a bike race. And these guys, despite the fact that they're having a good time out on the open road, they do appreciate the effort that these athletes do go through. This is a great performance, Phil, by Stefano Garzelli. I can only hope that on this occasion he comes up with a victory, because he has tried so hard.
Well, this is the action just behind here. Grifko, Visconti, in duo, in tandem if you like. And they're riding around 4 minutes back, I think. Oh, well, there's just to prove me wrong. They're riding 2:38 back of Garzelli.
It's 4.5 minutes back to the front end of the main field, but I think
that
may
thanks,
change.
Paul, you just saved me. Well done.
I think that may change next time we get an official time check.
Well, this is the Garzelli of old in many ways. Tribute there to Marco Pantani, who would have made short work of this climb. He'd have raced up it. 2 kilometres still to the top of the high spot. There's a big prize for this, because it is the Cima Coppi. It's the special prize for the high spot of the Tour, and Garzelli, fittingly enough, a former winner of this race, albeit 10 years ago, and now coming up here on what is the climb to the finish. You remember, Paul, Claudio Chiappucci, when we were in the Tour de France, winning alone up here in Sestria a few years ago now.
It was a long breakaway. I think it was a breakaway of
It
around
was a
about
very long
240 kilometres. A phenomenal performance by Claudio Chiappucci. And in fact, the chase behind him almost put the end to Miguel Indurain's chances of winning the Tour de France that year. In fact, Miguel, if I remember correctly, actually cracked on the final ascent up to Sestria on that occasion. But he did keep the overall lead.
Yes, it was a Fausto Coppi performance, that, in the memory of the great Campionissimo. Charlie Regalius in this group, and the long thin legs of Charlie right in camera now. New team for Charlie this year. He's going to ride alongside Cadel Evans in the Tour de France, hopefully.
It's a little bit of consternation amongst the Team Silence Lotto. They haven't had a very successful season so far this year, but in fact the team have been trying to force Cadel to ride events that he didn't want to, and they actually wanted him to ride the Giro d'Italia. He was forced into riding the Tour of Romandy, and then he put his foot down and said, look, I am here to win the Tour de France, and I need to prepare in the same way as I've prepared over the last 12 months and the last 24 months. So please give me the confidence to prepare the Tour de France in the way that I want to. But it doesn't bode well for team morale, does it?
No. And we haven't heard too much of Cadel Evans either this year, but of course, if that's what he's doing, we'll hear more of him when this race is over. I'm sure of that. There's Lance Armstrong, looking a little bit better today. He's had a few rough days, but he's riding through them. And just behind him is the white jersey of Thomas Luckfist, the young man on Columbia High Road. They've got all of their top men up here. They've had a rest day now, don't forget, so they won 3 stages before the rest day came along. It would be a big turner for the book if they provided the winner today, but of course Michael Rogers could be the next candidate.
Well, I think Rogers will be thinking about the individual time trial as being the possibility of him pulling himself high up in the overall standings. De Luca, though, when you've got the form that Danilo De Luca's got, even when you're not a great individual time trialist and you've got the Maglia Rosa on your shoulders, there's always the possibility, Phil, of putting in a strong performance in the time trial. And a time trial halfway through a Grand Tour is not like a one-off time trial. And De Luca will be hyper-motivated to make sure he doesn't lose too much time.
Cutting your way through the crowd, it's always a sure sign you're not far from the summit of the Col de Sestriere this time around. There's the village name. It's a ski station, of course, and a very active one too in the winter months. The snow is still around, you can still ski up on the hills there. And Stefano Garzelli, fittingly enough, wearing the green jersey of leader of the King of the Mountains, which he isn't, but he will be when he goes over the top of this mountain.
I think that's why the long escapade is in store for this man this afternoon, because this is obviously something he wants to take away from the Giro d'Italia, the lead in one of these competitions. He certainly deserves something, because this man has been aggressive. He's been at the front of the pack on all occasions, and not at all afraid of a long raid like this.
And he's still riding away from the chasers and the main pack here. He's gaining all of the time, so he's not a question of slowing down. He's planning a long escape. I wonder if he can hold out to the whole day. I can't see him holding out the whole day, but we'll see. Once over the top, he's got a nice long descent. He'd head to Pra Martino, and then once over that, it'll be a pursuit to the finishing line. These are the two chasers, Grifko and Visconti. Just tapping out the rhythm. They probably did this in training together as well.
Well, Visconti, a former Italian national champion, moved across from Team Quickstep. 6 minutes and 20 seconds back to the group of the Maglia Rosa. They're obviously not too concerned about anybody up the road in front of them, realising that they can allow those riders a certain amount of freedom. And I know it's a long way to go, but 6 minutes and 20 seconds is starting to look rather good for Stefano Garzelli.
It is, and of course, because he's lost much more than that on the roads, he knows they're not going to mark him, so he's making full advantage of that. He's got clearly good form. We're into the ski chalets now, as Garzelli looks to me as though he's accelerating here rather than slowing down. He's doing extremely well as he continues on the way. And the Cimo copy, you see, that's the high spot of the Tour, which means he'll take a hefty prize in euros home. And 200 kilometres done, which means he's still got a fair way to go, but he's got just on 60 kilometres to go, about 39 miles to race. Long way.
The altitude, once he goes over the finish line at the Cimo Coppi, is 2,035 metres in altitude, and he will get maximum points here, and there are more points for the Cimo Coppi than any of the other climbs in the Giro d'Italia. This could lay down the foundations for him for an overall victory in this classification. But I think more than anything else, Phil, he would like to be able to hold on and try and get himself the stage victory. But that climb at 15 kilometres to go after a long breakaway like this could really become his undoing.
Well, he may start to decide whether he should. A difficult decision at the moment because he's still pulling away from the chase. But if things start to change, he may try to let the tandem up behind him and get three of them in the lead and then go for gold. Because I just feel a stage win is overdue for Stefano Garzelli right now. And this is a good result for his team, which of course won't be in the Tour de France. But he's certainly got his place here in the Giro d'Italia, and he's told us all about that. There's the top. And the Cimo Coppi, the highest point in this year's 100th year of the Giro, is passed. And Stefano Garzelli can add that to his palmarès as well. Here's the rides behind as they continue to climb. Seems a lot of work being done by Visconti here.
Yes, I think they're going to have to wait for the flatter part of the course to work together. Visconti is an extremely good bike rider. You don't win the Italian national champion by accident. But the main fielder are now starting to pull themselves apart. There's one or two riders will be fairly happy once they get up into Sestriere, and just sitting there in third place all of the time at De Luca, fourth place at Ivan Basso. Armstrong there, Phil, is riding right at the front end of the main field in fifth place and starting to look a lot more comfortable.
There's more salutations to the pirate, Marco Pantani, I just caught a glimpse of there. Incidentally, when Sivsov won the other day, we've since found out that he was actually only 15 miles from where he lives in Italy. So that was a home win if ever there was one.
Yes, a lot of riders based themselves around the town of Bergamo. Caught in no man's land. These riders have got as close as 2.5 minutes, and they've yet to get to the top of the Col de Sestriere. And I wonder what their time advantage is. It's an awful situation to be in like this, Phil. You're caught in no man's land. You're not going any further forward, and yet you're not going anywhere backwards.
Well, I think they are going backwards from Garzelli himself. Whether they're going closer to the peloton, I don't know. But Garzelli has gone over the top some time ago now, 1.5 minutes plus, and they're still a long way from the summit, so they could be 4 minutes behind here.
very easily. This is the next group on the road, Charlie Wagale. It's nice to see Charlie having a free ride. He's suffered to find his form in the first 10 days of the Giro d'Italia. He doesn't really have any responsibilities in this year's Giro. And the past, he's been a rider on Team Liquigas, where he's been looking after guys like Franco Pellizotti. But here I think he's just enjoying his Giro d'Italia as preparation for the Tour de France. And if he makes the selection for the Tour de France, which I expect him to do, he will be really heavily counted on by Cadel Evans to support him in the big mountain passes.
Well, Charlie Wagalis is hardly known in Britain. He lives all his career over in Italy. He is a good climber. He packs the big tours in. He very, very rarely abandons them. And the teams like him along because he is a superb domestique in the mountains. And I'm sure he'll be down for the Tour de France alongside Cadel. But he loves Italy. This is where he comes from these days.
Well, I think Cadel, in fact, is going to have a very difficult time picking his squad for the Tour de France this year because a lot of the men in his team are starting to fall by the wayside with illness and injury. And unfortunately for him, once again, despite having tried to strengthen his team through the winter months, it may well be difficult to pick 9 strong men.
Visconti powers on. The clock passes 3 minutes since Gartelli started the plunge to the valley below. Grivko sits behind him. And we've no idea how far it is back, but it's around 3 minutes plus to the peloton down there, which is climbing this quite sensibly, really. They're not putting on any extreme pressure because all the stars, well, no, not the stars, all the favourites are still in this group.
Counting
the
the
stars
efforts.
Probably up front right now.
Yeah, counting the efforts that they make because that's the most important thing. If you make an effort, it's got to be an effort that pays. Into the heart of the ski station now, and it's Visconti now sitting at the back, number 91, allowing his teammate to do all of the pacemaking. A long raid by these guys, getting their team a little bit of extra television coverage, but they're not getting themselves anywhere close to Stefano Garzelli. In fact, on the climb of the Col de Sestriere, they've lost themselves 1.5 minutes to the lone Italian.
So, timed over the top, Grivko and Visconti at 3 minutes 57 seconds. Time to take on the liquids as they now begin the journey down the mountain. This is the next group along. Dario Cioni is in this group as well. I don't think we've mentioned him before, but he's here. Number 35 there is Felix Cardenas of Barlow World. It's going to fall to him to try and win a stage now, if they can.
That's Cioni in third position there. Formerly a rider on Team Silence Lotto, and he's jumped ship as well, further weakening the squad of Cadel Evans going through to the Tour de France. These guys are now looking to pick up 4.5 minutes. And really everybody's, apart from Garzelli, who's riding a strong race at the front, Phil, everybody else seems to be falling away.
Well, that's Dario Cioni there wearing number 93. And he's not going to do any chasing of anybody just now. Cardenas dancing at the back here. Charlie Wagalius not showing any worry at all. There's an indicator there, 5 fingers up, meaning 5 minutes to the leaders, and it's probably about right. The clock says 5:04. It'd be 5:30 maybe, a bit nearer as they go up towards the top of the climb. Points, of course, for the King of the Mountains, but nobody really challenging in that competition. And Garzelli today is building. If he can hang on to La Pra Martino, he's won both the big climbs so far today. He's going to be a big leader in the King of the Mountains. Looks like Cioni's gone over the top there, just ahead of the rest. Lovely blue skies now as they start the journey downhill here, and it'll be interesting to see how far back that peloton is, but they certainly give Garzelli a day out today.
Well, it's a good move by Stefano Garzelli on a day when I think a lot of people feel we're just pretty happy to stay comfortably back in the main field. A long day in the saddle, a hard day in the saddle, but there's still so many more difficult days ahead in store in the Giro this year.
Well, one thing about cycle racing is the route gives you a lovely view of the country, and I know a lot of people do take note of the route so they can go on holiday there when the race isn't involved. But today it looks absolutely picture postcard. The snow's going away on the right shoulder here for Wagalius and Cioni, Cardenas. Shortly it'll start to plunge. Here comes the peloton. Oh, what a shame, they've taken the clock off the screen, so we haven't a clue.
I would say we're looking at still around about the 6 minute margin for those riders.
All the 6 minutes, yeah.
And these guys, I think, are just happy to be staying together over these mountain passes. We will start to see an acceleration a little later on, but but I'm not sure who's going to do it, because the situation, Phil, is that none of these riders are really dangerous. That's Cardenas in the red. The Seramente Dicky Giovanni rider in here is Jose Serpa. He's actually, although he hasn't had much success out of the Giro so far this year, he's proved himself to be very aggressive and in good form, and always fairly close to the moves.
Well, just looking there at this little group now, that's a fairly small peloton. Or is it? It's getting a bit bigger now, isn't it? As the camera pulls back, it's quite a large peloton actually. And so that it just shows that they're not really too worried about the situation. They're of the opinion, and there's the gap, 6:23, of the opinion that they will start to pick these people off. The Pro Martino is reported being quite a difficult climb. It doesn't go anything up to like the height of Sestriere, but it's coming at a very good place to try and win the race at 15 kilometres to go. Cardenas in the entering group. Here we go back to the tandem of Grivko and Visconti.
Well, these two riders now, having gone over the top of the Col de Sestriere, have got to get themselves organised. Garzelli there, Phil, pulling himself up a nice 20 points for the Cima Coppi. Grivko 15 and Visconti 10. And as you said, he will now be pulling on in his own right the lead in that classification. It's very difficult to win classifications like this in the Giro d'Italia or the Tour de France, because you have to be aggressive every day. You've got to go out every day in your mindset to say, I must get points. Whether you're a sprinter or whether you're a climber, you've got to battle at every one of these points on every individual stage.
Well, this is not the Queen stage, as they call it, the most difficult stage, but it's a toughie today for sure. Garzelli is on his own, picking up the points. There's one more scoring points on the way if he can stay away. We'll see if they pick him back. It's still a little way to go, and they've started to descend quite quickly now, which I suppose might shake them up a little bit. But it's a lonely old life for Stefano Garzelli out front. 6:23 ahead. What's that, about 2 kilometres probably on the road at the moment.
Ski jump.
Yes, there's the 90 metre on the right and the 120 metre on the left. Did you know I knew about ski jumping?
Yes, I did know that you still enjoy getting yourself cold in the winter months, especially in the years of the Olympiad.
I tell you, I stood on the top of the ski jumps at Winter Olympics, and it's an horrendous sight to look down that ramp. Although in effect, once they come off the bottom ramp, they're rarely higher than about 9 feet above the ground. It looks like they're flying through the sky, but
well, they are at 150 kilometres an hour.
Yes, but they're not that far above the ground. But how on earth they ever get the courage to go down there, I do not know.
What always amazes me is how they get the courage to do the first jump. And
well, they reckon that at 4 or 5 years of age, you jump off a chair onto a cardboard box, and then you build up from there. Well,
you have to get a big cardboard box then.
A big cardboard box. Well, as you build up, you get a bigger box, of course, yeah, and a higher chair. And the one in Austria, you jump out over a graveyard, and so the last thing you see before you hit the ground are all the tombstones. I'm not sure I want to do that either. There's a little information on Garzelli. As we said, he won this race back in 2000. He's had some good places since. Fully deserves what he's getting today, because if we had a most aggressive prize of the race award, as such, they do score points for such a prize, then he would be the man to get it.
They also have a classification here at the Giro d'Italia for the number of kilometres in the breakaway, and I'd have to say this man is probably not far from leading that competition. But in Italy, there's always a little section of cobblestones somewhere in the mountains, and as he goes around this corner here, you can hear the bike rattling.
Well, thank heavens they're dry. Let me remind you, this is the longest stage of the race, as well as one of the hardest stages with the mountains. Fenestrelle is where he's just racing through at 262 kilometres today. It really is a long way. And there's the beautiful fortified walls here of Fenestrelle, as we're off hunting for the race. Now we've lost the peloton at 6.5 minutes, 2 kilometres back of Garzelli, and those little groups of riders in between.
This almost looks like the Great Wall of China.
I was thinking the exact same thing, but believe me, it's not a patch on the Great Wall of China, which is unbelievable.
But this has also been built in this part of the world to protect the invasion coming from France and Italy into this part of the world. And there were very, very many of these fortified areas throughout the Alps to protect the passageways, which initially were trade but also after that it was to prevent the passage of aggressive armies.
Well, it's working at the moment because an Italian's in the lead and they're not catching him. But it might change because there's still a fair way to go to the finish. We went over the top of the Cimo Copper, yes, Sestriere, leaving about 60 kilometres to race to the finish. But it's still a little bit of some undulations to come. That's the fort of Fenestrelle, which is pretty obvious, really, if there's Fenestrelle down below.
But
it really is a magnificent example, I have to say.
It must have been pretty difficult bringing the concrete up.
Oh, yes. Leave that to somebody else, I guess. Here we are now back with the green jersey. He's settled into this rhythm of his, and he's getting on with it. He's just hoping there's the eyes of the... What is it on his head, Paul? The panther? Cat?
The cat. It's a leopard.
Oh, without his spots. These are the two teammates here, and they're at 2:28, so they are actually catching him. They've closed down from 3:57 at the top of Sestriere, and it might be, that he's not going to try to hold those two off, but the three of them together could go well towards the finish.
Well, if he wants to survive on a stage like this, he probably his body is just about ready to ask for some assistance to come from behind. And he's not going to lose too much if he cruises on the descent for a while and waits for those two riders to catch up with him, because on the long valley road, Phil, before the final climb of the day, which summits out at 15 kilometres to go, he might be happy with some assistance.
Well, Garzelli, a year younger than Lance Armstrong, by the way. He would have been 36 years of age. Well, he will be 36 years of age during the Tour de France, but he won't be riding the Tour de France. And again, he's won plenty of races. 33 wins in a career which began 1997. So this is his 11th, 12th, 13th professional season at the top. And as a past winner of the Giro d'Italia, he's making sure the Italians haven't forgotten him yet. As we go back to what is the next group behind the leader, Cardenas, Cioni, Seppa, and Charlie Wegelius.
That's Wegelius just sitting on the back of the group in the Silence Lotto jersey. Riding himself into form he hopes for a little bit later on in the season. It really is. It's incredible what people built in the 17 and 1800s when you think they didn't have the technology around to assist them in their civil engineering feats. But certainly that fortified castle there is a very commanding view in the whole of this area.
It's so typical of Italian countryside, and it really is a slice of history as well. The Maglia Rosa group are also closing in. 4 minutes 50 now. He's slowing down.
Yep, he's lost a couple of minutes. And don't forget, Phil, Garzelli is a very serious and intelligent tactician. And just having a look at this corner here, I wonder if somebody had a hard time getting around there.
Charlie's in trouble. Charlie's got his back wheel.
He had a bad line. He had a bad line round that corner.
You know what? I think the problem was Cardenas was also in trouble, and he was putting Charlie off. He couldn't work his line out.
Yes,
anyway, they didn't fall.
He didn't fall, and that was the important thing. Cardenas has come to the back, and in fact I just heard a little bit of a squeal of the brakes there. One thing to be wary of on a longer downhill section like this is using your brakes too much, because one thing that does tend to happen is you can start to heat up the rims, and if you heat up the rims then you start to warm up the cement that sticks the tyres on, and very often you'll see that these tyres start to roll on a big mountain stage. The neutral service vehicle has come out, and I have a feeling when we look back we may well see the two chasers coming up there to join this man.
Well, we didn't, but I think you're right. They're there somewhere. Here they come through the field, the ISD boys. And they're continuing. That's now Visconti in the front. Grifko has taken his wheel just for the moment. These
two riders have been a long way in this bike race and not really looking at getting very much out of it for the moment, because they really have been stuck in between the front and the back of the race. The main field now, Phil, now that they've got the Col de Sestriere behind them, I think are now starting to take this a little bit more seriously and starting to pull the race back together. The fact that they've pulled almost 2 minutes off the time of Stefano Garzelli in the space of not much more than 10 kilometres indicates now that they're starting to think about the stage victory.
Absolutely. They're heading for the Pro Martino climb, and rumour has it it's not very pleasant. Well, sitting in the back there, you've got Visconti, former champion of Italy, but the current time trial champion of the Ukraine is this rider here, Grifko. He's won that title 3 times since he turned professional in 2005. so he can turn a handy pedal when he's all alone. That's the pursuit at the moment, and just keeping up the chase there is Andrei Grifko. And I think, you know, the way it's looking here just now, these two riders know that the pursuit has now started behind, and you can tell by that long line of riders as they start to come through the S's, the gap I think is going to come down pretty quickly. It's not looking good now for Garzelli, I have to say. This is the group just ahead, which includes the Cardenas is there, and also Dario Cioni, Charlie Wagelius, Serpa. Those are those four riders. If our camera just pulls back and swings left, we might see the chase coming.
Well, everybody's still working very well together, but on a day like this, once you start to see the main field getting themselves organised, the difference in speed between a breakaway group and the main field can be as much as 5 to 6 kilometres an hour, and you can wipe away huge time gaps that you thought were unassailable. But that's just the nature of the beast when it comes to the main field, getting the bit between their teeth and getting themselves organised.
Well, I'm just trying to work out how far it is to the climb of Pro Martino. It's probably about 20 kilometres still to go. These roads are not easy though, they're a little bit lumpy as the riders continually in and out of the saddle. Cardenas isn't doing a great deal in this front group, twice King of the Mountains in the Vuelta a España, but are now heading towards retirement, probably at the end of this season. This will be his last year, going with the sponsors Barlow World, I guess. 3:08 is the gap now to this group, I suspect.
But look at the difference in the speed. We just looked at that group of four riders a moment ago, and these guys here are probably doing, as I mentioned, between 5 and 10 kilometres faster than the groups up the road in them. So we'll start to see those time gaps really start to slash themselves. 6.5 minutes, Phil, at the top of the Colle de Sestriere. 3.5 minutes now. They are seriously eating into the lead of Stefano Garzelli, and I think very shortly they're going to be right on the tail of the second chasing pack.
And that 35 kilometres to go banner does put them exactly 20 kilometres from the top of Pro Martino, because that comes 15 from the finish. There's all the run of the order, and very shortly these four will be back in the pack and feel the pressure coming from Danilo De Luca and the boys.
I think they've already realised, Phil, that they're going to get caught because they've sat up. It's Cioni still setting the tempo on the front, but they know that they're about to get pulled back into the fold by these guys, and what a great job of work being done by Team LPR.
Well, they've got two objectives here. That's to get Pataki winning the pink jersey, or the Ciclamino jersey of point, and to get De Luca home in the Maglia Rosa. And that would be a great achievement if they achieve it, of course. Word in your ear, Mr. Garzelli, they're coming. And it doesn't matter. He's going to try and at least survive to the top of the Pro Martino, because that's more big points in the bag. And he's going to pull on the green jersey for himself anyway tonight, so he gets to go to the podium.
But he still has to think about the rest of this bike race, because as we come to the end of stage 10, there's still an awful long way to go before we get this race down into Rome. And rather interesting that because of it's the 100th anniversary, they're not going to finish in Milano as they normally do. They're actually going to finish right in the very heart of Rome. And what a backdrop that is going to make.
30 kilometres to go. We saw the peloton go through 35, but they're closer than that now. And interesting, his front wheel there, Paul. He's got an almost normal front wheel on. He's had it on most of the day. I'm just wondering if he's had a flat tyre at some stage.
I can only imagine that he probably did have a mechanical out on the course, and having changed it, he got a wheel from the neutral service vehicle and didn't want to waste his time. Look at that rider from Astana at the front there. You might recognise that style. Well, I'll give you one guess. He wears number 21.
Oh, right. It's the man. And settling back in. He had, as I say, during the end of that first week, a couple of shaky days, but I think he's come through, you know. I think he had a good rest day himself. Armstrong back in the thick of it. It's a good day for the riders to recover. I say it is 262 kilometres, but they have ridden this very, very sensibly indeed. They haven't exactly ripped up the road to bring back the breakaways.
I think what's amazing, Phil, is 3.5 years away from the sport. And to come back in a grand tour like this and be riding immediately up at the front end of the peloton, it really just goes to say that Lance Armstrong is a very special human being.
Well, I couldn't agree more. He's showing bike riders who haven't had time out how to ride this race, and you know, he's having to work the tactics out all again. He must be mentally a little bit rusty, although you wouldn't think it. He reads the race so well.
Well, he knows exactly what to do. You sit at the front end of the main field, you keep out of danger, you avoid all the crashes. Although the crash that he was involved in the Castilla-Leon was right at the front end of the main field, and I think, Phil, casting my mind back, that's probably the first serious injury he's ever had in the sport of professional cycling.
First ever broken bone. And funny enough, he mentioned this sort of thing might happen, or it could happen, not might happen, in the Tour Down Under. He kept out of the bunch sprints, kept to one side of the peloton, because he was afraid of a crash, giving him a broken collarbone. And my goodness me, it happened, which is very, very ironic. At the moment, he's tickling in the top 20, by the way. He's 5.5 minutes off the race lead.
Well, the three riders have been pulled back into the fold there. In fact, Felix Cardenas continued on his own, and I'm not quite sure why he decided to do that, because he must have realised that the main field is absolutely charging here as they start to line themselves up for this final climb of the day. Well, there's Cardenas. He prolonged the agony a fraction, and he too now is back in the fold. So the race situation is the lone leader at the front of this bike race, and that is Stefano Garzelli, chased by the two riders from ISD, and then the main field at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They've wiped away 4 minutes of this man's original lead at the Colle de Sestriere.
Yes, I think they've all got eyes on this Pra Martino climb, because it has been the talk of the race that it's coming so close to the finish that if a group rips off here, then those seconds might open up a little bit in the overall classification. By the end of this day, of course, we will have finished up 1,800 kilometres, so we're over halfway of the Giro by the time we get through today's stage, in kilometres, not necessarily in days.
They're still prepared to work together, these two riders. Visconti on the front, flicking his wrist. He knows that the man with him is going to keep pacemaking, because these two riders are teammates. It's always a good situation to be in a breakaway, because you know that the guy who is with you is not going to try and hold anything back and be slightly clever tactically by avoiding putting all of his back into the pacemaking.
Look at that.
1:07 and 2:39.
No, it's not going to happen for Garzelli today. I'm not sure he's even going to get to the top of Pra Martino right now, because they're coming so quickly. And it looks as though the Maglia Rosa has taken control with his team LPR, which he's got to do now. There's the steady pedalling of the Acqua Saponi rider. He's looking a little bit tired. He has a right to feel tired on this massive day today. It's one that one wants to get out of the situation, out of the way. 262 kilometres. I mean, this was an average stage 25 years ago in a Grand Tour, but that's all gone now. This is a massive stage today.
Yes, most of the organisers of the Grand Tours have noticed that by reducing the length of the stages, they very often get a much more aggressive stage, and that seems to be the way things have gone over the last couple of years. Visconti and Grivko looking for 1.5 minutes, and the way the race is developing, it may well be that they all come back together at almost the same time.
20 seconds to the chasing pack, so that means the tandem's almost onto him. And you might be right, because they might even see the catch here. LPR now riding, and riding perhaps to try and springboard Danilo De Luca away on Pra Martino. If he doesn't spring away himself, he'll be very vigilant, but somebody else tries to go.
Well, I don't think Danilo De Luca, Phil, will be feeling extremely confident with the advantage that he's got over his near challengers, because he knows that in a couple of days' time, that 60-kilometre individual time trial is going to be a very testing course, and I'm sure he'd like a little bit of extra time before he gets there.
Surrender here. Is it surrender to the bunch or just to the back two? Probably the back two, but he knows they're coming. Quick time for a cup of tea before they join him. There's De Luca, looks quite casual at the moment. As I say, he keeps on telling us he's got good form, he's happy with his team, he's happy with everything right now, Danilo De Luca. He took the lead at the end of stage 6, and here we are now heading towards the end of stage 10. New leader in the King of the Mountains, so he's lost his lead in that competition. De Luca, I don't think he'd be too upset about that.
No, the most important thing for him is the race on time and the race for the Maglia Rosa. He would certainly like to try and get himself a second victory in the Giro d'Italia. These two leaders, you can see Stefano Garzelli, Phil, he's actually sat up completely here. He knows that those two guys behind him are slowly coming up to him, and at 25 kilometres to go, he's about to get caught.
Well, if the cameraman would just have a swing around, then we'll all get to see what Stefano is seeing. But he's waiting for them. Ah, there we go, and here they come. So we now have 3. Well, you might have waited for him. Garzelli quickly jumps onto the wheel. So at 25 kilometres to go, we now have 3 men in front. He didn't exactly wait for them till the last few kilometres. He made them work all the way up to him. But now they've got to combine, 3 of them, as friends. Otherwise, these boys will be up very shortly.
Well, the gap between the 2 groups that remain now, this Maglia Rosa group and the group of 3 riders at the front of the race, not very much at all. It's hovering around the 1 minute mark. And the 3 leaders are very shortly going to start that final climb of the day. And it's a climb that, as you mentioned, Phil, with being just 15 kilometres to go at the summit, it's almost like a mountaintop finish, because on the far side it's a very technical descent. And if you are a good descender, you go over the top with a 30-second advantage, and you could hold that all the way to the finish.
25.5 miles an hour, the average speed today for 262 kilometres, including the hills. Made a sharp left turn there. It's always a bad sign. Now, is that some sort of a
manifestation, demonstration about the
English
exploration, the exploitation of the valley roads?
Yeah.
Ivan Basso, wow, this is Visconti now, and now that they've got themselves to the front, he seems to be completely and utterly reinvigorated. Although he needs to have a look way back over his shoulder to see what sort of speed the main field is going to do when they get to this point.
Garzelli's not working now. He needs a rest period here. As we now get on to the Pramartino itself, 925 metres. That was what the left turn was, away from the valley road. We climb out over the top and then we descend with 15 kilometres to go down to the finish. So we'll see now, but I noticed a lot of Liquigas riders massing at the front of the race. Now they've got 2 men they might try here. I think, in all honesty, it's an opportunity to take time off De Luca, and I think they've got to attack on this climb, irrespective of what these boys do.
Just having a quick look here, it looks as if Andrei Grivko has all of a sudden completely and utterly disappeared as soon as they got to the nasty part of the climb. And there's a different change at the front end of the main field now, and we can start to see as they stretch out. They're looking at 15 kilometres to go with a minute to pull back.
Well, that banner's at the bottom. We were under the impression it was at the top, so it's even less to go once over the top of the climb here.
Liquigas are the guys now.
There's got to be a plan here. Pelozzotti sitting there in third wheel, Basso just behind. De Luca is up for this. He always watches. Menchov is stalking on the shoulder of Danilo De Luca. Michael Rogers here in the yellow as well. This is all looking very good right now. Scarponi's getting back in the action in the white as well.
And not far away from those names that you just mentioned was also Lance Armstrong, starting to, I think, enjoy his Giro d'Italia. He's getting back into that nature where he wants to ride at the front end of the main field, and that's the spread of the race. And there you can see coming back, I think that was Andrei Grivko just about to get picked up, but Team Liquigas here are starting to put the pressure on the man who leads this race, Danilo De Luca, a fraction.
Well, you're right about Lance. There he is, happy as a sandboy. The old leg's warming up. It's taken 1,800 kilometres to get warmed up, but it's going well now as he continues on this climb.
151, that's Gilberto Simoni.
There's Soler down there, 31, packing down the water over his neck on this occasion. Apart from that early flurry in the opening few days, we haven't seen much of him at all, have we? I'm not sure how well he's going right now.
There's Chris Horner, number 23, just over on the left-hand side. He's well up in the overall standings. 61, briefly Sastre. 141, Denny Menchov. Everybody, Phil, is taking this very seriously, this climb, and it's not necessarily the climb that I think is the most dangerous part of the next 10 to 15 kilometres. It's actually the descent, because it's a very tricky technical descent.
Well, here's the narrow road up the Pramartino, and the race behind is climbing, as you saw, 4 kilometres an hour quicker than the breakaways. So at that rate, they're going to catch before the summit of the climb.
Everybody waiting for the riders
looks like the summit of the
to
climb,
get up
so
to the summit of the climb.
But Garzelli, well, these points would really give him a clear lead in the mountains. It's a lovely climb, isn't it?
It is a beautiful, narrow climb here. Garzelli and Visconti. Big pressure here now from Team Liquigas. They're trying to sort something out, and I wonder if this is going to be the day when we'll see Franco Pelozzotti try to wrest the Maglia Rosa off the shoulders of Danilo De Luca. There can't be very much time gap between these riders, Phil, and I would say it's probably not much more than 30 to 45 seconds.
There's a lot of motorbikes in there, but there are no. They've sent a motorbike up with spare wheels to keep the cars out of the gap, because they're well aware of the narrowness of the climb up and the descent down, so they want to keep the vehicles away from the riders. Good thinking. Now, if we can find them through the trees from the helicopter, we might get some idea. Armstrong is really impressive right now. He's not under any pressure at all. Remember, let's not forget, on the first climb of the day, which was 10 kilometres long, he went over the top in third place, behind Garzelli and Soler.
Sitting right behind his teammate Levi Leipheimer, who is also looking very solid. Leipheimer trying to keep himself out of trouble and probably just trying to get himself psyched up for 2 days' time when he will face up now. There's a move by Pellizotti, looking over his shoulders at Basso. De Luca straight onto his wheel.
Oh, he's a cunning rider, De Luca. He knows the men he's got to watch. And Pellizotti here now starts a little bit more. Basso is still there. Armstrong is still there. Garzelli knows they're coming. He just knows they're coming. He keeps looking over to his right. But he wants the points at the top. Are we going to see riders in the background? Not quite as we get round the corner. So they're not quite there yet.
It can't be very far. This is a very narrow climb here. And you can see the damage that it's doing at the back end of the race. All of these riders just scrambling to try and stay in contact. And they realise that, again, this is a decisive part. There's a lot of motorbikes at the back there. The referees are there. The neutral service motorbike is there. And this looks like
Paul at the
Pellizotti.
back of that bunch there. You don't know whether you're in the bunch or off the back because you can't see round the corner. 22 seconds. And this is a move by Pellizotti, and he's gone clear. Now, they advertise the fact because of the way Liquigas has been riding, but he's taken his chance.
Well, there he is.
There he is.
Yep, that's less than 22 seconds now. So this is a big showdown for Franco Pellizotti. He and his team set this up in the early kilometres of the climb. They went to the front, they set the tempo nice and hard, and now's the time that they've decided to hit Danilo De Luca. Now, if he can go over the top of this climb with a 10 or 15 second advantage, he can take serious risks on the descent. And just looking there briefly, Danilo De Luca, Phil, doesn't have any teammates at all. He's having to take the responsibility of the chase himself. Now watch this, no prison as I would expect. Pellizotti straight by, ciao ciao bambino.
Now, Garzelli took one look at the number there and thought, Franco Pellizotti. He never even lifted his place here. I feel rather sorry for Garzelli. He's not far from the top and he's not going to get the points here because now we've got Pellizotti up front and the whole peloton are cramming the road just behind. So they are coming up here as well. And Garzelli, this is a man who really digs into reserves here as he tries now to get back on terms. Well, they're saying Pellizotti, winner 3 stages of the Giro, 12 pro victories, pro since 2001. I don't think they said there, though, he led the race for 4 days last year. And he's got to like the thought of wearing a pink jersey now. Is he going to get another one as he now drills them on the climb? He's going to be first over the top, I think.
You have to say that Stefano Garzelli, Phil, is a class act. His legs must have been burning with lactic acid there, and he realised if he could hold on to Pellizotti, there's still the chance of a bit more survival here. Acceleration now from Maurizio Soler, covered there by Danilo De Luca.
Oh, Soler, he must have heard me insulting him, I think, because he's coming back into his own again now. As he looks over for some help from Danilo De Luca. De Luca will not like the thought of Pellizotti gaining time here. They're not both not great time trialists, but the time trial is an odd one in a couple of days' time. It's very hilly. 12 kilometres to go, so a little out on the kilometrage today because the 15k to go was at the bottom of the climb, not the top.
Well, De Luca now taking the responsibility. Menchov moving in there. Soler, Leipheimer, Mick Rogers, Lance Armstrong, Carlos Sastre, David Arroyo. These, I think, now, Phil, are starting to be the big names of the Giro d'Italia. In fact, Chris Horner there, number 23, he's come unstuck a little bit off the back of the group. That's the first time he's shown weakness.
Well, he works so hard, and now he's cracked just that little bit.
I think this man's cracked too. Stefano Garzelli, he's going back away from Franco Pellizotti, not able to stay with the acceleration. This is a beast of a climb, I tell you one thing, not easy.
Well, we'll just keep an eye on things here at the moment. But it looks to me as though Pellizotti is trying to go alone for the victory right now, and you can't blame him for that. Armstrong clearly is coming big now because he's right up at the sharp end of the race at the moment. That looked like it was Rebellin there, who is also slipping off the back.
This is Damiano Cunego slipping off the back as well. A lot of pressure on Armstrong.
What a strange race at times this is turning out to be.
Very interesting though, because Franco Pellizotti has decided this is the moment when he's going to try and crack De Luca, but I think De Luca was just round the corner. Armstrong just coming off the back of that group of the big favourites of the Giro d'Italia, but I just would like to say that one more time. He's only just coming off the back of the group of big favourites, but behind him, other riders like Damiano Cunego have already been dropped, and dropped with Mr. Lance Armstrong was Mick Rogers.
Well, that was Simone dropping off the back, by the way, not Rebellin. He's not riding the race, but it doesn't matter. He's here in spirit, I'm sure. 1 kilometre to the summit, and it's been a really hard little climb, this, as we've seen. It's cracked the big field. We've got a nice group growing clear here, and Maurizio Sola is the rider, the big spider of the race, who shoots off the front and being chased there by the others. But I must say that this has been a real move by Pelazzotti. They flagged it up, and he still got away with it. And now, is he going to go for gold on his own?
That's what he will do, but I think he may well very shortly get joined by Maurizio Soler, because I could see the big Colombian rider coming through the shadows. This is an amazing climb, this climb, and I tell you what, all the riders have said that the descent of this climb is extremely treacherous and technical, so watch out, and let's hope that everybody gets down nice and safely.
Garzelli on the defensive now, but still in there nonetheless. He digs deep now to try and hang on to the wheel. This is the front group now, and he's still there. He knows if he can just hold on till it tips down, he's got a chance of finishing with them. That would complete a brilliant day out. 500 metres, Stefano. That's all you've got to hang on for, and then life will change for the better.
So coming up to the top of this climb, La Pramantino, 251 kilometres covered. It looks as if the man to get maximum points there was, in fact, Franco Pelazzotti. De Luca's now doing all of the chasing.
Now I think Leipheimer's got up in this group, you know.
He's there. Leipheimer is there in the group, sitting in about 4th or 5th position. We've not quite got to the top of the climb. Pelazzotti looks absolutely superb. We've seen him win stages in the Giro in the past, but for a long time he was regarded as the great future of Italian cycling. 75 metres to go. He will get the points here, Phil, but will he have enough advantage to stay clear on the descent?
Well, you're right. In 2001 he was actually voted the revelation of Italian cycling. He won that award. Life has moved on a bit since then, but he's got the points there. Now who's going to take the... Well, Stefano Garzelli is not going to take it. That's Soler who's gone over, and Leipheimer's gone over, so they've taken the points on the top of the climb.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap back to the next group containing Lance Armstrong and Damiano Cunego, and I think that's Armstrong now coming through, and he's joined there by David Arroyo and Gilberto Simoni.
Well, another little narrow road here. Excellent road for racing, and this has really damaged the field. There is Danilo. No, it's not. It's was it Danilo De Luca?
No, that was Cunego. Sorry.
Yeah.
De Luca's in the group just behind Franco Pelazzotti. Okay. No problems for him this afternoon on a climb like this.
No, but he's losing time to this man. He won't be too happy about the way things are going just now.
Pelazzotti, he's on the descent, and a very tricky and technical descent. I think you need to buckle your seatbelt here. In fact, you probably would want to have a rally driver's harness on here to stay on board.
Well, our cameraman's the brave soul, looking through that little lens and hoping his moto pilot takes him the right way as they start the descent now. It's done a lot of damage, this hill. They climbed it very, very quickly indeed. It was narrow roads, constant changing of direction, and that really does break up the rhythm. And at the end of a 262 kilometre stage, those legs, I would imagine, are complaining. Pelazzotti now, he's noted for his ability to go down hills, and he knows now he's about 11k from the finishing line at most, and this could be a big moment for him.
It's a tricky old descent,
descent.
It's very difficult on a descent like this, Phil. There's confirmation of the King of the Mountains. 5 points for Pelazzotti, 3 for Soler. Levi Leipheimer there in 3rd place, going over the top of that climb. It's very difficult on a descent like this with this shadows that comes through, and it really tricks the eyes on a number of occasions, because you don't know if you...
it sort of pebble dashes the road. You can't work out where the holes are, can you?
It's very hard to do that, and that's why a lot of riders sometimes come unstuck. At least, though, it is nice and safe and dry.
Well, in that respect, yes. And that round they come here now through the S's. Look at this now. Why are we seeing this again? Lean over a little bit, Franco. Well, he's gone close, but he's made it right out to the top end and then brakes hard to get round this left corner. We're looking at a man who finished 4th in the Giro last year. Oh, he cut away just before he hit that red thing. I'm sure he didn't. He finished 4th in the Giro d'Italia last year, don't forget. He did lead the race for 4 days as well. The Maglia Rosa group, and I'm sure right at the front, looking at the way down, is Danilo.
Yeah, De Luca very comfortably in this group. You notice these riders are trying to use as much of the road as possible, swinging from the right-hand side over to the left-hand side to keep the impetus nice and high. But unfortunately, on a number of occasions, the corners come so close together that you don't have time to get across to the other side of the road to use the apex to keep the pace nice and high. It's a special rider who knows how to do that and keep his pace good.
Well, this would be a lovely ride for a tourist on a bicycle with mud guards on, I suspect, but today it's a treacherous way down, and yes, as you say, thank heavens it is dry today. The groups we will re-establish as we run off the mountain, I think, but Garzelli is still hooked up to this group.
And hats off to Garzelli, because he's just sitting on the back there, and I thought at one stage he might have built up just about enough advantage to stay off the front end of the main field. There's De Luca taking all kinds of risks, and they're back onto the, I think, Phil, they're back onto the wheel there of Franco Pellizotti, so that just goes to show you how quickly. Let's have a look at this one more time. There's De Luca.
Good stuff.
Wow.
Really gone through on the inside. He could have gone with a bit more width, but I think you're right. They can't recorrect the line because the bends are coming too quickly at each other. Danilo De Luca there. Sastre is here. I'm not sure. No, it should be Soler at the moment. Oh, as well as Carlos Sastre, but 6.9 kilometres to go. I really thought Pellizotti had taken that.
Well, I think he's had a hard time. This is Ivan Basso in the next group, and he's just going to sit there for the moment and try and ride himself in a little bit later on, but it gives you an idea how many times the decision can be made on the descent.
If the killer has reached Pellizotti, this could be a real score for the pink jersey in the Giro.
Well,
they're all there.
Well, it's sort of there, and they're sort of not there, because Danilo De Luca has not quite made it to the tail of Franco Pellizotti. Sastre tried to stay in contact there, followed by Denny Menchov, David Arroyo of Case d'Epargne, and Levi Leipheimer looks to be losing a little bit of time. That's Leipheimer's group, followed by Soler, followed by Basso. Basso's riding fairly solidly over these last couple of days as well.
Well, these riders trying to protect themselves now. The top 10 riders are still not a lot of time in it overall. The time trial might open it up a little bit, but they really haven't been able to take advantage of this little climb before the finish just yet. Very narrow roads though. If you get just 10-15 seconds around those corners, you might get away with it today.
That's the important thing. That's why I think Franco Pellizotti was hoping that he'd created the surprise, and he probably didn't expect the violent reaction to come from Danilo De Luca, who, although he leads this bike race, Phil, knew that he could take the descent, knew that he could take the risks, because he wants a little bit more time before we go to the individual time trial, but he's actually not got clear. It's Sastre and Menchov making the tempo there to try and pull it all back together, and David Arroyo is probably saying, fantastic, I'm so happy to be here.
Yes, the clever little man in black there for Cervelo. Carlos Sastre has come up now. Now Pellizotti will have to rethink now. He looks over his shoulder, doesn't see anybody as a friendly agent there. Basso has not bridged the gap. So now they've got to really work it out. 5 kilometres to go, I think it was.
But the man they've caught out is Levi Leipheimer. Armstrong a little bit further back. What a phenomenal machine that Armstrong has got it. Yeah. And I have a feeling that Armstrong is riding himself back up to the Levi Leipheimer group.
Well, Levi needs to not let this run too far. He's got to make a move at the 5 kilometre banner. Underneath goes Lance Armstrong. Gilberto Simoni tucked into his back wheel there. A lot of work being done. Is that Michael Rogers there too? They're going to have to do some work now because they can't afford to lose seconds like this. It could be another sneaky little gain of only a few seconds by Danilo De Luca, but that's how you build in the bank. Pellizotti, Arroyo, Menchov is here. That's a danger. Sastre too.
I think what he's looking to do is get himself time over guys like Mick Rogers and Levi Leipheimer, because he knows that there's a pretty serious individual time trial coming up.
Yes.
Hats off to Armstrong, Phil, because he's riding with Mick Rogers, who is a pre-Giro d'Italia favourite, and he's riding himself back up to his own teammate there, Levi Leipheimer. I think that man from Texas is getting stronger as this race goes on.
Well, that's apparent, I think. But if he could just reach Leipheimer now and put a bit of power behind the pedals, they might cross this gap, because look at the face of Danilo De Luca. He's thinking of gains where he can hit them, when he can hit them. He's not a great time trialist, but nobody knows how it will affect certain riders of the time trial. It's not a pure speedsters race coming up in a couple of days. It is a climbers race, and people like Leipheimer may not gain as much time as you would expect.
Well, that's the group of Leipheimer there with Maurizio Soler, and this is the leading group of riders down to 5 men. De Luca is like a man possessed. Pellizotti is the man who started the action. He was the one who attacked on that final climb of the day. Menchov, I think, just happy to be in contention here. And Carlos Sastre, well, I think his days are going to be a little bit further on. David Arroyo is under a little bit of pressure there to try and stay in contact with this serious group at the front end of the race.
Well, the man who's going to drop off the leaderboard today, out the podiums at least, will be Michael Rogers. If these boys continue to keep the screw as tight as this, Sastre's gone through on the inside of Menchov. It looks though he's caught a little bit one-legged just there. Danilo De Luca put a chain round this man. He's got no intention of losing ground here. He's taking every opportunity to get more seconds. He knows he's got to get that deposit in the bank.
Well, that's what he wants. He wants time and more time over the men who he knows are superior to him in the individual time trial. And any of these little stages are the stages that will help him to build that money in the bank.
Oh, what a face that is there by the killer. And now we've got Basso and Armstrong, but they're not climbing the Col de Tourmalet side by side in the Tour de France. They're now battling to reduce their losses on the stage of the Giro d'Italia 2009.
Lead of the race. One man leading this race currently completely and utterly on his own now, and that is Danilo De Luca. This is the Armstrong group with Mick Rogers. Armstrong able to sit back there and not do any pacemaking because he's got his teammate Levi Leipheimer up in front of him. Gilberto Simoni, a solid professional bike rider, as you've mentioned, Phil, on a number of occasions during this Giro, 7 times on the podium at the Giro d'Italia, always a serious contender and always a solid performer.
Yes, if I had 5 minutes, I'd tell you all his positions because he's got so many in the top 3. But we're being given a terrific demonstration by the leader of the Giro here, and justly so the way he's riding today. He's waited and waited. He saw Pellizotti fly away. He joined him, he dropped him, and now he's going on his own. If he gets it, of course, it's his second stage win of the Tour, and there's nothing nicer than getting the win when you're wearing the leader's jersey.
I noticed Basso is prepared to help with a little bit of the pacemaking there with Levi Leipheimer. On the left-hand side in the streets of the finishing town now is Danilo De Luca. And again, Phil, these streets are incredibly narrow that they dare to bring the Giro d'Italia into.
Thank goodness. They can't move the houses.
No, that's a good point, but thank goodness it's dry. 2 kilometres to go.
2 kilometres to go. There can't be any gap at all, really. We're talking 5, 6, 7 seconds, that's all. He's not away from them. The crowd are enjoying the spectacle there. On the nearest chasers, Menchov, Sastre, Pellizotti. In any order, at the moment Sastre is the leader, the winner of the Tour de France last year. This is the town of Pinerolo, the end of the longest stage of the Giro d'Italia at 262 kilometres. We've got just over 1 kilometre to go. And the leader of the Giro is the leader of the day.
Well, I have to say, Carlos Sastre, since he won the Tour de France last year in the month of July, is a completely changed bike rider, taking the responsibility here, Phil, to do all of the pacemaking. A little bit further back, this is the group of Lance Armstrong and Mick Rogers. When you think about it, Armstrong is not really very far away from the top end of this bike race. De Luca, 1.9 kilometres to go, knows that every second counts in a situation like this, and I tell you what, he's got himself about 10 seconds advantage there over the chasers, and don't forget, once again, he'll get himself a time bonus at the end of the day.
Well, he took the race lead 5 days before the rest day, and boy, has he come out fighting. They always say the day after the rest day you have a bit of bother finding your rhythm again. And I don't think it's been any trouble at all for Danilo De Luca. He's kept his form as he hits the kite at 1,000 metres from the finish. Almost certainly now, wise man, checking out where these 3 chasers are, but I think he's got the victory.
Well, one man has disappeared from that group of 3 chasers, and that was David Arroyo. He wasn't able to keep in contact as they went round some of these very nasty, tricky
on the
bends.
Climb. Yeah, just before he slipped off the back. Bye-bye, number 51. But this is a lone win now for him, and it's more rewarding than ever now, more satisfying because he's beating the creme de la creme here, the Tour de France winner, the 2 times winner of the Vuelta a España in Menchov, and Pellizotti, the leader of this race for 4 days a year ago. And now Danilo De Luca, himself a former winner, let's not forget, of the Giro, is now racing, but it's time that decides the winner and the leader, and he's gaining real time. This is Leipheimer.
He's on the front of that group, and it looked as if there's been some reinforcements to the group there. This man, Danilo De Luca, though, will not sit down. I don't think the victory salute will be left until he crosses the finishing line. He's charging to the line here, Phil, because this is all about time for this man, extending his lead.
Been a long day in the office too. 6.5 hours. He gets the victory. The clock will start as he hits the white line, and every second could count here. So he's going to build his overall lead today. Pelazzotti coming up. Menchov, is he going to have a go at him, or has Pelazzotti's done enough? Second, Menchov and Sastre over the line. The time continues to count. Well, the killer's in good form, and this will be Arroyo. Is he going to hang on?
Just survived.
Because yes, he's just survived. He's got it. Well done.
And then coming up, leading the next group home, you can see that's the
Soler.
Yeah,
Soler. Well, he's not a sprinter, is he?
I think Lance Armstrong managed to pull himself back up to his teammate there on the run into the finish, and there he is. Well done,
Lance. Well done, Lance. They're going to come in for a little while yet, I think, as tomorrow, it's not quite so bad tomorrow. But there's the victory for the Maglia Rosa. And it'll be interesting to see what the new time gaps are now, because he may have built himself a little bit of a cushion. He's still 48 hours away from that 60.6 kilometre mountain time trial. And he's going to need a little bit of a cushion, I think, because with people like Menchov who ride a good time trial, it might be different then. There's the situation. They gave him 10 seconds. He gets a bonus as well, of course. Pelazzotti, Menchov, Sastre. Then 26 seconds back to Arroyo, 29 to Soler and Basso's group, and continues that way. Armstrong in at the tail in 13th place, 29 seconds down.
Well, Danilo De Luca is extending his lead. I think he's probably got
today.
A little bit of pain in those legs of his. Now
Look at that.
Is massive. 1 minute and 20 seconds over Menchov, a minute 33 over Mick Rogers, a minute 40 over Levi Leipheimer. He will be feeling a little bit more comfortable, Phil, now before the individual time trial, which is certainly not one of his best points.
No, but he's 1 day to go, but he should get the last start house position. Tomorrow it shouldn't be too much of a worry. All of the starters will try to keep themselves out of trouble and not use too much energy. There's the climbers classification new leader, Stefano Garzelli, by a considerable way over Danilo De Luca here. And there's the others who will never see the green jersey of Garzelli. I don't think they've lost too many points here. But remember, the last 10 days is all mountains, and there's a lot of points to be gained. But today was the day of Stefano Garzelli.
I think he very much deserved that. That was a long breakaway attempt by him.
On now to stage 11, the Giro d'Italia. We're heading away from Turin and on to Aranzano today, which is in Genoa, and it's 214 kilometres. Another long day. 187 riders taking the start, because Chris Horner, we are hearing, will not be starting because he did crash yesterday and has hurt his knee, and so he's been pulled from the race by the team, I suspect. That's a little bit of a blow for Levi Leipheimer. This is another long day in the saddle, but one would presume it won't be too full of action because the time trial is tomorrow.
Well, the riders leaving Torino, the head of the car manufacturing industry in Italy, behind them, and of course the home of Fiat cars, heading across the northern part of Italy before they cross over the Ticino Pass and drop down onto the Mediterranean to give the riders a little bit of respite before they make a further incursion in the last few days of this Giro d'Italia into the mountains once again.
And there's the Passo del Turchino, and don't forget that is on the route of Milan-San Remo, halfway approximately in that 300 almost kilometre race. Now this is a picture of Levi Leipheimer here. In fact, he's fallen. We're around about 100 kilometres into the day, and he's showing no signs of panic, is he?
Well, the race is not completely and utterly fully on. Fourth overall at the start of the day, Levi Leipheimer. This is one of those mechanical incidents that can happen on almost any day. We're over the top of the Col de Torcino now on the running down towards the finish. We're inside of 4 kilometres to go. There is Mr. Armstrong, and you may well have just noticed that the names on his jersey seem to be disappearing. And the reason for that is there's still this ongoing concern about whether or not Astana and the country of Astana are going to keep the payments up to the international governing body.
Yes, yesterday they came to the start line without any of the miscreant sponsors not paying up the bills. They've faded down those names, but let's hope something happens there. Otherwise they may not be in the Tour de France. That's the tragedy of it. Anyway, the team now driving, and guess why? Because now they're hoping that Mark Cavendish can finish this one off. There's a small breakaway over the Ticino, by the way. Stefano Garzelli got the points there to increase his lead, and Armstrong and Leipheimer were second and third over that climb as we go under 3 kilometres to go.
3 kilometres to go. Team Columbia High Road on the front end of the main field. But in fact, I also noticed that Tyler Farrar was not far away from the front end of the pack there. He'll be also trying to sniff out a victory if he can. A late little burst here from one of the new teams at ISD, but that's not going to ruffle the feathers at the front end of the main field. And in fact, you can actually see that the next team who's going to set up the pacemaking is going to be Garmin Slipstream, and there they are, and that must be for Tyler Farrar.
And Pataki is slowly but surely slipping up the inside of that bend in that Ciclamino jersey. There he is, positioning himself, and this could be the first head-to-head between Pataki and Cavendish we've seen for over a week now in the Giro. Cav is tucked in nicely. He's seeking out Mark Renshaw, his lead-out man. Now we're going to spoil the party with an attack by AG2R.
Well, these little attacks are scurrying off the front, but the sad thing I have to say, Phil, for Alessandro Pataki is he doesn't have the train with him this year, because his team at Team LPR are trying to control the front end of the race and the overall lead of Danilo De Luca. So Alessandro Pataki, rather than being launched into the assault as he normally is, he has to fight for himself.
Well, inside 2 kilometres to go, just two riders trying to spoil the party here. I'm not sure who I think it might be Lorenzato here who's had a go from the Lampre team, but he's trying to get clear of the field.
In fact, I think this is Gasparotto trying to get off the front end of the main
Enrico
field.
Gasparotto,
And that was
right,
a very strong move by him. Scrambling across one of the riders from Saxo Bank all over the road. There's no control at the moment. It was a few moments ago controlled by Team Columbia High Road, but everybody now is seeing the chance because nobody has got the power to control the front end of the pack.
Well, things happen in the tunnel, of course. We'll find out what happens when they come out of the tunnel here. There's been a crash. Now, whether that was in the tunnel, I don't know. But the riders have come through, and they're more or less joying now. We've got 4 riders at the front. Now, this is a difficult situation here for Cavendish and his team to put to rights, because these opportunists might have made the right move. 1,100 metres to go. There's the kilometre. Now, the sprinters are going to have to start the run early today.
Well, that's what it's all about, and you can see that group of 4 riders there looking over their shoulders, and inside the final kilometre you cannot start to mess around like that, because you get wiped away very rapidly indeed. It's Garmin Slipstream on the front. They'll be looking after their man, and their man, of course, today is going to be Tyler Farrar. He's got a great sprint. He's been in the top 3 on a number of occasions so far during this Giro d'Italia, and now he's hoping to go one better than that.
Well, they never committed, and the result is they've been swept up by the sprinters. There is still Mark Renshaw looking to see where Cavendish is, and he's right on his wheel. Tyler Farrar is the left centre of our picture, and the run has started now. Pataki's making a late run on the far left of the picture, but this could be the lead out that Cavendish wants, because he's in a perfect launch pad. As he races up towards the line, he can see it now. Now he bursts as Renshaw swings away. Farrar's got Cavendish back wheel, but has he got the speed to take him on? As Cavendish now, no, he has. And this is win number 2 for Cavendish, and I've lost count of what win it is for Team Columbia High Road, but I think it's their 5th win of this year's Giro. Mark Cavendish made it look easy, and if we ever get to hear him interviewed, the first man he'll thank will be Mark Renshaw.
I have to say, I've seen Renshaw racing since a number of years ago when he was racing on the track and was at that time an incredibly good sprinter. Congratulations from Alessandro Pataki, the old man greeting the new man. There's no change in the overall classification either, Phil, because it's still Danilo De Luca on the eve of a very important individual time trial, wondering whether or not he's gained himself enough time to keep the Maglia Rosa one more day.
Well, there's the thanks all round for a brilliant lead out, and Pataki now will still keep hold of that Ciclamino jersey, and that's all that matters to him right now, I think. There's life away from the Giro as we look now. The win, Cavendish, Farrar, Pataki, Davis, Sebastian Eno getting in on the act there for AG2R, and Boysenhagen never far away. That young man can sprint as well as do most things in the sport, it seems. There's the lead out he got from Renshaw.
Well, watch Renshaw here. He really is a great sprinter in his own right, but he realises that by working very closely together with Mark Cavendish, he can set him up for the sprint. There's Tyler Farrar stuck into the wheel of Mark Cavendish, put his nose into the wind for a section, and then thought, no, this is too fast, mate. I'm going to stay here, because if I can stay on this man's wheel, at least I'll get second place.
Happy days. 2 stage wins last year in the Giro, 2 stage wins in the Giro this year. That's 4 stage wins in all. No British riders ever done that in the Giro d'Italia. And now, of course, he won't be winning tomorrow. It's the time trial. So De Luca takes a minute 20 advantage over Menchov into the time trial. 1:33 over Rogers, 1:40 over Leipheimer. Menchov, Rogers, Leipheimer are far better time trialists than De Luca. He knows it, but he's done his best to get the gaps prized open, and we'll wait and see what he does tomorrow.
Well, it's going to be a very important D-Day for Danilo De Luca, and certainly, as I've mentioned on a number of occasions, his Achilles heel is the individual time trial.
The day is dawned. Stage 12, the individual time trial from Sestri Levante to Rio Maggiore, 60.6 kilometres. The last time I had a time trial of this length was back in 1992.
And the winner on that occasion, I think, Phil, may well have been a certain Miguel Indurain, who was the king of the time trial during all of the years that he dominated the top end of the sport and the Grand Tours.
Well, the riders say this is a very difficult course. We're watching the arrival of Bradley Wiggins here, challenging the time of Visconti, and I think he's going to get the better of Visconti, so good start for Garmin Slipstream. I can tell you, though, that Fabian Cancellara, I don't think we've mentioned him more than once throughout the whole programme of the Giro, has not started today.
Wiggins setting the benchmark very early on with 49 seconds beating of Visconti. Pinotti is up there in third place, losing 1:28. Denny Menchov starting the individual time trial. Menchov is a solid time trialist, but not really one of the great time trialists. I don't think he's going to get himself the beatings of the likes of Michael Rogers or Levi Leipheimer, who have been down here on a number of occasions before the Giro d'Italia just to look at this individual time trial. Now look at this ride here by Janez Brackovic. Now this is one of the riders from Astana, and he's going to go better than Wiggins.
Well, Astana are trying to keep a lead in the team race here, so every rider will count as far as they are concerned. They're going to take something big away from the Giro if they can win the team. There's the last man to roll out of the start house. Today, by the way, we have 187 riders taking part. Well, 186, of course, because Cancellara didn't start.
Well, Danilo De Luca out on the terrain that he does not appreciate. He's not a great individual time trialist. But this is a rather strange individual time trial, Phil, because it's a place where a lot of the riders were having a hard time actually choosing which material to use, which bike to use, because it's such a technical course that a lot of the riders have actually adopted their normal racing machines just with clip-on handlebars at the front.
Well, it's such a long way, and it's the only real time trial of the race this year. And in the last week, we go back into the mountains. Michael Rogers finishes minute 19 off the pace. Garzelli's coming in now. Brackovic is going to feel pretty pleased with the way this is going just now.
Yeah, but watch this ride by Stefano Garzelli, because he is in fact going to give the brand new best time. He's gone faster than Brackovic, 1:35.32. That's an 11-second beating, but you look at the average speed, it's not exactly a fast time trial.
It suited Garzelli because of the hills. He's already demonstrated how well he's been climbing. Brackovic pushed back by 11 seconds into second place, but that's a good ride for him. Now, Levi Leipheimer, we've seen him so often course the roads of the time trial out of Solvang in California and win there. It's a little bit steeper around these roads, but he still looks pretty cool and relaxed. He knows today he's got to start picking up time.
Yes, but just out of interest, starting ahead of him on the road, his own teammate, Lance Armstrong, has actually been posting some very fast times at the intermediate time checks. In fact, Armstrong was inside of the top 10 at the first time check, but then he slipped out to 12th place at the second time check. That looks like the style of Ivan Basso.
Yeah, it's not a very pretty style either, is it? It's sort of very high and upright position. It doesn't look very comfortable at all, but the new UCI rules where you've got to keep those elbows parallel with the handlebars, it's what he's being forced into. Here's the arrival of Lance here, and this is going to be superb. It's only for 6th place at the moment, but even so, this is always the race of truth. It tells you where your form is, and Lance is 6th at the moment. There's still quite a few riders to come behind us.
Well, Denny Menchov, Phil, on the left-hand side there, has already pulled back 46 seconds on Danilo De Luca over on the right-hand side of the course. I just go back to that performance by Armstrong. I have to say, riding a time trial like that, again, 3.5 years, Phil, since he's ridden a time trial of that length and that severity. So I don't think he'll be too dissatisfied this afternoon when he goes back and looks at the results page.
Well, that's Leipheimer here as he comes up towards this climb at 44.5 kilometres. Garzelli is in, don't forget. And Leipheimer is better out on the course at 30 seconds quicker. 44.5 kilometres though, 16 kilometres still to go.
Well, this is a very testing course. It's up and down and left and right and very difficult. Probably, in fact, is going to suit Danilo De Luca a lot more than a big power flat individual time trial. Thank you very much. I don't think he needs that when he's trying to concentrate on keeping the Maglia Rosa on his shoulders. Denny Menchov now is looking at the time of Levi Leipheimer. Leipheimer has posted the fastest time, and just around here we're getting a chance to see what his performance is going to be like, and it's stunning.
Oh, he's going through. This is a man who has really come out with a mission today. Look at his face. He gives nothing away. The poker player of the peloton, but he's going through now with the best time, and if he continues to build on this, we've got Danilo De Luca now. He's the next man up and the last man. We'll see what he can do. I don't think it'll be good news, frankly.
Carlos Sastre, this has always been his Achilles heel as well. He's never been great at the individual time trial, although I'd have to say here this afternoon, this is a time trial that should suit the little climber from Spain, because it's all about changing in rhythm, changing in speed and direction. Danilo De Luca not doing too bad a ride here, Phil. It's not the greatest ride, but he will be losing himself a huge chunk of time. He's lost himself a minute 46, and I think he's lost himself the lead.
He's lost himself the lead. If that's the way it's going to be confirmed on the way down to the finish, Menchov's the next Maglia Rosa. He's regained all his lost time. Here we go, lining up for the finish, but this is with Ivan Basso as he races towards the line. Face a picture of pain, every second counts. Brusagin challenging, good ride by Basso, very, very close to the time of Brusagin, who's a good time trialist.
And very close to the time of Lance Armstrong as well. Denny Menchov doing a very impressive individual time trial here this afternoon. I wasn't exactly expecting him to go quite so well over Danilo De Luca. De Luca doesn't look too bad at all here. He's got a very high cadence going, but I'm not sure whether he's able to pick it up to maximum speed. And that's the difficult thing about the individual time trial. You've got to keep the pace nice and high. Carlos Sastre coming in. A sensible time by him.
Very.
Just about the same time as Jose Serpa, who put in a stunning performance for 5th. 8th place for Carlos Sastre, losing a minute and 15 seconds at the moment.
No, that's a pretty good time for Sastre. He's not a great time trialist, and he's still keeping himself very much in the mix here. Danilo De Luca's been saying he expects to concede to the best time trialist 2 minutes today, and he will be very happy if that's all he lost. Well, you know, he could be very close to his prophecy here.
Well, he needs to keep himself as close as possible to the top of the leaderboard, and the top of the leaderboard at the moment seems to be going to the man on the left-hand side of the screen, 1:41, Denny Menchov. A great time trial course for a man like Menchov. Francesco Pelizzotti. This is a good ride by him as well. He's got the form.
This is a very good ride by Pelizzotti, who continues to be the leader of Liquigas. Comes in, he pushes Wiggins down to 4th as he claims 3rd spot there. That is an extremely good ride. Well, the men who have been showing the form in the mountains are confirming in the race of truth here. On the way down now, Menchov will know at this point he is the virtual leader of the Tour because they will have told him.
Well, he's taking the risks. You see how he's swinging across to the far side of the corner, cutting the apex, keeping the pace nice and high. It's a very tricky technical run down to the finish line here, and you can lose yourself a whole chunk of time if you come unstuck at a situation like this. This is Leipheimer now, challenging the time of Stefano Garzelli.
Well, the battle is the last two on the road for the next Maglia Rosa. Can Leipheimer do something here that will make him a challenger as we go back into the mountains? This is the only time he's free to fly at his speciality. Garzelli's the best time in the house, but Leipheimer's going to beat that by 43 seconds, which in my opinion is not a lot against Garzelli, but it's still the best time so far.
This is Danilo De Luca. He's going to take all kinds of risks now, Phil, as he goes around. That's not a very good line around that corner. That'll cost him 4 or 5 seconds, but he will take the risks. He knows that now is the chance for him to do something special. Well, Mick Rogers is a little bit disappointing here, Phil, because let's not forget Mickey Rogers has been 3 times champion of the world at the individual time trial, and a 12th place finish for Mick is probably not what he was looking for.
He's saying that he's concentrating so much on improving his climbing that he tends to be losing his time trialing ability. Well, he certainly won't be pleased with that one as Menchov hits the line. It's got to be best time. Menchov is in by 20 seconds over Leipheimer. Not a big beating of Leipheimer, but enough. And that is going to be the winner's time because, in fact, this rider here is off the pace now. Danilo De Luca. He started a minute 20 ahead of Menchov. That's gone, and so has a lot more besides. Danilo De Luca, the killer, is going to be out of the Maglia Rosa tonight.
Yes, he is, but I'll tell you what, this is a solid performance because he's rivaling the times of a man like Bradley Wiggins, who is a specialist at the individual time trial. So De Luca, I think when he does the mathematics tonight, won't be too dissatisfied. He's probably not lost as much as he was thinking that he was going to, and as he comes up to the line and stops the clock, it's going to be a loss of 1:54. Well, I think you predicted, Phil, 2 minutes.
And he did, not me, and he's very close. He's lost 34 seconds in the overall then. There's no bonuses today. So after exactly a week in pink, it's now going across to Rabobank's Menchov. Let's have a look at the result first. He wins by 20 seconds over Leipheimer. Garzelli got third. That's a great result. Brakovic fourth. Pelazzotti fifth. De Luca in sixth place. Wiggins will be pleased with seventh. Bosisio of LPR Brakes, a teammate, don't forget, of De Luca, completing the top 8 riders. That's a good ride by Serpa, but you see the climbers had their say today. This was a tough course. Bruchagin, normally a winner on a flatter road, finishing only in 10th. Simone in 17th. Top 22 completed there by Jaroslav Popovic. But there is the next man. We'll see him first of all celebrate the stage win for Menchov, and then we'll see him take the Maglia Rosa.
Well, I think that was a solid performance by him on a very solid technical individual time trial course, and that performance, Phil, gives him a very solid lead at the top of the overall standings, but instead of widening the gaps, it's actually brought them back together.
Yes, 34 seconds. It was 1:20 the other way around, of course. It's now 34 seconds to De Luca. Leipheimer is still very much in the hunt here, 40 seconds off the pace. Armstrong is up to 12th now after that great time trial. I think that's absolutely tremendous. 6:34 is a big time loss. Lost most of that in the first week. He's been getting better every day.
Yes, I don't think he'll be too concerned about that, but this man will be very concerned about the new Maglia Rosa, and he's going to do whatever he can to try and keep that on his shoulders.
Well, tomorrow the riders head to Florence, another famous town in this beautiful country, but today Menchov will dream. And as we go on now to stage 13 of 176 kilometres, we've now done 2,000 plus kilometres of this year's race, and this stage now, it might be a little bit more for the sprinter.
Well, it should be, and I think one of the big story about a day like this, the day after a tough individual time trial, Phil, the big contenders, the men at the top end of the overall classification, they really pretty much need a day off so they can sit back and just loosen up those legs after the violent effort of 24 hours ago.
Well, there's been a problem here on the B-Box Telecom rides. I've had a bit of a collision, I think.
There was a rider from Columbia High Road who'd gone down there as well. And it looks like, I thought it was Cavendish.
Well, it is Mark Cavendish if that's the rider who fell, but I thought it was Boyson Hagen who was actually caught in our picture there. Cavendish may be waiting for him. Anyway, they're sorting themselves out. There's the new man in the pink, enjoying his day, Denis Menchov. It shouldn't be a day he'll be challenged too much, and he'll want to keep the riders around him. Well, Cavendish, by the way, celebrating his 24th birthday yesterday. He couldn't do much about winning yesterday, but maybe he'll try and pull it off today.
Front
It's
end of the
certainly a
main
stage
field,
for him.
getting very organised now at 5 kilometres to go, and it looks to me as if we've got Barlow World, Phil, trying to sort something out for their man, Robbie Hunter.
Well, this is the drive now at 4.9 kilometres to go, and the race is virtually all together here. We did have a break of Scarzelli, Ignatiev and Bjorn Schoder, but he got washed away, and it's virtually the first day that the whole field has come down together. There's hardly anybody, to our knowledge, off the back of the pack, which means that we're seeing 187 riders come home.
Quick Step getting themselves organised, and that will be for Alan Davis. Bunch packed is the translation now for Gruppo Compacto.
The bunch have all given up. No, it can't be true. Now there is Menchov too, and Pataki is also up here. No change, by the way. Lukvist is still leading in the best young rider competition. Garzelli is king of the mountains. De Luca is still got the lead on points. And of course Menchov is now the new man in the Maglia Rosa. 3.9 kilometres to go.
A bit of organisation at the front. Looking over to the right hand side, you can see the white and yellow jerseys of Team Columbia High Road. I'm not sure who else has got
Just
the power
trying to
yet.
see who's going to fight for the wheel of Cavendish. There he is, the last yellow jersey in our picture on the right. Everybody usually tries to line up on his wheel. A few elbows start flying, but at the moment, nobody, it seems, too anxious to get there. This looks like the big figure of Bradley Wiggins trying to bring the Garmin boys through on the right, and that's Tyler Farrar getting into the action on the left.
Well, Tyler Farrar has been very consistent in all of these bunch sprints so far, Phil, this year, and I think one day or another he's going to be a Grand Tour stage winner.
Well, it would be nice to see because he's so close, but you need that little bit of luck as well as high speed. Cavendish is the only one that seems to be able to organise his own luck, I must say, if he reads it right. Astana, by the way, are building up a lead in the team race here as we line up for the finish. A long way down the line, Mark Cavendish just at the moment. He's got to get to Holder Renshaw and say, get me up there, because it's not a foregone conclusion by any manner of means. Pataki will also move up.
Well, 3 kilometres to go. That's a very long line in the running towards the finish. I noticed Jaroslav Popovic doing quite a bit of work at the front, and I can only believe that's just to stay out of danger at the front end of the main field, because Team Astana don't really have a bunch sprinter in their midst. This team now, though, Garmin Slipstream, have decided that they're going to line it up for their man Tyler Farrar, who's currently in about 5th or 6th position.
They're organised. They've got 5 riders, including Farrar, on the front. It'll take 5 riders to beat the likes of Pataki, I think, and Mark Cavendish. Cavendish has only got 2 lead-out men to look after him. I think it's Boysenhagen and Mark Renshaw, and he's the 3rd man of those yellow and white clad riders. Now the object is to keep the pace high, and Julian Dean's moving up as well there. And there's Cavendish. Pataki chooses the right wheel, doesn't he?
Yeah, Pataki not too far away there, looking for the wheel of Mark Cavendish. This is high speed, and that's the best thing to do when you're leading out a sprint like this, to keep it in a long line, and that stops any of your sprinters getting swamped by riders moving up around the outside. It creates a much better organisation, and in fact it creates a much safer sprint to the line. Robbie Hunter at the front there in the red jersey for Team Barlow World.
24 years of age today, or yesterday rather, so he's an old man now, isn't he, Mark Cavendish? And he's got Pataki sitting on his wheel, because don't forget Pataki passed over his Chiclamino jersey back to its rightful owner, De Luca, today. As they line up for the finish, one of the Garmin boys took it wide and got rid of himself there. Now it's all eyes down for Tyler Farrar to try and finish it off and come out of what is 4th wheel in the front line. I must say, Cavendish is leaving himself a little bit of work to do as Robbie Hunter goes through, licking his lips as well. This is going to be a race for the finish now. Another sweeping left-hander. Hunter has got himself into 3rd wheel. Maybe Barlow World will finally get the result they've been searching for. He's had a 2nd place so far.
Looked pretty much like David Miller doing the bulk of the pacemaking on the front end of the line there, as we look down to see where the ultimo kilometro is, the last kilometre of this race, and it is nice and fast. There is the Flamme Rouge, and it's still David Miller on the front end of the main field. 2 riders from Garmin riding very closely together, and that's an ideal situation as you go into the final kilometre. That's Miller pulling off to the left-hand side. Now they're being overtaken by Garmin.
Julian Dean takes up the running, but he's been blocked out here on the left by 3 riders from Columbia High Road. A little bit of bumping and barging going on as they try to fight for the wheel of Cavendish. Cavendish is waiting till the last possible minute. Julian Dean is 2nd wheel to lead out Farrar, and still there's a little bit of a clash, but 2-1-3 is the number we need to look at in Mark Cavendish, as the rush will come from dead centre of picture now, and it's Cavendish now still trying to hang on to the back wheel of Mark Renshaw, and there's a rush coming from Pataki in the centre of the picture, but they've given Cavendish pole position, and when he gets that, he never gets beaten. Mark Cavendish is just about to get his 3rd win of the Tour, and that is 1 more than last year, and look how the peloton has sat up there. So Cavendish gets in ahead of Pataki, and that looks like little Albo Davis coming through probably in 3rd place. He makes it look so easy.
He makes it look phenomenally easy. When you've got a man like Alessandro Pataki on your back wheel, it just goes to prove how fast this young man from the Isle of Man is. I wonder how many Grand Tour victories he's going to rack up in that career. As you said, Phil, just 24 years of age yesterday. He's got a long time ahead of him to notch up the wins.
Yes, he certainly has. And that's now 5 Giro stages over 2 years of riding for Mark Cavendish. I think we'll say goodbye to him tonight, because there's no more stages left till the end, and he won't want to be involved with all the mountains that are now about to come heading the way of the Giro riders. You can see the little clash of shoulders there.
A little bit of rivalry between Garmin and Columbia, as you can see the nodding of shoulders there, and obviously Coming from the track, there's absolutely no fear for Mark Cavendish. He knows exactly what he has to do. There you can see the big lead out coming once again. That's Pataki right onto his wheel, making sure that he's in the slipstream. Ooh, Tyler Farrar gets boxed out a fraction there, but that's the nature of sprinting. Pataki is a man who sprints with sheer power. Cavendish on the far side sprints with sheer speed and domination, and I have to say now, Phil, an awful lot of confidence.
2 times World Madison champion on the track, and showing the speed he's really got here, just shoots ahead. I think Pataki was absolutely beside himself when he beat Mark Cavendish at the start of this tour. He's never got near him since, I have to say. Cavendish doesn't get it wrong too often. Robbie Hunter and Tyler Farrar, they were in the best seats to see the finish.
Well, they saw them from the wrong angle, though, because they were right on the wheel of Cavendish. And Cavendish is proving to be a great sprinter in these one-day races. And let's not forget, this year he got himself a great one-day classic, of course, Milano-San Remo, with an incredible sprint in the last 50 to 75 metres.
Well, it's been a wonderful period for Columbia High Road, because they haven't just won with Cavendish, have they? They've also won with Boysenhagen and Sifsef and the team. But there's the situation overall. No change at all today. De Luca's still got 34 seconds to make up. Leipheimer holding on to a podium slot. But Denny Menchov is the man of the moment. The Russian rider who races for the Dutch Bank, and he's still holding the flowers high. So he's held his lead. That's 2 pink jerseys for him now.
But Denny Menchov will know in the back of his mind that it's a very long ride down to Rome and the finish of this bike race. And it will include some serious incursions into the big mountain passes, and that's where Danilo De Luca will try and get back the overall lead.
Stage 14 now, and this is from Campo to Bologna. San Luca is actually the suburb, 172 kilometres. And guess what? Mark Cavendish and his lead-out man Mark Renshaw are not on the start line, but more surprisingly, Filippo Pozzato has abandoned, and so too the Australian from Garmin, Cameron Meyer.
Yeah, but I think Pozzato was involved in that crash on the run in towards the finish yesterday, Phil, and that's probably what created a little bit of an injury for him. And I think the better part of valour was probably to pull out and try to get himself better for the Tour de France. At Bologna, the home of the finish, and again, a pretty difficult run in towards the finish line for one or two of these riders. There is Mark Cavendish, a winner of 3 stage victories in the Giro this year, the centenary Giro d'Italia, and not taking the start line.
So it's goodbye to Mark, back home to the Isle of Man as he now prepares for the Tour de France, which is a race he says this year he wants to see Paris. Felt he shouldn't have abandoned it last year, but he's only young, let's face it. As we get back out on the roads again today, and little bit of a sprinkling of second category climbs along the way, and nothing special other than that. It shouldn't disturb the leaders of the tour, but you must stay vigilant all of the time.
Well, ideal day for a breakaway to get off the front end of the main field. Just looking down there, you can see a good working group forming.
Well, this is a nice little working group they've got here, because nobody in the move is affecting the situation. Peloton just hanging off the back and just seeing how it works out. It's a group of some 13 riders have got themselves away here.
Yes, and I don't think there's too many passengers in this group either, Phil. They're all pretty much happy to work. They realise that on a day like this, as we start to see the mountains looming once again on the horizon, as we begin to approach the final week of racing, they realise that this is the sort of day when, if they work together as a solid group, the breakaway has got a chance of survival.
Well, there's Philip Dynan, the Irishman, down there in the black of Cervelo. Also in this breakaway is his teammate Simon Gerrans. We've got Kirienka back in the action for Case Stefan. Chris Froome, Paul, is here for Barlow World. Gianpaolo Ciulla and Bonneford of the AG2R team, another man. Visconti again and Grivko. They seem to go everywhere together, those two. Gavazzi, the sprinter. Reda from Quickstep. Bertogliati from Sedimenti. Petrov, Katusha. Muller from Milram. And he's been dropped, in fact, and Eduard Voganov of Zakobo, they're also in there. That's the breakaway. They've had a lead of 4.5 minutes. We haven't got the time to... Oh, well, we're counting. We might get one now.
Well, just coming up to this little climb, small climb, categorised climb, halfway around the course at 1 minute and 44. Danilo De Luca at the front end of the main field, but now wearing the Ciclamina jersey as leader of the points classification. And there's actually been a little bit of a split in the main field there as we rejoin this leading group of riders. The gap is 2 minutes over the front end of the main field, and I have a feeling, Phil, that last climb there, they actually shed off 1 or 2 riders from this group, which was 13 men strong. There's Chris Froome in the red.
Well, there's the full list, I presume, then, of the remaining riders in the breakaway, Paul. Andrei Grivko won the first 3 climbs of the day. Now, there was second category, and one was a third category. So he's got himself, he's moved himself right up into a solid second place in the King of the Mountains. But I'm not sure he will endanger the lead there, being held by Garzelli.
Yes, 2 riders have disappeared from that group because that leading group now is down to just 11 men. And that would be the stadium of FC Bologna, a very big, strong Italian football team.
Indeed, they are. They haven't quite got the money of Manchester United and Chelsea, but even so, they are a very big team. And this is home today for the riders. The sun is out. It's been a lovely day all day. This breakaway, with nobody affecting the overall situation, they might well pull it off today, because there's no reason for the leaders to chase this breakaway down. It's a big, great breakaway. Plenty of riders here. Lots of teams represented. Who is there left to chase? And the answer is Rabobank.
And the answer is nobody, really. Rabobank are quite happy to set a false tempo on the front, so they're just making sure that the race is nice and safe as we get into the outskirts of Bologna. And there's a little move coming from one of the riders from ISD, and that may well cause everybody by surprise.
I think it's Visconti. Is it 51? No, it's Grivko. It had to be one or the other, because they're both up there. And this looks though Grivko has been a very, very aggressive bike rider for ISD here. As I say, he's won 3 of the climbs today. They're all smallish. But he's done his best and he's stacked up the points, and now he's trying to steal it on the last day. ISD are without a stage win, and they've certainly tried to win stages there. The very few teams have had stage wins, by the way, and we've only got about 5 teams actually sharing the stage wins so far.
Well, Liquigas at 5 kilometres to go have come to the front end of the main field, and I'm not quite sure why they've decided to whip up the pacemaking. Probably the fact is they're riding there on pride to try and pull that breakaway back, but I don't think they're going to do that here this afternoon as we're looking through the outskirts of Bologna to see whether or not we can pick up the front end of the main field. Oh, that's
just what you want.
That's a pretty dangerous thing to do there. That rider getting water right into his face. It will blind him for a fraction, especially going around a traffic circle like that. Fortunately, there was no accident, but that gentleman thought he was doing a nice favour to the riders in cooling them down, but he could have created a catastrophe.
Well, this is Grivko, remember, the national champion of his country in the time trial, and he's free to fly just at the moment. If he can get into his rhythm, he might well do it and break the grip of the breakaway behind, which is down to 11 men, 3 kilometres to go. I don't think the main field are going to do much about it now. They're going to come in with a time gap today. 3 riders on the front here from Cervelo.
They're just keeping the pace nice and high. I think everybody just wants to get to the end of a stage like this, Phil. Cervelo test team looking over the shoulders, keeping the pace high, looking over to see where Carlos Sastre is, and they're looking for 1 minute and 35 seconds. Grivko getting down into his very aerodynamic time trial position, and here he's hoping to survive off the front end of the group. If they are disorganised and they don't work together as they have been doing throughout the whole of the breakaway situation, they may well lose out to this man.
Well, Cervelo seem to have pulled off the front here as we race into the heart of the city here. And a bit of a tight squeeze through the arches again, but we get used to these now, I think, in the Tour of Italy.
It's always a tough run into any town in Italy. They always seem to manage to find a couple of nasty little false flats on the run in towards the finish. Grivko just has to keep hammering away there. Just 2 kilometres to go. That corresponds to around about 3 minutes of effort. This is the main field, just a little bit further back. They're not going to see anybody, I don't think, towards the end of this afternoon. But everybody in that chasing group behind wants to see this man, and the fact that the motorbike is pulling out means he's been caught.
Yes, they've seen him. There's 10 riders in this group at the moment as they continue. He's unlucky there, Paul, but again, another example of a town finishing on top of a hill, as so often happens here. Forget the main pack then, almost 90 seconds off the pace at the moment. As this looks like it's Petrov trying to stamp his message out on the course here on the front, and here comes an attack now. Is it an attack? No, perhaps not. It's Chris Froome trying, yes.
Chris Froome, the rider in the red from Team Bala World, trying to pull back that move. The main field, they're all over the road, but I think they must realise now, Phil, that they've lost any chance of pulling back the breakaway group on a day like this. The little climb up to the finish is 274 metres. There's Froome over on the left-hand side. Nice to see him.
Look at the maximum slope, 16%.
Yep, that's going to create a little bit of a surprise, I think, Phil, for one or two riders. That's why the main field is looking quite so aggressive. They are concerned about the possibility of a split on the running towards the finish, not necessarily catching the leading breakaway.
2 kilometres for the rest of the group here. That's the main pack. This is back with Chris Froome now, and this is Simon Gerrans, who somehow, these two seem to have slipped away. The camera's missed the shot, but those are the two new leaders. Well, they must be coming very close to 1 kilometre to go.
Well, Chris Froome is a great climber and a man who I think in future years could possibly have ambitions of finishing in the top 10 in the Tour de France. Grew up at 6,000 feet or 2,000 metres in the outskirts of Nairobi. As we look a little bit further back to the main field, Mickey Rogers, Marzio Brusegin, Danilo De Luca at the front end of the pack. Wondering whether he'll try and jump out of that pack to gain himself a little bit of an advantage.
Well, he's got well control of all the favourites here, and Menchov is not bothered to even... he's just keeping an eye from a distance there on Danilo De Luca, who wears the Points Chiclamino jersey. These boys are out of it today. They've got the wish. They've had a quietish day, but this will be the 16% section by the look of it here. And this is Simon Gerrans. Well, the last time he won a Grand Tour, it was a stage of the Tour de France. He did it on Italian roads as well, in Prato Novoso. And now it looks as though Gerrans, the man from Mansfield in Australia, is giving Chris Froome a little bit too much aggravation there.
Looking down there, that's Masciatelli, a rider from Acqua Saponi. I'm not quite sure what he thinks his tactics are here this afternoon. But he's
look at this.
This is at the front of the race, and this is the very difficult climb. And Simon Gerrans now has got the gap over Chris Froome. Froome, I think a little bit over-geared there, Phil, is really having a hard time keeping those gears ticking over, as Gerrans now knows that he's in with a chance here of a stage victory in the Giro d'Italia. His face is a picture of pain.
Chris is zigzagging all over the road there now to give you some idea at 1 kilometre. This is a superb show of defiance. Celebrated his 29th birthday a few days ago in the Giro d'Italia. And now he's going to celebrate it a bit late with victory by the look at it, because it's all on his side. This is Gavazzi now. We often talk of him as a sprinter, but he's actually slipped away from them here, and he's going for Gerrans now. Can he reach him?
Well, Gerrans looks over his shoulder. He's a great climber, Simon Gerrans. And with the gap that he's got there, he's looking pretty solid. He's not the kind of rider, Phil, I think, who's going to start to weaken. Gavazzi charging around the steep part of this climb. He's caught in the middle of absolutely nowhere here, trying to ride across to that leading group of riders, but I don't think he's going to actually make it.
It's Paolo Tirolongo.
Well, it is Paolo Tirolongo, actually.
Well, I don't think it is, because Gavazzi is the only rider of Lampre in that front group, so I think they put the wrong caption up there as they continue to goes here.
Well, actually, Tirolongo's coming off the front end of the main field. The cameras are running around from camera 1 to 2 and 3. Tirolongo's actually jumped off the front end of the peloton inside town. This is Danilo De Luca.
Yes, well, he's got to keep going here. There's always a chance of a few seconds gap, and at the moment this race is still being decided by seconds, although the mountains in the last week surely will open up those gaps.
You can see Leipheimer
that's
cracking
Leipheimer,
there.
but he's been left lacking a bit there. Is he going to concede time here on the climb? I would say there's going to be splits on this peloton now, as again a typical Danilo De Luca stamping on those pedals on a short sharp climb where he opens gaps. Menchov's nailed him, and so too, dare I say, as Stefano Garzelli.
And Ivan Basso just getting onto the back there as well, but I'm a little surprised on a short climb like this to see Levi Leipheimer in difficulty.
Meanwhile, the man in black is stamping on the pedals for Cervelo here. This could be a result for the young team, the new team on the block. As he goes through 350 metres to go, it looks as though Simon Gerrans is about to add a stage of the Tour of Italy to his stage in the Tour de France, and that's a tremendous result for him.
And isn't it strange that both of those victories in both Grand Tours will be on Italian soil?
A little bit of a stir from Danilo De Luca there. Not too impressed with the boys running up the home straight when you're trying to win seconds in a bike race. Simon Gerrans is not interested in seconds, but the flowers and champagne will go down very nice as the Tifosi look at a man from Australia now taking a stage win. He joins a very elite group of Australians in a win here in the Giro d'Italia as well. Riders like Brad McGee and Phil Anderson, of course, Mackenzie. Those are the riders who've won in the past. Brett Lancaster. Now we can add Simon Gerrans to join the likes of Dave Mackenzie.
Further back down the slopes, the gaps have opened. Basso has recovered, so too has Levi Leipheimer. Put under a little bit of pressure there. The remnants of that leading group still starting to come in. 14 seconds.
And there's Gavazzi in third. Those gaps certainly open now. They're all going to get separate times, all of these riders in that group. More importantly, though, what separate times will come in the favourites group?
Well, I think everybody managed to recover despite the difficulty of the steepness of the climb. There's Chris Froome coming in. That's the group of the heads of state. Carlos Sastre is there. This is a little move by Pelazzotti, immediately matched by the killer. Danilo De Luca, Phil, he's all over these little moves. You don't catch him out on the run in towards the finish.
No.
Neither do you catch out Stefano Garzelli.
No, you're absolutely right, Paul. And they're very sharp old hands at this business. And they know you've got to take your chance immediately, react to the jump, otherwise you're losing seconds. And at the moment, this race is being decided by seconds.
Yes, but the gaps will start to appear once we get into the big mountains. But I do think this hilltop finish has caught one or two riders out, Phil, by surprise.
Well, every hilltop finish, there's gains to be made and also, sadly, losses too. And so we'll see what happens when they shake out the result for us. But we've seen the man who's won today, Simon Gerrans. He's a great example of a true professional who tries his heart out, and occasionally he comes up trumps. So well done, Simon, today.
Well, he'd be happy with that victory, but I say over the next few stages he's going to have to put his personal ambitions to one side, Phil, because Carlos Sastre will be looking to climb up the overall standings. But Togliatti, it was in second place, and Gavazzi third.
And Chris Froome got his best finish so far in sixth there. Grivko moved into second in the King of the Mountains. He's now in ninth place on the day. Sastre 14th. Minute 04 on the leaders, but that's not important as we continue to look down. Basso coming into a minute 07. Michael Rogers coming in at a minute 10, which means that Basso will go over Rogers now in the overall classification. He lost 3 seconds there. Still talking seconds. Here's the man from Mansfield, which is in the state of Victoria, and at the foot of a very famous mountain over in Australia called Mount Buller, so he's used to going up climbs.
He certainly is, especially climbs like that. No change in the overall classification.
Yes, Basso's got that 3 seconds advantage, so he's gone ahead of Rogers. They've swapped places, but the rest stay pretty much the same. And we're still talking just seconds between these riders.
But at the top, this man conserves 34 seconds ahead of Danilo De Luca, as he did at the start of the day. And he knows, though, Phil, that he's going to get some serious challenges from the Italians when they come into the mountains in the last week of this race.
So onward we go, stage 15 now, and it'll take us through the 2,500 kilometre point today. Just 100 miles, 161 kilometres the ride today. Astana continued to build a nice impressive lead in the team race, which is very nice for them as Lance is part of the squad.
Certainly be looking to try and conserve the lead as they head down the road towards Faenza. Short stage today for the riders, 161 kilometres. Andre Grivko once again out on the course, Phil. Very aggressive, looking to get himself points in the King of the Mountains classification. I don't think he can tickle the top end of Stefano Garzelli, but if he keeps going on like this, he'll be starting to consolidate a very good second place.
Well, there we are. He's having a good couple of days. This is the second climb of the day with Donati in second, Gonzalez over in third. On the first climb, he beat Donati as well, and Gonzalez, same top three. So that's the first climb of the day, I'm sorry, as we go through. And the whole peloton not too far away from the action. Just keeping an eye. The Grand Prix de Montagne, it looked like, I didn't even know who that looked like, but it looked to me as though the Acqua Saponi boys were trying to break in on the action. So that could have been Marzano there, who got through. So they've awoken to the fact that Grivko might have a secret ambition of dislodging Garzelli here as we go towards the high mountains of the last week. Now it's status quo here. Rabobank back in charge of the peloton.
Rabobank in charge of the peloton, not too concerned about the breakaway that's formed a little bit further up the road. Once again, a breakaway form with riders not really seriously challenging in the overall race of the Giro d'Italia as we move well into the 15th stage of this race. And for a lot of the riders now, Phil, they can start to almost see Rome on the horizon, although there's some pretty big mountains before we get there.
Well, again, the race is enjoying good weather, and one has to say we've had hardly any bad weather at all since this race began. Just that one massive downpour. This has been the Sunshine Centennial Tour, or Centennial Year of the Tour. It's the 92nd Tour. And Garzelli, this is Garzelli sitting on the back wheel of Basso, is he?
Well, I think Garzelli here is a little bit concerned. He's getting across the gap there, and maybe he's trying to get across the gap to that leading group of riders because he's concerned about his King of the Mountains classification. And that leading group of riders has been slimmed down to around about 7 men in strength. And of course, this is the next move on the road. This is the remnants of that leading breakaway, which is quite a large leading breakaway, but is now just starting to split up. And yes, it is Ivan Basso with Stefano Garzelli. I'm not quite sure what Basso thinks he's going to get away with, because he's got a large ticket on his back, despite the fact that he's moved up into the overall standings and he's looking for around about 3 minutes. They're not going to give him a minute back for a breakaway like this.
No, but if that's the lead pack chasing, and it's certainly been reduced here on what are not major climbs of the day, but just enough to wear the old legs out a little bit. Remember, it's a short, snappy stage as well by the standards of what's been going before. So it's a chance here for perhaps Basso to spring a little bit of a surprise while they preoccupy their thoughts with Pelazzotti, who seems to be the number one on Liquigas. They're going over the climb here just 3 minutes back. Under the escort there, the pink jersey of Menchov just sat at the back there, nonchalantly pedalling along and looking better every day, is Lance Armstrong.
A bit of a problem here, Phil, for the man who wears the Maglia Rosa, because I think this acceleration on this rather small climb here has seen the reducing of the teammates of Rabobank, and that's going to put the man who leads this race, Denny Menchov, into a little bit of bother.
I think he's only got one teammate with him at the moment, but it's thinned down somewhat there. Cervelo, they're going to feel a little bit better now after that win by Simon Gerrans. It's their first win of the Tour, and puts them on the rankings with the handful of teams who've managed to win a stage. There certainly hasn't been share and share alike in this year's Giro. It's been grab what you can, quite frankly.
So this looks a little bit like the shape and style of Jeremy Hunt at the front end of this race.
Well, we've gone back to Basso now, and this race is really split up at the moment. Garzelli happy to work here with Basso because he needs to get up alongside Grifko and stop him pinching all those points. He's consolidating his second place in the King of the Mountains right now.
Very complicated situation starting to develop on the road, because on a day when they wouldn't have expected the race to split up quite as much as it has, Phil, there seems to be a lot of riders becoming very isolated by this situation. No, not too many teammates for anyone. I noticed Levi Leipheimer's got his man there, Lance Armstrong, to look after him. But this is a very clever move by Team Liquigas.
Well, the breakaway, originally 16 strong, there was nobody in it that mattered. The best placed man in it was 10 minutes behind, so that is why they've never reacted. But now it's starting to change places again. Grifko went out just to grab points in the King of the Mountains, but now they're also bringing him back. We're inside 25 kilometres to go. I'm surprised that they've actually, the big riders have really put their backs into this, because tomorrow is really what you might call the Queen stage. It's 237 kilometres and it finishes on the Monte Petrano, and there's a lot of hard climbs along the way. So tomorrow is going to be a rough ride for everybody. I didn't think they'd want to make a hard day of this one.
Well, Ivan Basso has taken this opportunity. He sees this as a rare opportunity to put pressure onto the shoulders of Team Rabobank. And I think that's what the idea was this afternoon, to put pressure on Rabobank and Denny Menchov before his man Franco Pelazzotti can have a chance at launching a counter move tomorrow once we go into that very difficult mountaintop finish.
Look at the crowds watching the Giro this year. They're packing the sides of these small climbs. Garzelli, anxious to get hold of Grifko and put him back in his place. He doesn't want to lose that green jersey. He's proud of it. He's taking something out of the Giro. The hard days are still to come. As we go into the final week, we've got the big stage tomorrow, then the second and final rest day, and then we've got 5 stages which take us up to the finish in Rome.
Well, there's a move by Danilo De Luca now, and he's seen this as a big advantage for him. This is the kind of climb that suits him, and he's trying to put Denny Menchov under pressure. He's seen, Phil, that Denny Menchov doesn't have any teammates around him to set the pacemaking at the front. This is going to be a race where every man has to fend for himself. There is Menchov seeing the danger coming across.
I tell you, you've got to hand it to De Luca the way he's racing. He's determined to try and get that pink jersey back. He's running out of opportunities. He knows that. If he goes into the last day with any deficit, it's all curtains for him. It's just a short time trial and nothing to talk about at the end. 14 kilometres.
That's David Navarro there from Team Astana. He's coming back. I think he was originally in that leading breakaway of riders, and he's looking over his shoulder to see if he can help Levi Leipheimer or Lance Armstrong. Trying to scramble across is a dark black jersey, and I would presume that must be Carlos Sastre, and he's seen the opportunity too to try and pull himself up closer to a podium position.
Well, this is the in-fight behind the leaders, don't forget. The camera's rightly not bothered with the leaders. They're racing for the stage win, but they're not affecting the destiny of the Maglia Rosa because the best man was 9.52 behind this morning. That's Jose Serpa of Sedimenti.
Yes, Jose Serpa, Phil, has managed to get himself into a large number of breakaways over the last couple of days. In fact, I think
it's Serge Powell.
Serge Powell has got himself into this move, and he's just sitting there. This is a very good chance for Serge Powell to get himself into a situation where he could probably get a stage victory, especially after the one of Simon Gerrans of just 24 hours ago.
Well, he's sitting on the back wheel of Andrei Grivko there, who keeps on hunting the points. This is the Basso group, which also contains Garzelli at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. At 5 kilometres to go now, we've moved up to the head of the race. Except I'm not sure who it is. Was it Bertagnoli?
Yeah, but I'm not quite sure what happened to Powell's, because there's some interesting stuff going on just here at the moment.
And you see they're all swapping it around here. 175 is Marco Pinotti. I haven't seen much of him this year. He rides for Team Columbia. The team is winning most as far as the stages go, at least.
Italian national time trial champion.
Yeah.
And Serge Powell's here is riding at the front end of this group, and he's going through 5 kilometres to go, and he's looking for 37 seconds.
And that's Lars Bach of Saxo Bank in the black colours also here. This is all the members of the original breakaway of 16. I think the winner is going to come from this group now. That's for sure.
Powell's a very good rider from Belgium that they brought onto the Cervelo test team squad. He was brought onto this team to ride well in the early season one-day classics in the Wallonie, races like Flèche Wallonne and Liège-Bastogne-Liège. That's the group of the heads of state down there.
There's only 17 of them, which is rather interesting. As they continue now to try and break this up. But we're looking here now at, again, the Sedimenti rider, but this isn't a breakaway. I think he's trying to bridge the gap just now, because this is a Bertagnoli. No, it's Bertagnoli. He must have gone clear of the field.
He's off the front end of the group. He's the lone leader at the moment, Bertagnoli. And I'm not quite sure where he's come from, but he's managed to ride himself into the leading position, being chased there by the 4 riders, including Serge Powell's. That's the heads of state. That's the Ciclamina Jersey group, the Maglia Rosa group, and it's not a very big group at all on a day like today. Bertagnoli is now looking at just 3 kilometres to go to the finish.
Well, our camera's never shown him attack. He was a member of the 16 leaders. He's got clear of them all just now. He's never won a stage of a Grand Tour in his life. He has won a classic. He won San Sebastian. And that was a big result for him. But again, Paulie, he's on the Sedimenti team, which really have ridden well in this year's Tour.
And let's not forget, this is a team which is a wild card team. They were brought in at the very last minute. They're not one of the top Pro Tour teams. They have to get into any of these events through the wild card selection. A chasing group now of 4 riders with 3 kilometres to go. They're looking, Phil, for around about 30 seconds.
3 kilometres to the arrival, and Giovanni Stelvio, who runs the Sedimenti team and always gets as excited as the riders if he gets a result, could well be rubbing his hands with glee here as he continues to watch this, as the riders try now to close down the gaps, but at the moment it looks as though he might be well taking this one out. 27 seconds is the gap, and he's getting to the 2 kilometre marker.
There was Andrei Grivko once again in the thick of the action. This man from ISD has always been out looking to try and get himself some glory. At 2 kilometres to go, though, Leonardo Bertagnoli has still got himself around about a 25-second advantage over a chasing group of 4, and around about 1 minute 45-second advantage over the pink jersey, the Ciclamina jersey, Levi Leipheimer, Carlos Sastre, and the top men in this year's Giro d'Italia.
Well, the chasing group of 4 is Marco Pinotti, Lars Bak of Saxo Bank, Marco Marzano of Lampre, and Serge Pauwels of Cervelo. They are the 4 riders trying now to get on terms with what has been an opportunist breakaway from a tiring group of 16 men, and we didn't see him go. But the gap is there at 2 kilometres to go now. Look straight up the road. I don't see him.
Nope, he's a long way off. Andrei Grivko trying to get himself, I think, back up to that chasing group of 4 riders. He's caught in no man's land once again. He was a member of that big breakaway, and I think that was a scary thing for Stefano Garzelli, because this man keeps chipping away at Garzelli's lead in the King of the Mountains classification.
Well, another opportunist attack here, and you make the most of your opportunities when you work out you calculate the odds where you sit overall and try and take the most from it, and it looks as though Battagliati has done just that. Battaglioni rather, as we now get into the last kilometre. They're not going to stop him now. Let's hold the camera for a second. No, we're not going to do that. But there's nobody up the road. He must have a lead of about half a minute.
That's all he needs, though, coming into the final kilometre. Just 1 or 2 sweeping little bends, and then he'll line up into the finishing straight to give his team another stage victory. And this is a team that's been omnipresent in the breakaways. Let's not forget his teammate Jose Serpa was also in the early breakaway. And whenever they've been in breakaways, it's always been multiple riders. And now he'll be able to enjoy for the last 300 or 400 metres of this stage. Knowing well that behind him there's been a massive battle of the top men in the overall standings, and they really did throw caution to the wind. And although it's not actually left any of the big favourites behind, it certainly has ruffled 1 or 2 feathers on the day before the rest day.
4 wins last year as the American flags indicate the tailwind up the home straight here, but this will be his first one of the 2009 season. Looks as though we had a spot of rain here while the riders weren't here, but now down this narrow street he's got no worries as he heads up towards the finish. And he just checked over his shoulder there. But for Leonardo Bertagnoli, this is going to be his first win of 2009, and by the way, his 14th win in a career which began back in 2002. It's a delightful moment for any cyclist to win, but I think when you're Italian, it's pretty special.
It's very special for that man. He's got the victory. In the next group now, there's going to be the lineup for the sprint for second place. Pauwels in the black jersey there, just looking down to check his gears, making sure that the brakes aren't touching. Marco Pinotti just sitting at the back. He's not one of the greatest sprinters in the world, Marco Pinotti, but he was last year the winner in the overall classification of the Tour of Ireland.
Yes, taking it on the very last day, which was another victory for Team Columbia as they ran out the team year's big winners. Just looking over to see when they're going to make the move now is Marzano, and it looks like it might come from Lars Bak. A good position to jump from, to be at the back, but no, maybe not. And look at the clock, it's got almost a minute here, so that was a fine ride. But now the man in black trying to wind it up here. Pauwels gets it on the line, and that's a good result for him. So Pauwels, Pinotti and Bak was the order over the line.
And Andrei Grivko is going to survive to get himself a fine 6th place. And he'll move up in the overall standings of the King of the Mountains classification here this afternoon as well. But he really does get himself involved in all kinds of aggression at the front of the Giro d'Italia.
Well, he's had a great last few days as Andrei Grivko, time trial champion, and showing us now he can time trial from the breakaway. Another breakaway he's been in today, and he comes in about 1 minute and 27 seconds back. And just coming up the line here is Mauro Facci, the quick step Italian, and Valjevic of Slovenia has gone through as well. They've all nipped off the front of the bunch. There's the manager, by the way, of the winner, and he can't wait to get up to the line to congratulate him. That's a big result for him. Well, that was Giovanni Stelvio.
And there's the group of favourites, and they've had a serious battle. They're all together there, nobody losing any time at all, but that's an indication, Phil, I think, of how this race is going to unfold over the next couple of days. Once we get the rest day out of the way, we've got a lot of big mountain passes still to come. Now this is a little bit of a problem here.
Is this Lance Armstrong? He must have been slipped from the lead group, chase group there.
It looks like he has, but he's got company there of the Petit Prince, the little prince, Damiano Cunego, sitting at the back of his group.
Well, the rest of the field, apart from these three, are many minutes behind today. So Lance was part of the decisive split in the peloton, but seems to have been unhitched on the run in towards the finish.
And he's got once again alongside him, piloting him, shepherding him to the finish line, none other than Jaroslav Popovic.
I'm a little bit surprised about Cunego, but he really is just below his peak form, although he said everything was going according to plan before the Tour, and now it hasn't been reproduced when it's becoming the big day. Armstrong, Popovic and Cunego are in at 2:58. I don't think we'll see anybody else come in because they're quite a way back, but there's the winner of the day.
Yep, Leonardo Bertagnoli, and giving his team another stage victory. They've had an extremely successful Giro d'Italia for one of the smaller teams brought into the sport and brought into the Giro as a wild card selection. No change really at the top end of the overall classification, Phil.
No.
On the eve of, I think, another very well-earned rest day.
Well, it won't be no rest tomorrow at 237 kilometres and mountains galore, but right now Bertagnoli gets the victory, almost a minute ahead of Powell's, Minotti back, Marzano. Grivko came in by himself. Looking further down there, Michael Rogers, De Luca, both together at 1:56, and I think just off the picture there, Menchov was with them as well. There's the man who wins the day, Serramenti Di Guigiani, get themselves another big result. Another reason to be invited back next year, I would think. And overall, yes, status quo. Menchov, De Luca at 34, Leipheimer at 43, Pelazzotti is 4th, Sastre 5th, Basso and Rogers. So Menchov keeps the lead for another day. Now, how is his climbing? Stage 16, and at the eve of the second rest day before the final 5 days, will take the riders down through to the finish in Rome. And this is a very difficult stage today. Lots of undulations, a big chance now to open up the time gaps. It'll take the riders to 2,800 kilometres. It's a long way, Paul, 237 kilometres.
It's a very long way and a very difficult stage. We're starting to get into the final section of the Giro d'Italia now. And this is one of the first big climbs, the Monte della Cesone, and that looks like Michele Scarponi going across there in first position.
Yes, it is, and the third place rider there was Popovic too. And so this is a breakaway which got clear after 20 kilometres today, fitting enough, 20 riders in it, and nobody affecting the destiny yet of the Maglia Rosa. What's going on here?
It looks like a change of jerseys here. One or two riders have been involved in a number of accidents, and that was Michele Scarponi changing his jersey there, Phil. He was involved in an accident just a little while ago, and I think he basically just wanted to change his machine and put a shirt on which didn't have a big hole in the back.
Well, interestingly enough, Damiano Cunego, no longer a rated favourite in this race, has slipped into this leading group along with Popovic. René Dion of AG2R, Bellotti is there for Barlow World. Sprick is there for Bouygues Telecom, and Jenison of Case de Palm with David Garcia. As we continue on the mountains here as well, Ardia is here for Rabobank. Jalingoli, we haven't mentioned his name for quite a while in this race. Scarponi we've seen with a teammate, Francesco de Bonis. This is the composition of the breakaway. Jens Voigt is there, well he always would be. Bradley Wiggins and Tommy Danielson, but they've been dropped as far as we know. We haven't seen them at all, and I think they went off on that first climb.
I think a clever tactical move by Rabobank, Phil, to place two riders in that leading group, and the two riders they put into that leading group were Maurizio Ardila and, as you mentioned, Jangeli. And I think the important thing for that is, as the main field starts to pick up these riders a little bit later on, it means that Rabobank will be reinforced surrounding their leader, or the leader of this race, I have to say, Denis Menchov.
Well, we're seeing Scarponi. This is De Bonis on the front just at the moment here for the Serramenti team as we continue on. But this is a perfect combination just at the moment. Remember, again, we have a very tough climb up to the finishing line. We're still talking not quite the seconds we were a week ago, but it still could change. And I think here that perhaps De Luca will wait again. He knows time is running out. If he gets to the final time trial and isn't in the Maglia Rosa again, then he won't win the Tour, I don't think. I don't think he can beat Menchov in that last time trial.
Tricky time trial, though. And it's a time trial that is very difficult to decide because it's a short time trial and there's lots of twists and turns and cobblestones, and who knows what happens when you're motivated to try and win a race like the Giro d'Italia. But certainly the advantage would be to the man who starts that final time trial in the Maglia Rosa. The Maglia Rosa, Phil, is looking very firmly on the shoulders of Denis Menchov now, and he's got a team who are dedicated to him over these next few days.
Well, that climb where we saw De Bonis come over was the Monte Neroni. Scarponi, his teammate, was second. Cunego went over third, and the time gap is 3 minutes 42. And the peloton here, so they still have a bit of climbing to do at the moment. Very narrow road. It's an absolutely super area for cycling, but I'm not sure about the Giro d'Italia. Again, they're not too worried about this. It's a long way and there's plenty of hills to come. The last climb, by the way, is 10 kilometres long. So once more, time to manoeuvre a little bit.
Confirmation of the result at the top of the climb.
Yeah.
As you mentioned just a little earlier, Scarponi. He's been very aggressive, Scarponi. The whole of that team has been aggressive. As you can see, the pressure from Team Rabobank has reduced the riders in numbers in this group, but nobody so far from the leading contenders is under too much stress.
1 minute 51 and still counting as they continue the climb of the Monte Neroni. The peloton is not that big here at the moment, I have to say. There's 175 riders on the start line this morning. So we've now lost 23 riders from the Tour, which I don't think is a very high number at all. Most of the riders are going home to the finish this year.
Danilo De Luca in the
Side by
Ciclamina
side.
over on the left, Ivan Basso in the lime green, and they're all looking at the Maglia Rosa on the shoulders of Denis Menchov. It's not very often that a foreigner is able to come down here and dominate the Giro d'Italia. Over the last few years, Phil, it's been very much a race for the Italians.
Absolutely, and that's the way they've always liked it. There's only been ever 2 Russian winners of this race. Evgeny Berzin and Pavel Tonkov was the last one. And so the odds on Menchov pulling it off are not with him, let's face it. These are the dizzy heights around the region here, and still they keep continuing on the climb with nobody putting the hammer down. They've chosen not to attack here, that's for sure. If you can't keep the pace, drop off, but other than that, they're just keeping steady rhythms as they head towards what will be the Monte Catria is the next time, and then we have the Monte Petrano for the finish.
Stefano Garzelli, after a rough first week, is starting to ride a very solid Giro d'Italia. He's in about 5th or 6th position in the green jersey as leader of the King of the Mountains classification. Not too much for him to worry about here because none of the challenges to him were in that leading breakaway of riders, and all of the points have quite literally disappeared. Confirmation of that time gap as the main peloton starts to get up to the summit of the climb. Now this looks very much to me as if that's Martin Jangeli. And he obviously, Phil, I think has been tailed off by the front end of the main field. He was in that breakaway of riders that got clear very early on, and I think, again, tactically, that's what Rabobank decided to do. Try and place a couple of riders in there, so that must leave for Team Rabobank still Maurizio Ardila in the leading pack.
2 climbs left to go. The peloton are now over the Monte Neroni. It's a beautiful region here, that's for sure. And they're going to be in the thin air for most of the day. And the breakaway perfect for Menchov just now. Nothing to worry him at all. And if it keeps on going like that, again, it's up to the others to attack him. And he's just going to sit there and watch. He never gives any game away. He hardly ever smiles, this man. He has an introverted character. He doesn't go around talking, shouting his mouth off. He just gets on with the job in hand. Yet when he's on the bike, he's a Jekyll and Hyde character because he really has a lot of power. This is Cunego now. That means the top of the Catria there. He's gone over ahead of Basisio and
it
Popovic.
Also means that there are only 3 riders left in this leading group because Popovic just at the back there, and it looks to me, you see Popovic, just watch this again, this is an action replay. I thought Popovic was going to try and come up through the inside. But there's no contest. There's the 3, Popovic in 3rd place. And
well,
obviously
where's the rest?
They've dispatched everybody else on the slope of the climb.
Shown the action there from the breakaway. We spent too much time with the peloton, it seems, but Popovic is 3rd. Peloton will be on the bottom of that climb now, the Catria. They should regroup on the way down. Now the next big challenge of the day is the climb up towards the finish, but that's a little way off yet.
Well, seems like an awful long wait.
Well, it's a good picture that. We can't see any cyclists, but anyway, the clock is on and counting here at the moment. There's one or two rather ghost-like figures on the climbs now, because this is getting very, very hard. These boys have got to be tired at this stage of the Giro. They're racing towards their second rest day, and looking at some of these faces, they'll be rather pleased about that, but they know that they have such a horrible last 5 days of racing. And still the clock is counting here. Now, I'm not sure who this Liquigas rider is, but I presume it's Jelle Karlström.
I can only presume the same thing. These are the remnants of that breakaway, which is completely splintered, Phil, over this last climb. And if you look at the time gaps, Karlström is now, having started in that leading group with Damiano Cunego, is looking for around about 1 minute and 40 seconds. A bit further back, these are the top guns of the Giro d'Italia. Mick Rogers is comfortably in there, the Maglia Rosa looking very comfortable. And Maurizio Ardila is a Rabobank rider on the front of this pack. So obviously, Phil, those riders from Rabobank who are in that leading group have decided to sit up on the climb and wait to be around their leader, Denny Menchov. And that was the only reason why they were present in that leading group of 20.
Just keeping an eye on things, the little Colombian rider, he weighs about 44 kilograms, which is about 92, 93 pounds, so there's not much of him.
No, this is Scarponi, and he's going backwards towards that group. He was in the leading group of 20. He actually had a nasty little crash, although he did get himself the first King of the Mountains points of the day, but since then I think he's been under a spot of pressure.
Ooh, he's puffing and blowing now as the clock continues to count. The leaders are over the top. That water is very welcome, not for drinking, just cooling down the back. I think this day is actually hurting a lot of people, Paul. They are starting to look like shadows rather than top-class cyclists right now.
It's a tough day. It's a very long day with a lot of big mountain passes to get over, and I think for a lot of these riders, Phil, they're very fortunate that looming on the horizon now is the second rest day, which gives the riders a little bit of respite before they go into the final 5 days of racing.
Well, Scarponi's back in the group. I'm not too sure how many's left up front now, because our cameras aren't giving us a real chance to look at them. But here we are. This is Cunego up here at the moment. Gabriel Bosiccio is sat at the back, so it must be Popovic in the front. 3 riders are trying to go clear here now.
This is a great move by Popovic to be given a little bit of freedom on a day like this. He's a fantastic bike rider. Won himself a stage in the Tour de France a couple of years ago. Best young rider. And here I think he's been given some freedom away from his services to Levi Leipheimer. And of course Lance Armstrong, who seems to be getting better and better as he goes on in this 3-week bike race.
Well, I'd rather fancy Armstrong to have a go, perhaps for a stage win in the last 5 days, if his form continues to arrive like it appears. There's De Luca tucked in. Ardila setting the pace. He's got a little bit of help. I think it's 10 down here, or is that Jangeli just come to the front? Either way, those boys are trying to do their best now and give Menchov as quiet a ride as possible. Calli, they'll be glad to be off the hills, but unfortunately they go back up them for the last climb of the day.
Yes, and that's where the challenges will come in that group of the heads of state there, because they realise it's a very difficult climb up to the finish line. In fact, there's a couple more very difficult days of racing. The climb that the riders are racing up to the day after the rest day is one that is extremely scary. It's called the climb of the Blockhouse, and I think a lot of them will be very happy that the organisation will have lopped up a massive 5 kilometres, but it's still around about a 20-kilometre climb anyway.
Well, it is, and it's in a lot of people's minds. It's one of the big ones. The other big stage is up Mont Vesuvius. I thought that camera gave us a shot of Popovic on his own, Paul. He's gone away from the other two, and he's making a bid for glory here.
It's a nice move by Popo, and obviously he's got the ants in his legs, as they say here in France or in Italy, and he's got an 18-second advantage now over Damiano Cunego. He's decided that the other guys with him didn't have the firepower left in their legs, and he's now going to try and get a stage victory for Team Astana.
Well, they're saying 5 minutes back to the main chase, so Popovic here has a chance. He's done it before in the Tour de France, remember him winning in Carcassonne once with an opportunist lone break. And again, these beautiful roads in the villages. This is Calli. Somehow the Tour finds its way safely through. Pedro Herrillo, by the way, who had that terrible crash, apparently is making good progress, and as soon as he's strong enough there, we'll take him over back into Spain, where hopefully he will make a full recovery. But that was an horrendous sight going down that mountain.
This is an impressive move by Popovic, Phil, because there's still an awful long way to get down to the finish line. And he's going to put a bit of pressure on the riders in the group behind to try and pull him back into the fold. Incredible architecture that we've seen here this afternoon, just on the left-hand side there. If you're wondering what that was, it's actually a water tank that was put into this town in the medieval times to create the water pressure required to have a good bath. And I'm sure one or two of these guys would fancy a good bath or a shower now. That was a quick look at Damiano Cunego, who's trailing here by around about 20 seconds.
Well, this is the climb up to the finish. He's on it. It's just over 3,000 feet. The climb itself, maximum slope of 13%. He's got rid of Cunego and Bosisio. We saw a time check of 4:59 back to the main field, so surely that has given him a terrific start to the end of the day. 10.5 kilometres to go. Well, the official climb's 10 kilometres, but it looks to me like he's climbing already.
He certainly is, and there are a couple of steep points on this climb. Although the average gradient is not very much more than 6%, there's a couple of points where it jumps up to 11% gradient. Jaroslav Popovic, Phil, over the years has really laid down the foundations of his reputation in races like the Giro d'Italia, a race where he's finished on the podium previously, before being snapped up by Lance Armstrong and Discovery Channel, and now coming back to Team Astana. He's a solid man to have in your squad.
Started out life in 2003 as the under-23 World Road Race champion, developed a little bit since then. Armstrong took a liking to him, went on to his team. He briefly went away last year to Silence Lotto. He really did nothing, he didn't look happy, and he's gone back alongside Armstrong and Johan Brunel. And now he looks as though he's found his old form again.
I think it's all to do with the atmosphere amongst the team, and maybe this year a little bit extra atmosphere with Lance Armstrong coming on board. And it'll be interesting, I think, when we go forward to the Tour de France to see what the chemistry of the team is when you've got Levi Leipheimer, Alberto Contador and Lance Armstrong on the same squad.
This is the lonely figure of Damiano Cunego down there, and he looks as though his racing is done for the day, the way he's riding. Now, there's got to be an attack irrespective of these boys up front, because that peloton is quite small, and they've got to try and snatch a few seconds, if not half a minute or more, off Menchov. So on the 10-kilometre climb, it is quite a hard climb. I think they've got to try something here. Remember also, we're coming to the end of yet another long 200-plus kilometre leg.
Jaroslav Popovic now got himself around about a 30-second advantage over Damiano Cunego. But yes, Phil, I agree with you, because Danilo De Luca is still nurturing dreams of winning this bike race, and he knows to win it, he has to, every time this race goes uphill, get time off Denny Menchov. He has to attack him on every opportunity. He cannot leave it to the final individual time trial. He must go out on the attack, and he must be aggressive. So too must Franco Pellizotti.
Yeah. Now this is interesting, because now, again, we've seen this so often this last couple of weeks. Pellizotti is being led to the fore to try and attack. The last time he did it, he almost won the day. We'll see what happens this time.
Well, the order has been given out. They've seen the false tempo set at the front end of the race by Team Rabobank. Rabobank have absolutely and utterly no interest in pulling back any of the breakaways up the road. But what Liquigas has is the chance of making the attack and moving their man Pellizotti up towards the podium position finishes in the Giro d'Italia that they're all now starting to dream about. And I think they all very much still believe that they can have a crack at the top spot.
Well, they too have now started the finishing climb of the day. All breathe in as we go down the narrow streets of this ancient village. And once they get onto the climb itself, they've already actually just started the low slopes of it here now. And two Liquigas riders driving at the front. The pink jersey of Menchov watching everything. Is that Sastra moving up there?
No, it's not, but it's one of the other riders on his squad moving to the front end of the main field. That looks like Serge Powell's, the rider from Cervelo Test Team.
To become quite an interesting rider, Serge Powell's.
I think he's been sent up as well, very much, Phil, like the riders from Liquigas, to whip up the pacemaking. There's a little bit of controversy about yesterday's stage, where Powell's was ordered by the team management not to chase after the lone leader. And I think the reason for that was they wanted to conserve him for today's stage. They knew how important today was going to be. They know how important the stage after the rest day is going to be. And they realised that these are the days when Carlos Sastre can lay down the foundations for a victory if he's going to get one.
Well, there's still a lot of teams, never mind riders, who've done absolutely nothing in returning the rewards for their sponsors here. Colombia are happy. They've got themselves 6 stages, including the opening day. El Pior have done well. Benceramenti have done well. They've had a couple of stage wins as well, but don't forget, all the teams in this race, and most of them have not been in the hunt for the final victory on the day. So there'll be a few changes. This is Powell's again. Look at this.
Absolutely floating. He keeps looking over his shoulder, and what he's doing here, he's trying to see how much damage he's inflicting on everybody. In fact, he's done so much damage that they're letting him go. He's having to sit back and wait. He's looking to see whether he can set something up for his own teammate, and that would be Carlos Sastre. Ivan Basso coming up now. Basso also is riding an extremely interesting final week of the Giro d'Italia. He too, I think, after 2 years away from the sport, is finding his legs.
Well, he's riding for Pelazzotti now. Pelazzotti is I think the undisputed leader of Liquigas. Sastre is the undisputed leader of Cervelo. They're both here. And so these boys, the super domestics, are trying to weaken Menchov by pushing him to his limits. I think that's the only way they're going to beat him, because Menchov is isolated now. I don't see many of his team left here. Maybe 2 at the most, certainly no more. But he's very, very strong as he comes up to Basso to remind him he's in charge. De Luca, always annoyingly, is never far away from the action as we move down to the back of the race here, just for the moment.
Well, at the back of the race is Carlos Sastre there, wearing number 61 now. He looks to be under a little bit of pressure, and that's a bit of a surprise, Phil, because that has come from the pressure of his own teammate, and that was Serge Powell. So maybe I'm not quite reading the tactics correctly.
Well, we'll see. Is that Lance Armstrong creeping up on the outside? That man is getting better every day in this race.
He certainly is. He's just having a view over the affairs at the front end of the main field, keeping a very close eye on his own teammate, Levi Leipheimer, who's just over to his side. Yeah, the Maglia Rosa on the shoulders of Denny Menchov. He doesn't give anything away when you look at his style. His style is always the same. He uses a much bigger size of gear than anybody else. Marzio Brusegin, he looks as if he's struggling a little bit with the climb as well. Further up the road, I'd forgotten about Popovic. He still leads.
Yes, still leads. We'd like a time check now, because it was just 5 minutes on the main group of favourites back there, but they've been doing a little bit of tempo riding now, so it may have come down a bit. This is the long climb, and it all leads to the finishing line now. There's no way back. And Popovic is doing a great deal for the team here, don't forget, because they're beginning to look pretty good with the mountains, admittedly, still to come. There's Garzelli. He's hanging on to that despite that flurry of a couple of good days by Andrei Grivko. There's the stats again for you. Average of 8%, a maximum of 13%, and the elevation of 824 metres.
It's climbing to the maximum of 1,100 metres. That looks as if this is once again Ivan Basso making a move, covered immediately there by Menchov.
It's very depressing when the race leader is quite as strong, but he's paying attention as well. Basso will look over his shoulder, and I think if he sees the man in pink and the man in the Ciclamino, he might well shut down, because the man who's not there is his own teammate, Pelazzotti, and that's rather important.
Yes, but he's coming across right now, I think, at 8 kilometres to go to the top. It's still Jaroslav Popovic. He's not showing any signs of weakness at all. This could very well be the win that Team Astana have been looking for.
Yes, that's a very good point. I'd forgotten they haven't won a stage, have they? Like half of the race, and that is most unusual. There's Basso. Let's see, we need a time check now, because they've got to be closing in, but they gave Popovic a 5-minute start at the bottom of the climb.
Well, it wasn't. In fact, it wasn't Pelazzotti who came across. I saw the green jersey from the helicopter. It's Garzelli who's come across there. So Ivan Basso.
So why is Basso working?
Well, he was hoping to set something up. Yes, he was hoping to set something up for Franco Pelazzotti, but it's not worked. In fact, it's backfired on Liquigas.
Well, he's still working, and that won't go down too well with Pelazzotti unless they've decided on some plan which I'm not aware of. That's Sastre crossing the gap, I think, and that looks like Armstrong crossing the gap. Followed
by Levi Leipheimer as well. Now this is starting to get just that little bit grippy. We're getting to the point on the climb where it climbs up to around about 12% in gradient.
Well, we're getting high in the sky now. These stages finish quite late in the evening, and the sun is getting high in the sky and dropping behind the mountains at the moment, because we always finish around 5:30 to 6 o'clock in the evening, and this has been yet another long day. Leipheimer, familiar figure out of the saddle. It looks as though he's labouring, but he rarely is. That's his style of climbing, just concentrating, thinking, can he get a podium position here? A little bit of work required if he is going to get that. This is Arroyo.
I'll tell you one thing, Phil, I don't think Levi Leipheimer was actually looking all of that good at that point of the race. Jaroslav Popovic has now got a minute advantage over Damiano Cunego with 7 kilometres to go to the finish, and he's still looking very comfortable.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like a man who's under pressure.
He's doing a terrific ride here. It is so hard. He makes it look so easy climbing these hills. Now this is the LPR rider who was in the breakaway, so it's Basicio, I think, dropping back.
Yep. Once again, you see these teams this morning, they obviously all had a plan to get their men into that leading group of 15 or 20 riders as it was originally, to make sure that they still had men left down towards the... That is Lance Armstrong riding across
joins the
here.
leaders.
Yeah, but his man is missing. Levi Leipheimer hasn't got the form.
Well, Lance, I wouldn't have thought, would have left his side, but he's left him at the moment, and the same must be said for Basso, because he's left Pelizzetti. Is this Sastre coming to the fore?
Well, I don't know where he's come from.
Shades of Alpe d'Huez, perhaps.
Certainly shades of Alpe d'Huez. This is the kind of climb that would suit the little Spanish climber, because he knows that on the steepest part of the climb he can rock a lot of people's foundations.
Well, Carlos Sastre, he's been the sort of quiet man, but he's never been far out in the wings. And now he's really opened up the gas. And I think this leads to the folly of that pacemaking by Basso, because he's now got rid of his teammate Pelizzotti, because Sastre has taken up the running. And look at the speed of Menchov. That's unfortunate for Lance there, Paul, because he just contacted.
No.
Where is he?
He's actually sat up, Armstrong. He realises that his teammate Levi Leipheimer has got a little bit of a problem here, and I think Armstrong has actually sat up to go back and look after his teammate. Trust me.
I think he was just coming on when Sastre attacked, and he went straight off the back. Anyway, either way, he's going to go and see Leipheimer, that's for sure. And look at this now, Danilo De Luca. This is what they've got to do, hit Menchov with everything. But this guy's got all of the answers just now.
Well, he certainly has. Danilo De Luca knows he needs time. A little flurry of activity from Carlos Sastre, and it's opened up the gap now for Danilo De Luca to try. Armstrong is looking back over his shoulder. He's looking back down the road to try and find out where his teammate is, Levi Leipheimer. Whether it's by design or not, he's doing the right thing.
This must be the Trollenberg terror, I think, that's come out of the mountains. But Armstrong's not interested as he continues here. This is Popovic. Looks very like Lance, doesn't he, when he's out the saddle?
Well, their glasses are a bit deceptive.
They
Franco Pelizzotti does not look very comfortable. He's further down the road as well. He's been put under pressure by the moves by his own teammates. Just in front of him, Maschiarelli. And the Gruppo Maglia Rosa is looking for 3 minutes and 20 seconds again. An acceleration coming from the man in black. That's Carlos Sastre.
Well, that means they've taken over 2 minutes back since the climb started, so Popovic isn't home and dry at all here. And now there's no Astanas up here because Armstrong's gone back for whatever reason away from the sharp end. Sastre is what looked like an extremely good attack. Not quite on his Tour de France form, and they've nailed that one back as Maschiarelli here sets the pace. Pelizzotti on his wheel. Is he going to recover and get back up there? Because at the moment this isn't good news for Pelizzotti.
Now Pelizzotti looking just around the corner at a podium finish, and now that's looking to disappear, but Carlos Sastre is riding this move here, Phil, for a podium position. Sastre with Basso, De Luca and Menchov. Menchov has responded to everything that's been thrown at him so far, and I have to say, although he did have a number of teammates with him a few moments ago, it's now a question of every man for himself, and it's every man for Jaroslav Popovic.
This is when leaders become leaders, and in fact he's honouring that Maglia Rosa at the moment because he's not looking at Tour Week. That's Cunego. He might well be going back to the chase group here because he really is struggling. Popovic looks okay just now. He's still got a good rhythm, and although he's losing time, that's to be expected, but the in-battle here has slowed down a little bit, so that might help Popovic.
Advantage to Popovic for the moment. A little bit further back down the road at 1.5 minutes now is Damiano Cunego. Popovic doesn't have to worry about the position of Cunego or anybody else in this bike race. What he has to do, Phil, is just to get into his own rhythm. Sastre goes again. He's unholdable today.
Well, this is the second time Sastra's hit them. Remember when he won his stage on Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France? He went and that was it. Curtains for everybody. Hasn't quite got that form here, but he's putting in another attack. And for the first time, he's opened a gap on the Maglia Rosa. The others are not reacting. They're probably looking at Menchov saying, "You're the leader, chase him," and he can't do it just now.
Well, he needn't panic either, because he starts the day with a pretty solid advantage over
True.
Carlos Sastre in the overall classification. And the thing about being a great leader in a Grand Tour is not to panic. Don't chase after every attack that gets thrown out at you. You have to chase the ones that start to put you under a little bit of pressure. Now, if he was to respond to this kind of move, he could put himself into the red zone, and instead of losing 1.5 minutes, lose 5.
Well, this is the battle we expected here on this climb today, and as they continue to hit each other with as much as they can, Carlos Sastre started the day in 5th place overall, 2 minutes 52 seconds behind Menchov. So time is on Menchov's side, but he could well close the gaps up with the big mountains to follow when this race resumes the day after tomorrow.
Well, Ivan Basso has now decided he's going to leave the two leaders of competitions behind him, Danilo De Luca and Denny Menchov. He also doesn't yet really have the big serious ticket on his back, because he's not really a danger to threaten him in the overall classification. And he, in fact, is riding himself across the gap up to Carlos Sastre. Menchov, he's just going to have to ride his own tempo and wonder whether or not he's going to get challenged here by the Danilo De Luca and Garzelli.
Look at this, the 3 leaders of classifications, shadow boxing.
Unbelievable.
Garzelli climbs up. There's Garzelli's statistics. He won this race in 2000. Now Sastre has gone, and Menchov is isolated for the first time, and he's got no answer here now. He might be able to get a wheel here. Maybe this will help him out.
Well, this is another move coming from Tadej Valjavec, a rider who's been very quiet in the Giro d'Italia, man, who is very capable of riding high in big mountain stages.
He hides, and he still comes up with top 20 finishes quite frequently in the big tours.
Well, this could be a little bit of a bonus for Denny Menchov, because it's somebody who's prepared to try and ride at the front to improve his position in the overall classification. The distance between Popovic and Cunego is 1 minute and 40 seconds. Just looking down there at Carlos Sastre, despite the change in the colour of the jersey, the scenario is almost exactly the same as you mentioned, Phil. It just reminds me of Alpe d'Huez.
He's made a move here. This is it now. He's got to gain time here, because at almost 3 minutes behind Menchov, he needs big time here to continue once the race continues into the final stretch of the mountains. Incidentally, Paul, Valjavec finished 9th in the Giro in 2004, 9th in 2008, and that's not bad, is it? 2 times 9th. He's also had a finish of 15th in this race, so he's very, very consistent, and he clearly loves riding the Giro.
Very consistent rider, and he obviously sees this as a chance to move up again in the overall classification. Coming up to the banner indicating 5 kilometres to go to the summit, still one lone leader, one man of the big Etapa Arena here this afternoon, Jaroslav Popovic.
We need more time checks of that 5 kilometre banner. At the moment, things are looking good now, because there's been a little bit of a slowdown, although Valjavec has added some spice there as well. Looks like Pelazzotti down there.
It's Ivan Basso.
Is that Basso?
Basso's trying to ride across the gap to get himself up to Carlos Sastre. Sastre is not too far around the corner, and this performance by Ivan Basso here this afternoon. Oh, De Luca's gone.
Well, Danilo De Luca has launched, and the reaction has come from the Maglia Rosa. That's the man. He cannot afford to gain any distance whatsoever, otherwise the jersey flips. And once the jersey flips, it may be a struggle to get it back. De Luca has got to try and steal seconds till they develop into minutes, otherwise when we get to the last day, there'll be nothing for him. And look at that reaction. Almost makes you think that Menchov was waiting for De Luca to attack.
I'm certain he was. Again, a little bit further up the road, the attack comes once again from Danilo De Luca, trying to put time between himself and Menchov. But again, as I said a little bit further down the climb, Phil, Menchov and his style doesn't give anything away at all.
No, it doesn't, and in fact he's got that under control. He obviously decided he can't cope with every attack from everybody. He's got no team, so he'll just pay attention to the man who sits right behind him overall and do what he does, and the rest, well, they can make what they think they can make. And it looks as though Cunego just got passed by Sastre.
He certainly did. It's a boom, boom, out go the lights for Damiano Cunego, and still looking comfortable further up the road. This man, Jaroslav Popovic, in an early breakaway of 20 riders, and now once he finally got to the last climb of the day, felt okay, I've got a bit of freedom here this afternoon on my hands for Team Astana, and let me see whether or not I can get myself the stage victory. De Luca and Menchov looking for 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Yes,
Carlos
so how much is
Sastre,
Sastre looking for?
he's looking for a lot of time, Phil, to try and get himself...
No, for the stage win, to catch Popovic.
He's looking for probably around about 1.5 minutes.
Well, that is amazing. They've taken 4 minutes out of Popovic on the climb, if that is so. And so the day is far from done with 5 kilometres to ride. And time is what he wants. The stage win would be a bonus if it were to come, but it's time as far as Sastre is concerned. That's what stage racing is all about, and this is the one chance he's had. I would say it's the first chance he's had to gain time.
Ivan Basso hasn't given up either. He's hovering there at around about 10 to 15 seconds behind Carlos Sastre, but Sastre hasn't even looked over his shoulders to see if he's going to get joined by anybody else. The battle there with the two leaders of the competitions, the Ciclamina, Danilo De Luca, and then on the right of the Maglia Rosa, and that of course is the man from Russia, Denis Menchov, and Damiano Cunego gets a chance to see them go twisting by.
Yes, I'm the Lamprey rider, Cunego, former winner, remember, and was once the youngest white jersey holder of the Tour de France as well. Now, just passed by as if he wasn't in the race at all. Meanwhile, up front, Popovic will just be happy with an Astana stage win and an increase in the team race overall, because Leipheimer and Armstrong aren't too far away, so they should be notching good time up in the team race as well. That's the man who lies second on the road, and he's closing fast, I'm sure about that, and he's got just 4 kilometres to shut it down.
Well, when you've been in a breakaway for a long time like Jaroslav Popovic, you can't raise the tempo. You can only just keep it at a fairly comfortable tempo. Armstrong has gone further back down the road here, Phil, for Levi Leipheimer, and he's riding a very good tempo here to pace Levi back into the race. Levi's obviously having a bad day here this afternoon. Number 21, Lance Armstrong. It's amazing to see how he's battling it out for the team, and I wonder if he'll reverse those roles when we go to the Tour de France in July.
Well, form is a funny thing, and so is fitness and strength, and the body's reacting now. It's over 2 weeks since we started this race, and Armstrong has got steadily better and better, and it does look there that he's now riding stronger, more strongly than Levi Leipheimer, whose top 3 hopes are fading, I would think, on the climb today, while Sastre has his tail up. He's got a chance of being in the podium positions by tonight if he keeps this pressure on.
Sastre looking over his shoulder. He wants to see what sort of a gap he's got between himself and Ivan Basso. Basso has never been able to quite nail down that last 10 or 15 seconds. And it's very difficult to pull back a man like this, because this man is a specialist on these mountaintop finishes. We saw him win the Tour de France because of his ability to fly the coupe on the Alpe d'Huez last year. He's only looking for 1 minute and 20 seconds to this man, Jaroslav Popovic. It's going to be touch and go for Popovic, and you can hear the shouts from the side of the road, Phil. This man has spent a lot of his life in Italy. He's extremely popular here, and they'd love for him to get a stage victory. He
was once Ernest Colnago's favourite cyclist, so polite, he said, and Colnago used to provide his bikes for him when he rode for Lambau Credit, I think it was, but now, of course, he's here. And Sastre still plugging away. Gaining time from behind is all he's worried about. If Popovic comes in his view, okay, we'll go for Basso. He's still persisting. He's sitting third on the road.
I think this will be doing a lot for Basso's confidence, a man who's been out of the sport for 2 years because of his association with the Operación Puerto, and he's holding on to around about a 10-second deficit. But these two riders now are starting to claw their way back into this event, Phil, because I think now Danilo De Luca has decided he needs to be pretty careful. He wants to hold on to his podium position at the end of the day, and he realises that if he plays cat and mouse with Denis Menchov, they could both lose out big time.
You've got to love De Luca. He's setting all the pace, even though he's towing up the Maglia Rosa, who doesn't look like cracking. And, you know, it's such a situation that the Maglia Rosa could jump him in the last 100 metres and even steal back 3 or 4 seconds.
I think they're sharing the pace
sharing the work now.
This is a situation where they both realise there's no weakness in either party. De Luca knows that he can't jump away from Denis Menchov on today's stage, and he realises that they're losing time on Carlos Sastre, so the better part of valour is for these riders to work together. 1 minute and 20 seconds with 3 kilometres to go. Now, if that was on the flat, I'd say to you, Phil, Popovic has got this. However, on a mountain pass like this, those 3 kilometres are going to take an awful lot longer than 5 minutes, which is what they would take on the flat. We're still looking at probably 10 to 12 minutes of effort for Jaroslav Popovic.
Alpe d'Huez scenes here as we climb up towards the top of the climb of the day. And look at this, because that is the same banner 3 kilometres, so the clock, and is telling us all, Sastre is eating this mountain up and is running at Popovic. I don't think Popovic can make this. 40 seconds at 3 to go.
Well, he's just in the last kilometre slashed 40 seconds off the advantage of Jaroslav Popovic, and he doesn't show any sign at all, Phil, of slowing down at all. He's climbing himself back up in the race, in the overall standings, but he's also climbing himself up to the possibility of a great stage victory on what everybody has called l'Etapa Reina, the queen of stages, the most difficult of stages. And he hasn't, in fact, pulled a big gap over these two, because he's
29.
only leading them by almost 30 seconds.
Well, but 30 seconds is 30 seconds, and there's still mountains ahead as we go into the last 5 days of the race after tomorrow's rest day. It's a Sunday here, and the riders, as you can see, playing before a large audience, all enjoying the occasion, and they really are turning on the style. Sastre puffing and blowing, but he knows he's inching closer to Popovic. Whether he catches him, secondary importance, but he wants to inch away from these boys, and then he might have a top 3 finish.
These two both locked together in battle, and just limiting their losses here this afternoon. When they go around those corners, they can probably just see the motorbikes behind Ivan Basso.
That didn't look too good.
No, he didn't look too good at all. He looked like he was starting to suffer. And are you surprised after the day that he spent in the Giro d'Italia?
And the Astana team car stopped on the left of the road. That's a bad sign too. I reckon they've done that because this man is probably within 20 seconds, 25 seconds of Popovic now. And I think, there he is. He's closed right in now. They've cleared the gap. Well, what does Sastre think about this now? All his arms will start tingling, the shiver down his spine. He's suddenly saying, hey, I can win this stage now as well as move up the overall, because he's clearly riding down Popovic, and he's going to be by him in the next 100 metres.
Such a shame when you see the performance of a man like Jaroslav Popovic on a day like this, a big day, not even a look by Carlos Sastre.
You feel
Popovic tipping his head to one side. He will be a broken man now, Phil, as he sees what's happened. Sastre never even looked until he knew that he got a gap between himself and Popovic. And that dedication, that rhythm of Popovic, as soon as it was caught, Phil, it went out of the window.
What a vicious sport it is. The spice has gone out of Popovic now. He'll fall away. He won't make the top 6, I doubt now, because these two riders have got to keep the pressure on. And here comes Basso as well. Well, Basso really should be looking for the whereabouts of Pelazzotti, but he doesn't seem to be bothered at all. He's riding for himself right now.
I think the word has gone out that Pelazzotti, Phil, in fact, is having a very bad day in the Giro d'Italia, and he's probably going to lose himself huge chunks of time.
That's when you need your team.
And he's going to lose himself huge chunks of position in the overall classification. This man doesn't have to worry about anything, though, because Carlos Sastre has got himself into a situation very similar to the situation he was in 12 months ago on the slopes of the Alpe d'Huez.
Well, Basso himself, all credit to his strength as he returns to the sport at the very top, and the crowd seem to love him here in Italy. He's riding 4th on the climb to the finish, this interminable climb that just goes on and on. The approximate spread over the first 4 riders is about 40 seconds. 1900 metres.
Doesn't sound very much when you say it quickly, does it? And it wouldn't be very much on the flat roads of the northern part of France, but here we're on the hilly slopes of the Alps as we look around the corner to Carlos Sastre. Second on the road now is this man, Ivan Basso. Third and fourth are Damiano Cunego and Danilo De Luca and Denny Menchov.
Well, the clock is counting, but on what is completely unknown to me, and they're taking it off. Basso here is sitting in 4th place. Up the road there he can see the 2 riders. Looks like a man closing in. Meanwhile, life at the back for Astana. Armstrong is still pacing up Levi Leipheimer with Arroyo tucked in at the back. They're going to see, if they haven't seen him already, I reckon they're going to come across Popovic in a minute.
Well, Armstrong dedicated to looking after his teammate there, just tapping out the pedals. You saw that he took that bottle of water at the side of the road. He will not drink that because you have no idea where that water has come from, whether it's come from a stream on the slopes of the mountain. But the first thing he did was try to offer it to Levi Leipheimer just to cool him down a fraction. One of the other reasons the riders like ice cold water on a mountain like this is because that cold water on your face, it can wake you up out of the slumber that the pain is starting to push you into.
A viciously tough day today. The rest day must seem 100 years away, but it's tomorrow. And shake the lactic acid out the legs because the mountains are just around the corner, and not just today. There's a little group, that's the 4 riders getting themselves together, paced by Armstrong. The camera pulls up, no signs of Popovic yet. I don't think they've passed him, but we're not too sure where he is now.
Well, he's been caught out, and I would think that Popovic would have slammed it straight into reverse gear there, Phil.
It looked like he did, yeah.
And when you get caught like that, the morale just certainly takes a massive bending. De Luca and Menchov riding side by side, first and second in the overall classification, and they are locked together. I have to say, Danilo De Luca tried everything to get rid of Denny Menchov, but Menchov knew exactly which man, I think today, Phil, that he wanted to mark as the most dangerous.
Ironically, De Luca now is having to ride to conserve his second place overall. Never mind the fact he's towing the race leader, who's happy to make the most of the tactics. 1 kilometre inside to the top now for Carlos Sastre. This is going to be a stage victory, his first ever in the Giro d'Italia, and another good result following Simon Gerrans with his win for Cervelo. And then the question is, time will tell. Where will Sastre be tonight as we go to bed for the day tomorrow?
Well, as you mentioned, Phil, the victory of the stage for Carlos Sastre. He doesn't win very many bike races at all.
No, he doesn't, but he chooses them well, Paul, and his great victory in the Tour de France last year is now going to be added to with a stage victory in the Giro. There's no stopping them. The time will start. It's not going to be a great gain, at the end of the day. These boys got themselves organised. I know it's mostly the work of De Luca, but they're only coming in about 30 seconds back of him.
Well, it's 30 seconds back to the 2-man chase group of the 2 leaders of this bike race, first and second overall, and they're just about to pull Ivan Basso back into their sights. A brave move by Basso, maybe questionable that he didn't look after his teammate Franco Pellizotti, but I think for him, he needed to test his legs on a day like this to see whether or not he's going to be a challenger in the month of July and the Tour de France. This man is trying to pull himself up to a podium position, not only that, but also to get himself a very well-earned stage victory here in the Alps.
Look at the time for the day. This is the longest day, 7 hours and 10 minutes. And he's now been picked off for Basso, after all that, by the hard-riding De Luca. So, a win for Carlos Sastre, win number 2 for Cervelo, and the clock will start as soon as he hits that line. So these boys have got to ride right up to the finish here. There's no presents given in the Giro d'Italia this year because the course is laid out to take it right down to the finish in Rome. De Luca has been a superb rider today, but I reckon at half distance he conceded he couldn't shake off Menchov, so he opted to try and stop Sastre getting too much time.
Well, that was the important thing. These riders will cast their minds back to the month of July last year when they saw a performance like this by Carlos Sastre turn the overall classification of the Tour de France completely and utterly upside down, and they would have been concerned about that because, Phil, there are still much more mountains to come, and they can't give him a minute on a day like this, and he pulls back a minute in a couple of days' time because then he will be rocking the foundations of Denny Menchov's superiority so far.
Well, I have to say, rest day tomorrow. The next day takes us to the blockhouse and into the region where that terrible earthquake killed 300 people here in Italy. And so there'll be lots of sad memories when the race goes to the blockhouse. But tomorrow it's a rest. Today it's a win for Carlos Sastre. He just punches the sky. Cervelo will be very, very pleased with that. And look at this. Is the pink jersey in the end? He is. He has jumped the Ciclamino and he's going to take time out of him.
Well, it's not just the time, it's also the time bonus on the finish line, which he realises is important. It's also a psychological blow to Danilo De Luca, who will know that he's lost himself just a few more seconds of his chase to catch up with Denny Menchov. 4th place there for Ivan Basso. A good test day for him.
2 seconds gap there. I don't know what they will give, but that looked about 2 seconds.
Armstrong with Levi Leipheimer. He's nursed his teammate up to the top of this climb. A little bit further back there you can see Franco Pellizotti. Actually, he's obviously recovered a little bit over the final part of this climb.
Well, I think a few guys recovered because the initial flurry to try and catch up with Sastre hurt everybody. and they all had to pull back into the rhythms which they felt was their comfort zone. Garzelli coming up, he's still one of the best riders in this race, consolidating again his lead in the King of the Mountains. No worry there. Pelazzotti's had enough today. No reaction to the attack by anybody, not even Maschiarelli. As Pelazzotti, I think he'll tick this one off as a bad day. He might have dropped a little bit in the overall as well.
I think he may well have dropped down a couple of places. He may well have been replaced by Carlos Sastre. And the time still going. It's been a bad day for Levi Leipheimer, and I think with a performance like this today, he can probably kiss goodbye to any final hopes that he might have been nurturing of winning this bike race overall. Unless, of course, he can do something very special, Phil, and bounce back in the last week of the race.
Armstrong, Leipheimer, Arroyo, and Valjevich was the rider who's up ahead of these boys. They're going to be out 7.25 hours by the time they get in. Here comes Valjevich. Now let me see, he must be finishing about 7th or 8th position on the day.
Still, he's lost himself a couple of minutes, but again, a ride like this on one of the big mountain stages can catapult you up the overall classification. And that may well be what he was looking for.
Well, as we enter the final phase of this year's Giro d'Italia, the players have now established themselves, including Lance Armstrong. He's consolidating a top 12 situation here. He's going to be in the top 12 on the stage, providing those guys on his back wheel don't jump him. And that's going to keep him right up on target, I think, for an extremely good result. But the big mountains, Mount Vesuvius, the Blockhouse, still lie ahead.
Clock ticking. Armstrong here. He really has got the bit between the teeth. He really is enjoying his comeback to the sport of professional bike riding. And it's very rare, Phil, I think, to see a man make a comeback like this and be so solid after just 2 weeks of a 3-week Grand Tour.
Well, almost 3 minutes lost to the winner today. Just over 2:30 to the others. As the crowd now start to go down and check the riders out, we'll start to work out the overall result very shortly, and it's going to make interesting reading because we're not sure the time gas, but I reckon that Sastre is going to be possibly in 3rd place overall, heading for a podium finish. He's such a consistent bike rider. You almost guarantee he'll be in the top 4 whenever he rides, but there's the situation. Sastre wins, 25 seconds. They only gave a second there between Menchov and De Luca. I reckon there was 2. Yeah, Basso 4th, Garzelli 5th, top 8 completed by Valjevich. So look at that, Armstrong home in 10th place. Is he coming back or what? 2:51 down.
Yes, but don't forget, Phil, that difference between Menchov and De Luca, there was also a time bonus in there, so that will probably be another 2-second difference between those two riders. So it's starting to stretch out a fraction for Denny Menchov.
No, it will be. It probably got another 5 seconds on the day. Let's have a look. Yes, 5 seconds it is. He got a 4-second bonus and 1 second on the line. So De Luca there now back to 39 seconds. Sastre 3rd, yes, but a distant 2 minutes 19. He didn't get what he hoped for today, but he got a moral victory on the day, and I think he'd be pleased for that.
I think he will be extremely pleased going into the rest day, knowing that there's an awful lot more mountains still to come.
So 172 riders have reached their second and enjoyed a second rest day as the race now resumes. A mere 83 kilometres, just over 50 miles. Oh dear, it's a rather tough 50 miles from Chieti to Blockhouse. We finish on top of the world today.
A nasty climb it is as well, and it's got some incredible memories. I think, Phil, we cast our minds back to the great victory of Eddie Merckx here many years ago.
Yes, that's when Eddie shaped up to be quite a promising rider in the Giro d'Italia. He won it 5 times, of course. The breakaway established was pretty soon after the start today. 20 kilometres into the race, and here we are, 20 kilometres to go. Marzoli is here for Acqua Saponi, and there's in all 10 riders clear. Thomas Voigtler is in the breakaway again today, as is Visconti. And number 215 there is Rabuno from I can never say this team's name.
Zacobeo Galicia.
That's the one.
There's a
crash.
crash.
Crash there. Now, until we get down, I'm not sure.
Looks like a black jersey.
Yes, it is a black jersey. Looks like it might be a Cervelo rider has gone down.
Just have a look at this here again and see how that happened.
Oh my goodness,
the front wheel went.
That is one incredible shock. And that is a great shame, because the rider there who's gone down...
Looks like Phil Danon, the Irish rider on Team Cervelo. It is.
And that'll be sad, because in fact Philip was doing a great ride here in defence of Carlos Sastre. Sastre will miss his strength if he doesn't get back up, as far as I know. Well, he looks as though he might continue. We'll keep our ear on race radio and see if he does.
20 kilometres are left to go to the finish, and the reason that these boys have all come to the front, Phil, is because we're looking at another mountain top finish, and they certainly haven't slowed down to wait for their man Phil Dane in here, or at least he's back up.
Yeah.
Quick check out of the bike, and
Chains off for a start.
The problem is the race had already split up there, Phil, and the mechanics weren't able to get to him that quickly, so he's having to try and fix his bike himself at the side of the road. Not a lot of fun being a professional bike rider sometimes, is it?
No, Cervelo are one of the few teams left in the race with all the teams still in. So let's hope that he can get away. I think he will. He's a bit knocked around, but I think he'll get away again. But he's got a long, lonely ride to the finish now. Second year, well, he's professional in 2006, but he's got on a good team here now. And Sastre is one rider who seems to appreciate his strength.
Well, the fact is that his teammates were on the front end of the main field, and they're trying to whip up the pacemaking, because there's a small group off the front of this race as we start the final climb of the day. They're called the Blockhouse.
Yes, this is Cardenas. No better man could get up the mountain. Twice king of the mountains in the Vuelta. And Aqua Saponi have got Marzoli here. Good tempo riding. These are the survivors of what was a 10-man breakaway. I don't think there are 10 here now.
There certainly are not 10 men left here. This is Danon further back down the road. I think it's just a question of survival for him now this afternoon. He's just going to have to get himself to the finish. And as on every day of a race like the Giro d'Italia or the Tour de France or the Vuelta a España, to stay in the bike race, you still have to finish inside an elimination time, which is a percentage of the winner's time on the day. It really isn't an easy sport.
Riccardo Chiarini of LPR. That, of course, is Danilo Luca's team. But nobody again in the breakaway, affecting the destiny of the big hitters. They're all watching each other back in the peloton, and they're all waiting for the final showdown. They'll be grabbing seconds once they get onto the climb, and who knows, in the foray they might well take up that breakaway.
Organisation at the front, Carlos Sastre, Phil, after his success of just a couple of days ago before the rest day, obviously feeling now that he's got the legs to try and eat away at the lead of the two men in front of him in the overall classification. Those two men are Danilo De Luca and Denny Menchov. He's got an awful lot of work to do if he wants to win this Giro d'Italia, but he did announce before he came here in the month of April that he was going to spend all of his time in April preparing for this race in May and a possible victory.
I think Menchov is proving a little bit difficult to dislodge right now. The way he's riding his race, he's chosen just to gamble at the moment. He's got time in hand now. The only man he has to watch at the moment is De Luca. The others he can allow a little bit of leeway, because he knows if he can take De Luca down to the time trial, he won't get over him there.
He's just got to keep a very close eye on him over the next few days in the mountains. 15 kilometres, well, 15.8 kilometres to go to the finish. That's just inside of 10 miles of racing to the top of this climb, and it's probably going to take them, Phil, pretty close to the 1 hour mark.
So the breakaway continues. Marzoli was the rider in red in that breakaway.
Brad Wiggins just slipping up there. Number 88 for Garmin Slipstream. It's good to see Brad in still at this stage of the Giro d'Italia. And as he said, promising to concentrate on the road side of the sport this year.
It's been a quiet tour, though, for Garmin Slipstream after that first day effort to win the team time trial. They've had some terrific efforts from the sprinter, Tyler Farrar, but that basically has been it. Well, they've always said they based their first day performance. That was what they were aiming at, and it didn't quite come off for them on this occasion. But look at the work being done by Cervelo now. I can only assume that they're about to launch Sastre into the hills again.
Well, this is, if there's a race being made, tailor-made for Carlos Sastre, Phil, it is this stage here today. A short stage of just over 80 kilometres in length, 50 miles of racing, and then completely and utterly uphill towards the finish. And basically, it's on the side of this incredible mountain that the riders have to skedaddle their way up.
This is the beautiful town of Pretoro. How on earth they got it wedged into the side of that mountain, goodness knows. Look at it, straight ahead of the field here. As the field start to come through, everybody just waiting for somebody else to make a move. The breakaway itself, as we get up towards the blockhouse, the boys in black trying to put Sastre into a position to repeat the performance of 48 hours ago.
Cardenas.
Yes.
He's a great climber from Colombia, and a serious member of Team Barlow World, and he's thinking about the stage victory. Interesting to note that small team that was brought in as a wildcard, Zacobeo Galicia, the small team from Galicia in Spain, have managed to get themselves 2 men to this breakaway. Carlos Sastre here, Phil, having a little bit of a chat.
Yes, well, I can't think what he's asking at the moment. Probably how far to the climb or something like that, because all those rivals are sitting there right behind him. This is the remnant of the breakaway, which looks to be cracking at the moment, as Cardenas doing what he does best, that's climb mountains, trying to make an early run at the blockhouse.
Cardenas, he's really looking for the move here for Team Barlow World. They need to perform in races like this if they're going to get themselves selection for the Tour de France later in the year.
Well, they won't go to the Tour, I don't think, which is rather sad, because I think that they did so well there last year. But this man will, Voigtler. He's been in the second breakaway of note during this Giro.
He said he wanted to look for the moves, and Cardenas there going around the corner rather wild and rather wide, as it's still control on the front end of the main field by the men in black, the men of Cervelo Test Team and Carlos Sastre. Sastre will be looking to try and get himself the victory here, and he's chatting to his teammate. Look at the face of De Luca just behind him.
So determined. He knows he's under pressure again here now. They'll be a bit afraid of what Sastre tries to do. Second time up. Menchow's got his mouth open. Well, that's a first, as he sits on the shoulder too of Sastre, because Sastre's now their big challenge, I think. They don't quite know how well he's starting to move.
We're down now to just 3 men, and you get a chance here to see why everybody fears this climb, because when you see men, climbers like Felix Cardenas, out of the saddle on a climb like this, it's an indication that the gradient is starting to dig in.
And it's still an awful long way to climb, by the way, up here. So we'll probably see Cardenas rid himself of the other 2 at some stage, but right now, just steady riding. The peloton is slowing down a little bit as the pressure goes on at the front. Every time you go around a hairpin, you climb a little bit more. Force for Menchoff, strength, well, I think he's shown he's got plenty of that.
He certainly has, and confidence too, and I think the more he stays with the attacks of Danilo De Luca, the more his confidence is going to be raised.
Well, it's 18 kilometres to the top of this mountain. That's an awful long way to go, especially as the gradient will not ease too much. This has been a talked about mountain almost since this race began. And for the big climbers, it's a decision time. And Sastre's a big climber.
He is a very big climber, a class act, and he's got a strong team around him. Serge Powell's at the front there, setting the tempo for Carlos Sastre to try and do something else in this race. It's hard to believe, Phil, we've been talking for about 7 or 8 minutes, and there's still only 1 kilometre being covered of this climb. There's 15 kilometres left to go to the finish.
Well, it's nice to see Voigtler even getting on terms with Felix Cardenas at this stage of a climb. There's a little bit of an attack here. Leaky gas rider just getting away. I was just wondering, is it Sylvester Schmidt who's having it?
It is Sylvester Schmidt having a quick little attack there, trying to get himself off the front end. But this is not for himself, this is not for personal glory. They're trying to set something up for either Basso, who rode extremely well the day before the rest day, Phil, or of course maybe for the return of Franco Pellizotti, who I think will not be too happy at losing his podium position at the moment in the Giro d'Italia.
Well, Schmidt's made the move. Now, there'll be no reaction from the leaders here. We're not going to worry too much about the whereabouts of Schmidt just yet. And so he'll be given his lead if he wants to try and keep up that pace. Of course, keeping it up is not so easy with such a long way to climb. Now, is Cardenas still in the group, or is he going away? It looks like he's decided to rid himself. It's a pity our cameraman missed the attack again. Never mind. Schmidt is coming. Oh, and so is Carlos Sastre here. As Sastre comes up, look at the face of Danilo De Luca. The art of suffering, personified by Danilo.
Well, Schmidt is about to get himself pulled back into the fold, and that acceleration there by Schmidt and Team Liquigas will have eliminated a number of riders from that leading group. Cardenas doesn't have very much more than about a 30-second advantage over that group of the main contenders, so I don't see Cardenas getting himself the stage victory here today.
It's early, and there will be a reaction from the field, and he might get swept up in the rush for the line, but let's hope not, because Barlow World have tried on a number of occasions. It's not come off, but at least they've tried, and they've been good moves too. They've always been left with a little bit of hope, Richard Soler, by the way, left the race on stage 16, so he's no longer with us.
Soler has been pretty much dogged by injuries since he was the 4th place finisher and the winner of the King of the Mountains in the Tour de France. Very fragile. It tended to err towards problems with his knees and tendons. And I'd love to see him get back to the form that he had in the Tour de France when he finished in 4th place overall. You can see there that Carlos Sastre, Phil, having shown all of his cards a couple of days ago, now doesn't have any friends left at the front end of this group. They are all very wary of his attacking ability.
This is Riccardo Chiarini, who was in the breakaway, now been passed by Schmidt. Chiarini digging deep to try and go forward again, because he knows his boss is behind him, Danilo De Luca, so he better show some good effort, I think.
Yes, but there's a man coming across the gap there, and it's a Liquigas rider.
That might explain the attack.
In fact, it's not a Liquigas rider, it's
like
an Astana rider.
No, you're right, Liquigas is there as well.
Well, that's Pellizotti,
yes,
and Armstrong is trying to come across the gap as well. Now look at this. He had said he was going to try and get himself a stage victory in the Giro d'Italia, and he's coming across the gap now to what I think is a very serious move. Silvestre Schmidt, Phil, has seen that he's got his teammate Franco Pellizotti alongside him, and he's whipping up the pace.
Well, is this recuperation the day after the rest day? Having lost ground the day before the rest day, Pellizotti's out to regain the podium place in this year Giro d'Italia. Lance Armstrong just continues to emphasise the form is coming. What about the Tour de France now, I wonder?
A lot of people will be asking those questions now. If you see a man like this away from the sport for 3.5 years, able to respond on a massive mountain like this one, he's going to go sweeping by Felix Cardenas. Cardenas is probably going to say, what? I haven't seen this since 2005.
No, that's right. And Cardenas has blown the coupe there and gone backwards. He's tried to lift his pace a little bit to catch up with Lance. Lance is making a huge effort to reach the two Liquigas boys. Cardenas found his legs, takes the inside, a bit steep around the corner there, Felix, as he found out. Still, he got onto the wheel of Lance.
And that was what his goal was, to try and recover from being caught and dropped there by Franco Pellizotti and try and get himself back into this race. There are moments on a climb like this when you can have a little bit of a difficult time, but you can ride yourself back into form, especially if you're a great mountain climber. Not many men left in that group there, Phil, as we pull up to the altitude, as Franco Pellizotti now is trying to ride himself back into the Giro d'Italia and eyeing a podium position at the end of 3 weeks.
Pellizotti looking for Silvestre Schmidt. I think you better keep on looking because he just got dropped. He flicked his arm to call him through. He's not even there at the moment. So Pellizotti is now out to make the pace for himself. It would be great if he opened time. He's aiming at the time of Sastre. He's got to get better than him if he wants to get back into third position. It's funny how you have good days and bad days, even the best riders in the bike race. But look at this now. Armstrong has got up to Schmidt.
Well, Armstrong is looking to try and get himself up to Franco Pellizotti. This is a serious move by Armstrong. Pellizotti sitting comfortably here on the slopes of the blockhouse. Looked over his shoulder nonchalantly to see if anybody was coming back up to him, and all he can do now, having made the decision to go forward, is to concentrate on the job in hand and set out this incredible pace of his and hope he can survive and hope there's no reaction from behind. But Lance Armstrong is trying to get himself back into this event and think about the possibility of getting himself a stage victory, maybe to emulate a certain Eddie Merckx.
Well, Pellizotti here is now becoming one of the star players if he can put this on. There's the first three riders on the road. Just on the back wheel of De Luca you can expect to find Menchov, but otherwise the other two are on their own. Armstrong trying to keep Pellizotti in his sights here. Pellizotti knows he's coming, but he's not going to wait for him, that's for sure.
He certainly won't wait for Mr. Lance Armstrong, because he probably feels that if Armstrong gets onto his wheel, he'll get the added motivation and manage to stay there. But I think Lance is actually starting to falter a fraction there, Phil. He's not closing down the gap anymore. He's locked in at around about the same distance behind Pellizotti. Pellizotti, bit between the teeth, decided now that this is the moment when he wants to try and leapfrog Carlos Sastre in the overall classification. But I'll tell you one thing, that's a sheer sign of determination by Mr. Armstrong.
Well, it's a good show of strength, that's for sure. And now it's Leipheimer who's playing the faithful teammate there, sitting second wheel and not encouraging the chase at all to see if Lance can reach Pellizotti and maybe leave him before the top. Pellizotti won the mountain time trial in the Tour here last year. That's one of his 3 stage wins, 12 as victories as a professional, and 7 times a rider in the Giro, finishing 4th last year.
On the left, Franco Pellizotti, a man who has not been away from the sport over the last few years. On the right, Lance Armstrong, a man who has not ridden at this level for 3.5 years since he retired from the sport on the Champs-Élysées in 2005. But the way he's riding here, Phil, it's almost as if he's never been away from the game.
Garzelli just checking over his shoulder to see if anybody's coming through that long column of cars. I think this is the select group now. This is the express train moving out of the station. There's Armstrong, a nice study of this great athlete. And there's a study of his bike. Doesn't look so good in slow motion, I must say.
Well, the amazing thing about the Trek people is that they spend an awful lot of time spraying up these special edition bikes of Lance Armstrong, and to get that colour scheme, it takes approximately 40 hours of work to bring it up to the level required to keep everybody happy. That is just 40 hours, Phil, of spray painting.
That's a long time. Just looking down at the weighted line here, again, it is always Manzano, isn't it? Mascarelli, rather.
Mascarelli.
Setting the pace. Now, the fact that Mascarelli is setting the pace here, again, indicates to me, wait for the attack from Garzelli, his teammate, because there's big mountain points at the top today, and that would more or less stitch it all up for Stefano Garzelli.
Garzelli has to be very careful over the next couple of days just to make sure he keeps ticking away at those mountain points.
Just has to worry about Grivko, but not today. He's gone. He's not here.
But Armstrong still ticking those pedals over very well. He's got a serious bit of form coming on in the third week of the Giro d'Italia.
Absolutely.
It really is a mark of the quality of that man who has really dominated the Tour de France for 7 years in succession, and made everybody enjoy the sport and take it to an even higher, more international level.
Mascarelli setting the pace. Levi Leipheimer now the faithful domestique for Lance Armstrong. Danilo De Luca, Stefano Garzelli, those are the riders. Sastre is still there, the pink jersey of the race leader Denny Menchoff. It's Michael Rogers, isn't it, just there? And I don't see the white jersey here at all. And Kevin Sealdryes, I think, is here. We could be seeing a switch here today, Paul. Sealdryes, I beg your pardon, Sealdryes as per pro Lundqvist, who lost the lead coming into the rest day. And Sealdryes, you know, is only 22 years of age, and the Belgians, it's a long time since they've had a good climber, but he's not in our pictures at all, but he's now best of the young men.
Well, number 21 on the right-hand side, Lance Armstrong. Once again, he's going to move the hearts of the Americans at the Tour de France in the month of July. And he's moving their hearts here in the Giro d'Italia, because who would have thought that on a big mountain stage, a mountain top finish like the Blockhouse, Lance Armstrong would come out of the pack to show us that he has got the form that really made us excited about the sport a number of years ago.
Well, what it does show is he's not at all afraid of the big climb, so that's a great indicator. He's gone and put his nose out front, not afraid to blow up. He's trying to catch up with Pellizotti, which is not easy in itself. Pellizotti is trying to get back onto a podium position here and replace the damage occurring 48 hours ago to Carlos Sastre. Danilo De Luca, always riding hard, just keeping an eye on things, waiting to sense an opportunity. Menchoff turned off a little bit here. He's gone down the back. I don't think it's a bad sign, but he's not marking De Luca for a change. Well,
he's got Lawrence ten Dams in the group with him, so at least he has a teammate in case of a mechanical incident or accident. Sitting a little bit further back, I think the reason for that, Phil, is he's fairly relaxed in the position. He probably feels quite confident that for the moment there are no attacks likely to come from Danilo De Luca. Carlos Sastre, he had tried to set this up as a launch pad for his attack. Well, I think that kind of backfired on him on today's stage, and he's had to leave it up to somebody else. And Franco Pellizotti is now trying to remove Carlos Sastre from third place in the standings. We're setting ourselves up for a big battle over the next couple of days.
Well, you know, Pellizotti's gone early enough on this climb to make some real time up here. And after the damage which Rilo Basso started the trouble the other day, his teammate, and now Pellizotti's trying to repair all of this damage. And the one man who's trying to spoil the party is Lance Armstrong.
Armstrong still looking fairly fluid there, but I think he must be concerned about the fact that he didn't quite get onto the wheel of Franco Pellizotti. There's 20 seconds separating Armstrong from Pellizotti, and that's the way it seems to have been locked over the last couple of kilometres. He's looking back over his shoulder there to see what the position is of the leading group of the top men of the Giro d'Italia here this afternoon. But again, I have to say, it's confirmation, Phil, that this man is definitely back.
Yes, he's been building. It took him 10 days to get into the swing of things, but he's there now. He had a rough first week, that's for sure. It cost him most of the time he's lost on this race, but now he is building himself back into shape. Pellizotti, he's always said and always believes he can win the Giro d'Italia. I think he's lost his chance personally, but he has proved to us he believes he can do it, and if you believe in something, well, a big prize could come your way, like a top 3 finish.
These guys have actually cut off a fraction here, and they're not chasing this man, Franco Pellizotti, and that's going to put a lot of pressure onto the shoulders of Carlos Sastre.
Just looking down, no change at all here at the head of the race. Michael Rogers is in there. There's a novel way to show the boys the time gaps, except they forgot to tell us, but never mind. This is the composition, it seems, of that group now. All the big names, including Bruchigine, is there, third last year overall. Schmidt still hanging on. I should think he's a bit tired now. Simoni, we haven't seen him, have we? But he's in there. Ochoa is in there. And here we go. A lifting
Garzelli.
of the pace. This should reduce the gaps. And again, you see, it took a little while for Menchov to get out the pack, but he's out and he's racing after these two.
It's not Menchov. I think that's the rider from Lampre. That's
no,
it is Menchov.
Yeah. He was quick to spot the move, and he was caught down the back, but look how fast he got out of trouble.
He was waiting for it, and I think that's Bazo coming across there in the lime green jersey of Team Liquigas.
Now, as we look down here, we have a group of riders all back together again. Can you believe that? Sort of.
Kilometres to the arrival. It's quite polite of our Italian hosts this year to have everything given to us in the English language. This is the big chase now. De Luca, Menchov, Basso and Garzelli. Garzelli has been impressive over the last 10 days. Had a hard time in the first couple of days of the Giro d'Italia. And Armstrong looking over his shoulder, and these guys must be wondering, where has this man been for the last 3.5 years? And I'll tell you one thing, Phil, he's definitely not been at the pub drinking beer.
Oh, no, that's for sure. No, he's kept his body in terrific shape. 3 sub-3 hour marathons, as well as doing great mountain bike performances, showing the specialists how to do it. And Armstrong now, De Luca was one of the first men to welcome Lance back into the peloton here at the Giro. Now he's out to destroy him if he can, as he lifts up the revs here. But Basso's got his back wheel, another man, of course, that knows all about Lance Armstrong's abilities from the Tour de France, because he probably cost Basso the chance of a win in that great race. And Menchov, another man that knows what it's like to ride alongside Armstrong. But they're all putting him in his place just now, it has to be said. Armstrong's under pressure now as the big four get going.
Well, he left an awful lot of energy, Phil, on the road there, but the response has got to come now from Carlos Sastre, because he's the man who, before the rest day, rose himself up into third place in the overall classification, had the rest day, and coming out of it, he's now seeming to be going backwards once again and being put on the defensive.
What a difference, 48 hours. Sastre was winning the stage and putting Pellizotti in difficulty. Today, Pellizotti could win the stage and is putting Sastre in difficulty. The yo-yos of the human body. And now, all that De Luca wants to do is to get rid of that pink jersey. This boy's getting around, isn't he?
Very strange.
Now, where is Sastre, the lonely man on the mountain?
The lonely man on the mountain. He's with Lance Armstrong. Armstrong looking at the back wheel of Carlos Sastre. He's having a serious testing today, Armstrong. And bear in mind, Phil, Armstrong at 37 years of age probably hasn't quite got that explosive nature that he had when he was 27 years of age. And a short, violent stage like this is probably something that doesn't really suit his abilities, although he's handled himself fairly well.
Well, there's the composition. Garzelli, Armstrong, Basso, De Luca, Menchov. Well, Armstrong's not there. He's back with Sastre right now. But this is a beautiful climb. It twists and it turns. Its gradient's pretty regular. Well, lovely road surface.
Well, it's 35 seconds to the four-man chasing group, but probably more important to Franco Pellizotti is the time gap back to Carlos Sastre, because he's not going to turn the tables on Menchov De Luca on a stage like this afternoon, but he could turn the tables on Carlos Sastre. Look at the face of Danilo De Luca. It is so expressive. He really digs deep into the pain bank there. Looks like somebody else has disappeared. In fact, Garzelli's disappeared. We're now filled down to 3 men in this group.
Well, again, Mr. Poker himself is telling us nothing. He's just checking across on them both. He's not under pressure at all, apparently, Menchov. As Basso is following and we're pulling back. Are we going to see Garzelli? Yes, is that Garzelli? Yes. So he has been unhitched.
Yes, he has. I'm not surprised. He's really not a climber of the quality of the other men that he was with. And they're battling out here to try and pull themselves up to Franco Pelazzotti. And again, Danilo De Luca, he doesn't shirk the responsibility of doing any pacemaking at all. He really is a confident rider this year in the Giro d'Italia.
Almost forgotten about Pelazzotti. He's just gone past 8 kilometres and he's still clear of the field here and not looking at all under stress. No point in panicking yet. It's either going to happen or it's not. He's made the move. He's got the gap. He's just got to try and hang on now.
Well, that's all he can do, and just hope that he can build up on the gap between himself and Carlos Sastre, the man in the black jersey.
He's coming back here, Paul.
What a man. This guy is unbelievable. He will not give up. They're just giving us the announcement that it's a 3-man group. Well, sorry, Mr. Chiron operator. We're a 4-man group.
Yes, the face tells all, but I presume he was dropped because he came back apparently rather easily there.
It's just one of those things, Phil, on a climb like this. There are times when you can just go through a bad patch for 300 or 400 metres, then all of a sudden you feel a little bit better to say, well, why don't I get back into this? And that's exactly what Stefano Garzelli has done.
Well, we're seeing 4 guys here who really know how to hit the pain barrier, that's for sure. Can't actually say about Menchov because he doesn't seem to show anything. But the others are right tickling the red zone here. They're pushing it as hard as they can and they're matching each other. Pedal rev for pedal rev. Meanwhile, Pelazzotti is up front and looking like a winner at about 7.5 kilometres from the top.
De Luca, not afraid to do the pacemaking, and Denis Menchov, all he has to do really is defend, because if anybody wants to win this Giro d'Italia, they have to take it away from him.
Right.
I've been impressed over the last couple of days by the rise to the top of his form as well of Ivan Basso. Well,
as we look through the trees here, as we're getting higher up the mountain, they look rather green, so there's probably had a lot of rain up here. And these boys are speeding to the top of the blockhouse, which is, the stage is only 83 kilometres. They started very early into the afternoon, so they always try to finish at the same time because of television coverage, of course. So it's only been a half day of work today, but boy, it could make a few distances because it's hurting Sastre for sure.
Sastre, Armstrong, Sylvester Schmidt, and just sitting on the back there is Gilberto Simoni. I wonder where Levi Leipheimer is.
Yes, Leipheimer is falling away. He did seem like he was an automatic podium place, but this last few days, I'm afraid he's dropped away from that, which is rather sad. It would have been nice to have seen him on the podium. Pelazzotti is looking to try and reclaim a podium pace. 4th last year. He won't want to finish in 4th place again. It's got to be the worst position. Sastre knows all about finishing in 4th places. Sorry about the picture, but the trees are going to cause 1 or 2 little problems for us.
It's because of the digital signal, which gets lifted up from the motorbike up to the helicopter and gets, as you mentioned, broken by the trees before it gets beamed down to the finish line. Danilo De Luca not asking any help of anybody at all, and he really is riding with extreme confidence here. He's tried everything he can do every time the race has gone uphill to dislodge Denis Menchov. I think they made a big mistake of not getting rid of Denis Menchov in the first week of this bike race. It hardly looks as if Franco Pelazzotti is trying here at all, Phil. He just sits there and he taps out that rhythm. While further back down the road, Gilberto Simoni has come up here to assist Carlos Sastre, and Lance Armstrong just monitoring affairs and probably monitoring the way his body is talking to him and trying to decide whether or not he's going to be a serious contender at the Tour de France in July.
Nice picture, Pelazzotti. Cheers from the team cars. They egg him on here. 36.7 the average speed for the day. Yes, it's a short stage and this mountain will have a huge effect on the average speed over such a short distance. But the gap is counting now. We might get some idea. But he's not looking like a man who is under stress from behind. He looks as though he's riding his own race. He's well aware, because of the race radios, exactly where those chasers are.
But what's more important to him, Phil, is not De Luca or even Denis Menchov. No. I think he knows he's not going to wipe away 2 or 3 minutes, which is what he's looking for. But what he wants to do is wipe away the minutes between himself and Carlos Sastre.
Well, the time gap continues, 48 seconds about, but I don't know, we've taken the clock away now, haven't we? These are the four principal actors here. Sastre is the principal loser just now. After coming forward in the gains 48 hours ago, he seems to be losing that now. Unless, of course, as we get near the top, he finds his second pair of wings and flies up to these boys. But he may have to take Lance Armstrong with him. Here he is. He's not looking quite as fluid as he did the other day.
Funny old game how one day you can be on the top of your form, you have the rest day and throw that into the mix, and it can create all kinds of complications with the body. 30 seconds back to the Maglia Rosa group for this man, and a minute back to the group of Carlos Sastre, and that's roughly, Phil, the time gap that he's looking for. But he has to conserve that all the way up to the top of this climb.
Well, more time boards coming up, and more distance boards rather, as they come into sight. There should be 5 kilometres to go to the finish. That's still 3 miles to climb here. Still time to make time and time to lose time as well. Danilo De Luca, whatever you think about him, he's never afraid to drive the pace, and he doesn't care who tries to follow him, because he seems to be happiest, and this is often the way with climbers, to dictate the speed of the climb.
It's a lot easier if you can dictate the speed which is comfortable to yourself, rather than have somebody else dictate their pace. Sometimes it can be that little bit too fast, and sometimes it can be a little bit too slow. But De Luca's quite happy to do the pacemaking. We're now just going through the Passo Lanciano, and that's on its way up to the summit of the climb of the Blockhouse, which, if the organisation wanted to, could take the race up a further 5 kilometres. But I think they decided that the roads were just a little bit too much damaged by the winter months this year.
And by the earthquakes too. And so they decided there might have been an element of risk, so they are stopping short of what would have made a very different climb. Having said that, if that clock was what I think it was, it looks like it's about 39 seconds, the gap now for these riders. Oh, there we are, 39 seconds and a minute 2 to Sastre.
Well,
So he's
Sastre,
losing just a little bit, eh?
he's under pressure now, Phil, to try and keep himself in this bike race, and this can so very often happen the day after a rest day. The riders really don't enjoy a rest day, because it really makes a big mess of the body clock. Your body has been used to, over now 2 weeks of racing, taking that punishment on a regular basis. Then all of a sudden it stops, and the body gets a little bit confused, and some riders have a hard time handling that. Many of them still go out for 3, 4, 5 hours of training on what is supposed to be a rest day, just to make sure that they can keep the body clock tuned in to the effort and the battering that it's been taking in a Grand Tour.
Well, we're keeping up with the riders, and we're still finding them through the trees, as these 4 riders are turning out to be the strong men of this year's Giro d'Italia, with one exception, of course, Pelazzotti, trying to force his way onto the podium today, and if he keeps this up, he will do. The lonely man, it's been a very brave escape, whatever you may think about it, set up by his teammate, premeditated, I would suggest, by Sylvester Smith, the Super Domestique on Liquigas, and he formed the launch pad for Pelazzotti to go forth on his own. He had to attack at the bottom to regain time. At the moment he's got time. That's 4 kilometres to go up to the summit now. Face giving nothing away, all he's thinking about is time and possibly a great stage win here.
Yes, currently he has time, but what he has to do is maintain that time and make sure that he can keep that time that he's already garnered over Carlos Sastre. If he cracks towards the finish, if you crack on a climb like this, a 1 minute advantage can end up being a 5 minute deficit, and that's why you have to learn how to ride within yourself on a big mountain pass like this. Danilo De Luca is doing that completely and utterly. He doesn't care about anybody else. And this man is probably very interested in the way that his body is reacting here this afternoon at 37 years of age, riding a Grand Tour that he's never participated in before. Lance Armstrong almost got across the gap to Franco Pelazzotti, and I think, Phil, if Armstrong had been on the wheel of Pelazzotti, it might have been a completely different ball game.
He's going away at 4 kilometres, 46 seconds. He's nudging it clear here. Armstrong, the haunted look there of a man who is perhaps struggling a little bit now, but still so are the others quite clearly, otherwise it would leave him behind. The snow markers on the right shoulder, on the right of our picture, are left shoulder of Pelazzotti. We're looking now for the next marker, which will be 3 kilometres from the summit.
Doesn't sound like much, but it's an awful long time in the saddle, especially when you're talking of 12 and 13% gradient on a climb like this. There's a big gap behind him now, and that will give him some serious comfort. Carlos Sastre ticking away And this will be something good, I think, Phil, for the confidence of Lance Armstrong, because he knows Carlos Sastre is the winner of the Tour de France of last year. He knows that Carlos Sastre is a great climber. He's already got a mountaintop finish under his belt. And the fact that Armstrong can match him on the slopes of a climb like this will, I think, nurture ambitions of maybe a possible victory in the month of July.
78 seconds to Sastre from Pelazzotti now. That's enough to lose the podium place for the moment. But Pelazzotti's not home yet. The clock hasn't stopped. This is the group here. I thought we'd lost a man, but he's tucked away in second place. And Denny Menchov always close to the man he sees as his most strongest rival now, De Luca. Meanwhile, the lone figure here, the man in the lime green. Right colours when you race among the trees, really. 3 kilometres. Clock can start again.
3 kilometres to go. It's a long, long way to get up to the top on a climb like this. We're in the tree-lined part of this course. Danilo De Luca just riding for himself, not worried at all about the fact that he's dragging up the Maglia Rosa on his wheel. Not worried at all about Ivan Basso, who he knows will not give any assistance at all because he's defending the position of Franco Pelazzotti. But hats off again to the man in the green King of the Mountains competition jersey there, because Stefano Garzelli has ridden a brilliant last 10 days.
Well, these same men we spoke about now for 2.5 weeks, they've crossed swords, they won't give an inch. They're split by seconds, they've gradually eked out minutes, but it's still not given us a decisive winner, because with still Mont Vesuvius to come and still the last day 14-kilometre time trial, I think the organisers have plotted a very good 100th year of the Giro, that's for sure. 51 seconds the gap now.
Gilberto Simoni coming to the front, and in fact Simoni and Lance Armstrong are now setting the pace for Carlos Sastre, who's bowing his head down. I think Carlos Sastre is having a very difficult time. He's starting to zigzag a fraction here, and he can probably see disappearing up the road a possible podium position in the Giro d'Italia.
It's a bad day, there's no question about that, and Armstrong is haunted there as he sits on the wheel of Gilberto Simoni. But Sastre might be unhitching here, because he's still more than 3 kilometres from the top. Look at the tempo being set here by Danilo. He's having a look up the mountain there to see if he can see Pelazzotti.
Well, he won't see him because he's looking for 51 seconds. It's 1.5 minutes now back to Carlos Sastre's group. So Sastre is losing his podium position to Franco Pelazzotti.
Losing 4th place overall as well if he keeps this up. We're getting up into the mist now. At least the helicopter knows where he is. That's always a bonus. But Simoni, Armstrong.
Sastre's fought his way back to that group, Phil. He must be turning his body inside out in a situation like this, just trying to stay in contact. He knows that even if you have a bad day today, because it's the day after the rest day, there are still a couple more mountain stages to go.
Well, this is the area where the riders have been talking about for well into 2 weeks now. They know there's more to come. There's the pink smoke. Just to remind you, in case you didn't know, we're watching the Giro d'Italia here. And Pelazzotti now is there's an attack here. Danilo De Luca has tried yet again, but so coolly, Menchov is there, but where are the others? It looks as though they may have cracked them.
Well, I think there was a little bit of confusion there, Phil. There were motorbikes all over the place. Danilo De Luca saw that as an opportunity to try and create the surprise, and he went straight into the motorbikes. He's distanced Ivan Basso. He's distanced Stefano Garzelli, but he's not put any distance between himself and his shadow just happens to be called Denny Menchov.
What a racer though this man is. He's just pressing on those pedals to destroy anybody. Menchov is under pressure, and you've got to watch out on those spectators, Dennis. But there's no way now that Menchov is going to give up this close to the top. 1,600 metres to go to the summit, and the killer is living up to his reputation.
He is throwing everything at Denny Menchov. He knows that now the kilometres are going by in the Giro d'Italia. Every time we get closer to the finish of the summit of these mountains, he realises that he's losing an opportunity to dethrone the Russian rider. Menchov is using a massive gear and just sitting there looking at the rider in front of him saying, "Go on, mate, give me everything you've got, but you ain't going nowhere this afternoon." 1,700
metres is where those two just passed. Now we've gone up to 1,500 metres. It looked to me like they were coming back. It's amazing because they don't seem to be travelling any like the speed of De Luca.
Well, De Luca's pedalling action makes it look as if he's going an awful lot faster than he is. Stefano Garzelli and Basso are using much bigger gears, as is this man here who just keeps tapping out that rhythm. He's got it on the outside chainring, so there's an indication, Phil, that in fact the gradient is starting to ease out.
Well, here comes Basso, and he's been jumped by Garzelli here. That man is like a yo-yo. Garzelli's going back up to the Maglia Rosa.
Well, they're going absolutely crazy, the tifosi here, the Italian fans in the Giro d'Italia. They want their man Danilo De Luca to try and get rid of the Russian rider who's in second place, sitting locked on his wheel. But I don't think he's going to do it here this afternoon. In the ultimo chilometro, the final kilometre of the climb up to the summit of the blockhouse, it's still Franco Pellizotti, but the battle is for the Maglia Rosa just a little bit further down the slopes at around about the 1 minute mark.
Well, it's damage limitation for those two, but for this man here, he's lost his third place for the moment at least. He's still got one more chance perhaps on Mount Vesuvius to put matters to right. How much energy is Pellizotti throwing away today, or is he confirming his third place finish in the Giro d'Italia this year? Because I don't think anybody can split these two riders. They must be fighting out the first place. It's still not clear which one will get it though. The gap is not that significant. And that looked as though Basso has dropped out. I don't believe this. But here he comes back again, right up to them. Stefano Garzelli in a position now to take second if he's got anything left in those legs.
And he will be more motivated than the two others, Phil, to try and get himself the second position, because let's not forget this is a monster mountain and he will have massive points to gain here. I think if he can get himself second place on the stage, he's almost got the King of the Mountains classification sealed up.
Yeah, Grivko had 2 great days and he lies in second place in this competition, but Garzelli is way up on them. So we have Sastre. We keep cutting back to him. He's losing possibly 2 minutes on this climb. He's a long way down there. There's Basso. It's taken a lot out of him today as well, but he knows now that Pellizotti is going to win the stage, and that's a good result for Liquigas, of course. It'll be their first stage win of the Tour, and they've been in the frame every day, but no wins have come their way. And now Danilo De Luca. This man has set the pace all the way up the mountain. Menchov has followed. And meanwhile, it's almost as if they've sent Garzelli off to report on the progress of everybody else and come back and tell them what's going on, because he's back with them. But here's the moment of glory now as Pellizotti heads home for a victory here, which I think he'll cherish. This is probably going to be his best ever victory in a stage of the Giro d'Italia.
Class actor. Short stage, Phil, 2 hours and 20 minutes, but what a phenomenal stage and what an incredible battle we've just witnessed.
You know, 50 miles in 2 hours 20 minutes on this terrain is not bad, is it? As he comes up now, the last 25 metres, the time will stop when he hits the line, and I think he'll be rewarded. Yes, it's him for Liquigas. I think he'll be rewarded with third place now, at least for the moment, because we still have 4 more stages to go, including the short final time trial.
Well, the big sprint as well. Let's not forget that Danilo De Luca will try and get himself some points here if he can, Phil, because there's the time bonuses still at stake here between first and second place in this sprint. And it's De Luca who's going for it. Coming around the outside, though, Stefano Garzelli.
De Luca then looking for the time. Garzelli has gone over the top of Menchov, who looks to be a little bit stiff now. And can you believe the determination of Stefano Garzelli, King of the Mountains against bonus time, and King of the Mountains gets the bigger points, and the bonus of course, and a third place. So tonight, after the battle, there's a little bit of gain here.
And there's a gap there as well between De Luca and Denny Menchov. It's not very much, but psychologically, I tell you what, Menchov today, Phil, has pulled himself inside out. I reckon he might have lost 2 or 3 seconds there. Basso crossing the line there inside of 1 minute behind his teammate Pellizotti, and he doesn't look as if he was under an awful lot of pressure.
I would say Basso is very pleased with that performance today. That's a very good performance for a man on the comeback trail. Here comes Lance in his group. And that is Sylvester Smith in here now, so he's come back up to this group, which is a terrific ride considering the effort he put in to launch Pellizotti.
And so too has recovered there Levi Leipheimer, who was behind his teammate Lance Armstrong for quite a long time, but he's pulled himself back into this event as well. Carlos Sastre, I think today, Phil, definitely the big loser on the stage.
And Bruchagin leading out from this group, and will there be any takers? They'll all get the same time at the moment if they finish like that, so they may not bother with the sprint as such. But Marcio Bruchagin heads up towards the line. Nobody's going to take him on, so he'll get that. And Schmidt is glued to his back wheel to make sure he gets staged at the same time as well. There will be a time gap to the rest.
And the next man to lead them home, in fact, it looks as if it's Armstrong coming across there in that next group. Mick Rogers, Armstrong, Gilberto Simoni. I think that's Maschiarelli just coming across the line at the back end of that group. He did a lot of work for the team. That is Maschiarelli. Look at that pain on his face. Look at the mask on that face.
That's a haunted man. He's hurt himself today, but you know, I reckon Sastre lost 2 minutes there. That is huge. A great day, a bad day. Consistency wins the race, and this man, he had a great day and a bad day as well, but he won the race.
Well, that's the way it goes sometimes. What goes around comes around in a 3-week stage race. Franco Pellizotti gets himself the win, 42 seconds ahead of Garzelli, 43 ahead of De Luca, and a 5-second loss there for Denny Menchoff.
Yes, and 1:59 will be the loss there for Sastre because he was in the group with Rogers at 1:59. Anyway, let's see if he's got the third place overall. That'll be the next caption that comes up. He's got the stage win and Liquigas on the board. There aren't many teams winning stages. Plenty of riders from the same teams winning stages, mind you. But now he's got back into a podium position, having finished 4th in this race 1 year ago.
And he's extremely happy with his performance here this afternoon. Performance set up by his teammate Silvestro. Let's have a look at the overall classification. De Luca moving into 26 seconds. Pellizotti up into 3rd. Basso up into 4th. And Carlos Sastre making the plummet from 3rd down to 5th.
And the gap at 3.5 minutes is significant here. That may have cost him a podium. And that's possibly why Pellizotti was smiling so much there. But Denny Menchoff, the champion-elect, I wonder. So, stage 18, just 4 days left to go in the Giro d'Italia. It concludes with a time trial, but today it's a little bridge to the next mountain stage. There is one second category climb along the way as we head to Benevento. 182 kilometres today, Paul.
A long day in the saddle for the riders on the way down to Benevento, with one big mountain stage to come, and finally the big deciding time trial.
Well, picking up the action here, 5 kilometres to go for the riders. Visconti won the only climb of the day. Tirolongo was second. They were in a lead. Massive breakaway today. 25 riders getting clear and 9 of them surviving. And the riders in no hurry. I think they're worried about tomorrow because we go up Mount Vesuvius.
And that's going to be a magnificent backdrop, I would have to say, looking down towards Naples. 3.5 minutes back to the main field, who don't seem too concerned about that massive breakaway that got clear on the run-in towards the start. But as we now start to get into the final kilometres of this stage, there's a lot of riders now feel that they've got the chance to take a stage victory. And not a lot of teams in this Giro d'Italia have actually come away with very much glory at all.
No, well, it's a sort of breakaway. You see, virtually all the teams represented. Many of the teams, in fact, had 2 riders in the breakaway. So once you get that situation, then you should be able to stitch up the day's racing, especially when nobody affects the grand battle for the final Maglia Rosa. Well, we've got about 9 riders, I think, trying to get themselves together here, as they've got a few circuits.
It's Felix Cardenas. He's been in the break almost every time there's been a significant breakaway in the Giro d'Italia.
And that is Jason McCartney there, Saxo Bank, number 204. It's nice to see him getting to the front now. There were 2 riders in the break from Saxo Bank. Lars Bach was also here. Not too sure who exactly is left. 153 is Scarponi, and it looks like that man's got himself into an opportune situation once again.
Well, Scarponi was hoping for a high finish in the overall classification, but he missed out on a number of the big mountain stages. But here he's been, as you mentioned, Phil, a serious opportunist. This group has split up and come back together again over the last couple of kilometres. It was initially a 25-man leading group.
Well, no situation has changed now since we reshuffled the pack coming up to the rest day. The only change then was Seal Dryers taking the white jersey of best young rider. Since then, although we've seen some good racing, Astana's also maintained their lead in the team on time as well. These boys are trying to reshuffle. They were 25. They've got it down to just about 9 riders here, if that at the moment. And as you can see, we're closing in on the finish. So it's going to be a sprint between this group. And I can just give you Lars Bach is in here. Danny Pate is in here. He's the rider at the back there for Garmin Slipstream. Cardenas again. If you can't win on the mountains, try and win on the flat. I guess that's the answer. Danny Pate zooming through. That's Cardenas.
Yep, Cardenas sitting at the back of the group. He has been looking for the victory. He's been in all of the significant breakaways of the Giro d'Italia this year. As this has been a very complicated circuit around the town here. The riders have been away, they've come back together, they've reformed, they've launched the attacks once again. It might be nice to see McCartney getting himself a stage victory there as he's trying to go through that little chicane. He's chased there by Danny Pate.
Well, Jason McCartney, it's good to see the Americans finishing this race very strong. There's the complete breakdown for you. Scarponi Devenans is the rider from Quickstep who has made the breakaway. Lars Bak is a teammate of Jason's. Cardenas is the rider in red for Barlow World. Try, but they haven't come up with a result just yet. As we now approach the last couple of kilometres of the day. This has been the sort of transition day, really. The day when the pack has shuffled correctly for the leaders. They've taken time out. Tomorrow will be a little bit different.
It will be very different tomorrow as the riders climb up to the almost to the summit of Mount Vesuvius, and the last chance for a mountaintop finisher to try and rearrange the top end of the overall classification. Looks like the Arc de Triomphe, doesn't it? Well, that's not going to come until the month of July in the Tour de France, but this has certainly been, I have to say, Phil, a very complicated circuit around the city.
It's been an entertaining one for the crowd, and the crowd has certainly come out for the race this year. Somebody has tried to slip up off the front of the race here. I'm not sure, but it looks like it might be Scarponi has gone.
Well, looked as I didn't quite catch the jersey there. It's McCartney trying to pull them all back together there. The cobbled streets now of this finishing city, and it's a moment like this when if somebody jumps off the front, you've got to take responsibility and nail them back immediately, because if you give somebody 15 or 20 seconds, then everybody starts to think about how they're going to sprint out for second or third place. But it's once again, it's all back together, and that effort came from Jason McCartney.
Yes, and the quick-step rider is Deferens there, as he's gone back into the pack. And there's an attack. Oh, it was a feigned attack. Nobody reacted. He should have gone. These boys are shadow boxing now.
It's McCartney who dropped to the back of that group there. He was just hoping, I think, to try and create the surprise, but the road didn't allow that. It closed the gap just in front of him.
It's hard to say who's a good sprinter here, to be absolutely honest, in this. Lars Bak, Danny Pate, Cardenas certainly isn't. Grabowski is here. Davenens is the quick-step rider. We're into the last kilometre. Big opportunity here for somebody to notch their first ever victory in the stage of the Giro d'Italia.
Well, you don't get that many opportunities in a career to be in a situation like this where you've got a chance of victory. I think I would like to give the chance there to Felix Cardenas. He's a man who knows how to sprint when he comes to the top of the mountains, and he's positioned perfectly there in second position.
And they've got themselves a rather rough stretch of road here, so they're going to have to keep in the saddle for the sprint. Oh, it's gone better now. Cardenas is going to have to find something special on the left of the road if he is going to do anything here. This is Daverance of Quickstep, who's being forced to lead them out, and he's going to have to make a big decision now, because he's not where he really wants to be just now.
Well,
Cardenas got a good position.
He's jumped them. He's got himself a gap of about 4 or 5 metres, and that's all you need at a moment like this. But there's a big response there. It's Cardenas, very nervous there in the red jersey of Barlow World. Danny Pate moving up into second place. If they don't nail back this Belgian rider right now, right here, he's going to steal the victory away from them. I think Cardenas realises that. He's come up to the back wheel.
A sprinter started. It's actually quite a nasty little drag, this, and it's goodbye to the Belgian rider from Quickstep. Cardenas has got the front. Danny Pate is going to take him on. This will be an outstanding result for Danny Pate if he comes now, and he's being challenged by Scarponi, who's already got one stage, and it looks like he's about to make it two. Danny hasn't got the final push to the line, but Michele Scarponi has, and that is another victory for Serramenti. And he's very anxious to point that out. That's 3 stages they've won now, Paul. That is an exceptional result. But Scarponi gets 2. And an excellent result for Danny Pate. I think he was pipped on the line there by Felix Cardenas.
Yeah, I'd just like to see that again there, because it looked as if Danny Pate had a little problem with his gears there, as if they jumped at one stage and he seemed to be over-geared before he corrected it and started to get going once again. But definitely the victory going to Scarponi there on the right-hand side of the road. Victory number 2 for him. Just let's have a look at this one more time. This is a little bit further back. This is other riders, remnants of that 25-man group coming into the finishing line.
I'll tell you what, only 6 teams on the race list out of 22 teams have won stages of the Giro d'Italia this year, which I find quite amazing. And that is another victory now for Serramenti. And that's 2 for Michele Scarponi. There's big Danny Pate there. How close and so near to get the victory. I don't see anything wrong with that, Paul. Maybe he's...
No, it's a little bit further back just before he came around the corner. He may well just have been over-geared. Cardenas must be kicking himself, because he was one of the fastest riders there, but he couldn't outfox Michele Scarponi, Danny Pate, Lars Bak, and Daven's who I thought was looking extremely strong, faded down towards the finish. Maglia Rosa group, Phil, losing themselves almost 4 minutes, but it's not going to change the overall classification.
Not in the least. They're all a blanket at the top, and all waiting now for the next stage of 164 kilometres to the top of Mount Vesuvius. That's going to be a grand battle, and that will take us up to 3 days to go too. So we've done 3,000 kilometres now with that victory by Scarponi. We're just about 400 still to go, maybe a little bit more than that, 450. But they can't do a thing wrong, this team. They've even got the hang of opening the champagne this year on the Giro d'Italia.
Well, it's a team that's always been aggressive, Phil, at the Giro d'Italia. They always get pulled in at the last minute as a wild card team, and they always do proud to the organisation by being an aggressive team and going in the breakaways and making a fun race to watch.
And that's the overall exactly as it was at the start of the day. Sastre still holding fifth, Leipheimer a top 6 finish, Michael Rogers sitting in the best ever finish by an Australian, which was Phil Anderson, 85 I think it was, in 7th place, but he's got a finish yet. And Menchoff still heading the tail after 76 hours. There's 171 riders still in this race, and the 198 that started out 2.5 weeks ago. And Menchoff is still getting closer to his what would be his 3rd Grand Tour victory, because he's won twice the Vuelta a España.
I think he'd be very happy going into the final time trial stage, Phil, with an advantage over Danilo De Luca.
Avellino, here we go now, 164 kilometres. Is this to be the last big challenge before the time trial on the final day? Boy, oh boy, oh boy, those pictures are sensational. Thank heavens the fire is out. This is Mount Vesuvius, of course, and I think we'll see some eruptions on the climb itself today, Paul, because this really is, in my opinion, the last chance for the likes of Danilo De Luca.
Well, this is the race route that's going to take them to the outskirts of Naples and, of course, the climb up to the summit of Mount Vesuvius. And what an amazing place to take the 100th edition, the 100th anniversary edition of the Giro d'Italia. And that's where they're going to climb up to. That's Naples, just up in the top left-hand corner, by the way.
We turn inland from the Gulf of Naples as we head into the finish at Mount Vesuvius. And sensational pictures as always. Oh, and dear me, we didn't want to see that, but that's somebody, and that's caused a ricochet effect. And the Astana riders who've gone down in 2 different positions there.
Quick look, it's hard to see who it was who went down there.
I've got a feeling Lance is one of them.
Well, it looked like it was a rider with dark socks on, and Armstrong has had those dark socks on overshoes since the start of this race. Pretty difficult to see from 1,500 feet, though.
Not easy, but I'm not too sure. But I think Armstrong was one of them.
Yep.
Anyway, he's up and riding. That's all that matters. And we don't want to disrupt that collarbone, which I presume is now nicely healed.
Well, it should be nicely healed with a 5-inch steel plate and 12 screws in there. He doesn't seem to be panicking too much. He's getting his feet into the cleats, and he's going to get himself up and running. The race is not full on at the moment, so he should get himself back into the pack.
Well, we'll see as we head up towards the climb. It's all about the Battle of Vesuvio today. It's only 1,000 metres, but it is a very steep climb. And we're still only split by seconds at the top. And Menchoff will feel under pressure here, I think, today, because Danilo seems to like these power climbs.
Yes, well, you say it's only 1,000 metres, but we are climbing up from sea level, so it's almost 1,000 metres of climbing. And again, we're likely to see a little challenge come from the men in the lime green jersey of Team Liquigas, because I think Franco Pellizotti is going to be on the defensive. He will know that Carlos Sastre will try something today, and he's going to have to try and make sure that he can hold on to the wheel of the Spaniard if he's got to nurture any dreams at all of finishing in 3rd place in the overall, because I think he's still a long way off the 2 men who are there by far head and shoulders above everybody else, De Luca and Menchoff.
That's certainly the way it appears right now. We start to head up towards the big climb of the day, and the last real big mountain, I suspect, of this year's Giro, as these boys here all at the front now. Liquigas launching one after another. This is machine gun attacking riding now.
Well, they certainly know what they want to do here this afternoon. That's Valerio Agnelli who's gone off the front there. Not a rider we've talked very much about from Team Liquigas, but again, I think they are trying to lay down the foundations here of something very special for their men, Pataki and, of course, Ivan Basso, who also would like to move up that little bit higher in the overall classification.
Well, this is what they're doing now. His job is just to draw the sting of anybody who will chase amongst the leaders, while the others are waiting in the wings to launch a counter-attack if they can. Team LPR just trying to mind affairs here in favour of Danilo De Luca, but all the plans which have been worked out at the start this morning by the team managers are now about to be played out. Pelazzotti is in a perfect position right now.
He's got the chance to go out and try and get himself another move, but there's going to be, I think, a lot of riders, Phil, will use up all of their ammunition today, because if they can do anything, this, I think, is the last possible opportunity of endangering the overall lead of number 141 there, Denny Menchov of Russia.
Well, Menchov knows time is running out. It's a ticking time bomb for the others. He's just got to keep an eye on one man at the moment, unless things swing round to the worst halfway up this climb. But he's got a nice time gap here. Clearly, Liquigas have not given up the chase here. They believe they can get a man higher than Pelazzotti in third.
That's what they're going to do. That's why they've sent this rider out on the attack, to soften up the blows, to get ready for the big attacks that will come once the Mount Vesuvius starts to get that little bit steeper, a little bit more aggressive. And of course, to add to the recipe here this afternoon, Phil, you've got a very hot day on the outskirts of Naples.
It looks as though we've got a little move going on here from Lampre.
Yeah, this is Tiralongo going once again. A great name for her bike rider. Tiralongo means a long turn or a long pull at the front of the bike race.
He first came to our notice in Australia when he was riding in the Tour Down Under. He's always been with Lampre. And he's a super domestique, so one can only imagine he's softening the race up as well. Perhaps for Cunego. We've not seen anything of Damiano.
Cunego, I don't think Phil been very happy with his Giro d'Italia this year. He felt that everything was right, he felt the form was right, but he just wasn't able to mix it with the big guns here.
Yeah.
10 kilometres to go to the summit, as Tiralongo's come straight across that gap very rapidly.
The last time he climbed Mount Vesuvius, by the way, was 19 years ago, and it was run by Eduardo Chozas, who's long since retired.
Yes, he was a great rider, Chozas, in races like the Tour de France. His speciality was the long breakaways of 120, 150 kilometres, and he won himself a couple of big mountain stages in the Tour. There's Sastre, number 61.
Well, he need a better pair of legs than the last time we went up a mountain, the Blockhouse, because that cost him. He's sitting in 5th place overall, still a wonderful position. I mean, the guy rides such a brilliant stage race, so you can go down to the bookmakers and always bet on him being in the top 5 or 6 riders because he's so consistent.
And one of the very rare riders who've managed to participate in 3 Grand Tours in the same year. And that's a very short list of riders who've done that over the years. 151, Gilberto Simoni. Been fairly quiet in the Giro d'Italia this year, but he's still there. And he's still a man who you can't discount as doing something special on a final mountain top finish like this. And I just noticed there, quite comfortably ensconced in the main field, number 24, Levi Leipheimer.
Well, these two riders are getting themselves together now at the front. And we'll see what reaction will come from the rest of the race, because he's not going up in that. There's far too big a group here. As they start the climb now, we'll clear their houses shortly, and it's every man for himself. If you're at the back of the bunch at this stage, there's not much chance you'll get to the front, because the road's a little bit too narrow now, and the pacemaking is consistent.
Well, they're stretching themselves out into a long line at the front end of the main field. Always seems to be sitting right in the first 3 to 5 positions is Danilo De Luca, but now being admirably marked there by Menchov. Garzelli in the green jersey. He's pretty much got that King of the Mountains classification wrapped up with his second position the other day.
Yeah, that's a done deal. And Seal Dryers also really hasn't got much of a challenge now for the white jersey, because a couple of bad days by Thomas Lundqvist, it's cost him big time. He'll come back though, he's young enough.
Well, Tiralongo, although he's putting a lot of effort into this move, Phil, has only got himself about 20 seconds over the front end of the main field. And I don't think with the big guns at the front end of that pack, he's going to go too far off the front away.
Never won a race, Tiralongo. He's been pretty active, and it's his 5th time he's ridden the Giro, so he's clearly a very good bike rider, but he's never won a race.
Well, they took a pretty bad line around that corner as they tried to accelerate away. I'm trying to see who that is moving off the front. That's one of the riders from Seramente. That's Carlos Jose Ochoa, one of the Colombian riders on that squad. In fact, he's a Venezuelan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he is.
South American.
Now Garzelli. He's amazing. He's had a superb Giro. He really has. He's not had the form that won in this race 10 years ago, but he's made sure he's tried every move, and he's been prepared to suffer as well. And as we saw at the top of Blockhouse, he could pull out something special when it mattered.
I'd have to say, Phil, you could probably count the number of stages on one hand when you haven't talked about Stefano Garzelli.
Yeah.
He's always been in the mix on almost every stage of this bike
Even
race.
the sprinter stages. He even tried to win the sprints when he was wearing his red team colours. Now he's in the green as King of the Mountains.
Ivan Basso, 111, I think he's confirmed and probably made himself realise that he's got the form to come back and ride the Tour de France.
Well, he's got himself into some sort of a shape, but you know, Italian riders ride well in Italy. They don't always transpose that into riding well in the other countries. They get very inspired racing in front of their own crowd. That's why they've got the most victories in their home tour, unlike the French, of course, these days in the Tour de France. But that probably is Arroyo down there. Yes, it is. And Valjevec on his wheel.
And I thought I saw a move going clear with Carlos Sastre and Gilberto Simoni, but it's a little bit confusing again from the height of the helicopter. That's definitely Danilo De Luca and Denny Menchov.
Definitely. And
followed by Pelazzotti.
Yeah. Maschiarelli is also the number 2 on the Aqua Saponi. He's slotted in nicely, closed the gap up to Valjevec and Arroyo.
There's Leipheimer.
And Sastre's being dragged along for the ride as well.
Yep, number 61. All coming back together after that little bit of a flurry of activity.
The other rider there is Daniel Navarre from Astana. Of course, they need to keep the men up here because they're looking now more and more likely to win the team race, and so they've got to keep 3 men in the front of the action.
Well, it was Gilberto Simoni trying to make the move there. He's gone off the front end of the pack and he's being chased now. It looks like Levi Leipheimer himself has decided to come to the front and reel back this man who's got himself across the gap to Basso and Stefano Garzelli.
Yes, take a look over the back of Basso here. You see the boats down there in the Gulf of Naples as we start to get rather high up now. This is Leipheimer. Is this going to be a move? These are desperate moments now. If you're going to gain time before the end, today is the day, and you're going to have to give it your best shot, win or lose. Garzelli's going to give it his best shot. He's sitting second wheel.
Well, Leipheimer has got himself across to Gilberto Simoni. He's gone past Gilberto Simoni. I don't think they'll be too concerned about Leipheimer. Phil, he's lost himself a fair amount of time. There's Armstrong coming up, number 21. He really does have to be happy, I think, with his performance here at the Giro d'Italia, because it wasn't an ideal preparation, smashing a collarbone just about 4 weeks before the start of this race.
Yeah, it's more than he could have hoped for the way he's ridden. He's ridden superbly, and as long as he bridges the gap to the Tour de France, I think he'll be a marker.
I think he certainly will be a marker. Basso took that drink but decided he wasn't too interested. Maybe it wasn't the right combination.
Well, Basso also gritting his teeth, pushing on. He's ignored that one too. He's concentrating now. Big chance. Taps out the rhythm as he races up the climb of Mont Vesuvius.
He's got himself a nice gap. And again, it looks like it's Gilberto Simoni trying to come across the gap there.
Who's that? That looks like Sastre.
Yeah.
Well, Sastre's found a new pair of legs here as he goes over the top of Simoni. It made us look as though he was standing still, Simoni. He has his good days and his bad days, Carlos Sastre, as we give him his full Spanish title. And that, it's not Arroyo, that. That was another rider from Castapon who's just shot off the front.
Well, it's Armstrong in the group there with Levi Leipheimer setting the tempo on the front end of the main field.
Interestingly, they've ignored Sastre. Now, what will Basso do if Sastre comes up? Because he can't endanger Pelazzotti's third place, no. And Basso himself is ahead of Sastre.
He's just going to have to sit on him, I think, once the Spanish rider comes by. And he will realise that it's a very dangerous move on this final big mountain stage of the Giro d'Italia for his own teammate, Franco Pelazzotti.
Well,
Carlos Sastre Candil.
Very interesting, because Sastre is making his final go here to claim that podium place in the finish in Rome. He's got the man who's just ahead of him sitting on his back wheel. Pelazzotti is behind him, and bet your life now that there won't be any help coming from Ivan Basso. He'll match Sastre. He won't help him.
He cannot help him at all. He dare not put into any kind of pressure the position of his own teammate. Sastre knows that, and he's going to try and attack again to see whether or not he can get rid of Ivan Basso. I'm not sure that the gradient of this climb is steep enough for him to get rid of Basso, who has ridden himself into form in this last few days of the Giro d'Italia, but they have got a very sensible gap here, Phil, at just inside of 7 kilometres to go.
Time is on his side, the distance is there. He's got to get rid of Basso to do anything about it. And the group behind here thinning out as the tempo stays with them.
Looks like Serge Powell's. He's a man who's done an awful lot of work over the last couple of days for his teammate Carlos Sastre. Stefano Garzelli in the green jersey. A bit further back, it's David Navarro, the rider there from Team Astana. He's riding alongside Levi Leipheimer for as long as he can. Armstrong is over on the left-hand side of that pack. 12% is the highest, steepest gradient of Mount Vesuvius, even though the average gradient is only 7.5%.
Yes, a good racing climb, we could call this one. I must say, Serge Powell's one of the revelations of the Cervelo team, I think. He'll go well. He's not won a race yet, but he's a new boy on the block, and he's showing us he's got good ability to climb here, and playing a very good number two to Sastre as they go up the mountain.
Well, that's a good gap there, Phil, I would say. And as you can see, Powell's is all over the front of this. He's setting a false tempo, trying to discourage anybody from actually organising the chase. I think, again, caught in no man's land there was Gilberto Simoni, and I can only presume he's halfway across the gap to these two leaders.
Well, a little bit of a grimace on the face of Ivan Basso. I'm not sure if he's going to stay here for much longer. We're getting high in the sky now. Now, is he coming forward, or is he just holding it?
Well, he's locked in the middle. Powell's all over the front end of this race, and I think once we get a little bit closer to the summit, you may well see another move. I was going to say by Danilo De Luca, but it's Stefano Garzelli.
Well, who else would it be at this stage of the Giro d'Italia? The man in green is trying now to get up to the leaders yet again. He seems to climb, and he takes his moment when he recovers, then he accelerates, then he eases down, recovers, and goes again. I know it's typical of a climber, but he seems to do it with some success.
Gilberto Simoni,
look at this,
in third position. Garzelli in fourth position on the road, and he's actually looking pretty good here, and they've given him his ticket of freedom for a while.
The King of the Mountains 2009, they're just demonstrating his climbing ability here. Also a past winner of the Giro d'Italia, and Garzelli's done himself an awful lot of good this race this time around. He's not the most popular man with organisers, he seems to be pretty popular with the crowd. Sastre, is he playing a card which might put him back into third place?
That's what he's aiming for this afternoon. First. Basso grimacing a fraction, just trying to stay in contact. He's the man who started this move. Sastre came across to him, and now he's been put into a defensive role. He has to defend the role of his own teammate. Team Astana have sent a couple of riders to the front. I presume that is David Navarro doing the pacemaking for Astana, and that's what they're looking for, a little bit further up the road. And there is the Lone Star flag of Texas, and I wonder who he's waiting for.
He's on his way. Just stay calm. He's coming at the moment, but I must say that the first three on the GC are riding three alongside each other in the right order just now. But Pelazzotti must be thinking, what can I do? If Sastre keeps going like this, I'm going to lose third place probably. So Basso, his own teammate. And there's Pelazzotti sitting on the wheel now of Denis Menchov.
Oh, Danilo De Luca, shadowed as always, as he has been for a number of days now, by Denis Menchov. This gap, Phil, is actually starting to open. Looking down the road there, I would say we're looking at a good 30 seconds advantage for this man. He's looking for a huge chunk of time. Looks over his shoulder to see what sort of damage he's doing. This may well be setting itself up for a victory for Ivan Basso, because Ivan Basso, all he has to do is just sit there. There it is, the Lone Star flag. We haven't seen that for a number of years, about 3.5 actually.
No, he must have blown it out of the closet, and now he's waving it alongside Lance Armstrong there as he comes up in that group.
That's Gilberto Simoni.
Yeah, but we need to keep up with the leaders, I think, because Sastre's got to crack Basso, and if he doesn't, it's the end for him, because he will finish in 5th place overall. Garzelli still clear of the field and trying to reach the leaders and upset again the result on a good day.
Hats off to him over the last couple of days, because he certainly has never given up any hope at all of finishing in the high positions on the individual stages, getting himself points in the King of the Mountains classification. And hats off too to Gilberto Simoni, who must be pretty close to the end of his career now.
Yes, I thought he might actually join Felice Gimondi on the podiums, but I think now it's probably gone a little bit too far. I think we won't see him like he used to be. He was a brilliant mountain climber, absolutely pure climber. He's got the build as well, but now it's too late. Well, this is not Arroyo coming up at the moment.
He's getting himself across to the back wheel of Gilberto Simoni. And Case d'Espagna here proving why they're one of the great teams of the big Grand Tours and the big mountain stages. Basso just sitting there on the wheel of Carlos Sastre, allowing the Spaniard to set a tempo to possibly move himself up from 5th to 4th to 3rd in the overall classification. At 5 kilometres to go, this is Carlos Sastre's last chance of turning the tables.
I think this is Arnold Jonassen who's come across here, a brand new boy on the team. And a little bit of a surprise, but the last couple of days he's been managing to mix it with the climbers. And he's bridged to Gilberto Simoni. The pace still being set here to try and keep Levi Leipheimer in the mix here, with Navarre setting the pace.
It's actually Poppo who's come to the front now. It was Navarro a few moments ago who set the pacemaking. Now it's Popovic has come up to the front and he's ripping them apart here, trying to pull this race all back together. Maybe he is trying to set something up for Lance Armstrong to possibly have a crack at a stage victory.
Well, the only man that Astana have lost along the way, sadly, was Chris Horner with that fall, and he didn't start next day. He's probably watching this on television right now, but let's hope he gets
Basso's gone.
to the Tour de France, and Basso has cracked here. Another, oh, what a shame he missed it again, but the acceleration must have been pretty severe. And now this is it. He's got Basso off his wheel. He's now got to get the gap and climb back up that overall. Desperate moments for Carlos Sastre, but what a yo-yo race he's riding.
What a magical climber he is as well. He is very dominant on these mountain top finishes. As his teammate Serge Pauwels did a lot of work early on to set something up. Ivan Basso didn't quite have the legs to stay with it. Well, sorry, he's actually dragged himself back to Carlos Sastre, who says, no, mate, you can't do that to me because I am floating today. I'm going for the win.
So, look at this now. Carlos Sastre trying desperately now. The Tour de France winner last year. And that was great celebrations on behalf of Team CSC, who are now known as Team Saxo Bank. And they let Carlos Sastre go to the new team on the block, as Cervelo. And we haven't really spoken a lot of Saxo Bank here in this year's Giro d'Italia. But Sastre is still very much in the mix. I think this has cracked him.
I think that was the final cracking of Ivan Basso. This man really has got some incredible accelerations on this climb. Simoni there, he's still got a slight advantage, but that group behind, led by Popovic, is slowly starting to pull him back.
Johnson, the new rider on Cervelo, developing nicely as the race gets longer. Now we're looking at Sastre. Now we've gone back to the chasers. The cameras are all over the place.
Well, the group is almost back to Luca.
And he's dragging Pelazzotti here. Well, that's taken care of those two. Jonassen and Gilberto Simoni are back in the pack. Here is that incredible tempo being set again by Danilo De Luca.
Danilo De Luca, whose nickname is the Killer, and he certainly wants to kill everybody in the bike race here this afternoon. But Pelazzotti has gone himself over the top. He knows he has to try and pull himself back to Sastre.
Well, that's a good sign of confidence for you. He's worried about the whereabouts of Sastre and Basso, of course, his own teammate. But now it's time to try and get up because they are fighting out what is a podium place of third. This is the battle of the third place right now. Danilo De Luca has shown us time and time again he cannot get rid of Menchov by setting a pace. He's got to slow and try and jump him because Menchov is very happy at the same speed.
Well, Menchov is the big turbo engine. He can trundle along at the same speed all day. He doesn't like those little accelerations of riders like Danilo De Luca on the climbs. And very often he'll allow one of the climbers to go clear and then he'll slowly rank up the engine and pull it all back together. It looks now as if this is Team Astana pulling them back once again. They've watched those flurries of attacks and decided they needed to nullify them.
Now they're all looking at one another here. There is the breakdown. Garzelli is up there. A very exclusive little group this, but it's almost as if the white flag has gone up here, Paul. They just cannot crack one another, can they?
Well, they've tried everything. They've tried a number of moves to try and split the group here, but nobody can actually go head and shoulders above anybody else, apart from one man, and that's one man from Spain, because Carlos Sastre is walking away with this climb up to the summit of Mount Vesuvius.
Well, are we watching Sastre take the boys in black to yet another win? Because he's
Serpa.
I don't know where he's getting his form from, Sastre. One day he's good, one day he's bad, but it looks like he's good again today.
Yep, he knows this is the final chance for him. Jose Serpa, the Colombian rider from Seramente, he's looking to see whether he can ride across the gap. I don't think anybody's going to ride across the gap to one Carlos Sastre wearing number 61. The kilometres are now ticking by for this man. There's only 2 days of racing left to go once he gets to the summit of Mount Vesuvius. But Pellizotti, well, he's flown the coop.
Well, I don't see Sastre doing a great final time trial. He's got to do it today, and I'm not too sure whether he can. It looks like Johnson's cracked there, the other Cervelo rider, as they all scurry around him, led by, of course, Danilo De Luca. And wherever Danilo goes, so too does Denny Menchoff. Pellizotti looks, they're the top three riders in this year's Giro d'Italia. Only the third place is in doubt at this stage of the race as we go into the last couple of days.
Well, they've pulled back Jose Serpa there on the right-hand side, the Colombian rider on Seramente. He's a very good climber. We've seen him in breakaways on a number of occasions, but he's not going to outfox the men at the top.
Garzelli's still in the mix. He is the king of the mountains now. This man is the king of the day. And as Sastre continues, hopefully, edging away second by second from Franco Pellizotti. Pellizotti himself, this is Lance Armstrong. He's been on the floor today, but he's back in the action. He's got Arroyo there now, who's anxious to take over from his new young teammate, Jonathan.
Well, Armstrong, I have to say, Phil, is certainly riding himself into some serious form. He's going to be a big threat when it goes through to the Tour de France. His biggest challenge will probably come from his own teammate, Alberto Contador, who, since the early part of this season, where he was very dominant in a number of races, has been quite quiet of late.
Well, all of those riders, Paul, are on their limit. There's nobody now can crack anybody. Sastre's got the freedom to win the day. I don't think they're going to catch him. I don't think the time gap either is going to be significant, but we'll see. And Garzelli just tries to mess them all up as he sets the pace again. But really, the top 4 or 5 riders now looking very, very equal.
Everybody's confident that they've played all their cards. They've put all of their games onto the table, apart from Danilo De Luca, who, you know what, Phil, I don't think is going to give up until he gets to the streets of Rome. Again, that little attack, that little dig at Denny Menchoff. Over the top goes Franco Pellizotti, but De Luca responds immediately.
He rides his bike with the style of a sprinter. The only thing is we're going uphill here. And Menchoff, well, he's laid his cards down. He's just going to go everywhere De Luca goes, and he's not going to play any other part in this year's Giro, because he knows he's the only man left who can beat him, and as long as he stays alongside him, he can't even do that. Pellizotti back.
Well, these 3 men are the top 3 men in the overall classifications if we were to stop the race at this point. Still, Carlos Sastre in his black jersey of Cervelo test team a little bit further up the road is trying to change that and trying to ride himself up into a podium position for Rome.
Time is running out. The top of the Mount Vesuvius is approaching. Carlos Sastre is thinking now of a second stage win here, and that will really turn his race round. At the moment he's conceded a podium finish in Rome, which is now just a weekend away. But 2 stage wins would be great compensation for one of the most consistent stage race riders still riding the circuit. These boys are continuing to fight it out. 1, 2, 3 overall in the Giro d'Italia, and hoping that's the way it stays in the case of Pellizotti, because he's the only man who has position in danger.
Well, the accelerations and decelerations are playing into the advantage of Carlos Sastre, who rides at the steady tempo all of the time. It's for him just a question of riding a lone effort up to the summit of this climb and not even consider what's happening in the race behind. It looks like Levi Leipheimer has ridden himself back up to this group of 3.
Well, this has been an intriguing match of shadow boxing on the climb here. I'm not quite sure what stage Garzelli is playing, because 1 minute he's at the front, next minute he's riding at the back. Guaranteed he'll put in at least one more attack before the finish. There's the face of Sastre. The throes of a dying man? I don't know, but it's certainly his last chance to claim that 3rd place. I feel certain about that. The chasers are at 2 kilometres. Sastre's now got his head up, looking for the red kite.
That's Gilberto Simoni, number 151. Behind him, Tadej Valjavec. Very consistent over this last week of racing as we've been through the big mountains of the Alps. Again, little acceleration coming there. Carlos Sastre has got himself a 58-second advantage over the 3 chasers.
The Russian in an Italian sandwich there in that chase group. Pellizotti still showing concern on his face as to the whereabouts of Sastre. He might know the time gaps are not great just now. But even so, he's going to have a go and find out if he can do amends himself here. That's a good move by Pellizotti. But he has ridden an excellent tour. He's always believed in himself. 4th last year, always wanted a podium place. And on the last climb, the big mountain of this year's tour, he's not going to let it slip from his grasp.
Well, he's just left those other two riders with him completely in his wake there, as he's decided to take the responsibility of the chase behind Carlos Sastre onto his own shoulders. He has fought over these last days to keep himself right up there in the highest places of the overall classification, and I think he, as you said, Phil, does not want to finish in fourth place. I think Ivan Basso there has just learned of that information, and he's sat up to wait for his teammate. Now that again is a great tactical manoeuvre by Team Liquigas. Once he gets to the wheel of Basso, you wait and see how Basso clicks in that turbo once more.
1,500 metres, coming up to 1,400 metres. Basso waiting up the road. By the way, you're not allowed to turn around and go back against the race. You can only let the race come towards you. And Basso waiting now for his teammate. Garzelli sitting at the rear of the group as he sees the top two riders overall put in their move as well. They're not allowing too much of a gain for Pelazzotti, because you never know in that last time trial. It's only 14 kilometres and there's one more road race tomorrow. And again, it's De Luca doing all the work and Menchov doing all the following.
The guts of that man, Danilo De Luca. He is laying down the law here. He's fighting every last bullet that he's got in his magazine he's trying to use on this stage. He realises it is a last chance. It's the last chance for him to try and dethrone Denny Menchov. But you know, Denny Menchov is not a very easy man to get rid of, and he's got the power and he's got the confidence, as he can almost see and smell the finish in Rome on the horizon.
Well, with hindsight, it might be the day that De Luca lost the Giro d'Italia, but we won't know for a weekend yet. This man also may have lost a podium finish because of the reaction of Basso and Pelazzotti. He's not getting the escape distance. We haven't got an exact time check at 1,100 metres for these two, so the other three must be under a kilometre to go.
The last time check I heard crackling through was just 45 seconds and 1 kilometre to go. That is not going to be enough for Carlos Sastre to turn the tables. He may well just be able to pull himself up to fourth place in the overall standings, but certainly I think third is just too far out of his reach. Look at the pain written on that face.
Oh, he's dreaming of third place in Rome, and that's all that's keeping him going right now. He's going to be pretty grateful that Basso went up in front of him and he's been able to hook up. They've had a good tactical team plan the whole race, Liquigas, and thus far it's worked. They've just come up against two very strong individuals in these two, or having a private battle in the Giro d'Italia, really, separated by seconds. And if these boys stay up front, and of course there's no time bonuses, and so De Luca needs to reach those two guys in front to try and get himself yet another time bonus.
That's the important thing for him. Time bonuses for the first three riders to cross the finishing line. Carlos Sastre looks back. He doesn't concern himself with time bonuses. He just wants time, and more time if he can, over the riders behind him. Riders like Franco Pelazzotti. They're just about to pull into the fold Ivan Basso. Basso sacrificed himself a few moments ago for a kilometre or so to try and pull his teammate Franco Pelazzotti a little bit closer to this man, Carlos Sastre.
Another 100 miles, slightly slower time this time, 4.5 hours they've been in the saddle. As Basso drops back, hoping that Pelazzotti can just do what he can do. Now he's going to finish second to Sastre. And now De Luca is in with a little hunt for another bonus time. I mean, he packs a good finish. He could be nibbling a couple of seconds here.
Well, for third place finish, there are 4 seconds time bonus available. Carlos Sastre keeps looking around every corner, wondering where the finish line is going to be. And amazing how history repeats itself. The last man to win here, as you mentioned earlier, Phil, was a Spaniard.
That's a very good point. I hadn't thought of that, Paul. Well done, yes. Of course, Chozas was a Spaniard, wasn't he? And it looks like they're going to reserve Mount Vesuvius for their own, because there's no catching Carlos Sastre. But I think we're looking at 20-25 seconds, no more than that. He lost more than that the other day. So Pelazzotti has proved his strength in depth, and he's proved he's worthy of that third place finish. And now he's got just the weekend to come, and Sastre won't like the time trial. But today, enjoy the glory, because this is going to be his second stage win as he comes into the last 100 metres. Time still of the essence, but for now, Cervello's going to enjoy yet another win here.
Well, Sastre right inside the final corridor of noise, a chance to look over his shoulders and check. Victory for Spain, victory for Cervello.
And the clock starts now as Sastre gets win number 2 of this year's Giro. Pelazzotti, he's really dreaming of the finish here. He is very, very tired, that man. I think he'll get second place. De Luca will want third. He keeps cracking Menchov in the sprint finish and gaining a little bit of time. But he needs more than a little bit. Oh, look at the face of Pelazzotti. He's in about 20 seconds. That's enough to keep him in third place. Now, can Danilo De Luca get any more time? No, this time Menchov says you might beat me in the sprint, but you're not getting any more time. So he gets just the bonus.
And Ivan Basso coming across the line there in 5th place. Well, after all of that effort by Carlos Sastre, all he was able to wrench back on the man from Italy was 21 seconds.
Well, there's a familiar pedalling cadence of Lance Armstrong coming up the hill here. Not too sure where he's crossed the line there. 5th or 6th, I would think, as the Tadeusz Valjevec comes in as well. And Johnson has done a good ride.
Stefano Garzelli's in this group, and he's ridden a fantastic race over the last few days, and he's kept himself pretty much in contact. He doesn't have to worry too much about the King of the Mountains points here this afternoon, because that's a competition that he's got sewn up. That's Tadeusz Valjevec getting himself a good 6th place.
So as we see the riders come up the hill here, they've conquered Mount Vesuvius all in all. And overall, I think you'll find there's very little change in the classification, just a few seconds altering perhaps the proximity of the times.
A flat undulating stage for tomorrow for all of these riders before the final time trial. There's the face of Lance Armstrong. Job done for the day, and I think job done to pull himself back up to the top end of this sport.
Yes, well, there's the rider who will feel happy now. Vindicated, I think. He's made his best play, but he's had one good day, bad day, another good day. Not quite enough to get a podium in the finish in Rome yet. Let's have a look at the finish order. De Luca gets the bonus for 3rd place, and no time gap at all on Menchov. Basso at 35, Leipheimer 6th, Valjevec there in 7th. Going further down, the Seal Dryers, the best young rider, fabulous finish for him in 14th place. Armstrong crossed the line in 16th place. Popovic a bit further down, just behind Cunego. But Carlos Sastre, win number 2 for him. He's a really nice guy. He's a very quiet guy off the bike. But give him his head. He's an absolute demon on it.
Especially when it comes to a mountain top finish. And once he's managed to pull himself right up there, we get a chance to look at the overall classification. He was able to pull himself up to 4th place overall.
Yeah,
and that's a position
that 18 seconds now he's closed in.
It could be very precarious, I think, going down to the final time trial. But watch out for this man, because Denny Menchov is a solid performer when it comes to the individual time trial, and it always has been the Achilles heel of Danilo De Luca.
So as Menchov thinks now of the final weekend, we'll move on to the penultimate stage of this year's Giro d'Italia. Stage number 20 from Naples to Anagni. And it's a massive distance. What a weekend this is, Paul. From 203 kilometres today to a mere 14 kilometres tomorrow.
Well, this is a fairly flat course as the riders make their way up north to the outskirts of Roma, where the race is going to finish in 24 hours' time. And it's a long, flat stage. A couple of small climbs out on the open road. And the race, once again, in the early part, Phil, has been dominated by breakaways.
Well, not surprisingly, one little climb out on the course today. It comes at 185 kilometres. These boys having got away at 4 kilometres today, forming a leading group. And these are the remnants of the group here. Well, I'll tell you what, this has been a very competitive Giro d'Italia this year. 21 seconds, that's all they've got. So they've swept up most of them now.
Yes, and it's a long drag up into the finishing town, and it's the main field has got themselves fairly organised at 3 kilometres to go.
A short stage, the riders who got into the breakaway. Robert Foster, we haven't mentioned the whole race, the sprinter, we haven't seen him sprint too well either. He was in the move, but it's all been swept up. They got a lead of only about 3 minutes before it all came to nothing. And these are the boys racing for the finish now at 2.7 kilometres from the end of the line.
Marco Pinotti's got himself in there for Team High Road. Now that would be one for the books. They've already got themselves 6 stage victories so far out of the Giro d'Italia. That's not a bad tally, is it? But this is a very difficult uphill finish with the main field, Phil, not very much more than I would make 7 or 8 seconds behind.
Well, Hussey of ISD is here. Chateau, Anthony Chateau, he won the Tour de Langkawi, didn't he, a couple of years ago? Haven't heard much of him since. He now rides on the Spanish Case de Pan. And Paul Attila Rongo is also in the group. But it looks to me as though Pinotti is trying to continue the terrific Giro that Team Columbia High Road have had.
Yes, but look at that. The main field is not much more than 7 or 8 seconds behind. It's a question of survival. Will they survive? The main field have got this pretty much tacked down here, Phil. We're probably not too far away from 2 kilometres to go.
2 kilometres to go, and those handful of riders just ahead of the whole field. We want Mark Cavendish back in the race now, because this is going to be a bunch sprint.
Well, I don't think they can bring Mark Cavendish back in from the Isle of Man at this
that?
late stage in the game. Very difficult to get a flight out so late in the afternoon, so he's probably just enjoying this in television.
Well, a look over the shoulder from Pinotti, a desperate move here coming from Tirolongo, but don't bother, because the field is all coming together, and it's LPR here, the team of Danilo De Luca. Why? De Luca needs the time bonuses. 18 seconds is the gap, and there's a bonus there that could well take him into the lead if he wins.
Well, 20 seconds is the time bonus, and almost certainly Danilo De Luca will be looking for that. There he is in the Ciclamina jersey, right on his wheel. You might just notice is Denny Menchov, again riding at the front of this bike race all the time in the green jersey, Stefano Garzelli. And I would think, Phil, fairly nervous moments there for Denny Menchov, knowing that almost certainly Danilo De Luca is going to try and get himself the time bonus. Psychologically, he really needs to do that before he goes into the final individual time trial tomorrow.
It looks like Alan Davis in second place, the sprinter who hasn't yet got a win. His face was so screwed up, I wasn't sure, to be absolutely honest, but I think it was. And amazingly, Paul, Quickstep have not won a stage of this year's Giro d'Italia, which is in itself very unusual.
A major surprise at Denny Menchov concentrating now. This is the last road stage of the Giro d'Italia, the last 1.5 kilometres of a road stage of the Giro d'Italia, and after battling over all of the mountains, the Dolomites and the Alps, he's separated by a mere 18 seconds from Danilo De Luca at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, that is an attack by Silence Lotto, and it's got the style of Philippe Gilbert. That looks like Gilbert, he's gone. That is an incredible move by Gilbert. Now, Silence Lotto is one of the teams who has not won a stage here. Only 6 teams have won stages this year. A reaction from Astana.
Well, Astana and Thomas Vokler there, I think, is the man from B-Box Bouygues Telecom who's gone across the gap. This is the kind of move that Philippe Gilbert made, if you remember, about 12 months ago, Phil, on the final stage of the Tour of Switzerland.
Well, he's been joined here, so it's not done and dusted, this, but it's a very, very good move indeed. This Bouygues Telecom rider is Vokler, and Vokler isn't going to help him. He's going to try and judge to see if he can take this one. But if they hesitate, it's all over. Just a slight uphill approach to the line. The field are massing back there. Now there's a reaction from the field at 1,000 metres to go. Well, Philippe Gilbert and Thomas Vokler, both opportunist riders, and both trying to finish off with a stage victory here. Vokler is going to possibly spoil the party here.
I have a feeling that was in fact Jaroslav Popovic who's popped off the back of that group there, but Gilbert kicks once again. He's now inside of the last 400 or 500 metres around the corner there. But I tell you what, Thomas Vokler has not been dispatched so far, and he's still almost in the slipstream of Philippe Gilbert.
The power of Philippe Gilbert here. We talk about him being a classic winner. He's never won a stage of a Grand Tour as far as I can recall, and at 450 metres to go, he's now turned up the pressure. This could be an emphatic victory here, and Silence Lotto will take something away from this year's Giro d'Italia now. Vokler has come close, but he's not going to hold on to Gilbert. He is riding like a man possessed here for the line, because this is the first victory for the team. It does nothing to the overall, so that will help out Denis Menchov. Tomorrow is the time trial of just 14 kilometres. It should be a lap of honour. Gilbert gets it. Vokler gets second place, just a couple of seconds back. Now who's going to take third place as they race up towards the line? And I don't believe this, but Stefano Garzelli's a bunch sprinter now.
Amazing. That man has been all over this race, whether it's in the mountains, on the flat stages. There is Danilo De Luca. He'd been dreaming of a time bonus, but I think that was just a little bit too rapid, the final 2 kilometres. Great win by Philippe Gilbert, and that takes a little bit of pressure off Team Silence Lotto, Phil, I think, coming into the Tour de France in about a month and a half time.
Oh, absolutely. Gilbert will be really pleased with that. Opportunist win for him. Cadel Evans, of course, is not here. He'll be going to the Tour de France, so the other team leader has come good here today, Gilbert. Actually, he did well, because when Vokler called him, I thought, well, Vokler's just going to sit on him and try and jump him, but he accelerated off the front and just left Vokler in his slipstream.
Great move there by Philippe Gilbert. 2 seconds advantage over Vokler, and as you rightly said, Stefano Garzelli in third, ahead of Alan Davis.
That is incredible. Simon Gerrans finishing this also very strongly for Cervelo. Probably get a ride in the Tour de France. 9th place there for the Australian. But is the French-speaking Frenchman here who sprays the champagne. he'll put this down as one of his best victories.
And not bad for a French-speaking Belgian, because he also speaks Flemish as well.
He does indeed. Yeah, now what's next, he says. Let's have a look at the overall. That's much more important now. 1 day to go, 20 seconds the gap. So somewhere De Luca lost 2 seconds to Menchov there. Not too sure how that happened, but anyway, that's what they say. So Menchov goes into the last day, 20 seconds to the advantage. Last man to ride, 169 riders left. Surely now Menchov will be confirmed. The man in pink. Let's go to the time trial. So the points classification as we go into the last day, led by Danilo De Luca by quite a considerable margin over Denny Menchov. He looks set to take something on the winner's podium as we now go to face up to the last day's time trial. De Luca's been a real man of this race. He's tried everything to his ability, but so far Menchov has had it. And he's come down to the last day, a race of truth. No doubt who the best climber is, one of the most aggressive riders in the race, Stefano Garzelli, clear of Danilo De Luca and Menchov here. He'll take that green jersey now to Rome tomorrow and ride it with pride. Nobody can touch him for that.
He's a deserving winner, I think, of that classification, Phil. And if there was a classification for the most aggressive bike rider, that would have to go to him as well.
Kevin Sealdry's, the Belgians have a new find here. He's only 22 years of age. Thomas Lockfist led for so long. The only other wearer of the white jersey. He's fallen away once we got into the high mountains, but this man didn't. And Quickstep are taking something home as well. They'll have a man on the podium too. So let's go to the time trial and see how it all ends. 14.4 kilometres. We're downtown Rome. Where else would you finish the 100th edition of the Giro d'Italia?
Well, if you want a competitive final 14.5 kilometre individual time trial, Phil, this is it. Around some of the great landmarks, around by the Colosseum is where the finish is. But unfortunately for a lot of the riders, it's a rather damp day and rather precarious too.
Well, this is Konovo. I'm going to have trouble with this one, Paul. Gonovalovas, who's coming home and surprising everybody, getting the best time here. 18 minutes of 42 seconds. An early starter he was too, outside the Colosseum. These are flashbacks to earlier in the day, and he's now got the best time at the moment.
Lithuanian national time trial champion, starting second rider from the end, Danilo De Luca, wondering if he can create the big surprise here and dethrone Denny Menchov. I have to say, I don't really think so.
He'll agree with you, Paul. He said overnight the tour is done. He doesn't think he can do it now, but then he might be trying to deflect pressure off himself. He certainly won't go away without trying to take it. Menchov still has to ride the 14.4 kilometres, but history tells us he's the better time trialist.
But just look at the surface of the road here. Brad Wiggins, he's got a chance of getting himself the victory. He's got to try and challenge the time there of Konovalovas. And I'm not sure whether or not he's going to do that. Wiggins has ridden in probably the worst part of the afternoon. He's a great specialist. He's only looking for 6 seconds to try and beat this rider from Lithuania. When he comes up to the line, he's actually not... Oh,
well, they've gone 1 second more, but it looked to me like he hit it on the same time. It would have been split to the hundredths of a second, of course. And that looks as though the Lithuanian champion has just been saved there. I have to say, he was very fortunate with the weather when he rode, and Wiggins wasn't, and it certainly will have made that difference of the blink of an eyelid for sure. But that's the name of the game. Ignatius Konovalovis is the man who's still on top, as Menchov makes the last rider start of 169, who will finish this race.
Well, let's not forget he's a very good individual time trialist, but we are racing here, Phil, over rather nasty, slippery cobblestones in the heart of Rome. Lance Armstrong out on course. I don't think he's taken too many risks here this afternoon, Phil, and nobody's going to begrudge him of that because he has ridden this Giro d'Italia on the mending broken collarbone. Outside of the top 40 for Lance Armstrong, but I think a very successful 3-week Giro d'Italia.
Absolutely. And did you hear the crowds there? He's going to feel very satisfied with himself tonight when he celebrates the end of his first ever Giro. He's ridden with credit to himself, that's for sure. Casually comes in, nothing to gain or lose, but he's going to finish this race probably in 12th place overall.
The man of the match for me. Definitely a man who's ridden well here. He's going to try and get himself inside of the top 10 on the stage. A 9th place finish currently for Stefano Garzelli. But this is the match. On the left-hand side, Danilo De Luca. The right-hand side, Denis Menchov. These two men are battling it out, Phil, for 20 seconds.
They're both in the pink corner, really, aren't they? As they continue to race up the line. Let's join Levi Leipheimer finishing. Lost a podium finish here. Top 6 finish, though, for him. And in the time trial at the moment, see, he's not a good rider at all now. Leipheimer, I think, was just getting to the end of his form as he finished this race.
But Phil, I think a lot of riders in this final time trial here have not taken too many risks. Interesting to note as we look at Ivan Basso coming in here to a top 20 finish in the individual time trial. Only 5 seconds was separating Denis Menchov from Danilo De Luca. That's not much. De Luca is doing a great ride.
Well, it's one-on-one. 20 seconds separates them after all 3,460 kilometres of racing. 20 seconds separates them, and it's going to go down to the line. Won't be the closest finish in history, but you can't get much closer, let's face it. Danilo De Luca has been a fighter. The killer's been on form, but he met a silent assassin, I think we'll call him, because he really has just sat there and destroyed De Luca.
Well, Carlos Sastre riding a slow race, pole pole as they would say in Swahili, in around about 60th position, but that's not going to change his position, I don't think, Phil, at the top of the leaderboard.
14 kilometres, it's good for the crowd, and it's given the race a terrific finish here. It's a pity the rain came to the centre of Rome, where we expected it to have been quite warm. Pelazzotti, he's going to make a 3rd place finish in the Giro d'Italia, one better than a year ago, and a good ride too as he crosses the line. They're going to give him 15th place for the moment.
A great ride by him, certainly a man who's battled up to the top of this podium position, but the big battle now, Phil, is between these two men. Denis Menchov here has got himself a fairly big advantage over Danilo De Luca, but De Luca, I think, has ridden a fairly serious race. Here's De Luca in the finishing straight now. Well,
this is De Luca, and then we need to see if Menchov can hold that 20-second advantage he started with. As De Luca drives up, he always looks so fast on the bike as he comes up to the line, and it's a good ride for De Luca in the time trial. 16th time, 19:27. So that means 19:47 has got to be the finishing time for Denis Menchov. The rain has continued to fall for the late finishes. It could be, you know, that the rider from Lithuania here... Oh, goodness me, he's gone down. And what on earth happened then? He's up like a flash. Now the time starts now. 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds. That's the way, a quick bike change. It's probably lost 7 or 8 seconds here, and he's still not running.
Well, he was in a straight line. I have no idea how he went down there, but he mustn't panic. He had around about a 20-second advantage over Danilo De Luca at that point, but he will have lost himself a good 10 to 15 seconds with that accident by the time he changed the bike and he starts to get himself going again.
Well, that certainly has swung victory, I think, towards the champion of Lithuania, and that's going to be a 4th stage victory for Cervelo. Because there's still a little way. It's happened just outside a kilometre. Look at the face of Danilo De Luca. I don't think surely he'd want to win like this when he's seen Menchov crash, but it was nobody's fault but Menchov, as now he drives home. The adrenaline must be pumping here as he approaches the time of Konovalovas. It looks to me as though there's going to be a surprise winner of the final day's time trial. Cervelo's forced victory, but has Menchov done enough to win the Giro d'Italia? As he comes now, he's lost the winning time, so that victory's sorted out, but Menchov, I think, is going to still win this tour, because even with the fall, he is going to beat the time of Danilo De Luca.
He's going to do that. De Luca lost 45 seconds on the time of the Lithuanian national champion, and this man, Denis Menchov, is going to finish just inside of the top 10. He's lost 24 seconds. He still took 20 seconds out of Danilo De Luca, so the Russian has won the Giro d'Italia.
And he becomes the 3rd ever Russian to win now. He follows in the wheel tracks of Evgeny Berzin and Pavel Tonkov, and so now there are 3 Russian winners of this event. I know the Italians will be disappointed they haven't won their centenary event, but I don't think Menchov is worried too much about this. This is a huge victory as well for Rabobank. The ups and downs of the world of cycling, goodness me.
Well, that was a straight line, Phil. Let's have a look if we can watch that one more time, because I have absolutely no idea how he went down there. He just lost his front wheel, but he was very lucky to slide. Goes straight to the bike. You see the reaction of the man. He wants to get back onto the machine. Mechanic, what an incredible job by the mechanic. The mechanic was right there before Menchov had even got to his bike.
Well done. And he had the bike off the rack, and well, it was a big panic, and it was well handled, but at the end of the day it didn't affect the destiny of the final Maglia Rosa. Oh, the adrenaline is pumping now. Yes, he says. This is the man who never ever lets you know how he's feeling. Well, he's telling us now. Ooh, ouch.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a nice way to finish the Giro d'Italia. But
No.
at least he's put it all behind him now. And very shortly he'll come out to gate the final Maglia Rosa of this race.
He might need a few more nips and tucks there before the end of the day. Well, this is Team High Road's Edwin Boysenhagen finishing there, champion, and the man who got second place is Bradley Wiggins. They're the top three. Well, we'll find the top three. This is the man in his lovely colours here, champion of Lithuania, Ignatius Konovalovas. Is a name I better get used to saying if he starts turning in performances like this. There's the result of the day. Konovalovas getting the win in 18:42. He did get the best of the day, let's face it, but a win's a win. Wiggins at 1 second, probably was the better ride of the two. The ever-consistent Garzelli comes in 9th, Menchov 10th, and De Luca 17th. So the gap was always there, and the fall made no difference really at the end of the day.
No, but that was a great performance by this young man to get himself the stage victory.
This is the winner. Now he's in his team strip now. Looking a little bit confused. What do I do next?
Well, it's a big win on the final day
It's
of any
massive.
Grand Tour.
Massive.
And everybody will remember this, and it's always important to win as we finish, as I mentioned earlier, just outside the Colosseum.
This is the final result. 86 hours and 3 minutes. Menchov gets the better by 41 seconds of Danilo De Luca, and on the podium as well is Franco Pelazzotti. Looking further down here, Damiano Cunego will not be happy, losing 28 minutes, and Grifko finishing second there in the King of the Mountains. Out to the podium now. Incidentally, we have Colombia had 6 stage wins, LPR 4, Rabobank 2, Sedimenti 3, Cervelo 4, Liquigas 1, Silence Lotto 1. They were the only teams to get a smell of victory on the daily stages. This man, though, has got the final Maglia Rosa. Tomorrow it will sink in, but today there's no doubt Denny Menchov from Russia has won the 100th year of the Giro d'Italia, and that was some result.
Well, I've hardly ever, Phil, in this man's career, seen him show so much emotion. I'm sure that crash had a little bit to do with that, but he's battled over this last week, and he's battled to stay on the wheel of Danilo De Luca, who threw everything at it. And I don't think De Luca can go away from this Giro d'Italia a disappointed rider, despite the fact that he finishes second, because he did everything possible to die and dethrone the Russian.
And is there a finer backdrop than the Colosseum here, as Denny Menchov of Russia is out front. This has been, in many ways, a remarkable Giro d'Italia, and I hope you've enjoyed the coverage here as we watch the runners-up come on board with Pelazzotti on the right and the killer De Luca on the left. World Cycling Productions, of course, will bring you a bumper edition too of the upcoming Tour de France. Menchov will be in the thick of the action then, I am sure. Until then, it's been a marathon too for Paul Sherwen and me, Phil Liggett. We'll hope to have you along next time, and shortly. Goodbye.